Chapter 1 Helicopter to Work. In Lingnan City, the atmosphere at Jingdu Group, the largest financial company, is hot. Manager Lin, this is the list of this year's interns. These are all people who want to intern under you. As the manager of the marketing department of Jingdu Group, Lin Shan is not only beautiful but also extremely capable. She creates hundreds of millions of yuan in benefits for the company every year. She is a well-known cold rose in the industry and it is very difficult for interns to work under her. Put it down, Lin Shan said calmly. Lin Feng? The intern who asked if he could report by helicopter? Lin Shan glanced at the list of interns who wanted to work for him and immediately saw Lin Feng. This was because of the strange remarks Lin Feng made in the intern group in the morning. Lin Shan also didn't have a good impression of Lin Feng, who normally would ask if they could report by helicopter. It was obviously a way to embarrass themselves. After tidying up, Lin Shan came to the lobby on the first floor to interview interns who wanted to work for her. Under Lin Shan's high standards, she was not satisfied with even 30 or 40 people in a row. What made her most angry was that there were many children of nobles among these people, and they knew nothing about the profession in this area and came purely for her. At this moment, with a roar, a silver Lamborghini drew a graceful arc and stopped at the gate of Kyoto Group, causing an uproar. After all, sports cars of this level are not common even in a group like Kyoto. Along with the exclamations of a crowd of onlookers, a young man wearing a pink Chanel suit, with sleek hair and a diamond-studded green submariner worth tens of millions walked in. Are you Lin Shan? You are as beautiful as the rumors say. After seeing Lin Shan, his eyes lit up, and then he crossed his legs and sat directly opposite Lin Shan, his eyes burning. The man who had not yet finished the interview was directly driven away by Shinzhong. Looking at Shinzhong's attire in the car parked outside, the man was angry but dared not say a word. Here, call me Manager Lin, are you here for an interview? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shinzhong. My father is Xin Yuan, the president of Tian Yuan Group. I am Uncle Ji, who was introduced to this internship by the president of your Jingdu Group. Shinzhong spoke to himself, his eyes still sizing up Lin Shan as he spoke, not trying to hide the greed in his eyes at all. Do you know anything about this industry? There was a flash of disgust in Lin Shan's eyes, but she couldn't just confront him. I know you well, and I won't hide it from you. I came here for internship purely for you. Shinzhong had a smile on his face, but Lin Shan's flattered expression as he had expected did not appear. Lin Shan's angelic appearance, coupled with her aloof and distant attitude, further aroused Shinzhong's desire to conquer her. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky above Kyoto. What is that? Is that little black dot a helicopter? Is this flying towards our company? I heard that this morning an intern in the intern group asked if he could come here by helicopter. Is this a joke? Lin Shan and others in the interview room were no exception. They were all attracted by the approaching helicopter and walked to the company's door to wait and see. As the helicopter slowly landed, a man named Lin Feng, who was dressed in white, had a slender body, sharp features and simple clothes, also walked down from the helicopter. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Feng smiled shyly. Lin Feng also didn't want to make such a high-profile appearance, but a task system suddenly awakened in his mind yesterday. The first task assigned to him was to come to work by helicopter, otherwise he would be blinded. Lin Feng thought it was an illusion and didn't take it seriously. However, when he woke up the next day and saw the helicopter parked in front of the house, he was dumbfounded. He had to get on the helicopter with trepidation and asked about it in the internship group. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, and be rewarded with 10 buildings. Ah! Lin Feng was startled when he heard the system's voice in his mind. Then more than 10 messages came to his mobile phone. The content of the messages was that a building in a certain location had been transferred to his name. Isn't this reward too good to be true? 10 buildings? Wouldn't that mean I'll be a rich man in the future? Lin Feng couldn't calm down. Are you Lin Feng? Are you here for an interview? Lin Shan spoke. Ah. I'm here for an interview in the marketing department. Which way should I go? Lin Feng answered with a smile. Although he admired Lin Shan's appearance, he did not have the obscene expression of Shinzhong and others. It was obvious that Lin Feng came for the marketing department and not for Lin Shan. Moreover, with Lin Feng's grand appearance, Lin Shan thought that Lin Feng was as arrogant as the rich second generation like Li Zhengrun, so seeing Lin Feng's humble attitude, her favorability towards him increased a lot. In addition to the previous comparison, Lin Shan immediately said to Lin Feng, I am the manager of the marketing department. From today on, you will be interning under me. During the internship, I will be your master. Okay, master. Lin Feng quickly agreed, feeling a little overjoyed. He was going to Kyoto for an internship just like that? Looking at the beautiful master who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng? I'm familiar with all the young men with the last name Lin in Lingnan, but how come I've never heard of someone like you, Lin Feng? He even rented a helicopter to show off? I'm afraid he has put all his family's belongings on the line. Manager Lin, don't be fooled by this guy. He doesn't look like a rich kid at all. Seeing that Lin Feng not only stole his limelight but also became an intern under Lin Shan, Xinzhong could not bear it anymore and said sarcastically with hatred. After hearing Xinzhong's words, everyone looked at Lin Feng again and indeed discovered that the clothes on Lin Feng were not only cheap goods, but also obviously not new. Even those low-key rich second generations would not wear clothes that were washed white. Did I ever say I was a rich second generation? Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. In fact, the reason why he took a helicopter to work before was not voluntary. Humph. You can't keep pretending anymore because you've been exposed? Seeing that Xinzhong was not giving in, Lin Feng was too lazy to talk anymore and followed Lin Shan. Stop. I see you are a man who refuses to accept my toast. Do you know who I am? You've heard of Tianyuan Group, right? That's my company. Hiss. As soon as Xinzhong finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They all knew that Xinzhong was a rich second generation, but they didn't know that he was the son of Tianyuan Group. Xinzhong was also very satisfied with everyone's reactions. After hearing Xinzhong's words, Lin Feng said oh and left again. In Lin Feng's opinion, he came here for an internship, and who Xinzhong was none of his business. Bang! Lin Feng's indifferent performance annoyed Xinzhong. He quickly caught up with him and slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng also reacted quickly and grabbed Xinzhong's arm. What are you standing there for? Teach this pretentious country bumpkin a lesson. Stop. This is Jingdu, not a place where you can beat anyone you want. Seeing Xinzhong's men rushing up, Lin Shan, who had reacted, also shouted. Today's matter is not over yet. Seeing Lin Shan trying to stop him, Xinzhong did not take any more action. Looking at Lin Feng, Xinzhong sneered. A loser who had lost everything and was pretending to be cool wanted to compete with him. Chapter 2 Rent Collection. Being my apprentice will not be easy for you in the future. Are you ready? Arriving at Lin Shan's office, Lin Shan said to Lin Feng indifferently. Certainly. Since he came to Jingdu for internship, Lin Feng naturally made sufficient preparations. After getting Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Lin Shan waved at him and told him to go out to work. Ding. System task, give Lin Shan a massage, limited to 1 minute. At the same time, you will temporarily gain massage skills. If you fail the task, you will be punished by paralysis for half a month. Just as Lin Feng was about to turn around and leave, the system's voice rang in his mind. When Lin Feng heard the task assigned by the system, he almost couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this asking for his life? He just came to intern under Lin Shan, and now he is asked to give Lin Shan a massage. Isn't this forcing him to be fired? The smile on Lin Feng's face froze. He looked at Lin Shan, whose jade hand was gently touching his temple and whose face was tired, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Why? Do you have anything else to do? Seeing that Lin Feng had not left yet and was staring at her with an uneasy look, Lin Shan asked. Let's just risk it. Just fire him. I still have 10 buildings anyway. Thinking of the reward of 10 buildings, Lin Feng decided to go for it. Compared with being fired, the punishment of being paralyzed for half a month was obviously a heavier one. Master, I see you look very tired. Let me give you a massage. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said it. Massage? I see you don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to hear such unreasonable words again. Get out. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Shan was obviously angry, and her previous good impression of Lin Feng was wiped out. Lin Shan's reaction was within Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng wanted to explain, but he hesitated and didn't know how to explain. The truth was that he really couldn't think of any good reason. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't leave, Lin Shan became impatient. Just as she was about to scold him, Lin Feng moved. However, Lin Feng did not walk out the door, but went straight to Lin Shan. Seeing that the time limit was about to expire, Lin Feng could not care less. Lin Feng pushed Lin Shan down on the seat and put his hands on her neck. Lin Feng's trance-like technique seemed to have magic, which made Lin Shan calm down and allow Lin Feng, a member of the opposite sex, to give her a massage. The silky white skin felt as soft and smooth as milk. Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Realizing his own loss of composure, he quickly moved his eyes away, secretly saying in his heart, "Beauty is indeed a disaster." A few minutes later, as Lin Shan let out a subconscious moan, Lin Feng also moved his hand away. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the body transformation reward. When the system's voice fell, Lin Feng was also moved and there was a tearing pain in his mind. Following that, scenes of martial arts memories like movie scenes flooded into his mind. At the same time, there was severe pain in the body. Even if you want to show off your massage skills, you still need to ask for my permission. Also, my apprentice needs real skills. Don't think that I will keep you just by being clever. Don't do it again. Get out. Ah. Master, you mean I can still stay here for internship? The pain disappeared, and Lin Feng, who had recovered and was waiting for the death sentence, was stunned when he heard Lin Shan's words. Why? You want to leave? Lin Feng didn't know that Lin Shan's cervical spondylosis and headaches were also old problems that had troubled her for a long time. She had consulted many famous doctors but none of them could cure them. However, the massage from Lin Feng just now made her body feel more comfortable than ever before. Therefore, Lin Shan was not angry at Lin Feng's rudeness. Instead, her favorable impression of him increased a lot. Of course not. I'm going to go out to work now. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard that he had been pardoned. Before Lin Feng could leave, an uninvited guest knocked on the door and walked in without waiting for Lin Shan to respond. Manager Lin, I will be your intern starting today. This is the order from my Uncle G. I guess it's also to train you. After all, whichever department I go to will bring millions of dollars of investment from my father to that department. This is no secret. Shin Zhong walked in, ignoring Lin Feng, and spoke proudly to Lin Shan who was sitting on the chair. There was a flash of disgust in Lin Shan's eyes. She didn't expect Shin Zhong to be so difficult to deal with. Okay, got it, you guys go out. Shin Zhong was used to Lin Shan's cold attitude. In other words, the more Lin Shan acted like that, the more he wanted to conquer her. Boy, if you know what's best for you, get out of this company right away. Otherwise, I have countless ways to kill you. Walking out of the office, Shin Zhong looked at Lin Feng with a sneer and threatened. After hearing Shin Zhong's words, Lin Feng simply ignored them. If it were in the past, Shin Zhong's words might have posed a threat to Lin Feng, but now, Lin Feng is no longer the same person he was before. Being ignored again, Shin Zhong's self-esteem was challenged by Lin Feng again, but in order to leave a good impression on Lin Shan, he did not attack Lin Feng directly. Anyway, in his opinion, since Lin Feng didn't know what was good for him and stayed here, he would have plenty of opportunities to make things difficult for Lin Feng. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Feng was exhausted. He also had a deeper understanding of Lin Shan's workaholic nature. Working overtime tonight. Just let Lin Feng do any work. Just think of it as a chance for him to exercise his abilities. Miss Lin, would you be so kind as to have dinner with us? I told you, please call me Manager Lin. It's time to get off work now, so it's okay to call you a beauty. After hearing Lin Shan's words, Shin Zhong continued to pretend to be a gentleman. Master, I can't work overtime tonight because I have something else to do. Lin Feng asked with difficulty. What's up? I still have to collect rent. Hearing Lin Shan's question, Lin Feng had to answer truthfully. The previous mission rewarded 10 buildings, and in the afternoon Lin Feng received a text message from the real estate company asking him to collect rent. Put. Are you addicted to bragging? And you're collecting rent? Looking at your poor appearance, I don't think you can even pay the rent. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shin Zhong spat out the coffee he had just drunk and started mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you don't have to work overtime, but there's no need to lie. Lin Shan also frowned. Lin Feng was still thinking about how to explain to Lin Shan when he saw a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses walk into the company. Excuse me, who is Mr. Lin Feng? I am. Lin Feng was also puzzled, he didn't know this man. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm here to give you the key. You sent me a text message saying that you would keep one room for yourself. Considering your status, I personally delivered it to you. Here are the keys. Please keep them. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Feng and spoke politely. After hearing what the man said, Lin Feng also remembered the real estate company that had sent him a text message before. Chapter 3: The Clown. It's troublesome. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. You are a big customer who owns 10 buildings. This is what I should do. The man's attitude was almost flattering. What's wrong? You're not satisfied with bragging by yourself? You even found an assistant? Hearing that person's words, Xinzhong showed a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. Why do you talk so much? Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Does it feel bad to be exposed? Are you ashamed? Hey, tell me, how much did he pay you? Tell me, and I'll give you 10 times as much. Xinzhong seduced the middle-aged man with glasses. What a joke! Mr. Lin is the supreme member of our company and actually owns 10 buildings. Does he need to hire someone to act with him? That person also saw that Xinzhong was obviously trying to make things difficult for Lin Feng, so he naturally seized the opportunity to flatter him and praised Lin Feng a lot. Bah! You really say that with a smug look on your face, you can't even brag. 10 buildings? In Nanling City, do you know how much 10 buildings are worth? Billions. He doesn't even look in the mirror to see how poor he is. He has 10 buildings under his name? Does he deserve it? Xinzhong insisted. Okay, stop arguing. Lin Feng, don't you just want to work overtime? Fine. You can leave now, and don't need to come again. I don't need people who try to show off their wealth. Lin Shan also said with some disappointment. He didn't expect that in order to show off, Lin Feng not only staged the helicopter report in the morning, but also hired someone to act out the show. What's even more outrageous is that he even said that he owns 10 buildings. In her opinion, such a big talker is not capable of handling such an important task. Master, this is all true. I really need to go collect the rent. Lin Feng was a little amused and confused. Why was it so difficult to make people believe that he was rich? Lin Feng, you still have the nerve to stay here after being exposed? If I were you, I would have packed up and left long ago. Xinzhong added fuel to the fire, looking like a smug villain. Seeing Lin Feng embarrassed, Xinzhong was naturally very happy. Why are you arguing if you're not working? At this time, a man with a very imposing aura walked over, followed by a young female secretary. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Seeing the visitor, Lin Shan also greeted him. The person who came was none other than Xiao Ran, the vice president of Jingdu Group. Uncle Xiao, there's an intern here bragging that he owns 10 buildings and has even found someone to act with him. Xinzhong obviously knew Xiao Ran, and he said it loudly so that everyone in the company could hear it. Everyone who heard this covered their mouths and laughed, and it was obvious that they were making fun of Lin Feng. Oh? Let me see which noble gentleman has honored us by coming to our company? Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Xiao Ran's tone. Mr. Li? Why is it you? Why didn't you say hello when you came? However, when Xiao Ran looked at Lin Feng and the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses beside him, his pupils tightened and he immediately stepped forward to shake hands with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was no ordinary person. He was Li Shang, the CEO of Hada Real Estate Group. He had business dealings with Jingdu, so Xiao Ran recognized Li Shang at a glance. Mr. Li? Hearing this name, everyone's eyes widened. Isn't this the person Lin Feng hired to act with him? Why is it Mr. Li? Everyone had a lot of question marks on their heads. This is our company's most important client, so naturally I came here in person. However, it seems that the people in your company don't welcome me very much. He also saw how everyone was making things difficult for Lin Feng just now, and at this moment, his words were also to stand up for Lin Feng. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Li? After hearing this, an old fox like Xiao Ran naturally understood what was going on. He turned around and spoke to Xinzhong in a deep voice. Uncle Xiao. If you don't apologize, don't stay in this company and go back to your father's company. Although Xinzhong has an extraordinary background, he is just a child after all, while Li Shang is the president of a large company. Xiao Ran can naturally tell which is more important. Xinzhong was very reluctant, but for the sake of his plan to pursue the goddess, he had to admit defeat. It's not me you should apologize to, but my client, Mr. Lin. Apologize to him? Bah! Look at how poor he is. Why should I apologize to him, a poor fellow? After hearing what Li Shang said, Shen Zhong could no longer pretend, and his true nature was exposed, even though Lin Shan was beside him. Poor bastard, I'm afraid I've emphasized this many times, Mr. Lin owns 10 buildings. When they heard Li Shang's words just now, everyone was laughing. But now, after knowing Li Shang's identity, there was a change in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng when they heard Li Shang's words again. Wow! 10 buildings under your name? I'm afraid the rent alone will take a lifetime to pay. No wonder he can fly a helicopter to work? It turns out he is really rich. That's right. Not only is he rich, he's also so handsome. Compared to the arrogant Shen Zhong, Lin Feng has the aristocratic temperament. Hearing everyone's whispers at this time, Shen Zhong's face turned red. Snort! He snorted coldly and left in anger. He was really too embarrassed to stay in this situation any longer. After this incident, the entire company knew that Lin Feng owned 10 buildings. Even the vice president became polite and realistic when speaking to Lin Feng. After following Li Shang out of Jingdu Group, he went directly to Hada Real Estate. Li Shang had already sent someone to collect the rent. After all, there were so many buildings that Lin Feng naturally couldn't go there in person. After arriving at the company, he directly transferred the 50 million yuan in rent collected for half a year to Lin Feng's account. This was the first time that Lin Feng had seen such a large balance. Then Li Shang took Lin Feng to visit the properties that belonged to him. Mr. Lin, if it's convenient for you, why don't you join me at the cocktail party tonight? I can also introduce you, a young hero, to my old friends. Sitting in Li Shang's office, Lin Feng was about to refuse with a smile when he heard Li Shang's words, but Li Shang didn't give him this opportunity at all. Secretary Song, bring the suit prepared for Mr. Lin. Seeing a charming beauty walking in with an exquisite black suit, Lin Feng couldn't refuse the kindness, so he could only smile and say, "Thank you for your trouble." As you should. Mr. Lin, you are the only supreme member of our company. The profits you bring to our company are much more valuable than this. Li Shang's honesty also made Lin Feng like him more. Under the guidance of the beautiful secretary, Lin Feng came to a fitting room and put on the finely crafted suit. Wow! The moment she walked out, the secretary couldn't help but cover her cherry lips. Lin Feng is handsome to begin with, and with the previous transformation of his body by the system, he is also very handsome after putting on this outfit. Chapter 4, Cocktail Party. Seeing Lin Feng wearing a suit, Li Shang couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. The two of them arrived at today's venue in Li Shang's stretched Li Ken. As soon as he got off the car, Li Shang suddenly felt unwell and went to the bathroom first, letting Lin Feng go in first. After Li Shang came out of the bathroom, he walked into the hall and found that many young men and women had already gathered here. Obviously, the big guys who came here also brought their children with them. After all, if two young people fall in love with each other and the two families marry, that would be a good thing. At this time, Lin Feng, who had not seen Li Shang for a long time, found a corner and sat quietly. This was his first time attending such an occasion, and he seemed a little restrained. He wanted to close his eyes and take a nap, but the music kept him awake. He didn't wake up naturally, so he felt a little sleepy and his eyes were half closed. To be honest, Lin Feng doesn't like this kind of environment very much. Lin Feng, with his eyes half closed, only felt a wine glass passing in front of him. He thought it was a waiter serving wine, so he reached out and took it, then drank it all in one gulp. What are you doing? Hooligan! Lin Feng, who was still feeling sleepy, was also awakened by the shout. Only then did he see clearly that there were two beauties standing in front of him, wearing formal dresses and looking no less beautiful than school beauties. At this moment, the two beauties were staring at him with anger on their faces. Lin Feng looked at the wine glass in his hand again before he reacted. He carefully handed it to the beautiful woman in the red dress and said with an awkward smile, "I'm not fully awake yet." Sorry. I think you did it on purpose. You look pretty good, but I didn't expect you to be so disgusting. The beautiful woman in red didn't say anything, but the beautiful woman next to her in white skirt got angry first and snorted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't explain and could only smile awkwardly. Let's go, you soon. I'll go get another cup. The woman in red pulled the woman in white skirt away. Before leaving, the woman in the white skirt glared at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was speechless. However, Lin Feng did not care too much. After what happened just now, Lin Feng disliked this kind of occasion even more. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he saw a man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, and looking very showy, stopping Lin Feng. You were the one who acted rudely towards Xiao Xiao just now? The man had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was going to stand up for the woman. At this time, Lin Feng turned his head and saw the woman in the white short skirt glaring at him. It was obviously her doing. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Lin Feng said with a smile. Misunderstanding? Bullshit, who are you? You look unfamiliar? Did you sneak in here to pick up a rich girl? I've seen a lot of people like you. Seeing that Lin Feng was so polite and he didn't sense any aristocratic airs from Lin Feng at all, the man felt more confident and questioned Lin Feng even more aggressively. Lin Feng could naturally feel the changes in this person's emotions. Lin Feng also smiled lightly. He was helpless. The more polite he was, the more people thought he was easy to bully. So what do you say we should do about this? Lin Feng looked at the man with some amusement. What should I do? Apologize. The man looked like a domineering president. I've already apologized. Lin Feng said lightly. I said apologize to me. Why? Lin Feng said angrily. Because she is my woman. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't apologize. Li Ken, what are you doing? As soon as Li Ken finished speaking, the two women came over and the woman in blue clothes yelled at Li Ken. Xiao Xiao, I. What do you mean by you? My name is Ouyang Xiao Xiao. Please call me Quan next time. We are not that familiar with each other. Please be careful with your words in the future and stay out of my business. After hearing what Li Ken said and seeing the situation, Ouyang Xiao Xiao walked over and said angrily. Phew. Lin Feng was still a little angry, but after hearing Ouyang Xiao Xiao's straightforward words, he immediately felt better and couldn't help laughing out loud. What the hell are you laughing at? Li Ken, who was very angry with Ouyang Xiao Xiao, heard that Lin Feng dared to laugh, and immediately wanted to vent his anger on Lin Feng. Li Ken, you rely on your family's power to bully the weak everywhere, and you still want to chase me? Don't be angry, can't I just forgive him? Li Ken smiled foolishly, acting like a typical bootlicker. Mr. Lin, I looked around and found you are here. Li Shang also came over with a smile at this time. Dad? Didn't you say you wouldn't come to the cocktail party today? Dad? When Lin Feng heard Li Ken addressing Li Shang, he was also stunned and felt that this world is really small. Uncle Li. Ouyang Xiao Xiao and the other person also greeted each other, and it was obvious that they both knew Li Shang. Ken? Do you know Mr. Lin? That's great. It saves me from introducing you. I was going to introduce you to Mr. Lin today. He is the only supreme member of my father's company. Li Shang thought that Lin Feng, Li Ken and others were good friends, and introduced them with a smile. Supreme member? Hearing Li Shang's words, Li Ken and the other two looked embarrassed. They knew the concept of supreme membership. One had to have real estate worth at least tens of billions to become a supreme member of Hada Real Estate. Having offended such a person, Li Ken's forehead was covered with sweat. He knew that as long as Lin Feng said a word now, his father would definitely not let him off easily. It's serious. Lin Feng responded to Li Shang's praise with a smile. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't mention what happened just now, Li Ken also cast a grateful look at him. Li Shang left and asked Li Ken and others to communicate more with Lin Feng to get closer to him. I'm sorry for what happened just now. At this time, Li Ken was also apologizing to Lin Feng intermittently, and Lin Feng just waved his hands to show that he didn't care. Lin Feng's impression of Li Ken was not too bad. Li Ken did not give him the same feeling of being superior and arrogant as Shin Zhong. I'm sorry about what happened just now. Under the threat of Ouyang Xiaoxiao's eyes, Deng Yushuan reluctantly apologized to Lin Feng. After sending the three people away, Lin Feng slumped on the sofa, seeming out of place with the environment here. After saying hello to Li Shang, Lin Feng left the party. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, Ouyang Xiaoxiao still added Lin Feng as WeChat. After getting off the truck, Lin Feng arrived at the gate of a high-end residential area. Building number 1 in this residential area was owned by Lin Feng, so Lin Feng also reserved one for himself. Since this is a new real estate, there are not many people here. So when Lin Feng was walking on the deserted path and heard a cry for help from the front, his nerves quickly tensed up. Chapter 5 Beautiful Neighbor. Let me go. What are you doing? Help. Is there anyone here? Help. Lin Feng turned on the flashlight on his phone, and the scene that came into his eyes also shocked Lin Feng. I saw 4 or 5 big men holding the hands of a young girl and pressing her against the wall, and the leader who was about to do something wrong was Xinzhong. Xinzhong? Lin Feng was also puzzled. This was his first time in this community, so how could he meet Xinzhong here? Lin Feng, you're finally back. I thought I was in the wrong place. It turned out that Lin Feng had humiliated Xinzhong at Jingdu Group today, and Xinzhong kept it in mind. He also sent people to follow Lin Feng, and he brought people to block him. As for the beautiful woman, Xinzhong met her by chance in this residential area. After failing to strike up a conversation with her, he suddenly developed sexual desire for her, and then he was coincidentally seen by Lin Feng, who had just returned. Lin Feng, I'm going to let you go today, why don't you get out of here right now? The woman's appearance was so attractive that the evil fire in Xinzhong's body became even stronger. He planned to let Lin Feng go today and deal with that beautiful woman. Lin Feng did not leave. Seeing such a young girl being abused by someone, and it was because of the person he led here, Lin Feng asked himself, he couldn't do it. Let him go. Ha! You country bumpkin, there are so many people in the company today that I can't touch you, and now you dare to act tough here? Okay. Then I'll destroy you first to vent my anger. Come on. If anything goes wrong after destroying him, I'll be responsible. Seeing that Lin Feng still didn't know what was good for him, Xinzhong no longer hesitated and directly ordered his 7 or 8 men to charge towards Lin Feng. The oncoming fist also made Lin Feng's pupils dilate little by little. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and then raised his foot to kick the man who was rushing in front of him away. Then he knocked down another person with a straight punch. After several rounds, those strong men also fell to the ground wailing. Xinzhong, who was holding the woman, swallowed his saliva when he saw this, and a hint of fear flashed across his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng. The woman took advantage of this opportunity to break away from Xinzhong and ran behind Lin Feng. She also realized that with Lin Feng around, he would no longer be in danger. Looking at the people falling to the ground, and then looking at his own hands, Lin Feng was a little slow to react. Just now, he almost relied on muscle reflexes to deal with the siege of this group of people. Those moves seemed to be imprinted in his body. Now, Lin Feng had a new understanding of his own strength. Xinzhong also took advantage of Lin Feng's distraction and fled away like a flash. What a joke! 7 or 8 strong men were no match for Lin Feng. If he stayed, he would only be beaten. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the woman. After taking a closer look, Lin Feng discovered that she had big watery eyes, skin as white as cream, a small mouth, and a high nose bridge. She was a real beauty. In terms of beauty alone, she is even better than Lin Shan. Lin Feng now understands why Xinzhong became so aggressive after his attempt to flirt with her failed. The temptation is indeed too great. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Seeing that the woman remained silent, Lin Feng smiled and said, That's what bad people say. Deng Yuyan muttered, but because her voice was too loud, Lin Feng also heard it. Lin Feng didn't care about it. Instead, he thought it was a little cute. Maybe this is the charm of having a good-looking face. It's already late at night. It's very dangerous for you to run out alone. Don't you care about your family? Lin Feng said out of curiosity and a little concern. I have no family anymore, it's just me. As Deng Yuyan said this, she turned her head away, tears unconsciously flowing down her smooth cheeks. I'm sorry, I don't know. Lin Feng didn't expect that his casual words would touch Deng Yuyan's sore spot. Then you shouldn't have run out by yourself in the middle of the night. It's so dangerous. If I hadn't seen you just now, the consequences would have been very serious. Lin Feng swore that he had absolutely no other purpose. He was just doing it out of pity for beautiful things and not wanting to see them being destroyed or hurt. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a run because there are fewer people at night. After listening to what Deng Yuyan said, Lin Feng wanted to hug her tightly in his arms, his desire to protect her overflowing. I live in Unit 3, Building 1, Room 407. What a coincidence. I live next door to you. I just moved in today. My name is Lin Feng. Hearing what the woman said, Lin Feng was also surprised. Deng Yuyan. Deng Yuyan's voice was so pleasant that Lin Feng also tried to find conversation with her from time to time. Good times are always short, so much so that Lin Feng felt that he had arrived after only a few steps. Watching Deng Yuyan walk into the house, Lin Feng also entered his new home. Looking at the light luxury decoration and lying on the soft big bed, he couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. Lin Feng slept particularly comfortably this time. He thought he could sleep until he woke up naturally on Saturday, but he was awakened by a knock on the door. What are you doing so early in the morning? Looking at Deng Yuyan standing at the door wearing a small apron, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and muttered. I still complained in my heart. Are you going to play uniform seduction with me so early in the morning? I made breakfast. It's a bit much. If it's convenient for you, come and eat together. In this way, Lin Feng's plan to stay in bed was obviously disrupted. Sitting in Deng Yuyan's house, Lin Feng, who had been hungry all day, ate voraciously. Looking at Lin Feng's eating manner, Deng Yuyan also smiled slightly. Thank you for rescuing me yesterday. Nothing, I was the one who led those people here. Lin Feng did not take credit for himself and spoke the truth. What do you do for a living? Also, I don't mean to expose your scars, I'm just angry. You said before that you have no family. Did you run away from home? Hearing Lin Feng's words, a look of loneliness flashed across Deng Yuyan's face. I'm a university teacher, teaching music. My parents and my brother died in a car accident a year ago. I'm sorry for reminding you of sad things again. Lin Feng apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Your appearance and the way you eat are very similar to my brother. He has loved me since I was a child and has always protected me. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes again. Then your brother must be very handsome. Very handsome. After answering, Deng Yuyan realized something was wrong and a blush appeared on her snow-white face. I will protect you from now on. If you need anything, just come to me. The sunlight reflected on Lin Feng's handsome face, and Lin Feng's hearty words were like the early morning sunshine, shining into Deng Yuyan's frozen heart. Chapter 6, Limited Edition Sports Car. Deng Yuyan blushed, and looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. Lin Feng also felt that the current atmosphere was a bit awkward. He looked at the watch in his hand and slapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot. I have to go back to school to do something today. I'm almost late. Deng Yuyan stared at Lin Feng with a pair of doubtful eyes, as if she wanted to see whether he was lying or not. You haven't been to school yet, have you? Why do you want to go back to school? Seeing such an interrogative look, Lin Feng felt a little panicked. Ahem, I'm not going to school anymore, but I'm a senior now and have entered my internship period. The internship period hasn't ended yet, so I'm still a student. I just have to go to school today to take care of some things. These are all appointments made in advance. If I delay for a while, I will be late. Deng Yuyan watched Lin Feng speak so anxiously that she was almost in tears, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her little mouth. Okay, I'm not stopping you from going. You should go quickly and don't be delayed on the way. Be safe and go home early. This tone sounded like a young wife waiting for her husband to return home. Deng Yuyan seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly pushed Lin Feng out of the door and locked it directly. He leaned tightly against the door, his heart beating wildly and his face flushed. Lin Feng looked at the tightly locked door and shook his head helplessly. He had no idea what the girl was thinking. However, he did not forget what happened today and quickly went to school. But just as Lin Feng reached the intersection, he suddenly saw an old man taking a step forward on the zebra crossing which had a green light. A BMW rushed up at high speed and hit the old man. The old man was also lying on the ground, hugging his legs tightly, his face showing deep pain. Ouch, my leg. It hurts so much. At this moment, the BMW man opened the door and got out. He was obviously a young man in his 20s. He walked up to the old man with disdain and said angrily, Old man, even if you are trying to scam me, you should have some eyes, okay? This is a BMW. Do you know BMW? How dare you crash into my BMW? Do you want to die? When Lin Feng saw this, he couldn't stand it any longer. The people around him also pointed at the old man. TSK, this old man doesn't look like a good person at first glance, but his acting is too exaggerated. Yeah, but there are scammers everywhere now. This old man is so short-sighted that he even dares to scam a BMW. Lin Feng walked straight forward and stared at the rich second generation in front of him. Young man, I just saw your car hit this old man. You can also check whether his injuries are real. Do you want me to call 120 for you to go to the hospital for a checkup? The rich second generation's eyes were also filled with panic, but he managed to hide it well. After all, he was indeed driving too fast at the time. If the incident had really gotten too serious, his father would have definitely broken his legs. So he turned his eyes slightly and looked at the growing crowd around him. He pointed directly at Lin Feng in front of him, with a pitiful look on his face. "Everyone, come and see. This young man must be in cahoots with this old man. He is committing fraud with malicious intent. Humph, the clothes on this young man in front of me are worth no more than 3 figures at most, and my shoes alone are worth more than 1,000. Do you think I'm afraid of scammers? I can give you a pair of shoes that will cover your expenses for a month. 2 poor fellows, you're showing off in front of me? Pa, 2 pieces of trash." Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. After all, it didn't matter if he was insulted. However, Lin Feng found that every time the rich second generation said something, the old man's face would show more inferiority. This inferiority complex made Lin Feng realize that the rich second generation's words had deeply hurt the old man. This made Lin Feng a little angry. The rich second generation in front of him really didn't give him any face at all. Ding! In view of the host's anger, smash the BMW of the rich second generation now to obtain a special reward unknown. Refusing the mission proves that the host has lost his masculinity and is hereby punished with lifelong impotence. Ding! Host, do you choose to accept the mission? At this moment, Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. After all, what kind of a thing was lifelong impotence? In this case, was he still a man? Accept it. How can I not accept such a good mission? Besides, even if you don't issue this weird mission this time, I still want to teach this rich second generation a lesson. Your mission comes just in time. Then, he looked at the rich second generation with a sneer and said indifferently, "You think I have no money, right? You are trying to scam me, right? Okay, you think you're the only one with a BMW, right?" Then, he picked up bricks from the roadside and started smashing the rich second generation's BMW madly. The rich second generation stared at Lin Feng with dull eyes, as if he had not expected that Lin Feng would do such a thing. You actually smashed my car? Poor boy, you should pay for it." The rich second generation's eyes were burning with anger. He didn't expect that the poor boy in front of him would actually dare to do this. "I spent over 1,000,000 yuan to buy this car. Even if you work for a lifetime, you may not be able to earn this much money. You should pay me back. Today, if you don't pay the money, you won't be able to leave here." The people around seemed to be watching a good show. They kept staring at Lin Feng in front of them, wanting to see how it would end. The old man also quickly said to Lin Feng, "Hey, you are a good boy, you should run quickly. I am an old man with a broken life, so there is nothing wrong with me staying here. You are still young, so you better run away." Lin Feng glanced at the old man. He didn't expect that this old man was quite nice. Sure enough, his efforts were not in vain. He looked at the rich second generation with disdain, and then directly transferred several million to the rich second generation at the same time, because the sound was turned on. Everyone clearly heard the rich second generation's cell phone ringing. 5 million yuan has arrived via WeChat. Everyone present looked at Lin Feng in shock. At the same time, they also knew that they might have really misunderstood Lin Feng this time. "Oh my god, this guy is so rich. Yeah, I just discovered that the rich really like to pretend." As for Lin Feng, he was too lazy to ask about the whispers around him because the system rewards had already arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. I will reward you with a limited edition Hennessy Viper sports car. Please go to the roadside to pick up the car. Chapter 7, The Rich Second Generation Admits. Afterwards, Lin Feng saw that the old man didn't have any major problems now, so he just walked aside. However, everyone who was watching the show couldn't help but start pointing and talking when they saw Lin Feng leaving. "TSK, I thought Lin Feng was a good man, but he smashed the car, paid a little money and ran away. Yeah, even if he is rich, I have never seen anyone so arrogant. Even if he is rich, what's so great about him?" Although it was a series of harsh comments that made people feel very upset, Lin Feng did not take these harsh voices to heart at all. He just walked to the side of the road, took out the car keys, opened the world's limited edition Hennessy Viper sports car, and got in. However, this scene made everyone on the street, who were originally talking, shut their mouths tightly. He didn't dare to say anything at all. He could only keep his mouth tightly shut and didn't dare to make a sound at all, as if he was afraid that if he took one more breath, he would damage the sports car in front of him. Lin Feng looked at the expressions of the crowd, sneered with great disdain, and walked directly to the front, not taking the people in front of him seriously at all. At the same time, he glanced at the rich second generation coldly, as if he had imprinted the rich second generation deeply in his heart and wanted to bear a grudge against him. However, this made the rich second generation lower his head in a hurry, not daring to raise his head at all, because how could the person who could afford to drive the world's limited edition sports car Hennessy Viper be someone he wanted to provoke? Just one finger would have made me dead, but I actually went so far as to provoke such a person. Do I think my life is not long enough? However, such little thoughts were kept in my heart at most, and I dared not say them out loud. As I watched the limited edition Hennessy Viper sports car getting farther and farther away, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hoo-hoo, luckily the sports car left this time. If it hadn't left, I wouldn't have dared to provoke it. But who on earth is this great god? Is there any rich second generation in this city that I don't know? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his head, with a look of deep confusion on his face. Because he felt that he was already very familiar with this city and knew most of the people there. It is possible that someone knows so much knowledge, so how could he not know himself? Then, he suddenly slapped his head, because he seemed to remember that this was the younger brother he had just met. He wanted to accompany him to school to save his face, but he almost forgot about such an important thing. Afterwards, he stopped a taxi and headed towards the Mercedes-Benz store. Since he was going there, he had to be adequately prepared. It just so happens that my car is completely broken down, so I can buy a newer one and still be able to look handsome. Just after the two of them left, some of the spectators in front of them started pointing and talking again. Wow, the guy driving the sports car just now was so handsome. I wish I had a man like him. TSK, I just took a photo and posted it online. It can be seen everywhere. Ah, I was like that too. I posted it online too. What a coincidence. But, this time it should be a hit. But the fake rich second generation guy just now is really poor. He always asks for money. I have never seen such a shameless person. However, the old man standing on the side of the road suddenly began to walk tremblingly. Just as everyone was leaving, suddenly, nearly a dozen luxury cars, surrounding a Rolls-Royce, came quickly towards the side. Then a young man got off the car and ran to the old man with a trembling face. Dad, didn't I always tell you not to run around? You really scared me. Are you okay? I heard you were hit. Who did it? I must kill him. The old man waved his hands, with a look of deep sadness on his face. Oh, I almost got into trouble, but luckily a young man saved me. You must be grateful to him in the future. However, I don't even know his name. The world is so vast, I hope I can have another chance to meet him next time. There are too few good people in this world now. The others also got out of the car immediately, stayed where they were, and respectfully led the old man into the car. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. After I find out, I will definitely repay them well. At the gate of Laming School, the world's limited edition Hennessy Viper sports car was heard directly at the school gate, and then Lin Feng got out of the car in a very coquettish manner. At the same time, he also struck a very handsome pose. Today was the day when most of their classmates came back, and they were able to meet familiar people here. I seem to remember that we wanted to take a graduation photo, so we called them back collectively. But Lin Feng knew very well in his heart that this time he was just showing off his wealth, or it was equivalent to showing off. Why choose now? When can we take photos? To put it bluntly, many people have found their ideal jobs. Use this opportunity to show off your success and make others look at you differently. But fortunately, the job I found this time is not too bad, so I shouldn't be laughed at. The reason why I came to such a boring party this time was actually because of my best friends. Our relationship has always been very good. We finally have such a good opportunity to meet each other, and we definitely don't want to give up so easily. So he just smiled, but after getting out of the car with a happy smile on his face, he found that the scene was completely silent and there was no one at the gate. This made Lin Feng look particularly embarrassed. How could he become like this for no apparent reason? Wasn't I serious? How did I become like this? Is this the kind of life I want? It's completely different from what I imagined. However, after looking at the watch in his hand, he was suddenly shocked because of the party affairs on the road this time. Therefore, I was seriously late this time, at least 10 minutes late. No wonder there was no one here. Then they quickly went towards the place they had agreed on, and this time the place they went to was not a small place. Chapter 8. A group of people. It is a relatively large place, which makes them feel confused. Later, in the large classroom of B11, everyone was already there. Lin Feng opened the door, but found that everyone present was staring at him. Just when the air fell silent, Yang Mo, his longtime rival, stood up directly. He usually had a bad temper. Therefore, he has always had a lot of lackeys with him, and because of this, he has gained some benefits in the school. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng, the superstar in our class? Why is he late today? Oh my, I didn't expect to be late. Class monitor, don't you think this should be punished? The class monitor has always been considered a class beauty, but it has always been well known that she is Yang Mo's woman. Therefore, the squad leader Li Ling in front of him also started fighting directly, but a harmless look appeared on her face. Student Lin Feng, you are indeed late this time. This is our last gathering, and you are still late. How about you sing a song for everyone? Behind Li Ling, 3 men stood up and said in unison, "No, we think he came at the right time. After all, our party hasn't started yet." These 3 men are Lin Feng's best friends. The one on the far left is the tallest and strongest, Cheng Tianyi. The man in the center wearing glasses looks very wise, and he also has a wise name, Zhuge Tianming. On the far right is a man who looks shifty and could be easily overlooked at first glance, but no one dares to underestimate him, Holu. Lin Feng, who was on the stage, couldn't help but feel grateful when he saw that all his friends had come out at this time and were all on his side. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. You will sing a song for your classmates for a short time and get the title of God of Song. Seeing that his brothers actually stood up for him at this time, Lin Feng felt embarrassed to refuse, so he stood up directly. Since you want to hear it, I'll sing it for you. Then an ancient confession balloon suddenly floated out. The people at the scene were initially a little disdainful, thinking that it was not a pleasant sound at all, but later they were shocked. Not long after, when the song ended, there was finally a burst of applause from the audience, as if everyone was waiting to welcome the champion. Afterwards, the party went on as usual, and no one came out to disturb it. This made Lin Feng feel a little strange. After all, as far as he knew, this Yang Mo was not someone to be trifled with, and was the type of person who would not suffer any loss. But now he can actually choose to suffer a loss. This has to be said to be like a miracle, and this is also what he feels very incredible about. But even though he hasn't come to cause trouble for him now, Lin Feng didn't relax because of this. After all, even though he hasn't come to cause trouble for him now, he might come back to cause trouble for him soon. However, I didn't cause any trouble for myself for a long time, and even until the final photoshoot, everything went smoothly. Just when the party was about to end, Yang Mo in front of him suddenly stood up. A thick sneer appeared on his face, as if he had taken a huge advantage this time. However, anyone could feel that Yang Mo's smile was malicious. My fellow students, I believe you all know by now that our party is almost over. But even though our party is coming to an end, I believe that everyone's job search is not going very smoothly. Some people haven't even found a suitable job, but that's why I'm bringing all of us here. Next, I will introduce you to a rich second-generation person. If you can establish some relationship with such a rich second-generation person, I believe there should be many people willing to help you, and your work will not be a problem at that time. The scene suddenly became noisy, and everyone was praising Yang Mo. Brother Yang Mo, you are worthy of being our big brother. I never thought that you would still care about us even though you are almost graduated. We are so touched. We have never seen such a good big brother. Yes, brother Yang Mo, I will not obey anyone from now on, but I will definitely only obey you. From now on, as long as you say go east, I will definitely not go west. The scene at this moment seems to have fallen into a very exaggerated stage, and the words are becoming more and more exaggerated, making people feel very nauseous when listening to them. However, such a situation left them with absolutely no solution. Right now, Lin Feng really doesn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, she feels that this time it is specifically targeting her. But he really couldn't say this matter directly and clearly, and if he took responsibility, it seemed a bit irresponsible. In the end, I could only shake my head helplessly and accept this reality reluctantly. Following closely behind them, heading forward. At this time, Yang Mo didn't know whether it was intentional or not. He walked straight to Lin Feng, and then patted Lin Feng's shoulder with an extremely sad look. Alas, Lin Feng, you are relatively poor, and you have never had any power or influence. Actually, I was just looking for an opportunity for you this time. You should thank me. But I'm not a stingy person, and we are not mortal enemies. So if you meet that rich second generation next time, you must be respectful to him. Then he walked forward with great pride. He felt that he was the master of everyone. It was as if here, whatever he said was the truth, making everyone present feel frightened. However, they had to admit that the situation on the scene was a bit ridiculous and they couldn't help but look depressed. It didn't take long before they arrived outside, and then they saw a man wearing sunglasses sitting quietly in a BMW. At the same time, when he saw a group of people rushing over, he smiled very proudly. Chapter 9 Wang Yuan. But before he could say anything, Yang Yamo hurried over, handed over a cigarette, and put it in the mouth of the man in sunglasses. Then he lit the cigarette very respectfully. Master Wang Yuan. I am very honored that you can give me a little face this time. This is really a great honor for a lifetime. These guys are all my classmates, and they have always been pretty nice. But there are some troublemakers here that are very obvious. In fact, even I can't do anything about them. Afterwards, he stared at Lin Feng. The meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. To put it bluntly, it was a blatant targeting. The others also hurriedly moved 3 steps away from Lin Feng, but only his 3 best friends stayed quietly by his side. This made Lin Feng feel a little relieved. After all, when he came here, he didn't care about other people's feelings at all. The only thing he cared about was how his roommates were doing. I didn't expect that my roommates really satisfied me and none of them have complained so far. Moreover, he has always been by my side and has always made decisions for me, which is definitely a very powerful advantage. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he didn't know whether it was because of his dazzlement or for some other reason, but he always felt that the rich second generation in front of him really made him feel very familiar. This familiar yet strange feeling made him feel as if he had met this rich second generation somewhere before. However, this rich second generation also wanted everyone in front of him to recognize his true face at this time, so he took off his sunglasses. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng could see everything clearly. However, this made Lin Feng's expression look even more strange, because he had never seen such a talent before. Isn't this the man who smashed his BMW to pieces this morning and then paid compensation? I just gave him a little lesson, but now he is showing off in front of me again. Doesn't he know what shame is? So after thinking about this, I originally wondered what kind of powerful person the other side could invite, but now it is this kind of person. This made her, who originally had some expectations in her heart, now have no expectations at all, and even her face looked very strange. Oh, forget it, whatever you say next is what you will do. I really have no interest in this kind of person at all. But now Wang Yuan, following Yang Mo's instructions, looked at Lin Feng. It would have been fine if I hadn't watched what happened this time. After all, if I hadn't watched it, not much would have happened. But after watching it, I couldn't help it. I almost lost my seat and fell out of the BMW. He got out of the BMW in a panic, and his hands were shaking all over as he stared at Yang Mo in front of him. I always feel that Yang Mo in front of me seems to be trying to trap me. Yang Mo, who is the person who provoked you this time? Tell me the truth. While saying this, Wang Yuan was gritting his teeth. However, this scene made Yang Mo feel that Wang Yuan was angry because someone bullied him and wanted to avenge himself. This made him feel very proud. After all, this was within the school. Moreover, with so many classmates watching, this was really giving him too much face. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he was also very excited. He simply stretched out his right ring finger and pointed directly at Lin Feng in front of him. That's right, it was this weak boy who dared to provoke me in public before. Master Wang Yuan, you must take charge of this for me. You must punish him severely and let him know that there are some people he simply cannot afford to offend. Pa! At this moment, the scene became very quiet. Yang Mo was also in disbelief as she covered the right side of her swollen mouth with both hands. Master Wang Yuan, you actually hit me? After slapping the guy, Wang Yuan still felt that this behavior was not satisfying. The guy who picked up the money was simply looking for death. But even if he really wanted to die, there was no need to implicate himself. He kicked Yang Mo directly in the stomach, and the kick seemed extremely fierce. Bah, you traitor, I've been so good to you, why do you want to harm me for no reason? Don't tell me I've always been kind to you? So you want to deliberately target me this time? This is definitely a great god. Now that you want me to cause trouble for the great god, do you really think that I am a fool and can be used as a gun by you? Other people at the scene were also looking at the scene in disbelief, because the plot was turning around too quickly. As for Li Ling, who was beside Yang Mo, she also quickly stood up after seeing her boyfriend being bullied. Brother, is there some misunderstanding here? After all, we know Lin Feng's information in detail. To put it bluntly, this guy is just a poor kid with no power or influence. And if you look at him, he only has clothes that cost less than 100 yuan. What can such a person achieve? Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy actually doesn't have any great abilities at all. At this moment, Wang Yuan, after hearing what Li Ling said, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. After all, he had suffered a heavy loss because of such an incident early in the morning, and now it happened again in front of him. Could it be that he wanted to go down the same path again? He was being played for a fool. But now Wang Yuan is too lazy to bother with these guys too much, because he knows that he seems to have offended this great god in the morning. If I don't make amends now, the conflict between them will only get worse, and I will definitely be in trouble. So Wang Yuan crawled to Lin Feng and almost knelt down in front of him. Brother Lin Feng, I wonder if there is anything I can help you with. As long as I can help, you can tell me what to do and I will definitely do it. Chapter 10, A Pauper. Li Ling was a little confused. After all, no one in the whole class knew Lin Feng better than him. This guy was really a complete and utter pauper. But now, could it be that this poor guy has really turned his life around? This is totally impossible. Even if he turned his life around, he would not have such a powerful background. But he didn't dare to speak at all now. He could only ignore the pain on his face and tremblingly support Wang Yuan. Brother Wang Yuan, you must not be angry. After all, this guy can't possibly have too much power. He and we have been classmates all along. Don't we know him well? This guy is a complete waste. Wang Yuan thought about it and realized that it was true. But if that was the case, then why did Yang Mo respect him so much? After all, Yang Mo is a little bit stronger than their family, but only a little bit stronger. Recently, their two families have been in a cooperative relationship, so he was too embarrassed to break up. Yang Mo has no time to consider Wang Yuan's thoughts now. His mind is all on Lin Feng. If Lin Feng is unhappy now, he might just make a move and his luxury car will be scrapped again. However, scrapping a luxury car is a small matter. What he is afraid of is that the other party will not calm down because of this incident and will target him everywhere. If it really reaches that point, their family will have already fallen half a step into the abyss. However, he discovered that Lin Feng really didn't seem to have calmed down, and was still in an aggressive attitude. This made Yang Mo feel a little uneasy, and at the same time, he knew in his heart that he would suffer the consequences. Which one? Lin Feng, I think you shouldn't be too sad about this matter. After all, everything has a certain plan. After saying this, he glared at Wang Yuan fiercely. Wang Yuan, why are you still hiding in the dark? Since you have provoked him, why don't you come over here and apologize now? Wang Yuan also used his right hand to point at himself in disbelief. What? You want me to apologize? That's simply impossible. Even if you beat me to death, I will definitely not apologize. But at this moment, Yang Mo beside him also felt extremely angry, because he found that no matter what he said, this guy seemed unwilling to obey. Okay, this is what you said. Since you are unwilling to apologize, then you can expect to be finished. Then he dialed a number directly from the cell phone. Hey, Uncle Wang, your son has offended a very powerful person. He's driving a poison sports car. Now he is angry, and I asked your son to apologize, but he refused. This doesn't mean I don't care about the relationship between our two families. I want to save your son now, but he won't listen to me, so you can do whatever you want from now on. Then he hung up the phone with a click. As for Wang Yuan, who was standing next to him, his face was also a little pale. A poison sports car? How could a guy like him be so rich? But he still didn't quite believe it in his heart. But at this moment, he found that his father called him immediately. This made Wang Yuan answer the phone tremblingly, and then he said hesitantly, Dad, you must not listen to his slander. I have never offended such a terrible person. He is just a small figure in our school, and I have investigated his poverty. Get lost, you are such a tactless guy. Don't you know that there are many rich kids who like to pretend to be poor in school? If you don't apologize to him quickly, then get out of the Wang family right now. From now on, you are no longer my son. Beep, beep. Wang Yuan now looked at the hung-up phone in his hand with a confused look on his face, and then raised his head to look at Lin Feng, who had a look of arrogance on his face. Seeing this arrogance, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. But he really couldn't beat the opponent now, and this time he really had to raise his head and admit defeat. After all, he was no match for the opponent at all. Then he could only lower his head and grit his teeth and said, "Brother Lin Feng, I already know I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me." Lin Feng also used his right hand to pick his ears, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. This made Yang Mo, who was standing next to him, feel anxious. After all, seeing this look, he already understood that the other party must be furious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even given me face after this apology. That would only mean that I was really offended this time. Finally, Yang Mo looked fiercely at Wang Yuan beside her. "Even if you're apologizing, you should at least be sincere, right? From the way you apologized just now, I didn't hear any respect from you at all. Kneel down now and apologize to them. This is your only and last chance. If you can't even seize this opportunity, then I won't help you anymore." Wang Yuan bit his lip instantly, a trace of unwillingness emerged on his face. After all, if he really had to make such a shameless apology, he would never be able to raise his head again from now on. However, when he thought of his father's call, he had no way to resist, because he knew that if he resisted again, his father would not let him go. Plop. Suddenly, Wang Yuan knelt down, and his eyes revealed a deep sense of unwillingness. He clenched his hands tightly into his flesh, and a trickle of blood flowed out from his hands. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." This made Lin Feng a little curious. This guy was really arrogant to the extent of doing such a thing. At the same time, he suspected that the other party must have developed a strong hatred in his heart this time. But after all, there is a system. No matter how cruel this guy is, it won't have much effect. He will definitely have to listen to me when the time comes. At this moment, Cheng Tianyi, who was standing aside, couldn't help swallowing and looked at Zhuge Tianming beside him in disbelief. Chapter 11, The Divine Calculator's Scheme. "Hey, fortune teller, now tell me, how did our roommate suddenly become a wealthy man? And his change is really too big, isn't it? I never knew before that he could be so wealthy, but now that I suddenly see this, I always feel that there should be some distance between us." While saying this, his face was filled with some sadness, because this sense of distance made her feel very uncomfortable. And to be honest, deep down he really hated this feeling of distance. "Alas, I'm afraid we won't get any good results this time. I just hope that the situation we encounter next time will be better." However, Holu beside him suddenly smiled honestly and touched his head. He. I don't know why, but I suddenly trust Lin Feng so much. I feel that Lin Feng, no matter how rich he is definitely our good friend, so there is absolutely no need to worry. Zhuge Tianming also nodded, but when he saw Cheng Tianyi beside him, he still looked unconvinced, and he couldn't help but his eyes brightened slightly. "No matter how much I tell you now, given your personality, you will definitely not believe it in your heart, so I might as well not tell you this, it would be more realistic. If you have always been very unconvinced in your heart, I actually have a very good suggestion. You can go to Lin Feng right now and tap him on the shoulder to see if he will get angry with you. If he does, it means he has changed. But if he doesn't, it means he is still the same person. If she is rich, she will definitely be a little arrogant. If you suddenly pat her on the shoulder, she will definitely feel very unhappy. But if he is still your good friend, no matter how many times you pat his shoulder, he will still feel some affection, and even the relationship between the two of you will become even better." Cheng Tianyi's eyes lit up slightly, and then he stood up and walked quickly to Lin Feng. He slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder directly, and then smiled very honestly. "Lin Feng, we have been good friends for many years, why are you so cold just this time? After all, we are all friends. It seems that you have never looked at our brothers straight in the eye since you came here." Yang Mo's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. He didn't expect that the big man in front of him would be so suicidal. This was someone he didn't dare to provoke at all, but now he was patting his shoulder and talking to him. "I originally thought that Lin Feng in front of me would get angry, but I was very surprised to find that Lin Feng did not have any intention of getting angry at this time. Instead, he smiled very friendly. "Oh, Lao Chang, you are being too polite to me right now. This is not the way I like you. After all, you must not forget that we two have been online and eaten together. We will always be good friends. Do you still think that the relationship between us will change? You are so polite in front of me this time. Your behavior this time is really too much." Then a trace of anger appeared on his face. Of course, this anger was not intentional, but he really felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "But now, no matter how much anger I have in my heart, I dare not vent it at all. I can only keep this anger in my heart. However, after seeing this scene, Cheng Tianyi in front of him actually breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his friend was still the same friend and there was no change at all. Ha, Lin Feng, I knew you wouldn't ignore us just because you have money. Of course, when he said this, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. After all, they had asked him to come and test it out before. Although he was more or less dissatisfied in his heart, he still had this idea and came to test it out. Such a result actually made her particularly satisfied, so whenever she thought of it, her mood would become very good. You are worthy of being my good brother. As expected, I don't need to say anything more. You can understand everything I say and do. Lin Feng glared at him, then looked at the old fortune teller and Ho Lu in the distance. There is absolutely no need for you two to put on this act in front of me. After all, we are old friends. Don't I understand your little tricks? Ho Lu and the old fortune teller also smiled awkwardly. After all, they already had a certain tacit understanding between them. So, in fact, they already had this in their hearts, and they knew it very well, but Cheng Tianyi was rather stupid. So he had no idea that he was completely tricked this time, but his face looked a little depressed at this time. Finally, Lin Feng said calmly, "Okay, the three of us are here, but we'll talk about our three brothers' affairs later. The most important thing now is to look at Wang Yuan in front of us. Tell us whether we should forgive him or not. If you feel he can be forgiven, then of course I can forgive him too." This time, Wang Yuan seemed to have seen his savior. He just stared at the three friends around Lin Feng with dry eyes. After all, he knew that if he went to ask Lin Feng for help this time, it probably wouldn't have much effect. After all, he would still be rejected. If that was really the case, his face would inevitably look a little ugly, so he was quite smart this time and went directly to find his friend. However, the three good friends in front of him were not jealous. After all, they had indeed suffered a lot of setbacks, so they were already in a bad mood. Humph, when you bullied us before, no one ever begged for mercy. Now you want us to beg for mercy on your behalf. You want to get what you want. Just think about yourself and what to do next, or think about how to appease us next. But at this moment, Lin Feng saw that his group of brothers were scolding Wang Yuan. Chapter 12, Meeting the Master at the Lucky Hotel. But the Wang Yuan in front of him didn't dare to say anything back at all. He could only close his eyes tightly, and his face looked a little gloomy at this moment. But she has always been able to swallow her anger, because she knows that if she talks too much nonsense, she might suffer a worse fate. Lin Feng looked at his good friend, whose mouth was dry from scolding him. He couldn't help but laugh and cry helplessly, then walked straight up to them. Well, the three of you have almost calmed down. I think there is no need for you to continue to be angry at him. Come on, let's go out for a nice meal and go for a drive together. Then he walked directly to the side of the poison sports car, took away the car keys and got into the car. Cheng Tianyi, Zhuge Tianming, and Ho Lu in front of them couldn't help but widen their eyes in an instant. This, little guy, where on earth did you steal this money from? How could you have so much money? We remember that you have always been very poor. How could you have so much money? Lin Feng started the car directly. He only heard a whistle, and then the car moved forward at a very fast speed. In fact, I have always had 10 buildings, but they have always been under my name. I didn't know it. I only found out recently. I just collected some rent and then bought this car. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the three good friends stared at him with dry eyes, and at the same time, there was deep envy in their eyes. They felt that they had no such opportunity at all and it was impossible for them to encounter such a good thing. Although they are indeed a little envious now, they are still happy for Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng has always been the weakest one they discriminated against, and he has also been bullied a lot. They have always helped me out every time, and this time I finally have the chance to step forward myself. So no matter how you look at it, this is already a good thing. Ha ha, you must keep working hard. I believe that you all already have some ideas in your mind, so all you need to do next is to carry forward your ideas. Lin Feng brought his group of good friends and went directly to the Good Luck Hotel. This means that anyone who can come to this hotel can get some good luck. It is precisely because of this reputation that many people are able to come here, but the dishes here are also very expensive. So few people can afford this kind of food, but there are still people willing to come here to buy it. After Hola came here, he was obviously a little horny. After all, it was his first time to come to such a high-end club, so he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But just as they were leaving, inside the school, Li Ling's expression when she looked at Wang Yuan showed some disgust. because he has always wanted to find a very talented person, and also very rich person. After observing him at school for such a long time, he felt that Wang Yuan was the most suitable, so he spent a long time with him, but today he saw that Wang Yuan was so weak. He even had to kneel down. This man had already lost his dignity, which made him look down on him in his heart. So now the way they look at Wang Yuan is full of ridicule, and their faces look very bad. But this time he didn't care about so many things, because he knew that in many cases, he should be calmer and not have too much conflict with this guy. However, a hint of disgust still shone through his eyes. She directly supported Wang Yuan, who was lying on the ground, and asked carefully, "Wang Yuan, how are you? Are you feeling better? It shouldn't hurt too much, right?" Pa! But suddenly there was a loud noise, and Wang Yuan slapped Li Ling on the right cheek. "Bah, you bitch, don't think that I don't know what's in your mind. Now, you'd better stay away from me as soon as possible. Don't get too close to me. I get irritated when I see you." Because he knew that he had already lost a lot of face this time. If he wanted to save face, he could only start with the woman next to him and use her as a punching bag. As long as he takes it out, the people around him will probably not dare to look down on him anymore. Naturally, no one will look at him with a mocking eye again at that time. However, everyone around couldn't help but look very strange. Everyone looked at Li Ling with absolutely no sympathy at all, because this guy was just a lazy person. Moreover, he is very arrogant in school every day, so this time can be considered as a lesson for him. Inside the Good Luck Hotel, Lin Feng invited his good friends to dine here this time, and he felt very honored. However, he has always been relatively low-key, so he just called a room. But just as they were about to head towards the room, suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "Hey, isn't this our eldest son Lin Feng? He is now worthy of being the rent collector, and he actually has some money. You are able to come to a place like this to eat. I have to say that even I have some respect for you now." At the same time, when he said this, there was a strong sense of sarcasm on his face. After all, no matter who it was, they could feel that there was something strange about his tone. Lin Feng frowned. This guy is just sour grapes because he can't eat them. After all, this guy is just this kind of personality, and he knows him too well, so he doesn't bother to pay attention to him. But he suddenly found that even Lin Shan came to his side? Wasn't his female boss always very resistant to boys? Why was she willing to come here to eat this time? And the other party was actually Shinzhong? There must be something strange about this, or else he must have been forced. He has never been the kind of person who would stand by and watch someone in need without helping, especially when he saw the look in Lin Shan's eyes. There seemed to be some surprise, and even a look in his eyes that seemed to want to ask for help. So it just stood up, and its face looked very ugly at this time. "Master Lin Shan, I didn't expect you to be here today by chance. I just wonder if you are interested in having dinner with us?" Chapter 13, Glory. Although Lin Feng made the invitation, he felt that the usually cold Lin Shan would definitely refuse directly this time. But he felt that he must still be polite, so he was able to make such a request. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shan nodded directly, but it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. "Okay, since you have invited me sincerely, I will not refuse you too much, so I will just agree to it." Shinzhong, who was standing next to him, frowned instantly. "Lin Shan, you clearly promised me that you would come and have dinner with me. How could you go back on your word? This seems to violate the agreement between us." Lin Shan didn't even look at Shinzhong, and said to the air in front of her, "I seem to have promised you that I would accompany you out for dinner, but I didn't say that it would be just me. Now you can see that my apprentice is inviting me to dinner. If you don't mind, then we can eat together. If you do mind, then you can turn left now. Besides, I've already said that I'll go out to dinner with you this time. If you still want to threaten me, then I don't mind. It's a fight to the bitter end." Shinzhong also looked a little embarrassed, because if it was really him, he really didn't dare to fight to the death. This time he also mentioned the great determination in his heart, so he made such a request, but he was scared to death in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lin Shan did not refuse. However, if he were to make such an unreasonable request again this time, he would not have the courage to do so even if he was beaten to death. Shinzhong also snorted disdainfully, and said slowly, "Humph, Lin Feng, you really brought honor to me this time. I'm treating you to this meal. You can order whatever you want. After all, I'm treating Lin Shan." However, when Lin Shan heard this, although he felt a little disgusted, he did not continue to shake his head this time. At least he wasn't eating alone with the person he was meeting, which was already a lot better. Therefore, he knows how to be content most of the time, and will not keep worrying about such a small thing. However, Lin Feng also smiled coldly. Did he really treat it as a newbie? Shin Zhong had bullied him more than once before. Now he finally had a chance to save face, and he didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity so easily. Suddenly he looked at Zhuge Tianming beside him, with some curiosity in his eyes. Heaven's will. If I'm not mistaken, you should have eaten a bad meal before, so you should know what is more expensive, right? Tianming nodded, because he actually had some knowledge about this aspect. He and his father had eaten a lot of good things, so he naturally knew what kind of things would be more valuable. Lin Feng also leaned over to Zhuge Tianming's ear and began to give him some crazy bad ideas. This made Zhuge Tianming's expression look a little strange, but in the end he just nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, but you have to think carefully. If you really do this time, you will have to bear his wrath. Lin Feng simply shook his head, with a hint of disdain on his face. Our relationship has already been bad, it can't get any worse. So, I really hope that things can get even worse. I already don't like him very much. Zhuge Tianming nodded, and at the same time he had made up his mind that this time he must teach the other party a lesson. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Shin Zhong handed the menu directly to Lin Shan. His eyes looked quite respectful and a flattering smile appeared on his face. Hey, Lin Shan, take a look at these menus. Is there anything you want to eat? Just pick whatever you want. As long as it's something you want to eat, don't hesitate. But at this moment, Lin Feng stood up and took the menu. Oh, brother Xinzhong, you are so rich and yet you let my master choose. He will definitely be very embarrassed. After all, if the ones I choose are too expensive, I'm afraid you won't buy them. But if the ones I choose are too cheap, I'm afraid they won't taste good. So I think it's best for me to choose them. Although Xinzhong hated Lin Feng very much, he felt particularly comfortable when he heard him call him Big Brother. He also felt particularly happy in his heart because he liked being called Big Brother. Then he just waved his hand, with an expression of indifference on his face. It's okay, just pick whatever you want. Just choose whatever you want to eat. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Shan's eyes, because she was unwilling to order any food. He actually didn't want to come this time. If he hadn't been threatened, he would not have come. But now there seems to be no other option, so when I think of this, I feel a little bit worried. But he suddenly discovered that Lin Feng kept blinking at him, which made him feel that such a young boy must have some tricks in his mind. This made him feel a little amused and helpless, and then he simply agreed with Lin Feng's actions. Just when Lin Shan agreed with Lin Feng's actions in her heart, the system suddenly issued another task. Ding! Play a trick on Xinzhong and make him lose face in this party. Mission completed, obtain the hand-to-hand combat skill. Lin Feng's eyes also lit up, because he had to say that such a thing was really useful to him. And he really likes this kind of skill. At least now that he has this skill, fighting alone in the future or encountering any risks will no longer be a risk. At least what she lacks most now is this kind of life-saving means. This is really like giving herself a pillow directly when she lacks one. Then Lin Feng handed the bill directly to Zhuge Tianming and blinked his eyes at the same time. Zhuge Tianming nodded and also revealed an evil smile. Holu, who was standing beside him, was instantly filled with uneasiness when he saw Tianming was able to show such a smile this time. After all, such a smile is not a good thing. It only shows that this guy must still have some confidence in his heart. Chapter 14 Lin Feng's Routine. Alas, it seems that this guy is really going to be unlucky next. But who told him to provoke the wrong kind of people? He deserves the bad luck. Then he laughed very evilly. As for Lin Feng beside him, he quickly pulled Xinzhong and sat him directly on the seat. He patted my heavy shoulder as if he were an old friend whom I hadn't seen for many years. Brother Xinzhong, no matter what kind of situation we encounter, we must be firm. For example, I know you want to seduce my master. And the relationship between master and I is definitely that of a master and disciple, so there is absolutely no need for you to be on guard against me. In fact, master and I definitely have the most contact. If you let me speak well of this, are you still afraid that this matter will not be accomplished? Xinzhong's eyes lit up as well. He felt that this sentence really made sense. The more he looked at Lin Feng, the more he liked him. Especially the sentence, they are master and disciple, could there be any kind of relationship between them, so he is the one who should be most trusted. This sentence was deeply engraved in his mind, so he nodded directly. Brother, what you said seems to be true. Then I can only rely on you from now on. I hope you can help me more in the future. However, while the two of them were chatting, Zhuge Tianming took the menu and handed it directly to the waiter. The waiter looked at the menu in front of him with some surprise, but he still took it and then started to instruct others to start cooking. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled and then stepped aside. After all, some words are just enough to be said appropriately, and he really hated the feeling of flattery this time. But this was all due to the requirements of the task. This was also the first perfect cooperation between my roommate and I. I have to say that this cooperation was really perfect. Then he quietly walked to Zhuge Tianming's side. Tianming, how much did you kill him for this time? Tianming smiled and then stretched out 2 fingers. When Lin Feng saw this, he just stared at himself. Oh my god, it's fate. I have waited so long and talked to this guy for so long. I didn't expect that you only cheated him out of 200,000 yuan in the end? Isn't your vision a little too narrow? Tianming was also a little speechless. After all, he had just stretched out 2 fingers, but he didn't say how much money he had cheated the other party. Lin Feng, do you feel like that kind of person? It's so hard, how could I not help you once you made a move? If I'm not mistaken, I should have killed him for at least 2 million. You should think carefully about what to do next. Based on this guy's personality, he will definitely not be willing to spend the 2 million yuan. If he runs away with the bill, the 2 million yuan will all go to you. But if it is really based on your financial situation, can you really afford this price? Zhuge Tianming still has this kind of doubt in his heart, so until now, he has always felt speechless. But the situation at the scene was like this, so they didn't know what they should say. Finally, Tianming in front of him kept shaking his head, and finally, he said in an unusually speechless voice, okay, just over 2 million is nothing. But I have some understanding of this guy. If it is really more than 2 million, this guy really can't afford it. But fortunately, I don't lack that little bit of money now. Afterwards, they returned to their seats, but Lin Shan, who was sitting there, was indeed a little annoyed. Because just now, Shinzhong actually came to her side and spoke to him crazily, which made him feel very unhappy. Because what he hated to hear most was their conversations. The attitude of their conversations made him feel very uneasy. His words became more and more blunt, and his attitude no longer had the respect he had before. However, when he was in a very bad mood, he suddenly saw Zhuge Tianming and Lin Feng walking in with a sneer on their faces. At the same time, such a sneer made him feel a chill on his back. This made him look at Shinzhong beside him and feel a little sympathy. After all, he was being plotted against and was completely unaware of it. Such a silly boy actually wants to pursue me. I wonder if he has the brains to do it. But now he was too embarrassed to talk too much to this guy. After all, if he talked too much, it would be bad if it affected his apprentice's plan. At this moment, one dish after another was served. Shinzhong looked at the people around him with a smile, then waved his hand. Everyone, eat quickly, or the food will get cold soon. After all, he was the one treating us this time, so we felt really honored. However, this smile lasted only for a short time and disappeared in less than 3 seconds. Because he found that the dishes he originally thought were relatively cheap turned out to be all very expensive dishes. There was all sorts of seafood, including abalone. It made his scalp tingle just by looking at it. But Lin Shan was by his side, so even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to run away this time. After all, my goddess is by my side. If I skip class again this time, how will my goddess view me? They will definitely meet more often in the future. If this time affects future meetings, then he will have suffered a great loss no matter what he says. Therefore, people talked very less at the dinner table. However, Lin Feng beside him did not care about it. Everyone, hurry up and eat, chef. These seafoods are very delicious. You must eat more. Then he picked up the wine on the table again. Chen Liang, born in 1982, poured a glass for Lin Shan. This is real wine. If you don't like the taste, you can just rinse your mouth. This way, the food will taste even more delicious. Lin Shan also opened her little mouth and started eating slowly, but it was obvious that there was always a smile on the corner of her mouth. Because he had already calculated the things in front of him, if he really counted them, they were really very expensive. These dishes are so expensive, it seems that the other party is really going to spend a lot of money. Chapter 15 Shinzhong is tricked. No matter how you put it, this meal made Shinzhong feel very uncomfortable while eating, and he was a little restless. After all, no matter how rich he is, the money his father gives him every week is only 100,000. So he saved this money for nearly a month before he finally managed to collect 500,000 yuan. Afterwards, I couldn't help but quickly treat everyone to a meal, but I didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing this time. Suddenly, they felt that the situation around them seemed to make them feel very uneasy. But then I thought, at least I have 500,000 yuan, it's impossible that I can't afford a meal. At this moment, Lin Feng in front of him patted his belly and burped very contentedly. Hey, brother Xinzhong, now that everyone has eaten to their heart's content, isn't it time for you to help everyone settle the bill? After all, my master has been sitting here waiting for me. You can't just keep not paying the bill, right? Xinzhong smiled awkwardly, then ran to the side dejectedly and started to pay the bill. But at this moment, the waiter seemed to sense something and walked in directly. Sir, your total spending is 2.05 million, but I'll give you a discount so you only need to pay 2 million. Xinzhong's eyes widened and he looked at the waiter in disbelief. You guys are not deliberately trying to cheat people, are you? How could you possibly have 2 million? The waiter's face instantly became very gloomy. He felt that the guy in front of him simply couldn't afford to pay, so he was deliberately making trouble here. He just clapped his hands, and finally 4 or 5 security guards rushed in quickly. Sir, we have reasonable evidence here. The total value of the dishes here is about 200,000. But each bottle of the wine you have is nearly 500,000, and there are 4 bottles in total. Lin Feng, who was beside him, stood up immediately because he had noticed that Xinzhong's face looked a little unhappy. We have already drunk 1 bottle. Teacher Lin Shan said that he wanted to take the other 3 bottles away and rinse his mouth slowly at home, because he felt that the taste was still okay. Xinzhong now understood that he had been completely cheated. After all, there was no such thing for rinsing the mouth. But now when he saw Lin Shan, there was absolutely no question of explanation at all, which made him feel very unhappy. But there is no big solution, because the current situation itself makes them feel very uncomfortable, so they should indeed make some choices. And Xinzhong really doesn't want to pay now, because the price is really too expensive. The dishes plus a bottle of wine cost nearly 500,000. Wouldn't all the money that I had just scraped together be wasted? It was also because of the issue of face that he didn't bother to care about the previous situation, nor did he bother to pay attention to Lin Shan beside him. Humph, I didn't order any of these dishes, and I didn't even eat a few bites. Anyway, I won't admit it. Whoever ate this should pay for it this time. It has nothing to do with me anyway. After saying that, he turned around and left, but his face was still burning. After seeing him leave, no one tried to stop him. However, the waiter looked at Lin Feng with an embarrassed expression, because he knew that everything here seemed to be decided by this man. Lin Feng simply waved his hand and transferred 2 million directly. However, after everything was over, he also looked at Ho Lu, who was standing beside him. Hey! Ho Lu, how's your filming going? I feel like you should have almost finished filming now, right? Be sure to post this news online when you get back, but remember to set your privacy settings. Don't let the other side find you, otherwise even I can't save you. Ho Lu nodded. He has always been very good at this and he used to use this method specifically. And he just filmed the entire scene. I believe that within 5 minutes, Xinzhong's skipping class will become a hot topic. After all, this guy has always had some face, so now is the time to destroy his face. Sure enough, not long after, this piece of news became popular. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the combat skills. Ding, I found a fighting technique. Do you want to learn it? Yes. After all, with such a good skill, how could he not choose to learn it? But just as he finished his words, he suddenly found that all the muscles in his body had gathered together. He also felt that his whole body was full of energy, which made him feel very happy. Not only can he learn good fighting skills, but it can also increase his physical strength. This thing is really weird. But he really felt that he liked it very much, because after having such a skill, he felt that he would be in a much better mood no matter what he did. As for Xinzhong now, he was driving the car to vent his emotions, but suddenly he found that his father actually called him. This made him feel a little confused. After all, he didn't spend money for no reason. If that's the case, why did my dad call me? What on earth did my dad want to find me for? Just as he answered the phone, he suddenly heard angry cries coming from the changes. Get lost. From now on I will never acknowledge you as my son again. I have never seen anyone as shameful as you. Now go and take a good look at how you became famous on the internet. You embarrassed me to such an extent because of such a small amount of money. Even though I'm here now, I feel really embarrassed. When we walk down the street or negotiate some contracts, as long as they know you are my son, the contract will be terminated immediately. Do you know how much loss this has caused to the company? Now Shinjong's father, Shinsu, is also feeling very angry. He never expected that his son would be so useless. This time, when I was negotiating the contract, the other party asked me about it unintentionally. I just said yes, but I ended up embarrassing myself and the contract was terminated directly. This is a very important contract for the company, but it suddenly fell through because of his son. Chapter 16 Hidden. After complaining for a while, Shinsu felt much better, but he still had some anger in his heart, but this time he hid it directly. He was also too lazy to argue with his useless son. After all, his son was just like that. No matter how much he wrote, he would definitely not change it. This time there is indeed a big trouble, so it should have a certain effect, so the most important thing now is to solve the current problems first and then talk about it later. It was precisely because of this joke that his company suffered huge losses, and now he has to deal with the aftermath. Although Shinjong was scolded by his father at this time, he was still in a daze. Because he seemed to have never offended his father before, and every time he saw his father, he was extremely respectful. Why did he treat him so cruelly this time? It seems like my father in the past would never care too much about me no matter how angry he was. But now it seems that he is fussing with himself too much, which makes him feel a little irritated. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only hide this thought in his heart and dare not show it, otherwise his father would not let him go easily. Then he took out his mobile phone and checked the trending searches. But when I checked just now, I suddenly found that I was the first one. And it would be fine if I was ranked first, but it also shows that I am always very powerful, which is really embarrassing. This made him shrink his head involuntarily, and then he looked like he was gritting his teeth. Well, Lin Feng, you actually adopted such a strategy, and even dared to plot against me? I've never seen a shameless guy like you, but since you dare to trick me this time, I will definitely let you experience what it means to be powerful. Then he made another call, and the voice on the other end seemed particularly dull. Shinjong, I think I have warned you more than once. If it is not an emergency, do not contact me. After all, what happened between us cannot be exposed. Now that you can talk to me like this, have you forgotten my warning to you? After Shinjong heard the very low and impolite voice from the other side, he shrank his head. Because he knew that he did seem to have made some mistakes this time, but this was actually a completely helpless act. Boss Ling, I don't want to do this, but I'm really in some trouble now. So I have no other options, so I came to you for help, otherwise I would definitely not bother you. I believe you have seen that I have become a hot topic. What I hope is that you can find some capable men to teach these guys a lesson. They are now in the Good Luck Hotel. Besides, there is nothing to break up with them. They are just a group of small guys. You can just find two people with good skills to deal with them. The other party had fallen into deep thought, as if he was considering whether this deal was worth it and whether this transaction was right or wrong. If this deal is wrong, they will never have peace and may even suffer endless revenge in the future. I hope the information you give me this time is accurate, and I will help you one last time. Beep, beep. Then I suddenly realized that the line on the other end was busy. But Shinjong smiled coldly. Hee, Lin Feng, you are a little guy who has no rights and no losses, but you dare to go against me. You really don't know your place. But since you have such an ability, I must let you try it out and see what it means to be powerful. I must let you know that there are some guys you cannot offend. I hope you can come back alive this time. Because he knew that the boss Ling behind him was not someone to be bullied. As long as he took action, the opponent would almost certainly die. I have never seen anything like it before. It's not that I'm scared of heatstroke, but even if I don't hit him, it will break all his tendons and bones. As for the other side, inside the Good Luck Hotel, Lin Shan was also looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. He found that his apprentice was now like a mystery. After all, the Lin Feng in front of him seemed to be very rich. If he was very rich, how could he still need his help? But now that he is so rich, he still seeks my help. No matter from which aspect, it seems a little unreasonable. If you really are the kind of rich people you used to be, almost everyone would come to you for trouble or to find you because of your beauty. But he knew that this guy didn't mean that at all, because the Lin Feng in front of him was not short of money at all. Moreover, the look in his eyes seemed extremely pure, without any hint of obscenity at all. That's why he feels that he is very trustworthy, and that's why he always chooses to stand by his side. And everyone is helping him everywhere. This is a normal phenomenon, but he just hides it very well. Lin Feng also smiled, and then said nonchalantly, Master Lin Shan, where are you going? After all, I have almost finished what I should do now. Lin Shan just smiled and then thought about it, as if she was thinking about where she should go next. I'd better go back to the company. After all, there are still many things to do in the company. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't have attended this party. Okay, then I'll take you back to the company. Then he went straight forward, because he now had a car. Lin Shan did not refuse this time, because he had never been too resistant to Lin Feng, and this guy was indeed trustworthy. However, this instead made Zhuge Tianming and Ho Lu, who were standing in front of him, reveal a very funny smile. Chapter 17, Demonstrating Strength. It seemed as if there was something or a story between them, but such glances seemed very obscure. Alas, if he can have such a beauty by his side, I believe his work will not be too boring. Yes, if I could have such a beautiful master, I would be willing to work there forever even if I wasn't paid. Zhuge Tianming and Holu also began to change the topic frantically, and their minds were not at all involved in it. But it can be clearly felt that while they were saying these words, smiles appeared on their faces, and they seemed to be in a very good mood. However, just as they walked out of the door talking and laughing, they suddenly found that there were nearly 50 big men outside their door, who surrounded the entire building and disarmed everyone. Moreover, each of the big men was holding a steel rod in his hand, as if they would start fighting if they disagreed with each other. Lin Feng frowned, because this scene was really too weird. He had never seen anyone use such a method to take action. And, could it be that these guys in front of me really have a grudge against me? But just as he appeared, he suddenly saw a man who looked very fat, had a long beard and was muscular all over his body, and he walked out from the crowd. He also took out a photo from his trouser pocket and held it in front of Lin Feng, as if he was trying to confirm whether it was him. In the end, he couldn't help but nodded directly, and then smiled very friendly. That's right, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to hide in the hotel for such a long time. It really took us a long time to find you. You almost made us die of exhaustion looking for you. I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding. Lin Feng frowned, because he still didn't quite understand who was going to deal with him. I don't think I have ever offended anyone here. Do you have any idea what it means to suddenly come to trouble me? Lin Shan, who was standing next to him, also took out her cell phone tremblingly, and then looked at the muscular man in front of her with an extremely threatening look. I advise you to take your people away right now, otherwise I will call the police immediately. The muscular man seemed to have heard the funniest sound in the world and started laughing wildly. I have never seen anyone as mentally retarded as you. You actually want to call the police? Why don't you use your brain to think about it? I rushed here with so many people. Am I afraid that you will call the police? You can go ask around now. I'm Brother Fenjianba, and I have so many buddies. I believe you know best. Whoever heard of my reputation would just turn around and run away. How could anyone still want to deal with me? I think you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Shan in front of him also shrank her neck, and fear appeared in her eyes. Because they had indeed heard of such a name, and it was indeed a very terrifying existence. He looked at Lin Feng beside him with an extremely worried expression. Lin Feng. I'm afraid you're really doomed this time, because even I can't save you. You may not understand clearly that this guy is truly invincible. If you provoke him, you will have no chance of survival. However, I must accompany you this time. After all, I am still your master. Seeing Lin Shan's resolute look, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. Because he had never thought that this guy could show such a determined expression, which really made him feel unusually comfortable in his heart. Then, he didn't know what was going on, and said in a mysterious way, Master, don't worry, these guys in front of me are no problem at all. If I want to deal with them, it will be easy. What he said now was actually completely from his heart. After all, if he really wanted to deal with the opponent, it would be very easy and he could defeat them easily. However, she was not anxious about this kind of thing, so naturally she would not take it to heart. Finally, just when Lin Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a black shadow passing by in front of him. Cheng Tianyi stood directly in front of Lin Feng. Looking at the 50 or so men with steel sticks in front of him, he couldn't help but poke his chest with his hand. Come on, let me see if you 50 or so people can really tickle me. I have never seen a group of fools like you before, and I find you very ridiculous just by looking at you. I would like to see what level you are at and whether you can satisfy me. Brother Fenjianba couldn't help but feel curious, because he had never seen such a strange scene before, and he had never heard of anyone who could catch his eye. And isn't his reputation loud enough? There are some people who know that they will die sooner rather than later, but they still refuse to give up. In the past, when someone wanted to cause trouble for him, he would simply bring people with steel bars to beat the guy to death. Moreover, even if someone saw it, no one would dare to do anything. But why is this guy so bold now? However, what happened next was even more eye-catching. Lin Feng simply waved his hand, as if he really didn't appreciate any mercy on this matter. Cheng Tianyi, I know you do have some strength, but your current strength is really not enough here. So I think based on your current strength, you should just forget it. You are no match for him at all. There are 50 people on the other side. These 50 guys are very scary, and there is a boss behind them. Even if we really go there now, it will be a thankless task. Cheng Tian nodded, because he felt that it seemed to be true, and this action seemed to be really thankless, so he really couldn't do it. Chapter 18 Brother Ba admits his defeat. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng also took a step forward, then put his left hand behind his back and only stretched out his right hand. Come on, no matter how powerful you are just 50 people. I won't bully you this time. I'll just give you one left hand. The brother Ba in front of him narrowed his eyes instantly, and his eyes became a little scary. Because he had never seen anyone so arrogant and speak to such an extent. He came here according to Xinzhong's instructions, and the other side had already said that this time they were only dealing with some students, so he came directly here. Moreover, this time he did not make any extra preparations at all. After all, in his opinion, he was just dealing with some students and there was no need to prepare anything more. However, he felt that the information this time seemed to be really wrong. Because the Lin Feng in front of him always has a martial arts aura, and his strength seems to have always been particularly strong, so he feels very uneasy in his heart. However, the more this happened, the more uncomfortable he felt, but this was the current situation. Therefore, he must take this battle seriously and never let the opponent underestimate him. Then he found that these guys in front of him still did not take action after hearing what he said, which made him shake his head helplessly. It walked directly to the front and started to attack frantically. After all, the guys in front of it were reluctant to attack, but it was able to do it. I only saw a vague pair of footsteps moving madly forward, and the speed seemed to be very fast. It makes people feel terrified when watching it. After all, no one expected that the speed could be so fast. And wherever he passed by a place, he would just slap the person, and his method seemed extremely cruel. He had no idea what mercy was. 50 steel rods also hit Lin Feng madly, but they were all blocked by her hands. No one knew what method she used. It took only a minute at most, and the 50 big men in front of him lay on the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Their eyes looked extremely confused, because they could clearly feel that they had no strength left in their bodies. Afterwards, Lin Feng looked at the guys in front of him as if they were trash. I originally thought that you guys could really give me some surprises, and I also thought that your abilities were really very powerful. But I didn't expect your strength to be so rubbish. It seems that I was too serious just now. If I had known that you were so weak, I would not have taken it so seriously. Although the 50 guys in front of them wanted to stand up and resist immediately, they found that they were completely unable to speak. And they couldn't stand up at all, because they had absolutely no strength at all, so it was almost impossible to get them to stand up at this level. Lin Feng didn't even look at these trash, he just stared straight at the brother Ba in front of him. Shaba, I heard that you are very arrogant, and it seems that you never tell me who is the mastermind behind this. In fact, I just like to bully those guys who are very strong-willed. And the stronger the guys are, the more sense of accomplishment I will feel when bullying them. While saying this, he rubbed his palms, and at the same time, crisp sounds came from his palms. Brother Ba in front of him simply shrank his head, because the current situation was indeed very unsafe for them. In the end, he knelt down to Lin Feng, and at the same time, he already hated Xinzhong to death in his heart. Brother! Xinzhong asked me to do all this. In fact, I really don't want to accept this order. But he has already said that you are just an ordinary student, and you really want my help. That's why I resorted to this desperate measure. From now on, I will definitely retire from the underworld and never do the same thing again. Just treat me like a fart. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that he had almost played his part just now, and since this guy was already afraid, there was no need to bother with him about so many things. After all, if he cares too much about this guy, it will have a bad impact in the end, so he really doesn't like this. Well, since you are a pretty good kid, I will forgive you this time. But remember, you won't be so lucky next time. I hope I won't see you again next time, otherwise you should know what the consequences will be. Brother Fenjianba nodded without hesitation, then quickly crawled away. Because he felt that this was an extremely dangerous place and he wanted to leave as quickly as possible. But at this moment, he suddenly found that Cheng Tianyi was looking at him with eyes as if he wanted to eat him. This made him unable to help but shrink his head. After all, he had never seen such a terrifying look before. He couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Cheng Tianyi with great fear. Although he himself has certain strength, he can't help but feel weak after seeing such a look. Cheng Tianyi, although we are roommates, and I also know that our relationship is relatively friendly. But you can't look at me like that. After all, I don't like men. The atmosphere on the scene was originally a little tense, but suddenly, because of this sentence, the space fell into silence. In the end, he burst out laughing, and it was because of this laughter that the situation around him changed drastically. Everyone no longer had the tense atmosphere that they had before. Finally, Cheng Tianyi patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You are really something, kid. I never thought your martial arts skills were so strong and you still hid them so deeply. None of us roommates knew about it. Chapter 19, Tianyi's Little Thoughts. Now tell me the truth, where did you get this strength from? Lin Feng couldn't help but shrink his head. He couldn't say that all this was given by the system. Which? Actually, I am indeed strong, but there is absolutely no need for me to unleash all my strength. Because we have you, Cheng Tianyi, in our dormitory? You have always been there to protect us from the wind and rain. You are our pillar, and I trust you very much. So even if we encounter danger, I don't need to use my strength. Lin Feng did not continue to respond to Cheng Tianyi's words at this time, because he knew that the guy in front of him was simply a straightforward person. As long as I respond to his words, this guy will start asking questions endlessly and talking nonsense to me endlessly. If it really comes to that, I will be annoyed to death by this guy. However, Zhuge Tianming beside him has always been quite smart and can see Lin Feng's current sadness at a glance. He also hurriedly stood up and helped Lin Feng change the subject. Lin Feng, your situation is very bad now. I believe you should have figured it out by now, right? Tell me yourself, what are you going to do next? After all, this Xinzhong just left, and he actually used such a small trick to frame you. I'm afraid that after he receives the news that you are not injured, he will definitely not let you go. Lin Feng smiled coldly. After all, it would have been fine if he didn't talk about this topic, but after talking about it, he felt full of anger in his heart. He still won't let me go? I feel like it's enough that I don't let him go this time, but he still wants to cause trouble for me? Don't you think about it? Is he worthy? I can kill such a being with just one hand. Forget it. This guy is quite interesting, and I still want to play with him for a while, so there's no need to rush. When this guy really touches my bottom line, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhuge Tianming's glasses floated, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Because this time, he seemed to have seen some bright spots in Lin Feng, which made him couldn't help but smile softly in his heart. Hey, Lin Feng, when we were in the dormitory, the relationship between us was very good, so I think why don't you become the boss of our dormitory from now on? From now on, we will all follow you, but who is your girlfriend? Zhuge Tianming's last question was actually completely intentional, just to make Lin Feng agree. Because this guy is very stubborn, it would be very difficult to get him to agree easily. So the only option is to use this method to professionally change the topic. Lin Feng also saw the figure of Deng Yuyan in his mind. This girl was his beautiful female neighbor. Although she was just a neighbor, he felt that her every move could touch his heart and make him deeply fascinated by her. Finally, as if he realized something, he just shook his head frantically. No. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend at all. After all, I work every day. How can I have time to find a girlfriend? Lin Shan, who was standing beside him, saw that her apprentice was joking wildly with his roommates. They did not continue to move forward. After all, it was difficult to create such an atmosphere. Since such an atmosphere finally appeared, it would be better to let them grasp it. A few people didn't know whether it was a joke or not. After a while, Lin Feng finally seemed to realize something. He turned his head and looked at Lin Shan embarrassedly, and touched the back of his head. Master. I was so engrossed just now that I forgot about this question. Shall we leave now? Lin Shan nodded slightly, which made Lin Feng's roommates not dare to approach her at all. They already felt an extremely strong chill from Lin Shan, a chill that made them feel as if they had been completely transported thousands of miles away. So they would not make themselves unhappy, and they always felt that even if they went up to say hello, people might not even pay attention to them. It is because of Lin Feng that I have the honor to have dinner with them. This was already their luck, but while in the car, Chung Tianyi smiled bitterly. Ah, Lin Feng, I really envy you for being able to find such a good job. Not only did I find a very good job, but I also had such a good female boss and teacher. I really don't know where you got such a strong Fuchi from. You were always the lucky star in school, but now you have left school, but Fuchi is still there. Lin Feng smiled, but did not react at all to such a teasing. After all, he was not stupid and it was impossible for him to answer such a question inexplicably. Moreover, one's master is always by one's side. If one does not handle it well, it will make one's master angry. However, after hearing these words, Lin Shan in front of him was not angry at all. The whole person exudes a charming smile, which makes people feel as if the iceberg has melted. It's not really a matter of luck or bad luck. To put it bluntly, it's all because Lin Feng is amazing and he left a good first impression on me, so I hired him directly. At this moment, other people were also looking at Lin Feng with envy, but they also knew that there were some things they could not envy at all. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide and stared at his master, as if he couldn't believe that his master could say such words. Because some of his roommates didn't quite understand, but he understood better than anyone else that what his master just said should be about the first time he gave him a massage. Normally speaking, if it were a girl, wouldn't it be difficult for her to talk about this kind of thing? Chapter 20, Lying Without Blushing or Getting Angry. How come his master has become so bold now, and can speak out this incident so openly without any shame or hesitation? So at this moment, he really admired his master in his heart. Ahem. Master, you'd better not say anything. After all, what happened to me the first time was a complete scandal. The corners of Lin Shan's mouth rose slightly, but this time he did not continue speaking. Because there are many things that can be said halfway, and there is no need to explain them all. That would indeed be completely inconsistent with their nature, so he also acted relatively calmly this time. Hee, what you said this time is indeed all true, but I still want to see what interesting moves you will make next. Okay, I'm here. You can stop your car now. I'm getting off. But remember to get to work on time tomorrow. Don't be lazy. Lin Feng was also speechless for a while, because as far as she knew, her master had always been like an iceberg. Why did he suddenly become so nice to her today? This doesn't seem right at all. Could it be that my master is planning something big next? Yes. There must be a big conspiracy here, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be so good to me for no reason. Because, in front of his roommate, his master could actually give him so much face. This could definitely be said to be a very strange thing. Anyone would have some doubts in their hearts. Especially when I see that I am driving forward and the people I am looking at are looking at me like they want to eat me alive. This is enough to illustrate their attitude and determination towards themselves this time, so every time I think of this, I feel that this kind of thing is really too weird. However, this idea had only just come to his mind. Holu was already looking at him with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Lin Feng, tell me the truth, are you the legendary rich second generation? That's why the other party is so polite to you. Otherwise, this is really too weird. Lin Feng shook his head, because she was indeed not the legendary rich second generation, and she had always worked very hard. I just found a job, but now I have the additional task of collecting rent. Okay, you guys have almost arrived. You can go home now. I have to hurry back to my little house. Others at the scene also pouted and said in unison, forget friends for beauty. Afterwards, the three of them walked directly to the outside in a very orderly manner. However, this scene made him feel very interesting, because he was very satisfied with the attitude of this group of guys. Just when he walked downstairs and parked the car, he suddenly found someone looking at him with a very surprised look. Moreover, judging from this person's figure, she seems to be a beauty. Moreover, the distance this beauty traveled was exactly within the range of his return journey. After seeing this, he smiled very friendly. However, when he saw the face of the beautiful woman in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. The beauty he saw in front of him was exactly the Deng Yuyan he had just thought about. He just didn't expect that they would meet so soon this time, and she looked at him with a very surprised look, which made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. He could only scratch his head. Just as he was about to speak, Deng Yuyan covered her mouth. Which one? Lin Feng, is the car you were driving just now really yours? This car is definitely a sports car, and it must have cost a lot of money to buy it. Lin Feng nodded, but some fear appeared on his face, because he had never dared to admit such a reality. Because once you admit it, no one knows whether the other party will become alienated from you. Many women are like this. When you have no money, they can have fun with you, but once they have money, they will feel very distant from you. Which? Actually, I didn't mean to lie to you, because I just got this sports car not long ago. I just didn't expect such a coincidence today that you would actually see it. However, when Deng Yuyan heard this, she gave Lin Feng a cold look. You are a man with deep thoughts, but I think there is no need for you to look at me with such thoughts. Well, actually, no matter how rich or poor you are, the relationship between us will never change. We are good friends, and you saved my life. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would happen to me now. I might have committed suicide. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw Deng Yuyan seem to be very naughty now, because this mischievous state made him completely at a loss as to how to express his current mood. It seemed that whatever he said next would be wrong, and it seemed that whatever he said next would be redundant, so he could only choose to remain silent. Now I suddenly realize that what you said does make some sense. So what should I do next? Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. To pick up girls, you should have certain cooking skills. Invite Deng Yuyan to dinner at home, reward her with the skill of a cooking god, mission failed, system disappears. Lin Feng was a little speechless. To put it bluntly, wasn't this just about wanting to invite Deng Yuyan to his house for dinner? And it was even said that it was to pick up girls. Isn't this statement a bit too harsh? So he felt very speechless in his heart about this matter, and was somewhat disgusted with the words used by the system this time. But I have to say that this seems to be a really good statement, because in this process, this word is actually a very normal thing. In the end, he could only scratch his little head, and his eyes looked a little embarrassed. Which one, Deng Yuyan? I said there's nothing going on normally, right? Do you think I can just invite you over? Chapter 21 Cooking Task. After all, I really want you to be with me. This way, I will inevitably feel better. Otherwise, I will feel that things are a little weird. Deng Yuyan, I seem to have deceived you this time, so can I invite you to my house for a meal as an apology to you? While saying this, his eyes looked pitiful, which made people inevitably feel some sympathy for him. This was actually a tactic that he really didn't want to use, but he seemed to have some understanding of it in his heart. Girls are generally more likely to sympathize, so if I use this method at this time, I might be able to gain her sympathy. As long as you can gain his sympathy, it will have a certain effect, and maybe even bring unexpected gains. Deng Yuyan, who was standing in front of him, originally wanted to refuse in her heart. After all, she had never had dinner at a boy's home. And according to his understanding, there are very few boys who can cook, and even those who can cook delicious food are even rarer. So he really wanted to refuse in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud now. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, and then said sullenly, "Okay, then I'll bother you." At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that no matter whether the food was delicious or not, no matter how bad it tasted, he had to eat it. You must never let the other party lose face, otherwise he will inevitably feel uncomfortable. After all, boys care about face the most. Now Lin Feng still has no idea what he is thinking in his heart. If I knew Deng Yuyan's little thoughts, I would probably have been deeply moved in my heart. However, the current situation itself was enough to move him deeply, let alone the question of whether he was satisfied or not. Afterwards, Lin Feng also directly left Deng Yuyan behind. Then go back to your room and rest. I will rush to the supermarket to buy some vegetables right now. I will make you some delicious food today, and I guarantee you will be very satisfied with the meal. Then he ran towards the supermarket, and Deng Yuyan shook her head helplessly. Deep down, I really didn't have much hope for this time. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to rush back with the pair of vegetables, but he found that the system did not prompt that the task was completed at all. If the task is not completed, wouldn't that mean that my cooking skills are terrible? How can you make a perfect meal? What is this system all about? Why does it always fail at the critical moment? System, now that I've already gotten the other party to agree to my request, why don't you reward me as the god of cooking? Are you, the system, trying to make fun of me? Host, maybe you have already had some misunderstandings about me this time, and you have completely misunderstood what I meant. Host, don't you realize that you haven't actually completed the mission? Although the other party has already agreed to your request, they still haven't come to your home. Only when they come to your home will they truly agree to your request. Then the system will naturally give you the task reward. At this time, Lin Feng had an urge to curse the system. After all, I had just said that I would wait until I had prepared the food before calling anyone, but now I have gotten myself into a state of disarray. This made him feel very unhappy, and his mood became very bad, but there was nothing he could do. Oh, forget it, forget it. I have to say that you are a ruthless guy, and you have too many tricks. Next time, I will never trust you so easily again. Lin Feng could only knock on Deng Yuyan's door with a sad face. Looking at Deng Yuyan's puzzled eyes, he couldn't help but shrink his head. Ahem, Deng Yuyan. Can you wait for me at my home? I feel like showing off my cooking skills in front of you would make it even more perfect. Otherwise, I would always feel weird inside, and I would feel very uncomfortable with this idea. Do you think this method is okay? Deng Yuyan shook his head helplessly. In his heart, he really wanted to refuse. After all, he wanted to give the other party some face. And they don't want the opponent to lose too badly, but now they suddenly find that such a situation seems to only make things worse for them. Now that he has invited me sincerely, it would seem a little inappropriate if I still don't give him this kind of face. Okay, since you've said that, I'll go with you. I'm not really that hungry anyway. However, just as Deng Yuyan arrived at the door, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. I hereby reward you with a special item. Host, keep up the good work. Believe that you can do it. And you must believe in yourself. You can go further on this path. Lin Feng now feels totally at a loss for words, because he finds that this system is really good at playing tricks on him. However, he didn't dare to complain at all in his heart, because the opponent's system actually had a hold on him this time. Finally, he went straight into the kitchen. Hey, Deng Yuyan, just wait for me outside. Don't be anxious. Trust me. Just give me a few minutes and I will definitely be able to do it. Deng Yuyan nodded and at the same time walked around in the room, trying to observe the environment inside the room. But he was not that picky about the meal this time. Just make something casual. I'm not that hungry. Lin Feng nodded, because it seemed that such a girl really would not eat too much on a daily basis, so there was really no need to cook so much. And this time, all he was going to make was a braised chicken and a dish of hot and sour cabbage. Finally, I had a plate full of braised pork. 3 dishes plus an egg soup felt like it was almost enough. It didn't take long before 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. He looked at Deng Yuyan with a little expectant look. Deng Yuyan, you should try it carefully to see how good my cooking skills are and whether it can satisfy your requirements. Chapter 22 Extra Gains. Deng Yuyan was also stunned for a moment, because she really didn't expect that this time he would actually invite her to taste the food. However, he originally thought that the food cooked by this guy was only average. But after actually seeing these dishes, I couldn't help but my eyes light up. He looked at Lin Feng in front of him in disbelief, and then asked softly, Lin Feng? Did you make all these things in front of you? Have you been a chef for a while before? If not, isn't your level a little too high? I originally thought that the food was just so-so and not very delicious at all. So he also wanted to save face, but when he saw these dishes, this thought disappeared in an instant. Because he found that some of these dishes were not at all what he had imagined. Although he didn't know what the taste was like, he could feel that no matter how bad the taste was, these items were definitely very delicious. In the end, the whole person's eyes seemed to be in a very dull state. Lin Feng, I never thought you were so amazing. Not only are you a master in martial arts, but you are also impeccable in other aspects. I have never seen anyone as good as you. But who did you learn these cooking skills from? Lin Feng smiled, because he could tell from these brief words that this time it was definitely completely within his expectations. And they must have gained something extra, otherwise they wouldn't have spoken in such an affirmative tone. Actually I didn't learn this from anyone. To put it bluntly, I learned this entirely on my own. You'd better stop praising me now. After all, you haven't eaten a single bite from the beginning to now. How can you possibly know that it tastes better? Deng Yuyan's face turned red instantly. After all, he just didn't want to disappoint him. And from the appearance of the dish, it can be seen that it should be very delicious. That's why he specifically said such words, but he never expected that he would be exposed immediately after saying it. Then he quickly picked up a piece of chicken on the table with chopsticks and began to eat it slowly. However, right after he started eating it, he instantly felt a burst of spicy flavor entering his mouth. This made him close his eyes immediately, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Because he had never eaten anything so spicy before, and now suddenly he couldn't open his eyes because of the spiciness. But before he could shout, he suddenly felt a burst of fragrance coming from his mouth. Originally he thought that this kind of thing was just plain spicy, but now it seems that it is not the case at all, and this spiciness actually has a fragrance that makes people linger. He looked at Lin Feng with an extremely strange look, and then there seemed to be a little bit of resentment in his eyes. Lin Feng, with your current cooking skills, there is actually no need to waste your time here. I feel that with your level, you can definitely become a chef in a 5-star hotel. Lin Feng couldn't help but turn his eyes slightly, and suddenly, he had an idea to tease him. If I really go to a 5-star hotel this time and become a chef, then you will never have the chance to eat the delicious meals I cook again. After all, if I really leave, I don't know if I will be gone for such a long time. Deng Xian's eyes also widened, because he really had not considered this point at all just now, and now he suddenly thought that it seemed to be true. Then, when you have time, make me some delicious food. After all, your future is the most important, and I can't waste it. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the little girl in front of him could be so cute and could even say such words. This really made him feel some pity in his heart, and finally he touched Deng Xian's head. Well, it's totally impossible for me to go. After all, I have a very good master now. My master has taught me a lot. As long as I follow him, I will definitely be able to bring out my own talents. There is no need for you to worry about my affairs. Deng Xian nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, because he actually had some good impressions of his neighbor. Moreover, he knew before that it was he who saved him, but he suddenly felt the hand and it had not gone down yet. Which one, Lin Feng, your hand? At this moment, Lin Feng realized that his hand seemed to be a little uncomfortable, and it seemed that he had been there for a long time. He smiled very awkwardly, then quickly took his hand away. Ahem. Actually, please don't misunderstand me. I don't have any other intentions at all. But, today's weather is really nice. Then he realized that something was not right about the situation around him, because although the atmosphere was awkward, no one came to pay attention to him. Moreover, this kind of aura made him feel speechless. He originally thought that someone would come to cause trouble for him at this moment, but now it seemed that this little girl did not make any movement. This made him look over curiously, but it would have been better if he hadn't looked. After seeing it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because he found that the current situation was really beyond his expectations, and he always felt that the situation was completely out of control. Deng Ziyan now has no time to agree to you at all, because he found that this guy is now frantically devouring the things on the table. It only took a moment, and the 3 dishes that he had just prepared were eaten up in an instant. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would really find it hard to believe the situation. After all, the current situation is like a starving ghost escaping. Are you eating too much now? I have never seen someone who eats as much as you do. Chapter 23 Shyness. Deng Xian couldn't help but blush. Now she suddenly remembered the way she ate just now and it seemed really embarrassing. Actually, I didn't mean to do that at all. The food you cooked was so delicious that I couldn't help but eat a little more. Now Lin Feng gave Deng Xian a blank look. After all, this girl really eats too much. If he had known this would happen, he would have prepared more in advance. Okay, there's actually no need for you to explain so much to me. After all, how can I not understand you? You have a small appetite to begin with. Now that you can suddenly eat so much, it can only mean that the food I cook is really delicious. I am so happy that I can't wait to be angry with you for something like this. Is it enough for you now? If not, I will make you some more right now. Deng Xian in front of him instantly shrank her head, and at the same time, he felt deeply embarrassed in his heart. After all, he had already eaten enough just now, and he was of course very clear about this in his heart. However, after eating so much, this guy in front of him was not angry at all, and he could even talk to him in such a kind manner. This really touched his heart, and since the other person wanted to give himself something delicious, he forced himself to suppress the urge to cry. Ahem. Actually, I've completely eaten now, and I'm not hungry at all now. Thank you for your treat. But I have a calligraphy competition here in 3 days. Can you accompany me then? I want you to watch it with me then. At this moment, he suddenly found that Lin Feng's eyes seemed a little different. This made him unable to help but blush, and he thought that a serious misunderstanding had occurred. He waved his hands and said quickly, "Please don't misunderstand me this time. The invitation I mentioned is just an invitation of positive energy. And this invitation doesn't have any other meaning at all. In fact, I just want to invite you. Do you accept it or not? Lin Feng in front of him was a little speechless when he saw the little girl in front of him getting angry over such a small thing. He felt that the little girl was worthy of being a little girl. Since she was anxious and angry because of such a small thing, she really made him feel that she was a little cute. Don't worry, I will definitely go when the time comes. Since you have already stated your request, how could I not agree to it? He was really speechless about this guy, and he had always treated him like a younger sister. Because the feeling he had when they first met was completely different, so now he naturally wanted to pamper it well and didn't want someone like him to be bullied. At this moment, Deng Xian's face turned slightly red, because to be honest, this was the first time she took the initiative to invite someone. Even in the past, it was usually others who asked her to do so, and she would always invite others. However, this matter was actually just hidden in his heart. He did not speak it out honestly, and he did not specifically mention such a thing to enhance his reputation. Okay, now that you've already promised me, you mustn't regret it when the time comes. But I'll be waiting for you. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. In his heart, he really had some doubts and was not quite sure what kind of calligraphy competition it was. Could it be that such a quiet little girl, he walked this cultural style? And there are many who understand it naturally, it is very likely that this is the case. After thinking about this, he admired this little girl even more, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. Alas, I hope that Deng Xian can go further and further in the future. At least she won't let me down. After thinking about this, the whole person laughed happily. After thinking about this, the whole person laughed happily. Because he has always had a very strong confidence in Deng Xian, and he doesn't know where this confidence comes from. The night passed in wonderful fantasy, and the next day, just as I arrived at the office, suddenly, she found that Xinzhong was standing in front of Lin Shan. At the same time, Xinzhong now had a begging look on his face and was looking at Lin Shan closely. Leader Lin Shan, your apprentice has definitely been framed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back yet. So I think you should just fire him and let me be your assistant. If it doesn't work, let's make a bet. If he still doesn't come back within a certain period of time, then you just have to listen to me. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in his heart, because he didn't believe that this guy would make such a bet with him for no reason. It only showed that he must have absolute confidence. Could it be that Lin Feng really met with an accident? But this is obviously unlikely. That guy is so powerful, how could he meet with an accident? So after thinking about this, he became a little flustered, and his expression no longer had the calmness it had before. But at this moment, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but look happy. If I'm not mistaken, you're here because of Brother Ba, right? Xinzhong in front of him was also stunned for a moment. Hey, Lin Shan, I didn't expect that you were so well informed. Since you already knew the news so quickly, where did you get it from? In his heart, he didn't quite understand why this kind of information, under normal circumstances, would be a secret among secrets. Now that he has been discovered by the other side, this is obviously very abnormal, but this is the situation now, so he doesn't know how to say it. Lin Shan also smiled coldly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly found that her disciples had already arrived. Hey, Lin Feng, you're here? This guy in front of you wants to see you, so just talk to him in detail. Besides, he really cares about you. If you don't say a few words to him, I believe he will never give up. Chapter 24 Cooperation Plan with Group. Lin Feng's expression also looked very strange, because she certainly understood what this guy meant. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is because this matter is quite serious that he specifically raised such a question. He knows it very well in his heart. But now he is too lazy to dwell on such a problem, so the smile in his eyes looks quite hard-working, which can be clearly felt. Lin Feng also walked out with his hands behind his back. After all, no matter which patient it was, if someone suddenly spoke ill of him behind his back, he would definitely feel very unhappy. What? I heard that you, sir, came to see me? I wonder what you want. If you have something to ask me, just tell me directly. If you can't tell me what it is, then don't waste your time here. The guy in front of him suddenly frowned and his eyes looked a little flustered at this moment. You, how come you are actually in front of me, and how did you get out alive? Haven't you been targeted from the beginning? How is it possible that you can still appear in front of me alive? Lin Feng also sneered with disdain. The guy in front of him seemed to have no brains at all. He also spoke without thinking and did not even think carefully. He had never seen such a clumsy guy before. I think you should at least think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, I feel a little sorry for you. Haven't you exposed all your information now? Exposing too much of many things is not good for you. In fact, I knew all along that you sent Brother Ba to target me, but he didn't seem to listen to you at all, and now he has joined my group. After saying this, he smiled coldly. Because he didn't want to argue too much with this guy now, and his only goal now was to make the guy in front of him realize his mistake. After all, as long as he made this matter clear, he believed that Shinjom would mindlessly go looking for trouble with Brother Ba. However, Brother Ba is not the kind of person who can be easily offended. If someone really dares to offend him this time, he can guarantee that this guy will not suffer any good consequences. So after thinking about this, he started laughing, because to put it bluntly, all of this was completely in his plan. Brother Ba, this time I have given you a very good gift, you must make good use of it. Shinjom on the other side also looked at Lin Feng deeply. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, don't ever think that you are invincible just because you have escaped this time. What's going on between us isn't over yet, and it won't end like this, so I think you should just give up on this idea. Next, you can just wait for our Shin family's endless revenge. Lin Feng now just glanced at him and did not continue talking, because she knew that there was absolutely no need for her to bother with this guy now. This guy must be so angry that his head is numb, so it would be most unwise to talk to him now. After this guy walked away, Lin Shan suddenly smiled. In fact, your skills are so good that I accepted you as my apprentice, which is just like getting a bodyguard for free. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that his master would actually play such a joke on him just when he started working. This kind of joke made him feel a little speechless. After all, it was the first time he heard such a question. So whenever he thought of it, he would inevitably feel a little bored. Master, please don't joke with your disciple like this. From what I know, you are probably in a very bad situation right now. When I came in just now, I saw that you looked sad. What happened? How about telling me about it? Lin Shan shook her head helplessly. After all, this was just a work-related issue and it couldn't be explained in a few words. Alas, it's just a matter of joining forces with the Sunshine Group. We've encountered huge troubles in this regard recently. The other party has been unwilling to sign the contract, so we have been struggling with this issue, and it has not been resolved yet. Forget it, just do your job well. There's no need for you to worry about my affairs. After all, I can take care of this aspect of the problem myself. Besides, the cooperation with Sunshine Group is only a matter of time. It's just that the old man and their family is seriously ill, so the contract has been delayed. Lin Feng, when you heard these words, you already know that this is probably something that there is no way to deal with, because this problem is actually very difficult to solve. And she also knew the problem. Now that things had come to this point, even she might be powerless to do anything. So he could only nod helplessly, and his face looked a little speechless at this moment. Well, actually, everything depends on fate. After all, this matter cannot be solved just by your saying so. Ding, since the host sincerely wants to help Lin Shan, this task is hereby issued. Promise Lin Shan that I will take care of everything this time and convince Sunshine Group to sign the contract no matter what. If you agree, you will be rewarded for the miracle doctor's medical skills. If you don't agree, there will be no punishment. Lin Feng was stunned, because this was the first time he heard of a mission without punishment, but the reward was indeed very generous. Since there is such a rich reward, how could he refuse it? So he nodded decisively. Finally, he looked at his master with a smile on his face, his expression full of flattery. He quickly ran to Lin Shan and began to gently massage his shoulders. Master, I know you've been very tired today. No matter what I say, I should consider it for you. At this moment, Lin Shan did not speak directly at the first time, but this situation did not last long. Okay, you should talk now. What exactly do you want to do next? After all, you won't flatter me like this for no reason. Chapter 25 Cooperation with Sunshine Group. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head and looked a little embarrassed, because the current situation was indeed not very good for them. Ahem. Master, I don't have any other intentions. I just hope to get the contract of Sunshine Group. I want to sign a contract with Sunshine Group. What do you think? Lin Shan in front of him was stunned. He originally thought that his apprentice would make some requests. However, he didn't expect that his apprentice would have such a big taste and wanted to sign the contract directly. This made Lin Shan feel that Lin Feng was most likely already arrogant, otherwise how could he come up and ask for such an important thing? No, I think you should forget about what you said. After all, that thing is not suitable for you for the time being. When I feel that you are suitable, I will definitely let you go for the negotiation. You also know the seriousness of this contract for us. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but start to get a little anxious. He hadn't expected that his master would be completely unmoved this time. However, he still felt some gratitude in his heart. After all, she was not stupid. She knew that her master did this entirely for her own good. I have just started working in this industry. If I take on such an important event and if I fail to complete it, I will probably find it difficult to see people in the future. Hey, master, I understand what you're thinking, but don't worry, I won't fail the first time you use me. And even if the negotiations fail this time, even if the contract signing fails, it will definitely not affect my state of mind. When Lin Shan saw Lin Feng being so sure, he also felt confused in his heart. After all, he had no idea why Lin Feng was so confident out of the blue. This is a problem that even he can't solve, and now it has been contracted by Lin Feng? There was no way he could believe this kind of thing, and in his heart, he was unwilling to believe it. Okay, Lin Feng, no matter what you do next, I trust you, so you must be careful about what happens next. Since you want this mission so much, even though I don't know exactly why, but since you want it, then I'll give it to you. Just treat it as a practice for you, but don't hold your hopes too high. After all, to put it bluntly, this contract is almost impossible to sign. So, from now on, just follow your thoughts and do what you want to do. It's okay even if you fail. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't bother about this problem because he knew what the other party was thinking. So he just had to do what this guy was thinking. Then I'll go back first and think carefully about how to deal with this. I'll get the contract settled within 3 days. Lin Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly, then waved her hand nonchalantly. Forget it. Now that everything is handed over to you, you can do whatever you want. Although he said this, it was obvious that he was actually feeling panic in his heart. As for Lin Feng now, after leaving, he also started wandering around. Because the Sunshine Group has always been powerful, and now I have been inexplicably exposed to the mission, it seems that the first thing I need to do is to go to the Sunshine Group. But deep down, Lin Feng really didn't want to go. Since Sunshine Group has been established for such a long time, it must have its own strength. Since they have already refused, it will be difficult for them to change their minds again. But no matter how difficult it is now, he has to do it last night, because this is what he should do. Forget it, it's just a Sunshine Group. Humph, I will definitely let them sign the contract. Lin Feng then drove his sports car towards Sunshine Group. As for the internal affairs of Sunshine Group, they had already become a mess. The main hall of Sunshine Group was already crowded with people. Zhang Wei, the president of Sunshine Group, was walking around the hall in a panic. Every one of you guys claims to be a miracle doctor, but now it seems that none of you guys have real medical skills. My dad's condition isn't too serious, but you guys all say you can't do anything. Is there anyone more incompetent than you? The world is so big, is it true that there is no one who can cure my father's illness? I feel very uncomfortable cooperating with you guys. From now on, all cooperation with you will be cancelled. Everyone present looked at each other, and everyone's eyes seemed to be a little flustered. Ah. No, Chairman Zhang, we have a contract, and we have a very pure friendship. We can't let these little things ruin our friendship. Zhang Wei smiled coldly, then waved his hand, because this contract was indeed very serious. Humph, the contract between me and Lin Shan was not completed because of my father's illness. Now that he hasn't even come, it seems that it was the right decision not to cooperate with him in the first place, and the same goes for you and your group. You came here just to watch the show, so I really don't welcome you here. Now I really hope you can leave here quickly and don't stay here for too long. Every person in front of them couldn't help but look particularly ugly, because this scene was definitely a blow within a blow to them, and there was absolutely no possibility that anything good would happen to them. However, after hearing Lin Shan's question, each of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least the current situation was a good thing for them. Chairman Zhang, the old man's condition is indeed very serious, so it is not something that can be solved directly. Alas, yes, Mr. Zhang's health is really getting worse and worse, and we are really powerless to do anything. Even if you really don't cooperate with us, we really can't help you. After all, Mr. Zheng's health is something we are powerless to resist right now. Chapter 26 Zhang Wei. At this moment, Zhang Wei opened his mouth, wanting to find them to vent his anger. But now, he still did not use such a method. After all, he knew that if he really did so, it would not be a good thing for him. Moreover, Zhang Wei had already understood in his heart that the old man's health condition was indeed very bad, and it was not something that could be solved directly. If the old man's health could really be cured, he would have been cured long ago. He was just complaining because he was in a very depressed mood. Oh, forget it. Actually, it's not your fault. It was me who caused the conflict just now. When the other people present heard this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they were really afraid that the contract would be terminated. But now, after hearing these words, I almost understand that it is absolutely impossible to terminate the contract. Chairman Zhang, if I help you cure your father's illness, would you consider cooperation between us? Then the door suddenly opened, and a man who looked very young was standing at the door with a smile on his face. Zhang Wei also opened his eyes, and still felt it was incredible. How could someone dare to talk to him like this? I wonder how long it took for one to build up the courage to say such things. But he was still a little relieved in his heart, because now he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. But when he turned around, he suddenly found that a man who was much younger than him said these words to him. This instantly shattered the hope that had arisen in his heart, but he still had some hope in his heart. Which, young man, I wonder if your master wants to treat my father? Or which master is it? Can you let me see the face of the person opposite? Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be blocked by the small bridge opposite this time. However, being looked down upon by the opponent for no apparent reason made him feel very unhappy, because he was really very annoyed by this feeling. No, I mean I treated the old man. And don't be suspicious of my medical skills just because I'm young. I'm actually an expert. The forehead of the man opposite him was also filled with black lines, especially when he saw this guy saying such words with a completely serious look, which made him feel extremely speechless. The crowd present was a little nervous at first, but after hearing these words, they all burst into laughter instantly. Ha, a young man like you shouldn't even be able to cure a cold, right? And now you're bragging about your skills? That's right. Even if you are joking, you should at least consider the surroundings. Aren't you afraid that a group of us will use violence against you if you are joking here? Humph, I have never seen a person as shameless as you, who can actually do such a thing. I really despise you in my heart. Lin Feng in front of him saw what he had just said. Now that she has become the public enemy of the world, and so many people are mocking her, she feels very unhappy. TSK, you guys are looking down on others? You are really too confident in yourselves. My strength has always been very strong. How could you have guessed it? Zhang Wei, I think you should know the old man's current condition. If you don't let me treat him, even if a god comes, it will be difficult to save him in the future. The others instantly looked at Lin Feng with horrified eyes. After all, the others were very cautious when they spoke, but the tone of Lin Feng's voice was offensive to the point of death. If this really cannot be cured in the future, I am afraid there will be more troubles. So if it is cured, everything will be fine, but if it cannot be cured, then the problem will be really big. However, this group of guys didn't say anything extra about these words. Because now they are eager to offend Lin Feng in front of them. In this way, they would at least have fewer powerful enemies. As long as the body temperature could be lowered, they would be willing to use any method in their hearts. However, they originally thought that Zhang Wei in front of them would be angry, but they did not expect that this guy was not angry at all, but smiled instead. Such a smile really stunned everyone present. After all, they seemed to have forgotten how long it had been since they saw him smile, and now he was smiling again. Very good, young man. Although your words are really harsh, I have to say that your words are really quite honest. I have never seen anyone as courageous as you. Look at this group of guys. Who dares to talk to me like you? But the fact that you have such courage already shows that you are very courageous now. I am really optimistic about you. Tell me which company your contract is with. If I'm interested, I might actually sign a contract with you. Even if you really can't cure the old man, I can still consider signing a contract with you. The others stared at Lin Feng with eyes wide open, and there seemed to be great envy in their eyes. At the same time, in their hearts, they also felt extremely guilty at this moment, because if they had known this would happen earlier, they would have definitely used this method before. But now it seems that all of this is over, and the current situation is not as simple as it seems. Alas, this Lin Feng is really very lucky. He really meets Zhang Wei when he is in a good mood. If he is in a bad mood, or if he had just spoken up when he came before, he might have been kicked out by now, and the villains would have beaten him up. The others also nodded, because they really had similarities and differences in their feelings in their hearts. But everyone's eyes were still on Lin Feng, wanting to see who sent this guy, and also wanting to see which company could have such good luck. Chapter 27, Quick Decision. Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had just received the news and immediately rushed over to their side. It can be said that the speed of their arrival was abnormally fast, and with the presence of the sports car, they arrived in the blink of an eye. And I just happened to catch the party here. I am Lin Shan's apprentice, so I hope you can sign a contract with our company. But you can rest assured that I will definitely help you deal with the old man's condition, and I will never let you down. Zhang Wei didn't know why, but he actually felt some trust in this guy. Although this guy looks really young, he somehow feels a sense of adaptation, which makes him feel very comfortable in his heart. However, this kind of situation is what they like to see the most now, so whenever they think of it, their mood becomes unusually comfortable. Zhang Wei also looked at Lin Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, now that everything has been decided, when you go to the hospital for help, I will naturally start signing the contract with you. However, just as he finished saying this, he suddenly saw an elderly-looking man under the stage standing up tremblingly. Chairman Zhang, this seems a little inappropriate. After all, didn't you say that this contract would be given to our company? Now that you've said you're going to change, isn't that too much to change your behavior? Zhang Wei also looked at him coldly, because this old man had never done anything good from beginning to end, and was almost against him everywhere. Now that there is a benefit, since everyone has thought of him, he feels extremely disgusted in his heart. So after thinking about this, he just shook his head helplessly, and his face looked quite depressed. Okay, get out of here right now. I don't want to see you anymore. Otherwise, your family's business will no longer be necessary. No one has ever dared to interrupt my decisions, and my decisions must be implemented according to my opinions. Do you really have any meaning? While saying this, the threatening intent in his eyes became very strong. As long as this guy dared to say yes, he would kill him right in front of him. However, the scene now does seem very awkward, making the expressions of everyone present look extremely confused. Finally, Zhang Wei in front of him found that the old man, who had been so arrogant just now, had now become completely timid. He followed closely behind him and did not dare to say a word. This made him feel extremely disdainful in his heart instantly. TSK, you're a coward, I didn't see you jumping around before, but now you're jumping around so much. But now Lin Feng, I already know that now is almost the time to see the doctor, and there is no time to waste. Every minute of delay would put the old man's health in danger, so they'd better hurry over now. Zhang Wei, although I know you are feeling very uncomfortable right now and you are particularly disgusted with these guys, you must hide it in your heart even if you really feel this way. The most important thing for us now is to quickly cure Mr. Zhang. His condition cannot be delayed even for a moment. When Zhang Wei heard these words, he was really touched, because it seemed that this really showed genuine concern for his grandfather's condition. This is what a real doctor is like, and this is exactly the scene he wants to see the most, so his mood becomes particularly happy after thinking of this. Okay, no matter what happens this time, I'm determined to be your brother. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me. As long as I can solve the problem, it is not a problem. After hearing these words, the faces of the people sitting in the audience instantly turned very ugly. Because even though they heard that this was just an oath, they also knew that this guy would have an extra talisman in the future. Such a protective amulet made them feel helpless inside, and their expressions changed greatly. Alas, no matter who you offend in the future, you must not offend this kid. After all, this kid is really a demon or monster. Yes, I have already made up my mind. I cannot offend him no matter what. As for the Lin Feng they were talking about, he had already gotten into Zhang Wei's car and was heading towards the hospital. Not long after, they arrived at the VIP ward, but there were still many doctors inside, surrounding the place. Because they all knew in their hearts that the person lying here was a big boss-level father, and if anything went wrong in their hospital, well, they simply cannot afford such a consequence, so now they are really anxious in their hearts. Their faces looked extremely ugly, and they had no idea what to say, because in this situation they had really tried countless methods, but still could not find a way to treat the patient. Alas, old man, it seems that we have no other options. Let's wait until we have some time to talk it out with Chairman Zhang. Actually, I think so too. After all, I feel that this is a matter of time. We'd better let her know as soon as possible so that she won't be blamed so much. The other doctors now nodded and agreed quickly, and they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Because they understood that this was a complete burden, and a huge burden at that. Now that they could finally throw this burden into Li's hands, they were of course overjoyed. But at this moment, Zhang Wei had just walked to the door and happened to hear their conversation. From the looks in your eyes, I feel like you guys just discussed something, and it seems like what you discussed is really very disadvantageous to me, right? I didn't expect that you have learned to hold private meetings. And since you have learned to discuss things privately, it seems that you are indeed getting bolder and bolder. Zhang Wei in front of him also looked a little sad after saying this. Fortunately, I had some doubts about your medical skills before, so I went out to find some miracle doctors. Chapter 28 Signing Contract. The others also stared with their eyes wide open, because they had never heard of this news. And I have never heard of any doctor being found outside, if there is such news. In fact, they should have received it a long time ago. Why have they never heard of this news until now? But now Lin Feng still stood up and looked at Zhang Wei in front of him. Brother Zhang Wei, I think there's no need for you to dwell on this issue with them. After all, they won't believe you if you tell them. And our first priority today is to treat the old man as soon as possible. The old man's condition cannot be delayed for too long. Zhang Wei frowned, because he had actually advised Lin Feng on such an issue more than once. After all, he knew his father's condition better than anyone else, but he just never said it out loud. But Lin Feng has always been stubborn and is determined to help his father cure his illness at all costs. This is a huge risk, and I have already agreed to sign a contract with him, but he still wants to do this. This made him sigh helplessly, and at the same time he really admired Lin Feng more and more. If other people encountered such a thing, they would have run away so far away that they would even wish to get away from them as far as possible. But Lin Feng was different. He knew it would be dangerous if he got close to them, but he still chose to get close. Zhang Wei patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and his eyes looked quite determined. Okay. Since you have been determined about your goal this time, it seems that something is really wrong if I still reject you. Okay. In that case, I'll agree with you once, but you can go ahead and do it this time. No matter what the consequences are, or what happens, I will not blame you at all. This is all I promised you. Lin Feng was stunned, because he could hear all the news from it. In other words, even if I failed to be cured this time, the old man would not blame me at all, and would still choose to sign a contract with me. At this moment, he felt that this signing task was a little too simple. Since it was such a simple task, why didn't T. Lin Shan complete it? Which one, Brother Zhang Wei? I'm very curious. I'm just a junior employee who just started working. Why do you trust me so much? Why are you willing to sign a contract with me directly when I come? After all, my master is also Lin Shan. It seems that you are not willing to sign a contract with him when he comes. This has always been a deep doubt in his heart. If he doesn't ask such a doubt, he will always feel up and down in his heart and feel very uneasy. However, Zhang Wei really felt it and burst into laughter instantly. Well, there's no need for a young man like you to be so sad here. I agreed to this because I have this kind of heart. As for Lin Shan, this guy has always had only the spirit of work in his heart. Apart from that, he has no other spirit at all. So I feel that there is absolutely no need for him and I to cooperate. Even if I cooperate with this kind of person, I will be completely exploited. I prefer this kind of relationship. After hearing these words, Lin Feng in front of him finally understood the result this time, and also knew why he agreed to it. This made him feel relieved. At least after everything was sold, he would feel a little better. If he doesn't understand it in his heart, he will always feel very strange and extremely uneasy. Hey, Brother Zhang Wei, you don't have to explain it to me at all. I have already figured it out very clearly. Let's go. Now that you have cleared up my doubts, it's time for us to go take a good look at the old man. Zhang Wei nodded, and finally he arrived at the hospital with Lin Feng in front of him. But even so, the other side had already been in chaos. At this moment, many people in the Zhang family were looking at a man, and this man was an old Chinese doctor. Old Chinese doctor, I advise you to explain to me clearly why you didn't let us stop him. After all, if we stopped him, that guy would have no hope. Yes, old Chinese doctor, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation now. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, I believe you should know what the consequences will be. The old Chinese doctor in front of him saw that almost everyone was looking at him with eager eyes. He was speechless for a moment, and at the same time, he still couldn't understand in his heart why so many people were looking at him in such a way. This made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. In the past, almost everyone who saw him showed great respect. After all, his medical skills had always been very advanced. So everyone will experience birth, aging, sickness and death. Since everyone will experience birth, aging, sickness and death, then all of these are inevitable. Therefore, it is precisely because they understand this truth that their moods become ups and downs, and their expressions appear very serious. There's really no need for you guys to be so angry. After all, it's a good thing to let this guy go. Based on your zodiac signs, do you think you can cure the old man? This old man Zhang is already in a critical condition. It is almost impossible to cure him. If you force treatment and it doesn't work, then you're just asking for trouble. But now that this guy is forcing himself to make such a decisive decision, do you think he has a chance of success? In the end, his success rate is almost zero, right? By then, he will be the scapegoat. Don't you want someone to take the blame for you? As soon as I said this, I felt very happy inside. After all, he felt that he was really smart, and the others no longer had the anger they had before, and their moods had obviously become very good. Chapter 29, The Scheming of the Old Chinese Medicine Practitioner. The old Chinese doctor is indeed an old Chinese doctor. He is amazing. That's right, old Chinese doctor, you really have a very high level of ideological awareness. This is the first time I've heard that you can have such a strong sense of self-awareness. Yes, we have always believed that you are a great admirer of medical skills, so it is impossible for you to come up with such a search idea. But now it seems that we have misjudged you before. Voices came out one after another from the scene, but they could all be clearly heard. There were many voices like this, one after another, all of which were mocking. However, there is also some admiration mixed in. After all, anyone who can come up with this method must be a very smart person. In the end, everyone in front of him had secretly made their decision this time, and also knew what they should do next. It is precisely because of this that they are so happy in their hearts and do not have any hesitation at all. Then they had all decided what to do this time, and they all laughed happily. On the other side, Yi Tian looked at the old man in front of him, who was almost in a state of extreme fatigue. It is also because his medical skills are relatively powerful and he has inherited many ancient medical skills. If we really follow the current plan, we will almost certainly have to undergo surgery, but under the circumstances, surgery will definitely not be able to completely cure the disease. But Yi Tian, who possesses ancient medical skills, is completely different, because in his opinion these small things are not a problem at all. Ahem, which one? Brother Zhang Wei. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Wei stepped forward and covered Lin Feng's mouth tightly with his hand. Brother Lin Feng, please don't continue talking. After all, I already know the answer. If you continue like this, it will only increase my grief. Besides, if you don't tell me about this kind of thing, I actually have nothing to do with it, and no one will think that your medical skills are not good. After all, they have actually come here to see this kind of thing before, but they have always felt that this is completely impossible, so I don't blame you. After saying this, he gently loosened his grip, and there was a hint of inferiority in his eyes. After all, the current situation itself is not very good. Actually, I can cure the old man. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to tell him directly. After all, there was really no purpose of deceiving him at the moment. This made Zhang Wei stunned, and for a moment he was completely unable to react because the news was so explosive. But then, as if he had thought of something, he opened his eyes wide and held Lin Feng's arm tightly with both hands. What did you say? You have a way? So many people said they couldn't get to you, so you have a way? Lin Feng really wanted to shake his head now, but he had already given her hope just now. It would be a bit bad if he dashed her hope now. So in the end he could only nod, and his face looked somewhat helpless. Yes, what you said is absolutely right, and I feel that the method you mentioned is really effective. I can indeed cure the old man now, and I am about 92% sure. As for whether to continue the treatment, it all depends on your own decision. At this moment, Zhang Wei felt extremely unbelievable. After all, people said that a 1% chance was already very good. But after hearing Lin Feng's words, he suddenly felt that what the previous doctors said was complete bullshit. How can this be a 1% chance? This is clearly a very high chance, okay? However, this was already his inner feeling, but he still did not speak out his thoughts directly, otherwise it would inevitably affect the mood of others. In the end, he held Lin Feng's hands with great excitement, and his eyes seemed to become particularly certain at this time. Lin Feng, as long as you can help the old man, then no matter what you want next, I can give it to you. Remember, it's anything. No matter what you want, I can give it to you. As long as you can put forward the conditions, I can fulfill your wish as long as you can be cured. By the way, now that you've said you can treat it, what exactly do you want next? I'll prepare it for you right now. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Wei, who was already a little flustered, and was a little speechless. After all, these were just trivial matters. However, he felt speechless because such a small matter could be made so complicated. At the same time, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was this guy's character, so it was not convenient for him to say more. In the end, he could only nod helplessly, and his expression seemed a little depressed. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. I believe this kind of thing is just a piece of cake for you. At the same time, he still had a very strange feeling in his heart, as if he could not believe anything. Brother Zhang Wei, I don't really need too many things. You just need to prepare a set of needles for me. After all, the old man's blood vessels are completely blocked now, and this kind of thing can only be cured by acupuncture, so many people are useless to it. I believe you are very clear about this in your mind. There are not many people in our country who know acupuncture. At this moment, Zhang Wei finally understood what was going on, and his mood became a little better. Fortunately, if this is true, then it means that there is hope for the old man's condition. Then everything from now on depends on you. I believe you will not let me down. A nurse was called immediately afterwards, but not long after, the hospital director personally delivered the silver needle. The attitude shown in the diagram also seems unusually respectful at this time. Master Zhang Wei, I will personally deliver what you want to you. Moreover, this is a silver needle that our hospital has collected for many years. It is absolutely guaranteed to be non-toxic and harmless, and it is rarely available in the world. It will definitely be of great help to you. Chapter 30 Request for Observation. Zhang Wei now is not a fool, so he can naturally hear that this guy has a very exaggerated tone when he speaks. But he still took it, and then shook his hand nonchalantly. Okay, I already know everything you said, you can leave now. However, the dean did not leave. Instead, he rubbed his hands, and his eyes looked extremely embarrassed. Mr. Zhang Wei, I wonder if I have the honor to observe here. I will definitely not disturb you here. Now, after hearing these words, Zhang Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat and his expression became particularly ugly. Moreover, he seemed to be full of worries, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. After all, although she didn't know medicine, she still knew that it was best not to be disturbed by others when pouring wine. Acupuncture practitioners hate to be disturbed. Once disturbed, it is easy to make mistakes. So he shook his head very decisively, and his face looked very bad at this time. Humph, don't you know that people cannot be disturbed during acupuncture? How can you just watch from the side? Get out of here right now. Don't forget that my dad's life is your top priority. If there is any problem with his life, I think you should know what the consequences will be. Zhang Wei in front of him sounded unusually stiff while speaking, because he was not prepared to give the other party any room to retain. But the current situation is like this, so they really have no room for turning back. Finally, he could only say in a very dull voice, okay, of course I understand your current situation, but no matter what happens, you must stay calm and don't be anxious. Once you are anxious, you will panic. But at this moment, Lin Feng beside him also thought about it and realized that he should really give them some chances next. Okay, there's actually no need for you two to quarrel. After all, don't I understand what you mean? If you want to watch from the side, that's fine too. After all, I'm not a stingy person, so I'll definitely leave some room for you. In fact, he didn't take this matter to heart at first, but then he thought about it. I feel like I should really do so. Only in this way can I grasp most of the holy power. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be adding some unnecessary troubles to myself? Finally, he smiled and said, okay, old Dean, since you want to watch from the side, then of course I will agree to it directly. But you must be cautious in everything you do next. Brother Zhang Wei? What do you think of what I just said? But don't worry, they are just standing by and watching, and they can't disturb me at all. Besides, they want to study hard. This desire to learn is really good, so I want to help them. Although Zhang Wei in front of him wanted to refuse, he had to admit that their current spirit was indeed better. Finally, he nodded, smiled and said, "Okay, now that you've said that, I'll just agree to it." Finally, Yi Tian in front of him also smiled, but his overall mood was still relatively good and he did not have too many concerns. The old dean also looked at Lin Feng with gratitude, and finally bowed continuously. "Thank you very much. I'll call someone right now and they'll be here in 2 minutes." However, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Wei with surprise. "Brother Zhang Wei, why don't you take on this role as a good person? After all, I am not a fool, so I can naturally understand what you mean by this sentence. You actually just want me to be the good guy. What do you mean by this? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, you could have agreed directly, but you asked me to agree. This is too obvious." At this moment, Zhang Wei nodded with great satisfaction. At least, Lin Feng had understood everything he had just said. "Not bad, not bad. I originally thought that you didn't understand my feelings, but I didn't expect that you actually understood. Hee, it's pretty good that you have such a mind. I still feel very relieved now. I hope you won't let me down next time. You must save my dad." But at this moment, the door in front of him was suddenly opened, and finally a group of doctors were seen rushing in quickly. This number seemed to be at least a dozen people. It was difficult to hold back so many people, and their faces looked extremely strange. The others were also completely speechless, and in the end Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. "Forget it, you guys just watch here carefully, and remember not to make loud noises, it will easily affect me." Ding! It is detected that there is an excellent talent around the host. It is recommended to accept him as an apprentice. Yi Tian was stunned. He never expected that he would be able to meet such a great talent just by going out casually like this. And he was actually a talented doctor? This was something he had never thought of, and he had never thought of taking in a disciple. However, he still looked directly at the person the system mentioned. This person turned out to be a woman, and she looked to be no more than 20 years old. Almost all of the people here are old antiques, but he had never expected that such a talent would appear among the old antiques. Everyone here looks to be in their 50s, but this little girl is the only one who looks very young, so she feels that this little girl must be extraordinary. Then his eyes looked directly at the dean in front of him. "Dean, this little girl is..." The dean's eyes did look quite panicked, because he didn't expect that he would be able to look at such a girl this time. Finally, he said in a panic, "Which one?" Actually, he is just an intern. However, he has no parents, so he is usually very pitiful. This time there is such a good opportunity, and I also hope to let him train himself. Chapter 31, Recruiting a Disciple. Lin Feng nodded, then walked gently to the side of the little girl. Looking at the girl who was almost the same height as him, a very kind smile appeared on his face. What's your name? Can I take you as my apprentice?" The little girl in front of him also looked at Lin Feng with a very curious look. He was still working, but the dean said he wanted to take him to see a medical genius, so she followed him here. He just didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, he would encounter someone asking him such a strange question in such a mysterious way, which made him feel a little resistant in his heart. Just when he wanted to take Yao Tu, the dean in front of him already knew that this guy's status was definitely extraordinary. "Dean," she said quickly, "of course she is willing. His name is Morong Schwer. You can just call him Schwer from now on." Finally, he glared at Schwer, which made Schwer lower her head, but there was still some stubbornness in her eyes. Lin Feng, who saw this scene, did not feel angry at all. Instead, he felt that Schwer was really interesting. Now he just hasn't shown his strength, so it's normal for Schwer to resist. Yi Tian hurriedly stopped the dean, who was about to get angry. After all, this was such a good opportunity, and the dean certainly hoped that Morong Schwer could seize it. "Okay, Dean, I know what you mean, so there's absolutely no need for you to pretend here. In fact, deep down in your heart you really hope that Morong Schwer can learn skills from me. Don't worry, I will definitely let him learn from me. After all, this is a task issued by the system, and he must not give up no matter what." Morong Schwer also rolled her eyes at Yi Tian. Although his name sounds relatively docile, his personality is indeed rather violent. "TSK, don't think that just because you are stronger now, you can directly accept me as your apprentice. And I don't think your ability is that great. It seems like you really don't want to accept me as your apprentice." After all, in Morong Schwer's heart, if someone really wants to be her master, the most important thing is to have a certain level of excellence. If you are not good enough, then you definitely cannot be your master no matter what. Therefore, he must have felt extremely disgusted in his heart from beginning to end. In Morong Schwer's heart, while she was standing there for a while, if someone really wanted to be her master, the first and most important thing was that he was proficient in both civil and military affairs. Although he studied medicine, he has always been a great admirer of martial arts. If your martial arts skills are not high enough, you will never feel safe in the future. In the end, Morong Schwer also smiled, and her whole mood seemed very happy. Hee, of course you can be my master, but it also depends on your own performance. If your performance is indeed good, I know you can be a good master, but if your performance is not so good, then forget it. Lin Feng was a little speechless about Morong Schwer's naughty side, but he also understood a little in his heart. I'm afraid that the task assigned to me by the system will not be completed today. This gave him a headache, and he looked very helpless. After all, I originally thought that accepting disciples was a very simple matter, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered that if he could have some more outstanding performance this time, that would not necessarily be the case. Okay, Schwer, come stand next to me and I'll teach you how to do it step by step. However, Zhang Wei, who was beside him, had not said anything the whole time. After hearing these words, his heart began to beat fast. The whole person's expression was filled with deep fear at this time, because if this was really the situation, then nothing good would happen to them next. So if I guess correctly, I will be in real trouble. Lin Feng, are you sure it's okay to do this? After all, this is my father's life. Lin Feng shook his head nonchalantly, and his face looked exceptionally confident. Don't worry, this kind of thing may be a problem for others, but it's not a problem for me at all. Then he took out a silver needle and stabbed it directly into the old man's head. Remember, when you are inserting the needle, you must concentrate and not be distracted in the slightest. After all, this is the head, and the head has the most nerves, so there must be no mistakes. Once a mistake is made, it will be fatal. At this moment, the dean also ran out in a hurry, and at the same time, his eyes were still full of curiosity. Lin Feng, I want to ask you something. Isn't this old man suffering from a blocked vein? If that's the case, why do they need to use the nerves in his head? Wouldn't it be better to just pierce the nerves in his chest or arm? Why did you pierce the head this time? Other people at the scene also nodded quickly, because they also had the same doubt, but they never asked any questions. They are afraid that if they ask the wrong question accidentally, they will inevitably be blamed, so they would rather keep the question unanswered in many cases. This made Lin Feng's eyes become very ugly, and the dean couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. He thought that his question disturbed Lin Feng, which made his face slightly red, and his whole demeanor became cautious. Lin Feng, if there are indeed some problems with my questions this time, then I won't ask anymore. Lin Feng waved his hand and looked at Schwer beside him with curiosity. Do you understand this? Schwer looked confused and didn't quite understand why she was asking herself this question out of the blue. But he just shook his head and said helplessly, how can I possibly understand something that even the dean doesn't understand? Lin Feng originally had a good expression on his face, but after hearing what Morong Schwer said, in an instant, his face looked extremely serious, and his whole body was gloomy, which made people scared when they looked at him. Humph, since you don't understand this kind of thing, why are you waiting for others? Chapter 32, The Spirit of Asking Questions Without Shame. Don't you know there's a saying called not ashamed to ask questions? Where exactly is your spirit of not ashamed to ask questions? Morong Schwer was a little bit scared now. After all, it was the first time she saw such a serious look. In the past, when he saw Lin Feng, he had always been very kind, but now he was looking at him with such eyes. This really made him feel a little scared inside, and in the end, his face was full of grievance. However, several other old men who were watching in the hospital couldn't help but blush slightly. After all, although these words were spoken to Schwer, they always felt that they were actually spoken about them. It's just that it wasn't said explicitly, but he could still hear it, as if that was the meaning. This made their eyes look a little confused, because they were indeed too embarrassed to ask too many questions just now because they were older. At their age, dignity is more important than anything else. Therefore, even if they really don't understand or are confused in their hearts, they will not make any requests. Lin Feng also snorted coldly. He certainly would not say anything good to these guys, and his whole expression seemed to become much more serious. I know better than any of you what you guys are thinking. If there is something you really don't understand, you must tell me in advance, don't pretend to understand. If you still have this attitude of pretending to know everything, I think you can just get out of here. I don't need to waste my breath with people like you. The others also lowered their heads instantly. Although these words did sound very unpleasant, they were indeed not wrong. Many of them are pretending to know things when they don't, which is not the attitude a scholar should have. The dean looked at the other old men and sighed helplessly. Because he already knew the personalities of these guys, they valued face more than anything else. However, the more this happened, the more helpless he felt, and even though he was their leader, he was too embarrassed to say too much. Each of these guys is a veteran in the hospital, so it is embarrassing to say too much about them. If that happens, he will inevitably offend some people, and if he really ends up in a situation like that, the loss will outweigh the gain. At this moment, the others also nodded in agreement and lowered their heads deeply, not daring to resist at all. Lin Feng also snorted coldly, and then stared at the group of old antiques in front of him. Since you don't understand, I will teach you today. I hope you can remember it. Although sticking a needle in his stomach or arm can indeed dilate the blood vessels. But compared to the brain, it is really much worse. After all, the brain is the most critical part of a person, so I dare not mess with it at all. The acupuncture point I pierced not only has the effect of dilating blood vessels, but also can make her entire brain become very bright. I'm sure you won't believe this kind of thing, but sooner or later you will believe it. Others did shake their heads, expressing their deep dissatisfaction, if there really was such a magical acupuncture point. In fact, it must have been passed down in ancient times, so how could it be possible that he only knew it now? However, Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with those guys, and the speed of the needle in his hand was getting faster and faster. However, in the blink of an eye, 100 needles had been inserted, and there was still intention to continue inserting needles further. At this moment, the dean rubbed his eyes with his hands, and his eyes looked extremely incredible. Oh my god, no way, could this be the legendary 108 needles? Isn't this the acupuncture method used by divine Dr. Hua at the time? But wasn't it lost later? This, it definitely can't be this kind of thing. If it really is like this, it would be too scary. Lin Feng also paused slightly. He didn't expect that this guy could actually understand this thing. This was really unbelievable. He originally thought that no one could understand this. Schwer instantly looked at the dean with curiosity. After all, he had never heard of this thing, and he had never seen the dean have such an attitude. Now that the dean has such an attitude, it means that this thing must be extremely terrifying. Dean, please tell us what this thing is. We have always been very curious. Please comfort us and describe it to us. The dean also glanced at Lin Feng, although he did have some hope in his heart that this acupuncture method was the right one. But he didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear that he would guess wrong, which would result in a huge loss. Ahem, this acupuncture method is the legendary 108 needles. Although most people can perform the first 100 needles, the first 100 needles can only play a supporting role at most. If you don't understand this kind of thing, you can go to the library and look it up. There are 100 needles there. Even so, no one is willing to use it. After all, if it is used well, it can only play a supporting role at most, and the effect is not great. But if it's not used properly, it could cost lives, and will definitely be blamed for it, so that's why we don't want to do that. The most important thing is the other 8 needles. Even Dr. Hua at the time only used the 7th needle at most. It is said that the 108th needle, if used well, can bring the dead back to life. I just don't know how many needles Lin Feng can use. While saying this, he looked at Lin Feng with his eyes fixed. After all, 108 needles almost covered most of the acupuncture points in the human body. As for the other few needles, it is almost difficult to start. If the place of attack is not right, it is very likely to cause sudden death. Others also looked at Lin Feng with admiration. They never expected that this guy could be so powerful. Now Morong Schwer was looking at the dean in front of her with curiosity. Chapter 33, 108 Needles. Master Dean, you are not allowed to lie to me next. If it were you, how many injections could you give me? The dean's eyes were already lost in thought, as if he was recalling past events. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, and then his face was filled with a bitter smile. Hey, little girl, there's actually no need for you to test me in this way. After all, to be honest, I'm not as good as him. If it was during my peak period, I would have been able to land a maximum of 102 hits. But I may not be able to take even 100 shots now. If I were in my prime, I still would not be able to do anything, old man. When Zhang Wei heard this, his face looked extremely ugly, because he was a layman. But he could still hear how serious this thing was. That's why he felt even more uncomfortable, and at the same time he really had no idea what to do. Hey, brother Lin Feng, I hope you are really good enough, otherwise I will be finished. As she said this, her face was filled with deep pain. Because he now understands the current situation too well, he can't help but feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Lin Feng also gave 2 injections directly, and they hit the target directly. Then he started the 3rd injection without any pause. However, as soon as the 3rd injection was given, his forehead was covered with sweat. This kind of thing is no joke and it consumes a lot of mental energy. If you want to check this thing perfectly, it will indeed cost a lot. If the cost is not enough, it will be impossible to do it. The dean also pretended to spit, and his eyes seemed to be in a state of confusion at this time. Oh my god, he's so young and he's already got to the 3rd injection. His strength is incredible. I have never seen such a young guy so powerful. Schwer, you must study hard with him in the future. I believe you can learn a lot from him. Schwer instantly turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Although she felt that this thing sounded very weird, she still felt very dissatisfied in her heart. He has a sense of pride in his bones, so if you want to make him surrender, you must use force and other things. Finally, the dean in front of him also sighed helplessly. After all, he knew Schwer's temper too well. Brother Zhang Wei, you can rest assured this time. After all, we have already received the 3rd injection. Looking at the old man's condition this time, there is really great hope. All you have to do is keep up the good work, and I think you can just wait for the good news. Zhang Wei now nodded, but he was still a little panicked inside. After all, the accurate news has not been delivered yet, so how could he feel happy about these small pieces of news? In the end, he could only say in an extremely dull voice, "Alas, I hope so too." As for Zhang Wei now, he is indeed not in a very good mood, and he always feels that this is all a conspiracy. But now Lin Feng has finally performed the 4th needle, although he is very capable of continuing to perform it. But he was already exhausted, so he didn't even bother to continue. Hey, I can only perform 104 needles at most now, and that's entirely due to lack of physical strength. But these are enough. I believe the old man will wake up in a few minutes. Zhang Wei's expression changed slightly, and it could be clearly felt that he became very excited. But in the end, he simply forced himself to calm down and did not show any other expression. I didn't even dare to take a deep breath, for fear that I would accidentally disturb the person on the other side. Not long after, the old man opened his eyes in a daze, and the first person he saw was Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? Why are you here? And I know what happened. Zhang Wei looked at Mr. Zhang in disbelief. After all, others may not know, but she knows that this kind of old man is usually not very energetic. Moreover, it seems that there is nothing big going on at ordinary times. His consciousness was not very clear, but now he can recognize who he is and can talk to himself very fluently. This doesn't look like an old man at all, it looks more like a middle-aged man. This is really unbelievable. Then he quickly told Mr. Zhang everything that was happening. He could clearly feel that she was very happy and didn't have any strong emotions at all. Old Master Zhang also looked at Lin Feng with great admiration. Now he was hazily remembering everything. When he thought of this, he felt a little happier. Lin Feng, I have to say that you are really excellent. You can even cure me. I originally thought that my life was almost over, but I didn't expect you to forcibly extend my life. Lin Feng waved his hand. As for the dean in front of him, he also felt a little unbelievable. Lin Feng, why does Mr. Zhang look so energetic now? Normally, it's very difficult for Mr. Zhang to even speak a word, but isn't he a little too excited now? Lin Feng smiled, because he knew that this guy would raise such a question. Normal. Have you forgotten the needle I gave him on the top of his head? I have already said that the needle was to awaken the information in his brain and make his mind clearer. But you didn't pay attention to what I said at the time. The dean's face was full of disbelief. He had never imagined that this thing could have such powerful power. I used to think that his statement was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems not exaggerated at all. Lin Feng, however, completely ignored this group of old antiques. After all, he really didn't have much interest in them at the moment. The only thought in his mind was to quickly complete the task assigned by the system, and the little girl herself was a flower of the motherland. Chapter 34, Cultivating the Flowers of the Motherland. Cultivating the flowers of the motherland is his unshirkable duty, so he has no resistance to such things at all. Then he smiled and said, Schwer, I just did it for you. Did you learn the knowledge? Schwer was also very shy and quickly hid her phone in her arms. She was afraid that she would not be able to remember it, so she recorded a video with her phone. However, even recording a video is completely useless, because the acupuncture points on the human body are too small and the video cannot record them clearly. Therefore, if you want to find the acupuncture points on the human body, you must start studying it little by little yourself. Lin Feng felt a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Schwer was quite smart. He was not afraid of anything else. The only thing he was afraid of was that Schwer had no interest in this aspect. At that time, it would really be a waste of his great talent, which he would never allow, so she stood so firmly by Schwer's side. That's why he took the initiative to look for Schwer and started asking him questions. All of this was entirely because of his talent. Schwer finally gave a bitter smile. Originally, he wanted to pretend to know the answer. But when he saw the dean's distressed and thoughtful expression, he understood. I'm afraid the dean isn't very clear in his mind right now, so he fell into deep thought. Which one? If you want to understand this, it's really difficult. I just studied it for a long time, but I still don't know the acupuncture point. This is too hard to find. I can go to the library to look up the 100 acupuncture points, but the remaining 8. I have no idea what they are. Lin Feng smiled with relief. He still couldn't see Morong Schwer's little trick. Originally, he didn't want to answer this question. But later, he still chose to answer the reason, because he wanted the dean to know the answer. After all, Schwer just glanced at the dean unintentionally, and from this little look, it can be understood that he was just concerned about whether the dean knew about this problem. Not bad, Schwer. If you really said you knew and didn't need me to tell you, then I wouldn't have spoken again. Even if the guys behind you want to know the answer, I will definitely not tell them. But now that you've asked so sincerely, it's okay for me to tell you. Schwer stared with her big eyes and looked at Lin Feng very unkindly, feeling that she had been completely fooled just now. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, because it really seemed like he was being played a joke just now. Don't be angry. I just wanted to test your filial piety. But I have to say that you have completed the test very successfully. After saying this, he laughed happily. After all, this situation was what he wanted to see most. Schwer turned her head away as if she was angry, and her eyes looked like she was very dissatisfied. This made Lin Feng shake his head helplessly, and finally he took out a book from his arms. Then he handed the book to Schwer, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was enjoying something. The current situation is absolutely very good for us, and there is no need to guess, you should know what the situation will be like. This book records the 8 locations, and also contains all the details. So how far you can learn next depends entirely on you. Schwer quickly took the book, but without even reading it, she gave it directly to the dean. Master Dean. I have never seen you so interested in something before. Now you are so interested in this book. Then just take this book. I feel that this book is much more valuable in your hands than in mine. After all, it would be very difficult for me to learn it even if it were given to me, and you have already learned most of it. If you have this thing loaded, I think you can save more people. The dean also looked at Schwer deeply, and his hands began to tremble at this time. Schwer, you are so kind. Don't worry, when I learn it, I will teach you wholeheartedly. This made Lin Feng, who was beside him, feel a little unhappy. After all, he was here, so did he still need to be taught? Old man, you are going too far. After all, have you forgotten so quickly that this is my apprentice? Now you actually say that you want to teach him wholeheartedly, then what do you think of me? The dean also felt a little strange. After all, he never expected that he would offend him for no reason this time. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but he also knew that this time it seemed to be his own fault. Ahem, yes, you are his master, so having you here is more than enough for this kind of thing. Lin Feng also rolled his eyes at him. He had always been rather disgusted with this topic in his heart, so he didn't want to listen to it. Okay, now that I signed the contract, brother Zhang Wei, I'll start thinking about leaving now. Zhang Wei nodded, and at the same time there was a strong feeling in his eyes, because he knew that if it weren't for the guy in front of him, he probably didn't know what would have become of his father this time. Little brother, no matter what happens next, if you have any questions, just come to me directly. You can rest assured that my brother will definitely help you when the time comes, so everything that happens next is up to you. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, then drove away in his sports car. And the first thing he did was to go to the office, and this time his speed seemed very fast. Because now is the office time, so this is also the time when there are the most people. When Lin Shan saw Lin Feng coming, she also looked up, but there was no emotion on her face. Are you back? It doesn't matter if the mission fails. After all, this is only the first time, and you just need to work harder next time. In fact, I already knew that you would definitely fail, so this time I just wanted you to learn a lesson. But failure is the mother of success, so you just need to quietly do your own thing from now on. Chapter 35, Relieved. I will hand it over to you when there is another event signing next time. I believe you will be able to complete it by then. Lin Feng didn't say anything and just listened to Lin Shan silently. You're done? Lin Shan was stunned, not quite understanding why her disciple would speak to her in such a tone. And looking at his current look, it seemed as if he had something to say to himself. So his expression now seemed to be in a state of extreme astonishment, but in the end he just nodded. Well, I have indeed finished speaking, but from the look on your face, it seems like you have something to say as well? Lin Feng smiled, but this time he did not speak directly. Instead, he put the contract in his hand in front of Lin Shan. His attitude seemed extremely respectful. After all, this was his master, so no matter what he did, he would never do anything too excessive. This made Lin Shan even more confused. After all, she couldn't understand what the meaning of Lin Feng's doing this was. Doing this seems to have no effect at all. No matter how I give the contract to myself, the contract will not be signed successfully. However, he still opened it out of habit, but found that the contract at this moment had the seal of the opposite company. This made him completely confused inside, and Lin Shan couldn't help but rub his eyes. I found that the stamp was still the same as before, there was no difference at all. This made him even more certain that the stamp was absolutely genuine. How did you do it? How come you have done everything that I haven't done? While asking this question, he also felt extremely confused in his heart. After all, under normal circumstances, it should be impossible to achieve this. It is unexpected that others have accomplished something that I have not been able to do. What's more, this person was actually his apprentice, which made him completely lose the last bit of self-esteem in his heart. And I have deep doubts as to whether I have certain problems in this regard. But even if he has lost his self-esteem in his heart, he still insists on his own ideas. This made Lin Feng in front of him touch his head, and his whole body showed a silly smile. I don't know why he wanted to sign me. I think it's probably because I'm so handsome. So the person on the other side must be deeply fascinated by me, right? This made Lin Shan in front of him roll her eyes at him, but she still stared at him with her eyes. He didn't say anything else, but his eyes said it all. If he didn't say it this time, he would never let this guy go. Lin Feng was also a little speechless. After all, he was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that his master would look at him with such eyes. It's as if you have done something bad, and others will feel extremely ashamed. Because of the current situation, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and he also knew that something must have happened this time. Ahem. Actually, it's nothing. It's all because I saved his father, so he is grateful to me and is willing to cooperate with me. But I have to say that our cooperation can be said to be relatively perfect. Besides, he treats me as a brother, so you don't have to worry at all. Lin Shan opened his mouth. After all, this news was explosive news to him. He had never expected that there would be such a magical scene, which made him speechless. In the end, he could only say very depressedly, "You are really amazing. You are good at martial arts, and now you are also good at medicine. And you only need to collect rent every day to make a living, and you can drive a sports car. Little apprentice, I am curious if there is anything you don't know how to do?" After saying this, he looked at Lin Feng in front of him as if he was looking at his prey. This made Lin Feng shudder all over. After all, such a look made him feel very embarrassed. My master has never looked at me like this before. Now that he is suddenly looking at me with such eyes, it means that nothing good is going to happen this time. Ahem. Master. Actually, there are still many things I don't know, but you just haven't discovered them yet. Once you discover my shortcomings, you will find that I am not that good. Lin Shan also rolled his eyes at him. He was speechless about such a shameless person. Well, now that you have completed the task and I am not a cruel boss, you can just go and rest for 2 days. Lin Feng nodded quickly. After all, he had completed the task this time, so he was indeed a conscientious boss by rewarding himself with some rest. It just so happens that the rent has not been collected recently, and I'm a little short of money recently. I'm going to collect some rent now to increase my source of income. Lin Shan also rolled her eyes at him, and at the same time, he was indeed speechless in his heart. Okay, I think we'll just leave it at that for now, then you can just get busy. Lin Feng nodded, then went directly to where he was and started collecting rent. At the same time, his eyes seemed to show some determination. After all, he had not collected rent for such a long time. Just as he arrived downstairs and was in room 1 on the first floor, as soon as he opened the door, he saw 5 or 6 thugs with tattoos all over their bodies standing at the door. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to our territory? Lin Feng was completely confused. After all, he had already come to collect the rent, so what did this group of people mean? Are they planning to just stop paying the rent? Isn't this group of people going too far? This made him feel very unhappy, and he was speechless towards these guys. I'm here to collect the rent, and the rent for your house is almost due. There were 5 or 6 gangsters, one of whom had a dragon smell in his chest, and was looking at Lin Feng with a sneer on his face. We have been living here all our lives and have never heard of having to pay rent. Now that you are here, you want us to pay rent? Chapter 36, The Tattooed Man's Attitude. Don't you want to think about it? Do you deserve it? Lin Feng was also stunned, because he had already known that it would not be so easy to collect the rent this time, and the journey to collect the rent would definitely be very difficult. This guy knew at first glance that this was the leader of the group in front of him, otherwise he would not have stood up and spoken to him in such a tone. Are you sure you don't want to pay? And you seem to have said that you haven't paid since you moved in. How long have you lived here? I originally wanted to take advantage of this guy, but suddenly I heard what he just said. This gave him an idea in his mind, so he asked such a question. The tattooed dragon in front of him patted the big fat on his belly, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. I've lived here for 3 years. What can you do to me? Lin Feng smiled slightly. After all, she liked such honest people, and such people were easy to bully. I think you should also know that the house here is in the city center, and the house you rented this time is a huge one. I'll give you some discounts, assuming you pay 5,000 a month, since you haven't paid for 3 years. The total is only 180,000. How are you going to settle it? Tattooed Dragon also looked at his brothers behind him, with deep mockery in his eyes. Ha ha! Brothers, did you see that? This guy actually asked us for rent? Shouldn't we strike him down? Haven't we already given him 100% of his face? How dare he still ask us for rent? What method should we use to deal with this kind of person? The 4 brothers in front of and behind him burst into laughter instantly, as if they were watching a huge joke. Since this guy in front of you died so early, we should teach him a lesson. Since he doesn't know how powerful we brothers are, why don't we just beat him up? At this moment, several other people also rolled up their sleeves, wanting to describe themselves in this rough and simple way. This made the other people in front of them couldn't help but laugh, because the current situation really made them feel happier in their hearts. The tattooed man is too lazy to talk nonsense, and you can tell at first glance that he is a man of action and strength. He, haven't you always been very powerful? Brothers, let's fight him together. Then the 5 guys rolled up their sleeves and wanted to start attacking directly. After seeing every move of the guy in front of him, Lin Feng smiled coldly. He didn't expect that these 5 guys in front of him were really prepared to use force against him. The system is really deceptive. I originally thought that collecting rent was a good thing, but now it seems that there are still some tough issues. But if we can resolve these tough issues and then let them help us collect rent, wouldn't that be a very beautiful thing? Lin Feng also rolled up his sleeves. Since the group of guys on the opposite side wanted to deal with him, he certainly could not let them down. Moreover, his strength now can be said to be quite strong. If it were before, he might be able to give them some face, but now there is no need at all. Seeing that the 5 guys had already rushed up, he immediately used his fighting skills. In just 2 or 3 moves, the 5 fat men in front of him were knocked down by him. Comparing these 5 guys, although they look fat, their bodies are just in the stage of puffiness. Therefore, they are completely weak, and it is very easy to deal with them. It is precisely because of this that he feels very unhappy and inevitably feels uncomfortable in his heart. In a blink of an eye, 5 fat men were knocked to the ground by him and they had no chance to get up. Hey, aren't you 5 guys pretty crazy? Are you sure you don't want to pay the rent now? If you are still very sure and don't pay the rent, I will definitely teach you a lesson. The 5 guys looked at each other, and this time they really felt scared in their hearts. So, at this time they nodded rapidly. Ahem, we admit defeat, we have completely admitted defeat now. We accept our fate and pay the money. They didn't expect that although Lin Feng looked relatively thin, his strength was indeed so powerful. This was completely beyond their expectations. Therefore, whenever they think of this, their mood will become very good, and they will not have too much pressure in their hearts. In the end, he forced a smile, and his face looked a little helpless at this moment. After all, they did not expect that many things would develop into the current situation. Lin Feng looked at the 5 guys in front of him, who were looking down, and smiled. If you just want me to let you go, then I think you really underestimate me. No matter what I say, I will never let you go this time. If I'm not mistaken, you were able to occupy Building 1 and Room 1 purely by relying on your violence, right? Now, is everyone particularly afraid of you? The 5 people also looked at each other. Now they had no idea how to respond. After all, they were afraid that if they didn't respond correctly, they would inevitably be used as punching bags. But in the end, the tattooed dragon in front of him nodded. Brother Lin Feng, from now on you are my big brother. Your guess is indeed correct. We are the boss here, but now we are the second in command, and you are the boss. If you have any instructions in the future, just tell us. We will definitely listen to you and we will never have any complaints. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect that this group of guys were actually quite good and had a certain level of awareness. Hee, it's really good that you guys have this kind of awareness. I came to you and I want to say something good this time. You should have noticed that I haven't collected any rent for such a long time since I rented out the house. So from now on, the task of collecting rent will be entirely handed over to you. I believe you will be able to do this very well. Chapter 37, Hands Off Shopkeeper. But you are not allowed to maliciously blackmail the tenants. Otherwise, once I find out, you should know what the price will be. Of course, if there are some unexpected tenants, you can contact me directly and I will handle it. The 5 guys in front of them looked at each other. They didn't expect that this time they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend, but they got such a huge benefit. Normally they have always been in the stage of living a life of idleness and waiting for death, but now that such a good thing can happen to them, how could they refuse it? Okay, boss. From now on, we will follow you. Lin Feng looked at this group of guys and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted in his heart. After all, he wanted these guys just to collect rent for himself and there was no other intention at all. If you want to follow me, it seems that you are not qualified at all. But I can give you this opportunity. Your current physical condition is too poor, so in the next period of time, you should train yourselves well. If you train your bodies well, I can allow you to follow me then. So you guys better work hard from now on. Besides speed, you should also train your bodies well. Once your bodies are well trained, I will let you follow me. The 5 fat guys looked at each other and could see each other's figures. It seemed that they were really a little bloated. In the end, they could only nod and watch Lin Feng leave, but they really had no idea what to do. Hey, you guys should exercise your bodies, otherwise, we will just be eating and waiting to die in the future. Lin Feng was strolling leisurely on the street, but suddenly he saw Deng Yuyan calling him, which made him stunned. Oh no! Deng Yuyan invited me to participate in a calligraphy competition, and the competition is almost going to start tomorrow. This made him answer the phone timidly, because he knew that he would definitely not be taught a lesson this time. This made him feel a little uncomfortable inside, but there was nothing he could do. Which one? Yuyan, I know your calligraphy competition has already started tomorrow, I will go back and prepare right now. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone and ran towards home. This made Deng Yuyan, who was at home, stare at the phone in a daze. After all, he had no intention of blaming Lin Feng at all. The reason why I suddenly made a phone call just now was actually just to inform Lin Feng. Their car arrived about 5 hours later, and it was a special car. But he seemed to be misunderstood by the other party. However, after a moment of stunnedness, he burst out laughing. I didn't expect that Lin Feng looks quite cute when he's anxious. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already walked to the door of his house, but saw Deng Yuyan waiting at the door. This made him touch his forehead in extreme embarrassment. After all, he had made the other party wait for such a long time for no reason. Ahem. You must be waiting here impatiently. I'll pack my bags right now and go with you. Deng Yuyan in front of him rolled her eyes at him instantly. Okay, now you don't have to worry. After all participating contestants will be picked up by special cars. So don't worry, the special car won't arrive for another 5 hours. I'm just notifying you in advance. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that this time he could speak so easily. And it seemed like it was really no big deal, which made him feel a little comfortable. Fortunately, there are still 5 hours, which is enough time for him to prepare here. However, he was still a little curious in his heart. After all, it took 5 hours. And how is it possible that there is a special car to pick you up no matter where you go? If this is really the case, then the other side is really too generous in this calligraphy competition. This made him feel a little unbelievable in his heart, so at this moment, he had a very strange feeling in his heart. Yu Yan, who is organizing this calligraphy conference this time? Why do I feel like they are all so amazing? After all, if they weren't so powerful, I don't think they would be able to do such a big thing, right? Deng Yuyan nodded, with admiration in her eyes. This is the real calligraphy home in our city. If he is the best in our city, no one else dares to claim to be second. His name seems to be Maweni. Although the name sounds relatively young, he is already a completely old man. But it is precisely because of his age that he always looks amiable. This made Lin Feng nod his head, and he felt relieved. At least, people like this generally wouldn't cause trouble. As long as this kind of person doesn't cause trouble, everything will be fine, but once he finds trouble, everything will go wrong. Come on, let's wait inside my room. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed, but I found that no special car had come at all. This made Deng Yuyan anxious at the moment. She didn't quite understand why no one came. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, and finally looked at Deng Yuyan with caution. Deng Yuyan, if it really doesn't work, go contact them and find out what's going on. Deng Yuyan nodded awkwardly. After all, she had just praised Haikao. Now he has encountered such an embarrassing thing, which makes his face look a little ugly, and he seems a little speechless. In the end, I could only say gloomily, okay, I think what you said makes sense, so I'll take a look. Then he chose to start contacting her directly, and it didn't take long before the call was connected. But after a while, Deng Yuyan's face looked even uglier, and she seemed to be worried. He looked at Lin Feng very anxiously, and then hesitantly said, Lin Feng, they said, we are not VIPs, so they refused to accept us. Chapter 38 Robbery on the Bus. So next, we may have to walk on our own. Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. After all, he had never thought about it in this direction. However, I didn't expect that the other party would use such a method to discriminate treatment. I'm afraid that the special car pickup they mentioned is definitely for those well-known figures. It is absolutely impossible for them to pick up or drop off such people who sign up casually. After all, there are indeed a lot of people who sign up normally, so they simply ignore them. Then he patted Deng Yuyan on the shoulder. He could understand the discomfort in the little girl's heart. Well, you don't have to feel too bad. After all, everything has its own situation. So in many cases, you should also accept some reality. If he doesn't take us, we can still go by ourselves. Deng Yuyan thought about it and it seemed to be true. Finally, the two of them quickly booked a bus to the competition venue. Lin Feng, who was standing beside her, didn't say anything, because she knew that this little girl was really poor. So taking the bus is definitely cheaper, but taking the train or high-speed rail will be more expensive. Besides, it would only take a few hours, so he could afford to wait that long. Afterwards, the two of them started their journey directly, but during this time, Deng Yuyan also looked a little nervous. This made Lin Feng a little curious, and he didn't quite understand why this situation would occur out of the blue. What's wrong? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your mental state? And you don't need to be so nervous at all. After all, the game doesn't start until tomorrow, so we have to stay calm no matter what happens. Deng Yuyan smiled awkwardly, but she was still a little nervous inside. I don't want to be nervous, but I can't help myself. This made Lin Feng shake his head helplessly, just when he was about to say something. But suddenly I found that the bus had stopped. This made Lin Feng pause slightly. After all, this situation was really too weird. This was the first time he had seen it. Could it be that something really happened this time? Could it be possible that I would encounter a robber that is rarely seen in a century? This made him completely doubt his life. After all, this was his first time traveling far away. If he encountered such a weird thing, he would feel very speechless. But at this moment, the car door was seen open directly, and then a group of people with knives broke in. He waved the knife left and right with extreme arrogance, as if he was fearless. Hee, you guys better behave yourself, or I will make sure you don't get hurt. Now hand over all your money and valuables to me. This way I can let you go, otherwise, you will definitely not have a good time next time. The other people in front of him looked at each other, and finally hurriedly took out some things from their pockets. Moreover, all the money and other valuables had been taken out. After all, they all knew in their hearts that these people with knives were just a group of robbers. After seeing this kind of thing, they will inevitably feel uneasy, and they would rather use money to avoid disaster. Of course, they are all very happy to do so, but if they cannot use money to eliminate the disaster, then everything will be difficult. In the end, each of them couldn't help but frown, and their faces looked a little embarrassed. It didn't take long before they collected the money in front of Lin Feng. As for Deng Xian, she couldn't help but feel scared at this moment. Don't be afraid. If I were next to you now, you don't have to be afraid. I will protect you. Deng Xian didn't know why, but as long as he was in this embrace, he would feel very safe and warm. However, the group of robbers in front of him immediately pointed knives at Lin Feng. Boy, look, everyone else has already handed over all their money and belongings. Why don't you move at all when it comes to you? Are you not going to hand over what you have? Lin Feng also frowned. He didn't expect that this group of robbers had become so rampant. This made him feel very irritated and his mood became very bad. Finally, he simply took out the 2 pockets in his hands. As you can see, my pockets are completely empty. I don't have a penny at all. So you robbed the wrong people. At this moment, the gangster also looked at Deng Xian beside him, and then couldn't help licking his lips. It was a very cruel smile, but this smile made people feel very creepy. He. Of course it's okay if you don't have money. If you really don't have money this time, then we'll take this chick next to you. After all, as the saying goes, if you don't have money, you can use other sources to make up for it. I think the girlfriend next to you is pretty good. Deng Xian also held Lin Feng tightly with both hands. After all, she knew that Lin Feng would definitely not give up on her. But the opponent must have a knife in his hand, he was just worried that Lin Feng would get hurt. However, Lin Feng patted Deng Xian's little hand, indicating that it was not a big deal at all. I think you are just wishful thinking now, and your ideas are really getting more and more outrageous. It seems that I must teach you a lesson this time. In the end, Deng Xian also smiled, but there was some innocence mixed in this smile. Be careful. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then stood up. I found that there were not too many brothers in their group, only 3 people, and each of them had a big knife in his hand. It is precisely because of the weapons in their hands that they become so rampant. I advise you to leave now. After all, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be arrested soon. The gangster also gritted his teeth and then chopped at Lin Feng's hand with a big knife. Humph, even if I'm locked up today, I'm still going to kill you. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that the group of guys in front of him would be so cruel. They were almost at the end of their rope, but they still didn't intend to let him go. Chapter 39, Becoming Famous. Moreover, they even wanted to start applying for the job with him. The viciousness of this group of guys was really beyond his expectation. However, he was still very speechless about this guy's behavior, but he had no intention of showing any mercy. He immediately wanted to snatch the knife from the opponent, but the little guy in front of him was indeed quite smart. He hurriedly cut the knife in his hand, leaving a scratch directly on Lin Feng's arm. This made Deng Xian behind him look nervous, and she clenched her hands tightly together. After all, the current situation is not what he wants to see, and he doesn't want to see Lin Feng get hurt. Lin Feng, are you okay? However, Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and pursued the opponent. Although he was stabbed, the opponent was indeed in a panic. He simply snatched the knife from the opponent, and then used the handle to hit him on the forehead. The gangster fainted instantly. The other 2 guys noticed the situation here almost at the same time and quickly rushed over to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng now has a weapon in his hand, so naturally he will no longer be afraid of the opponent. He started fighting directly with the opponent, and his strength was extremely fierce. Not long after, the 2 guys were knocked unconscious, but he was still heartbroken. I feel that the current social atmosphere is really too corrupt. I just scare them a little and no one dares to take action. And now I have taken the lead, but there are still many fat men in the car, and they are not moving. With the existence of this group of people, it will be almost impossible for them to make a comeback. No wonder he is always bullied. It would be strange if he wasn't always bullied. So this made him feel extremely speechless, but the current situation was like this, and they really had no room for turning back. Finally, he just smiled bitterly and said gloomily, "Okay, I think we should leave it like this for now. When the police come, they will naturally take them away." Now just throw the three of them under the car and continue walking. After saying that, he picked them up in each hand and threw them under the car. The driver was stunned. At first, he really didn't dare to drive. But then the driver gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out. Deng Xian hurriedly took out the paper in her hand and kept wiping the blood off Lin Feng. Her eyes looked extremely nervous. Lin Feng, look at your arm. It's already injured. Let's go to the hospital as soon as we get off the bus. Lin Feng looked at Deng Xian's nervous expression and smiled. It had been a long time since he saw such a cute little girl. Now seeing this little girl being so cute, he also felt a little happy. No need. After all, I know the loss of this life. It's just a minor skin injury at most. Since it's just a superficial wound, there's no need for you to worry. It's nothing serious at all. It won't be long before he heals on his own. And you see, after this incident, didn't you find that you are no longer nervous now? Deng Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She was also very curious because after what just happened, she found that she was no longer nervous about the calligraphy competition. But at this moment, Deng Xian smiled mischievously again. Hee, since I've already told you to accompany me to participate in the competition, I've actually already secretly signed you up. So you definitely won't be able to escape this time. When the time comes, I will definitely shine and crush you hard. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Deng Xian's smug look. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this little girl was truly adorable. No matter what she does, every move makes her feel like she is floating in the air. Finally, he smiled and said, well, no matter what you do, I feel you should do it. It's just, are you sure you can be better than me this time? Actually, my calligraphy is not bad either. Deng Xian obviously didn't believe it, and she wrinkled her nose, looking extremely cute. Hee, I have been practicing calligraphy for a long time. I have been practicing since I was 5 years old. Can you be as good as me? In Deng Xian's heart, Lin Feng's martial arts skills are already impressive enough, and his cooking is so delicious, so how could his calligraphy be as good as hers? So even if Lin Feng said that he was very powerful, deep down in his heart he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, he felt that the possibility was too low, if he was really good at calligraphy. So, could this guy still have any flaws? Wouldn't that mean he is almost invincible? So his heart was filled with anxiety, and his face looked extremely depressed. But then I thought about it and realized that there was no need to think about it, as it was a possibility that would never happen. But now the bus has arrived, and people are gradually getting off one after another. Lin Feng pulled Deng Xian away, and Deng Xian's eyes were also a little confused. Look at all the people in this car. After all, we saved them, and we have also taken back all their money. But look at these guys. They don't even want to say thank you to you. Alas, if we had known this would happen, why would we save them? It would be better not to save them at all. After saying this, he also stuck out his little nose, which made him look particularly cute. However, this made Lin Feng shake his head, and his tone seemed very serious at this time. Everyone has their own ideas, so if they don't appreciate you for this, there's absolutely no need to blame them for this. However, after they left, they had no idea that they had already become a hot topic in the news. Surprise! A mysterious young man fought against 3 gangsters on a bus with his bare hands and successfully rescued a bus full of people. Surprise! The mysterious master appears again? Go and become his disciple. However, this news spread in a blink of an eye, but the two of them had never played with their mobile phones, so it was naturally impossible for them to see such a news. Chapter 40, The Rich Old Man. However, there are no photos associated with these explosive news, so no one knows who the mysterious boy in the car is. As for the 2 protagonists of this incident, they have already arrived at the competition venue. As for the venue of the competition at this moment, it looks very magnificent, and it seems that it is taking place in a restaurant. Aren't we going to hold a calligraphy competition? Why are we in a 5-star hotel? And if I'm not mistaken, you seem to be out of money. We can't afford to stay in such a luxurious hotel. I also want to say in advance that I don't have any money either. After Lin Feng said this, he crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes full of innocence. This made Deng Xian feel that Lin Feng was very cute. Such a cute guy was really funny. In the end, she could only roll her eyes at him, and then said helplessly, "You bastard. I'm really speechless with you. The competition is taking place right here, so don't think too much about it. This is just a small matter. I believe you can solve it perfectly. This is a very serious game, so we must cherish these opportunities. The competition starts tomorrow, and I've registered for you. We can stay here for free as long as we show our ID cards. Then he went straight forward, looking as if he was the master of this place. Inside the room, Lin Feng was completely confused. He thought it was a joke before, but he didn't expect it to be true. How many people have signed up this time? Deng Zian bit her lip and looked thoughtful at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, there are probably only a few thousand people. Lin Feng wanted to vomit blood instantly, feeling that the old man who was participating in the competition was too rich. He invited thousands of people to stay in a 5-star hotel. Did he have too much money and had no place to spend it? This old man, holding such a calligraphy conference, doesn't he feel it is very meaningless? If he has so much money, wouldn't it be a good thing to leave it to his descendants? His descendants will definitely hate him to death for wasting money like this. After hearing this, Deng Zian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. If others heard such words, they would probably beat him to death. But fortunately, there is no one else here, only myself, so these words will not be leaked. But she was afraid that Lin Feng would continue to talk nonsense, so she simply covered Lin Feng's mouth with her little hand, and then looked nervous. Lin Feng, please don't say anything nonsense. After all, the old man is actually a very good person. He has always regarded money as dirt. No matter how much money he spends this time, he actually just wants to see calligraphy. As long as the calligraphy catches his eye, he can support you at will. That's why so many people came here, hoping to attract the old man's attention. They all have the same goal, hoping to be noticed by the old man, so that they don't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Lin Feng's eyes also looked a little strange, and he looked at Deng Zian with great curiosity. Hey, you sound so reasonable, could it be that you are also such a person? But I don't think you are that kind of person at all. Deng Zian glared at Lin Feng with extreme anger for a moment, but this kind of anger disappeared in the blink of an eye. What on earth are you talking about? After all, how could I be that kind of person? I feel that having money is enough. I don't need anyone to support me. I can be self-reliant. I just like calligraphy. And you may really not know that the old man in front of you is completely different. He can collect all the money and give it to others, and he himself is not greedy for money at all. This guy often organizes charity events and donates his money. Don't you think he is a good person? After hearing these words, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. After all, if that's really what he said, it seems like he is simply a very good person. But are there really such good people in this world? Isn't this possibility too low? If he looked at the old man's habits and style, he seemed to be such a good person, so it was precisely because of this that his heart trembled slightly. Alas, if this old man is really a good person, then he is completely worthy of my respect. So I have to say that I really like this old man's style. At least judging from his brother's performance, he will not let me down. The others rolled their eyes at Lin Feng and didn't say a word. However, at this moment, the old man in front of them coughed. Moreover, his complexion looked very pale, and one could tell at a glance that his health seemed to be very poor. Ahem, actually, the reason I invited everyone here this time is just to take a look at your calligraphy. But I don't have much time now, and my children are really not very good at calligraphy. Their calligraphy is always terrible. I can't even bear to look at it. So today I want to select some very outstanding guys from among you to be my inheritance disciples. When the time comes, I can give you whatever you want. The most important thing is that I can teach you all my skills. This is really heartbreaking news. I think you must have been impatient for a long time. After saying this, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. Because this is actually what he has always wanted to say, and the more he wants to say it, the more melancholy he feels in his heart. If his son was still alive, there would be no need for him to be so worried, but the current situation really left him with no way out. It is precisely because of this that he has absolutely no way out, so his tone seems to have become unusually dull. Chapter 41, The Old Man's Kindness. But now Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this old man could actually say such words. He really had some admiration in his heart. After all, if he guessed correctly, this calligrapher should have received a lot of rewards. The more rewards he received, the more money he would naturally have. However, he did not leave the money to his descendants, but chose to give it to a successor. How selfless this person was. This is a huge contribution made to the country, so every time I think of this, my mood becomes more or less better. I have to say, I didn't have much of a change in my opinion of this guy before, but now I really have some respect for this old guy. Hearing the praise, Deng Xian immediately raised her head, with a hint of arrogance on her face. It was as if the praise just now was not praising others, but praising him, making him feel very happy. Of course. Don't you think about it? This is exactly the person I admire. Can the person I admire be just an ordinary person? If it is an ordinary person, I definitely won't admire him even if you want me to. At this moment, Lin Feng was speechless when he saw this guy looking at him like a star-chasing star. After all, he had only said a sentence or two. Was there any need to be so exaggerated? And this expression was a bit too excessive, making him completely unsure of what to say. In the end, he could only nod very depressedly, and his face looked happy at this moment. Well, this is your choice after all, so I feel that your choice might be the right one, so just follow your choice next. Lin Feng suddenly looked at Deng Xian in front of him with a curious look. After all, he had already noticed Deng Xian's expectations before. It seems as if she really wants to become this old man's disciple, which shows that Deng Xian really loves calligraphy. Deng Xian, if I'm not mistaken, you really want to be his apprentice, right? Deng Xian nodded quickly, and her eyes seemed to become particularly excited, because this situation was exactly what she wanted to see the most. Well, let alone me, even if it were anyone else, they would definitely hope to become his apprentice. But I know my own level, so I don't have any high expectations for this. I just hope to witness how good his apprentice will be in the future. Lin Feng smiled instantly. After all, he had absolute confidence in calligraphy and could increase the old man's interest. The old man's health is not very good now, but his calligraphy is definitely one of the most amazing in the event. So if it really comes to such a point, no matter from which aspect I look at the situation, the old man will definitely feel very excited, and it is very likely that he will even meet me. This was totally his chance. Whenever he thought of this, he would laugh happily and his face would look a little serious. Okay, I think we'll just leave it at that for today. And we must be more serious from now on. We must not suffer any losses. Only in this way can we feel more at ease. However, the stage was already in chaos at this moment. After all, every time they saw the scene, they would become extremely excited. Ha, old man, I must be your apprentice this time. TSK, you failed last time you came to participate, so don't even think about it this time. If you could succeed, you would have succeeded a long time ago. You shouldn't be thinking about this question now. What you should be thinking about now is what topic the teacher has given us this time. Only after we know the topic can we start writing in this way. The old man now smiled instantly, as if after hearing the two words in the title, he felt very happy, and he always felt that such a smile had a very conspiratorial feeling. The others couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs, and they began to pray secretly in their hearts, hoping that this time it wouldn't be a problem. If it really was a problem, then they would all be in real trouble. Old man, you must show mercy. After all, if you don't show mercy this time, I'm afraid you will never have a disciple in your life. In fact, many people here have already noticed that the old man's health is getting worse day by day. It is precisely because of this that he is anxious to find an apprentice, train him well, and let him inherit his skills. However, it is not so easy to find a powerful person. This kind of meeting has been going on for almost 7 or 8 years, from the beginning to now. However, in the past 7 or 8 years, none of them passed the test, and every time there were a lot of people taking the written test, but in the end the number of people who could pass was almost non-zero. If this kind of thing happened to someone else, they might have given up long ago, but the old man has always had this spirit of perseverance. I have never known what giving up means, and I continue to invest money in these job fairs as always. Moreover, they have always regarded money as dirt and have no idea how to cherish it. They just casually mess around with it. But now the old man understood after seeing that everyone had quieted down and was looking at him with very strange eyes. To put it bluntly, this group of guys just wanted to understand the question, which made him smile happily. Because he actually spent 3 days and 3 nights thinking about this topic before coming up with this result, and he felt that this result was simply the most perfect work. And it is definitely the most perfect answer, so this question can be said to be impeccable. After figuring this out, he started laughing, and his eyes looked much more serious, as if he had done a great thing. Chapter 42 Exam begins. He. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been eager to show off your skills, right? In fact, the questions in this test are all very simple. You just need to use the words you are best at. At the same time, the simpler the better. As long as you can do these two things, it's completely sufficient. Deng Xian, who was standing under the stage, was also confused, as if she had never expected that the task this time would be so simple. Hey! Lin Feng, what happened to the old man this time? Why did he give such a simple question? In the past, he never gave such a simple question. Could it be that the old man has already felt that his body's time is running out, so he specifically raised such a simple question? If this is really the case, then it would be unfair. If I really became his apprentice because of something like this, I would definitely be very unwilling to accept it. After saying this, he clasped his hands tightly together, and a look of stubbornness appeared on his face. This made Lin Feng unable to help but nod his head continuously. He really felt relieved at this moment and felt that he had not misjudged the person. Moreover, this situation made his mood a little better, and there was indeed no bad emotion in his heart. Not bad, not bad. But, Deng Xian, if you really think so this time, then you are really wrong. Although I don't know what questions the old man gave you before, I can guarantee that this is definitely the most difficult question he has ever given you. I believe that this competition will not disappoint you. Besides, there should only be one such competition. If you don't perform well, you will be eliminated directly. It should be a one-round system. There won't be a second or third round. If there is no one in this round who makes him feel very relieved and feels that the result is good, then he will just announce the end. Deng Xian in front of him looked at Lin Feng curiously for a moment, because from the beginning to now, he still didn't quite understand what this principle was. Moreover, he always felt that this was simply a trap. These questions were too simple and anyone could complete them. Lin Feng, why do you say this question is not easy? If I use what I am best at, then it will be easy to complete it. After all, almost every calligrapher here has a good hand in writing that character, and he practices almost every day. So his strength will naturally become very strong, and he has always remembered this word deeply, so how could he fail? In the past, the old man often came up with a weird word, and it was a very complicated font. Because of this, he almost always failed. But now, surprisingly, whoever comes on top succeeds. After saying this last sentence, his face looked unusually gloomy, as if he was still very unhappy because of this incident. However, the old man now sat on the stage and looked down, and everyone was talking about what happened this time. This made him laugh mysteriously, but when the discussion was about to reach its climax, he directly lit the incense. Then he said loudly, "If you want to make a scene, go ahead, but I still want friendship, and I'll remind you that time waits for no one. Each of you has one stick of incense to spend. If you finish ahead of time, you can show it to me. If it's suitable, the competition can end directly. I will only accept one disciple." At this moment, Lin Feng frowned instantly. It had to be said that the old man's move really blocked almost everyone's retreat. Originally a few hours was almost enough, but now that it has been added, "I will only accept one disciple, this is the rule." Then almost everyone will definitely write desperately, and will definitely want to compete for this spot, and everyone will definitely go crazy by then. But once the strokes become too fast, it becomes difficult to write a perfect font, so we have to say that the old man's plan is really perfect. Deng Xian, don't be anxious this time. After all, if you write too fast, it will be easy to make mistakes, and then you will definitely not be chosen by the old man. And you have to believe me, the old man's vision this time must be very sharp. Since he asked you to choose what you are best at, it means that his requirements have become higher this time. So from now on, just focus on writing what you want to write without being disturbed by the outside world. Deng Xian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand it in his heart, he still nodded in the end. Moreover, his expression looked very serious. Then he took a deep breath, and his expression looked very good at this time. After everything had fallen into a dull state, the whole person began to become happy, and there was no other meaning at all. "Oh, okay, now I have everything ready. I am going to start writing now." Then he started writing immediately, but just when he was about to start writing, he suddenly saw 2 or 3 people picked up the papers with words already written on them and quickly ran to the old man. Grandpa, I have already written it, please take a look at it." "Get lost. I was here first this time. Get out of the way. Don't you know what first come first serve means?" The 2 people started arguing directly. After all, they both knew that they had to be more serious this time and absolutely no problems could occur. However, the more this happened, the more depressed they looked. No matter from which aspect, it didn't seem to be a good thing for them. This made Deng Xian in front of him open her eyes instantly and look at Lin Feng beside her. Chapter 43, The faster you go, the faster you fail. Isn't their speed a little too fast? I have never seen such a fast speed before. Isn't this their advantage? Lin Feng shook his head, and finally smiled very mysteriously, as if he had already let go of everything in front of him and would not care about these small details at all. Don't worry, they will definitely fail this time. There is no chance of them achieving any success. After all, even if the old man himself simply writes a word, it takes at least half an hour, so we won't even look at this within half an hour in hell. At this moment, Deng Xian looked at Lin Feng deeply, and at the same time, she was a little confused about Lin Feng. To put it bluntly, this guy is a monster among monsters. He knows a lot about almost everything, which is why he feels a little inferior in his heart. Is it really a good thing for me to be with this kind of guy? To put it bluntly, this kind of guy will attack me all the time. So after thinking about this, his mood seemed to become particularly depressed. After all, no matter from which aspect, it seemed not to be a good thing for them. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and chose to accept this situation. After all, he seemed to have no other choice. So after thinking about this, the whole person smiled, and his expression seemed to be quite happy. Finally, he said gloomily, "Okay, I think we'll leave it at that for now. After all, there are a lot of things going on, and I've said enough to make myself clear." However, no matter how much the two guys talked, the old man in front of him said gently, "Okay, there is no need for you to quarrel. Put your writing on the table and leave directly." The two people also confronted each other, and finally one could see some disdain in each other's eyes, but they still put down their things obediently and left quickly. And during this period of time, as long as it was within half an hour, the old man almost always said this sentence. After half an hour, some people finally uploaded their words one after another. However, the old man still just took a quick look and waved his hand, with more and more disappointment in his eyes. He even muttered to himself, "No way. Old man, I don't have much time left. Do you really want me to just randomly choose an apprentice to fool you? Alas, this kind of thing is actually impossible to do. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Maybe a more amazing calligraphy will appear next." As time went by and the fifth ring was approaching, there were only about 4 people still staying there. Then he saw a man quickly walking in front of his son. At the same time, there was a word ba written on it. When the old man saw it, he frowned instantly. At the same time, his face looked a little disappointed. Alas, if you had written any other word, you might have passed by now, but you chose to write this word. This shows that you have always wanted to dominate the world. Your personality is too strong and you are indeed not suitable to be my apprentice. The guy who was writing in front of him opened his mouth. After all, he had been doing whatever he wanted, so he wrote this word. But I didn't expect that there would be such an excuse. The calligraphy is in place, but since the meaning of the font is different, I can just reject myself at the door. This made him feel like vomiting blood, but he still felt very speechless. However, he knew that no matter how many soft words he said, it would be useless, so it was better to keep silent. He simply nodded and walked out, without any trace of respect at all. But at this moment, another man also came over with a piece of paper in his hand. However, after taking a look, the old man in front of him immediately looked deeply at the man in front of him. "If I'm not mistaken, your father should be Mawani, right?" The man in front of him was also stunned for a moment, and asked incredulously, "How did you know?" The old man said calmly, "It's obvious that this word of yours was not written by you at all. It looks more like the words written by an old man. And I am too familiar with this word. It is impossible for it to be anyone else except Mawani, so I understand this point too well. You are totally cheating. This behavior is really shameful, but I am in no mood to blame you right now. Please just stand aside." At the same time, his expression was constantly shaking, because although there were only 2 people left, he saw that Lin Feng had never picked up a pen from the beginning until now. There were only about 10 minutes left, so he knew that he was almost alone this time. However, there was only Deng Xian left, which made him feel a little uneasy. After all, if there was only one person left, the possibility of failure would be very high. Could it be that he was really going to fall into despair this time? So every time he thought of this, his mood would become very uneasy, and his whole mood would fall into a very lonely state. But now Deng Xian had closed her eyes, but she still walked out and breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, I have finished writing it now." After saying this, he took out the paper in his hand and placed it on the table. There is a word clearly written on it, when, which really fits the little girl's personality very well. After all, this kind of thing makes people feel very comfortable when looking at it, so it is inevitable that they will feel more comfortable. This made the old man in front of him nod his head continuously, and at the same time he smiled and said gloomily, "Not bad, not bad, this character is really well written. Quiet and gentle, it really fits your personality very well, but I have to say that your handwriting is a little too weak, and the whole font looks like it doesn't have much confidence at all." Chapter 44, Big Disharmony. As for Lin Feng beside him, he also looked over and found that it seemed to be true. Moreover, this piece of calligraphy seemed to be far inferior to what he usually wrote at home. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is very likely that the pressure at the scene made him feel a little uncomfortable, so this kind of situation occurred. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is completely out of fear. This made Lin Feng completely at a loss for words, but Deng Xian also lowered her head, her eyes looking somewhat remorseful. After all, such a good opportunity was missed in front of her. And since my shortcomings have just been pointed out, doesn't that mean it's impossible for me to have such a powerful master? So the whole person does look a little depressed and unhappy. This made Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, feel a little uneasy. At the same time, seeing the pain in this guy's heart, he couldn't help but feel extremely passive in his heart, so he walked forward directly. He casually drew something on the table and threw it directly in front of the old man. There was no respect on his face. TSK, who was that guy just now? Why was he so arrogant for no reason? I have never seen anyone so arrogant before. Yes, not only you but also I have never seen such an arrogant person. He just casually drew a line and threw it out. Does he really think he is the boss of the world? But the old man was also a little angry. He knew that no one had ever dared to do this. However, when he saw what was in front of him, his eyes widened instantly. How could there be such a powerful calligraphy in this world? This is simply better than mine. And it is clearly written there, it's just a capital 1 and a horizontal line, just a simple stroke. Why does it look even more sacred now? However, the others at this moment also became very unhappy. After all, their words were not praised, but how come the words of this guy in front of them were praised? Old man, it seems you haven't seen our calligraphy yet. The old man waved his hands impatiently. After all, when he was thinking, what annoyed him most was being disturbed by others. The group of guys in front of him were really rude and actually came to disturb him for no reason. There's absolutely no need to watch what you guys are saying. After all, it's just a random thing, why bother watching it all the time? After saying this, the whole person instantly showed great disdain, and he was full of disdain for this kind of guy in his heart. But this kind of scene is indeed the one they least want to see, but now they see it. Finally, the old man in front of her also smiled gently, as if she had found her future. Ahem, Lin Feng, can I give you all my skills? Of course I know that I am not at that level at all, and I also know that you would not be able to appreciate my level, but I think my skills must not be lost, so you see. Lin Feng just shook his head, and his attitude seemed quite determined, with no possibility of turning back at all. Forget about what you said. After all, if you really want to give this thing to me, you might as well give it directly to Deng Xian. I came here just to accompany her. I believe you are a wise person. Although his handwriting is relatively weak, it is because you give him such a strong aura that he feels scared. His own handwriting is actually very nice to look at, and one could say it's very beautiful. I've seen quite a few of them before. After hearing these words, the old man in front of him gritted his teeth instantly, and his face seemed to be lost in thought. He is now thinking about this question, what should he do next to be more appropriate? After all, no matter what he does, it cannot be too abrupt. Okay, now that you've said so, I will focus on training Deng Xian from now on. Lin Feng glanced at Deng Xian for a moment, then winked at her frantically. Deng Xian, haven't you always wanted to be his apprentice? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, don't you want to seize it? Why don't you go over and thank them now? They've been waiting for you. Don't be anxious. Just finish it quickly. Besides, the old man is in poor health right now. You should go over and help them now. This will make things much better anyway. Now Deng Xian has finally reacted, and he also knows that this time it was all thanks to Lin Feng. Finally, the whole person began to nod frantically, ran over quickly, and finally kowtowed. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I will definitely study calligraphy well in the future and will never let you down. You can rest assured on this point, old man. The old man in front of him nodded. He was certainly relieved about this in his heart, and he didn't have any major worries at all. Because he felt that this kind of thing was actually just a very common thing, so it was not a good thing to pay too much attention to it. In many cases, it is better to be more open-minded. Only when you are open-minded can you have unexpected developments. However, it is precisely because of such a scene that other people instantly feel very bad. Humph, old man, this must be a plan you prepared in advance. Otherwise, we have been working hard for so long and have been writing for so long. Why do you just say no? And this guy in front of you doesn't seem to be a big deal. Why did you just accept it? The old man in front of him snorted coldly instantly, because he found that the people who had just talked to him were a group of gangsters. Moreover, they handed in their papers 2 or 3 minutes in advance, which distracted him and made him extremely dissatisfied. Old man, it usually takes me at least half an hour to write one word, and you just write a few strokes and want to get away with it. Is that possible? Chapter 45 The Charm of Words. If you feel dissatisfied, you can take this word home. If I'm not mistaken, this random word is worth at least 1 or 2 million. The others widened their eyes and simply did not believe this possibility. After all, how could a word written casually be so expensive? They would never believe this kind of thing even if they were beaten to death, so everyone's eyes still seem to be in a very conflicted state. After all, deep down they still really want to believe in such a result, and only by choosing to believe it can they have a better way out. But other people still felt that this kind of thing was very incredible, so there was always a sense of pride in their hearts, which made them completely unable to believe this thing. Finally, Lin Feng smiled, pulled the old man and the little guy beside him, and headed forward. And this time he didn't stop at all, but just as he walked to the long mist system in front of him, it finally issued a task again. Ding! It is detected that the old man next to you is suffering from a disease. Please help him get treatment and save the pillars of the country. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. At the same time, he was very curious about the guy next to him. Could it be that he really had some important status? If it weren't for this, how could he be directly called a pillar of the country? This title is really too big, and it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, it is precisely because of this that he feels some doubts in his heart, and he seems to be quite depressed. But now he simply had no way of asking more questions, for fear that if I asked too many questions, other problems would inevitably arise, so most of the time it was better to remain silent. System, after you complete this, will there be some very generous rewards? After all, I always feel that your performance this time should be extraordinary. The system fell into silence. After all, the current system was too lazy to answer such a question. He felt that answering such a question was a complete insult to himself. This made Lin Feng instantly feel uninterested. He originally wanted to tease the system, but now this system was too boring. Moreover, he didn't even want to talk to me. If this was the case, it would be impossible for me to have a good conversation with him even if I wanted to. So he could only hide aside, and then stare straight at the old man in front of him, as if he wanted to see through the old man. Old man, I think you are quite smart now, so I want to ask you a question. Is your illness very serious? And if I'm not mistaken, you won't live long. The old man was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that the guy in front of him would speak so bluntly. Even if he really wouldn't live for a few more days, there was no need to speak so bluntly. Deng Xian also glared at Lin Feng. She really loved and hated this guy beside her. After all, this guy did help her a lot, but wasn't this topic a little too unreasonable now? How could he curse someone to death out of nowhere? This topic made him extremely speechless, and I wiped my lips, unable to defend myself. Humph, Lin Feng, this is the master you just managed to get me to worship. Why are you talking to her in this tone now? You really disappoint me. Didn't you find a master for me with so much difficulty? Lin Feng also smiled awkwardly. After all, he had never thought that the current situation would develop into such a situation. However, the current situation is like this, and there is indeed no way back. Finally, he looked at the old man in front of him with an extremely depressed expression. As for Deng Xian beside him, he had no way to continue replying. After all, it was such a fatal question, and he was afraid that if he said it wrong, it would inevitably cause some irreparable consequences. The old man shook his head helplessly and stopped GM from continuing to speak. Although he knew that he was indeed doing this for his own good, some facts still needed to be made clear. After all, I am a master. As a master, I am definitely not completely immune to many problems, so it is better to be more clear and honest. Then he took a deep breath, and his expression looked quite serious at this moment, as if he didn't want to deceive again at all. You are absolutely right. I really don't have that much time left. At most, I only have 3 months to live. It is precisely because of this that I specifically adjusted the difficulty this time, hoping to make a breakthrough. But I have to say that I am not too disappointed with the results this time. At least I found a very suitable guy. This guy in front of me is really very good. After saying this, he looked directly at Deng Xian. What he said was right, and he was referring to Deng Ziki. At this time, Deng Xian couldn't help but her eyes turned slightly red. Although he was indeed praised in his heart and should feel happy afterwards, he could not feel any happiness now no matter what, because he could feel that the current situation was very unfriendly to them. Master, what are you doing? Even if it's only for 3 months, I will definitely learn from you. Lin Feng, can you help my master? After all, he really doesn't have much time left, and I feel like he has always been very pitiful. I want to help him. Lin Feng was also speechless for a while. After all, he had actually had such an idea before, but he was completely stopped. Now he was asked to start the rescue. Why did he stop himself just now? Wasn't that a complete waste of time? This made him feel extremely speechless. Chapter 46, Rescue the Old Man. But now he didn't dare to say anything extra. After all, he was really afraid that if he said too much, some misunderstandings would inevitably arise. Ahem. Old man, your current condition is actually not that bad. To be honest, it is completely curable. Regarding this question, I really have no need to lie to you. As for whether you believe it or not, it all depends on you. I think you should know best whether I would lie to you or not. The old man in front of him also had his eyes slightly brightened up instantly. After all, it would be best if he could be alive, especially now that he had found a very good apprentice. This made him hope even more that he could continue to live, and this was also what he wanted to happen most, so he nodded frantically. If I can really survive, that would be the best, but I know my situation best. Even if the best doctor came and tested me, there is nothing he can do. After saying this, his whole expression looked like he was in a very sad state. After all, he had actually tested all of these things before, but the effect was almost negligible. It was precisely because of this that his face looked a little bit inferior. But now Lin Feng did laugh, and at the same time he patted his chest, his expression looked very indifferent. Don't worry. If it were someone else, a problem like yours would probably be a huge difficulty, but for me it's just a small matter. If others can't do it, it only means that their abilities are not good enough, but I can still do it. I believe you will be able to discover this in no time. Others couldn't help but be speechless. After all, this sentence really sounded too good. But they didn't know why, but they really liked hearing this exaggerated tone. Finally, he said gloomily, Okay, Lin Feng, I know that you are just trying to comfort me. In fact, you don't need to do that. After all, I can still withstand the blow. It is not appropriate for you to comfort me in this way. Lin Feng opened his mouth. Now he felt extremely speechless. After all, what he just said was completely the truth, but why did the old man in front of him just not listen to his advice? And in the end, he didn't believe in himself at all. How could this be possible? This made him feel particularly speechless, and at the same time, he didn't know what to say. But now it seems that there is no possibility of any backup at all, and the current situation is like this, so every time he thinks of this, he becomes even more speechless. Forget it, old man. No matter how much I say next, you will definitely not listen to me. So I won't make it difficult for you this time. But old man, can you find a quiet environment for me next? After all, under this situation, I feel that only a quiet environment may be suitable for your treatment. Other environments are completely unsuitable. The old man is now in a state of contemplation, as if he is thinking about where is relatively quiet. After all, this environment is indeed quite difficult to find, and it is not something that can be found directly. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and then he looked very excited, as if he had already thought of a very suitable place. Ahem. I do know a place that's pretty suitable, but I don't know if it meets your requirements. It's in my room. Do you think that place is suitable for treatment? Although he really didn't believe it in his heart, the hope was already in front of him, and it was the hope of survival. So this time, even if this hope is false, he would still choose to believe it once. After all, with this hope, if he still doesn't choose to believe it, then he would be a complete fool. But he is obviously quite smart, so no matter from which aspect of the situation, everyone knows what he will choose. However, the scene does look quite complicated, and everyone has more or less a little bit of worry in their hearts, so no one knows what they are thinking. Lin Feng nodded, and not long after, they appeared in the room. At this moment, the old man's eyes looked a little nervous. What is wrong with me? Lin Feng smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, you should be feeling a lot of pain in your head right now, and it's like something is constantly biting you, right? Even after you eat, you feel very tired all over your body. I think I am not wrong about this. The old man swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. In his heart, he really couldn't understand why Lin Feng knew all about his changes so clearly. It was really too detailed. Yes, everything you said is absolutely correct. While saying this, his tone seemed to become very excited. After all, he seemed to have found hope for survival. In the past, even if there were a doctor, it would be impossible for him to describe it in such detail, and it would be even more impossible for him to describe it so seriously. But now he finally saw this scene for the first time. So it is inevitable that my mood will have some ups and downs, and I even wish I could explain things in more detail. But in the end, Lin Feng in front of him also nodded slightly, and his expression looked very indifferent at this moment. I knew this would be the result, so there's no need for you to worry too much. After all, this is just a normal thing. Chapter 47 Vomiting Blood. But I have to say that your pain is a little abnormal. If I really want to start treating you, what I lack most right now is a set of acupuncture. Now, as long as you can find the silver needle for me, I can help you with your treatment. But if you can't find this thing, I feel that it will be almost impossible to help you with your treatment. Yes. This is a relatively high-end place, so of course we have all kinds of things like this. I can get them for you right now. Then I saw a silver needle being taken out from the drawer, and this silver needle did look quite sharp. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng instantly nodded with great satisfaction. After all, this was what he wanted, and this thing made him feel very comfortable. Okay, you can close your eyes now. As for Deng Ziyan, go find a basin. Deng Ziyan was a little speechless. After all, how could he find a basin in this place? In the end, he had no choice but to go downstairs and ask the customer service for it. Apart from that, there was really no other big solution. It didn't take long for him to get everything ready, but he could still clearly feel that she was still in a very depressed mood. Finally, he could only say gloomily, okay, Deng Ziyan, I know you are almost ready now, so we must be more serious about solving this problem next, and don't be too careless. After he finished speaking, he took out the silver needles and pierced all of them into the old man's head. This made Deng Ziyan close her eyes instantly, and she didn't dare to look at it seriously at all. After all, he has always felt some fear about this kind of thing in his heart, so after seeing this thing, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, this made Lin Feng speechless at the moment. After all, this kind of thing felt like a commonplace occurrence. Was there any need to feel scared because of it? But now he was too embarrassed to say too much, and he had more important things to do, so he didn't dare to start talking here. You didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly the old man was lifted up, and his big mouth was facing the huge basin in front of him, as if he wanted the old man to spit out something. But at this moment, I suddenly saw a mouthful of blood spit out from the old man's mouth. This scene instantly shocked everyone. No one had expected that he could suddenly start vomiting blood out of the blue. What should we do? Why did the old man suddenly vomit blood? Deng Zi said in a panic. After all, the person in front of him was his master, so how could he not care about his master? Lin Feng just shook his head at this moment, and his attitude now seemed to be quite resolute. Don't worry, this is completely normal, so don't be anxious about it, and don't make a fuss about it. The old man didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally woke up slowly. However, his eyes still looked very depressed. I suddenly feel like I'm feeling much better now. What on earth is happening to me now? Lin Feng in front of him also smiled instantly, because this was the scene he wanted to see the most, and he also knew that after taking this thing, the old man would definitely get better. Afterwards, he pointed directly at the basin on the ground, and his expression looked very indifferent at this time. It's actually not a big deal. The reason you feel uncomfortable is because you have been poisoned recently. It's just that the poisoning is not serious, so you haven't felt it until now. After hearing these words, the old man instantly widened his eyes, feeling extremely surprised. After all, how could he feel poisoned because of such a thing? No way? How could I be poisoned for no reason? However, his statement did not receive any response at all, and the other person even pointed to the blood on the plate. But suddenly I found that there were a lot of things moving in the blood in the basin, and it looked like something was making me feel sick and nauseous. After all, he had never seen such a disgusting thing in his life, and it could actually move. This was something he could not even imagine. But now it is actually happening in front of them, so he feels even more disgusted just looking at such a thing. No way. Don't say that this thing has always been in my body. This possibility is too small. After all, how could there be such a disgusting thing in my body? In fact, this kind of talk is quite normal. After all, if it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to tolerate the existence of this thing in their body. But I have to say that the current situation is like this, and there are indeed such disgusting things in it. Alas, there is actually absolutely nothing we can do about this. After all, if I am not mistaken, you must have been poisoned. And the poisoning is indeed very deep, but it's not that easy to detect, so you haven't felt it until now. Otherwise, you would not be like this now. Lin Feng was a little depressed at this moment. After all, it was the first time for him to explain so many things to others in such detail, and this explanation made her feel a little uncomfortable, so he really didn't want to waste so much time and effort. However, Deng Xian now opened her mouth wide. Up to now, she still felt that the possibility was too low. After all, she didn't have any enemies at all, so how could she provoke such a powerful existence? No way. I feel like the old man is very kind at ordinary times. Who would have the heart to poison such a person? I feel like the possibility is too low. Have you made a mistake? Chapter 48, Poisoning. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is just the surface we see. If this is really the case, do you think anyone would use such a method to deal with him? Unless someone doesn't want him to live, they would specifically use such a method to target him." The other people in front of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. After all, this sentence actually seemed to be true. However, the more it was like this, the more they felt no resistance in their hearts, and they always felt that this situation was weird. Old man, in fact, according to my guess, the person who poisoned you is most likely your grandson. After all, you have distributed all the family property. I think those guys must feel very unwilling in their hearts, so they chose to use this method. The old man in front of him opened his mouth. He wanted to start counterattacking, but he found that he had no possibility of counterattacking at all. After all, he had indeed felt that there was such a possibility, but he was unwilling to admit it in his heart. After all, they were his own son and grandson. Finally, the whole person took a deep breath and then began to shake his head frantically. Impossible. The method you mentioned is completely impossible. I feel that this level of reality is completely unreal. Lin Feng in front of him smiled but didn't say anything, because she had made her words very clear. As for whether to believe it or not, it all depends on the old man himself. However, he already understood very well that although the old man said casually that he didn't believe it, he had almost begun to believe it in his heart. He was just being stubborn. Alas, old man, normally this kind of thing can only be manifested when eating. If it is not a normal meal, this kind of situation will never happen, and it will be impossible to find it. I think you should know it best in your heart. This kind of bug will slowly suck your blood, and when all your blood is gone, it will start sucking your flesh. Besides, it's impossible for anyone to find out when you're dead, let alone find out the root of the disease. The old man felt a chill in his heart, and in the end he could only shake his head helplessly. Oh, forget it, I still don't want to pursue this matter any further. After all, they are my grandchildren after all. Especially since he is my son, no matter how bad they are to me, I cannot treat them in a bad way. This is indeed what I think in my heart. This made Lin Feng nod his head. Although he knew that charity was not always a good thing, he had to admit that this way of charity was good. After all, at least from the current charity, he knew what would happen if Deng Xian followed him now. Then at least you won't suffer any loss from him, and you won't be wronged too much. This is what he wants to see most, so no matter from which aspect, it is definitely a great thing for them. And it is indeed a relatively friendly situation, which is exactly what they want to see most. Finally, Lin Feng in front of him just shook his head helplessly, and then looked at the old man in front of him with a depressed expression. Master, this is all your choice after all, so no matter what choice you make next, we will definitely support you. But I still hope that you will not regret your choice, old man. You should not go home for the next period of time. Or you can go home for observation. If you really feel that your body is not doing well, you can come back again. The old man simply shook his head, and finally looked at Deng Xian in front of him with an extremely loving look. Forget it, forget it. I'll just stay here for the time being. After all, I still have a lot to teach Deng Xian. In this way, I wouldn't have so many concerns. Otherwise, I would inevitably feel very uneasy in my heart all the time. Hearing him say this, Lin Feng was stunned, but he had to admit that being able to say these words was enough to show that he was a very competent master. So he felt happy for Deng Xian. In this way, at least Deng Xian's calligraphy would be able to improve in the future. Hey, Deng Xian, you must continue to make progress. So, should we start going back directly? Deng Xian looked at the old man with a very reluctant look, as if she was struggling with this problem. But the old man smiled, and he could always see some very heartwarming looks in the eyes of the two people. This made him realize instantly that he might have been treated as a light bulb. Ahem, Ziyan, I can actually go to your city. After all, the world is my home. I don't want to go home at all now, so I'll live near your house. If you have any problems, you can come to me directly. Besides, Lin Feng is so outstanding, he must go back and have things to do, and he is unlikely to stay outside for too long. If you don't go back, I believe he will be very uneasy and will be very worried about you, so you should just go back with him. I will go back with you too. Deng Xian's face turned slightly red instantly. After all, these words sounded really ambiguous, making him feel very shy. It turns out that Lin Feng has always cared about me. But the more this happened, the more he felt that Lin Feng was outstanding. However, it was also because of this that some waves were stirred in his heart. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that no matter what, he must do better in the future and must not fall behind. No matter what, you must never treat yourself as a vase, so you must show your value in many cases. Only in this way can you have a more outstanding performance. That's why I looked at the old man with an unusually firm gaze before. Master, I do want to reply, but I hope you can follow me and teach me to improve. I must become a talented person. However, Lin Feng's gaze towards the old man was indeed somewhat solemn, because he always felt that the identity of this old man should be very extraordinary. Chapter 49. A huge problem arises. On the other side, Lin Feng's eyes became very unfriendly when he looked at the old man, because he always felt that if the old man really went back, it would become a huge problem at that time. So we can't let this old man go back no matter what. Old man, if you really go back, it seems there is no place for you to live. But don't worry, I still have some places for you to stay. So you don't have to worry about where to live. At this moment, the old man saw that Lin Feng seemed to be revealing a hint of strangeness when talking to him, which made him understand instantly. It turns out that if I go there, I will definitely disturb his good deeds. After all, the single man and woman are together every day. If I go there alone, what will happen? He instantly showed a look of understanding, and finally smiled awkwardly. Ahem, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to go back now. When I have time, I will go back naturally. There is no need for you to keep doing this. But disciple, you must not forget to exercise. After all, although I can't go back in time, you can't miss this exercise. Deng Yen ran in front of him also nodded continuously, with deep reluctance revealed in her eyes. After all, this is the master I just met. How could such a master leave so soon? This made him feel completely uncomfortable in his heart, and he now wished that his master could teach him properly. But he also understood that one should not be impatient about everything, and many things should be done slowly and naturally. After thinking of this, the whole person smiled, and the smile looked very charming. Okay, master, don't worry, I will definitely study hard and will not delay. But you have to take good care of yourself outside. When you get to our place, you must tell me. The old man smiled and nodded, making people feel that he was a very friendly person. Finally, Lin Feng looked at Deng Zi with a smile on his face and shook his mobile phone at the same time. I already knew you would have to go back today, so I bought the tickets for this afternoon. We are about to leave in 2 hours, so we have to go to the station right now. Deng Xian also glared at Lin Feng instantly. After all, to put it bluntly, his behavior was completely a case of acting without first reporting to the authorities. Whether you agree or not, you have to agree in the end. After all, the ticket has already been bought. Therefore, there is absolutely no way out, and it is naturally impossible for them to refuse to agree to such a thing. In the end, he could only go forward in a depressed mood, but inside the station, he still had some doubts in his heart. Lin Feng, are you doing this on purpose? He is my master after all. Since he is my master, I want to stay with him for a while longer. Why are you so cruel? Don't you think my master is pitiful? None of his children are on his side, and they only covet his property. Lin Feng was also a little speechless. He felt that only Deng Xian's little head would think like this. Don't be so naive in the future. Do you really think that your master is really weak? Do you think your master is easy to bully? If you really think so, then you are totally wrong. After all, if he didn't have a little bit of scheming, or if he didn't have a little bit of intelligence, he would have been killed by his family long ago. That old man is very scheming. If we deal with such a person, we must be careful, otherwise we won't know how he will take advantage of us in the end. Deng Xian was already angry, and now she heard Lin Feng saying bad things about her master, which made her feel even more annoyed. He would not even consider whether this was right or wrong, because he knew that he was definitely right. Humph, anyway, you are wrong to say that about my master. After all, my master is not a good person. And now you are still saying that about him. Besides, he is an old man after all, and shouldn't you have some respect for the elderly and love for the young? Lin Feng now feels speechless and helpless at the same time. I really don't know how to describe Deng Xian as thoughts, and I don't know how she has been able to stay in society for such a long time. With such a personality, isn't it what others expected him to be? And now he is still here, fine. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, but he was just about to say something. But I found that we had already arrived at the station, and Deng Xian didn't say a word in the car. Even when we arrived at the door of the house, Deng Zi glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Snort! Pa! Then he broke out in a cold sweat, opened the door with his right hand, and walked straight into the house. This made Lin Feng a little speechless. Why did he treat him like that for no reason? Moreover, he has always been relatively friendly, and now he can still talk to him like this, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. But in the end he just shook his head, because he hadn't been to work for almost 3 days. It's almost time to go back to work tomorrow and I can't delay any longer. After all, the maximum vacation I've been granted is only 3 days. On the second day, Lin Feng looked at his watch and found it was 9 o'clock, which made his face change drastically. Then he got up quickly and headed towards the company with his big panda eyes staring at him. After all, because of Deng Xian's incident last night, he couldn't get a good rest the whole night. So now I still feel very sleepy, but when I got to the company, I found that Lin Shan was already there. At the same time, he glared at Lin Feng fiercely, which made Lin Feng shrink his head. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Even though I'm late, you don't seem to want to eat me anymore. Your eyes are so scary. I have never seen eyes as vicious as yours. At this moment, Lin Shan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and then said sullenly, Humph, I'm not trying to scare you now. Chapter 50, Contract Signing Reward Robbed. And I wasn't mad at you, I was just mad at myself. In fact, you should also know that you have signed a contract with a company. This contract must also come with a signing reward, and this reward itself is yours. But in the end, Xinjiang got it. So, in the end, it's almost impossible to get your reward. I've tried hard, and I've asked them to judge, but they simply didn't listen to me. So it's difficult for you to get the reward. Lin Feng was stunned. He had never thought that he could get this reward. If someone else got the reward, then it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't care at all. But the reward was actually taken by Xinjiang, which made him feel very unhappy. After all, it didn't matter who took it, but if it was this guy, she would totally not allow it. Is there really no way to get this thing back? And it was my reward, so why did it end up in his hands? Lin Shan sighed helplessly, and her face looked very gloomy. Actually, all of this is due to the problem with our company's president. After I submitted the report, you should have received the reward, but now all of it has been counted on Xinjiang's head. Because Xinjiang's father donated 3 million to the company when Xinjiang came to our company for internship. So according to the company's boss, these rewards are just a small reward for him. Lin Feng also felt a little angry. After all, no matter who it was, the reward was clearly his, but now that it was passed on to someone else, he would definitely feel a little angry. So this is an understandable emotion in itself, but now Lin Feng also slammed his desk. Can this contract be cancelled? If it can be cancelled, I will call and ask them to cancel it right now. Now Lin Shan just shook her head, and her face looked quite depressed at this moment. There is absolutely no way to cancel this contract. After all, it is an agreement between you two, so it cannot be cancelled. At this moment, Lin Feng was a little speechless. After all, he wanted to cancel the contract directly. In this way, there might be a glimmer of hope for them. But now that there is absolutely no way out, he feels a little depressed inside. But at this moment, Lin Shan's face looked even more embarrassed. Actually, even though the company gave the bonus to Xinzhong this time, I feel like I am a little sorry for you. So I've given you another contract, but this one has almost no chance of being signed, so I think you should not go. But in order to train you, I will go there in person to sign this contract, and you will follow me directly. When you learn as much as you can, everything will be yours. As for the signing of a contract, forget about it. After all, it is simply impossible to sign a contract. Lin Feng in front of him was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lin Shan with curiosity, hoping to get an explanation. After all, he didn't quite understand why he was so sure that it was impossible. According to his own strength, it seemed that nothing was impossible. Master, when I signed the contract, you told me it was impossible. Now you're still telling me it's impossible. How can it be impossible? Lin Shan didn't beat around the bush this time. She just smiled bitterly and said gloomily, alas, you may not be very clear about something. This time we signed a contract with Lingnan City's #1 group, Lingtian Group. How do you think this #1 group could possibly start cooperating with a small group like ours? Unless we have some kind of relationship with them, there is no way they would cooperate with us. Any company would be better than us. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He felt that a company like this was deliberately making things difficult for him. But he couldn't find any evidence, so his face looked even uglier at this moment. And I really don't know what to say, because the current situation itself does not provide much advantage for them. In the end, he could only take a deep breath, and his eyes seemed to become more determined at this moment. Hee, you want to make things difficult for us this time, right? How could I possibly let them succeed? Anyway, the company will make a profit after the contract is signed, and I won't get much at that time, so the worst that can happen is that we won't sign the contract this time. Ding, host, please help Lin Shan sign the contract successfully. You will be rewarded with 2 office buildings. Yi Tian was stunned, because she knew very well that an office building was not an ordinary building. Office buildings are extremely expensive to rent, and there are probably only 5 office buildings at most in the entire city. Now, the system actually wants to directly reward me with 2 seats? At that time, will I still be sad about not having money? Almost immediately he felt that the system's reward was truly amazing. Even before, he had never thought that there would be such an amazing opportunity. But whenever he thought of this, he would feel very comfortable in his heart, and he really appreciated this scene. In the end, the whole person couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face looked very comfortable at this time. Okay, Master, since you have already said that you want me to follow you to learn knowledge, then I will follow you. But remember, the most important thing for us this time is signing the contract, nothing else. We will definitely succeed in signing the contract no matter what. Lin Shan is now a little speechless. She really doesn't understand why her disciple is so confident. Even if he personally took action, there was absolutely no possibility for him to do so. However, his apprentice was actually able to make such a boast, which made him feel very unhappy. But the current situation is like this, so it seems that he really doesn't have any real solution. In the end, he could only say gloomily, well, I think the current situation should be like this for the time being. I feel that what you said may indeed be right. Chapter 51, Rescue. Then you can go home and prepare yourself, and we will set off immediately tomorrow. I've almost made an appointment. Let's start leaving early at this time tomorrow. At this moment Lin Feng nodded, and at the same time he felt a headache. Up to now, he didn't know what to do. After all, according to the current situation, it is already at a disadvantage. If it really goes back home, I'm afraid there won't be much hope. 2 office buildings are a source of money, and he is reluctant to give them up. In the end, he could only say gloomily, humph, forget it, this time, even if I have to pester you, I have to sign the contract. Anyway, the system doesn't stipulate how long it takes to complete the task this time. At worst, I can pester her for a year and still not believe that the contract will fail. This time, Lin Feng had secretly made up his mind that he must sign the contract successfully no matter what. And he absolutely could not fail no matter what, so he had already made up this mind in his heart. In the end, Lin Feng had already secretly decided in his heart that he must stand firm in his beliefs no matter what. But just as he was walking on the road home, suddenly, he saw a beautiful woman walking in the distance, and suddenly she fell to the ground. This made the others rush over to attack, and Lin Feng quickly drove his poison to the side of the road and walked over. After all, there is not much to do even if he goes home now, and now he really wants to see what happened. But just as he approached, he suddenly found that there was a beautiful girl in front of him who had fainted on the ground. However, no one dared to approach her. Ding. Host, do you want to save the girl in front of you? If you do, you will be rewarded with your divine medical skills. If you don't, there will be no punishment. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the system would give him this reward when he was most helpless. This was something he had never thought of, but now he had to admit that this thing was really useful. What he wanted most now was this technology. In the end, the whole person smiled, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Except. He was not that stupid. He gave her the miracle doctor's skills for no reason. How could she not want them? Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. I hereby reward you with your divine medical skills. Lin Feng felt his mind became particularly clear almost instantly, and he discovered that the beautiful woman in front of him was suffering from asthma. And he also had a little heart disease, so he suffered cardiac arrest. Finally, I squeezed in quickly. Make way, I'm a doctor. The others also looked at Lin Feng with strange eyes. They didn't expect that someone would actually dare to come in at this time. After all, most of the people at the scene were spectators, but no one dared to go in. After all, no one knows what will happen if something happens. If you are not careful, you might get scammed. I saw an older woman holding Lin Feng's hand to stop him from going in. Young man, you are so young, so don't be fooled. If they are scammers, you will never be able to pay them back in your lifetime. Lin Feng smiled, then stretched out his hands and waved them nonchalantly. Don't worry, there aren't that many things, and I have always been very cautious. It doesn't matter if they are scammers. After all, the most important thing is to save people. Human lives are at stake here. When other people heard Lin Feng's words, they also looked at him with admiration. After all, people who can say such words are generally kind people. Otherwise, other people generally wouldn't be able to say such words. And precisely because of this, each of them looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of respect. Lin Feng also walked in directly, and then began to press on the woman's chest with one hand. Only in this way could he quickly breathe faster, but the other men standing on the edge were completely unhappy. Oh my god, boy, you can't just take advantage of someone just because she's pretty. After all, she's still a virgin. If you go up to her now and just bang her, even if she faints, you can't do it this way. Lin Feng now glared at him fiercely, because now he had absolutely no way to communicate with this group of people. The most important thing is to solve the troublesome problem at hand first. If it is a few steps later, the woman might really be sacrificed. Sure enough, after about 30 seconds of squeezing, the woman suddenly started coughing wildly. Then she slowly opened her eyes and found that Lin Feng's hand was still on her body. However, he was not angry at all, and even looked at Lin Feng with great curiosity. The whole person still looked very tired, and asked weakly, "You saved me?" "I'm sorry. I didn't bring any medicine with me when I went out today, so I was walking in a hurry and suddenly I got sick." "Thank you very much." Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, and prepared to stand up and walk away. At this time, the woman seemed to see Lin Feng's intention, and hurriedly sat up from the garden, then looked at Lin Feng's figure. "Benefactor. Please add your contact information. At least I should know your name. I will be grateful to you in the future." Lin Feng paused for a moment. Although the girl just now was indeed quite pretty, she really didn't have much interest in such a person. So he didn't even turn his head back, but just waved his hand. "Forget it. My saving you is purely a coincidence, so there is absolutely no need for you to thank me. The world is so big, the chances of us meeting again are slim, so just forget it." The woman was also stunned. After all, if it were someone else, they would have been frantically asking for her contact information. He would even use such an opportunity to get closer to me, but why is this man so strange? When he saw me, he not only didn't ask for my contact information, but ran away directly like a mouse seeing a cat. This made the woman in front of him start to wonder if her charm had decreased. Otherwise, why didn't she even look at her? Chapter 52, Pursuit. The woman looked at Lin Feng and saw that he just left without leaving any contact information for her. This made him extremely angry and he stomped his feet. After all, no matter where she went, she was admired or sought after. How could anyone ignore me? Everyone who saw me wanted to come over and chat with me, but why was this guy so ignorant? This made him a little speechless, but he finally mustered up the courage. Hey! Boy, I will find you sooner or later. Don't think you can escape just like this. My name is Morong Xin. Sooner or later, I will find you and take revenge on you. Lin Feng was a little speechless. He was just trying to complete the task and get some rewards, so he used some special means. But why did he get entangled with it now? This made him feel particularly bad, but now that he was entangled, it seemed that there was really no way out. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. After all, in his heart he felt that this person was just a passerby. I only have one goddess, and that is Deng Yuyan. However, at this moment on the street, there were more and more people pointing fingers at Lin Feng. Oh my god. Is this man not good enough? He is not interested in such a beautiful woman? I think that's probably the case. Otherwise, how could it turn out like this out of nowhere? The others also nodded, feeling that this person was definitely not the right person. However, at this moment, they saw the man, whom they had just thought was not capable, actually left with poison. This made them swallow their saliva and then look at the people around them. Brother, did that guy just prescribe poison? I feel like it's a poisoned sports car, but how can he afford such an expensive sports car? Who knows, maybe he's just a rich kid, but that doesn't seem to be a reason to ignore beautiful women. Of course, there were also many people who came to chat with Morong Shiner, but Morong Shiner didn't even look at this group of men. You're such a good fellow, you're actually driving a sports car? But I saw your license plate number. You're a local. Hee hee, I'll find you out. Then he took out a phone and answered it. Uncle Wang, I'll give you a license plate number. Can you give me some information about this person? Yes, I need it urgently. Thank you, Uncle Wang. The license plate number is. Then he hung up the phone in an extremely proud manner, with stars shining in his eyes. He felt that he was really smart. He can even think of these plans, hee hee. On the other hand, at this moment, Lin Feng returned to his residence and found that Deng Yuyan's door was still tightly locked, as if to prevent thieves. This made Lin Feng speechless, and his mood became very bad. Hey, it's just a small matter, is it necessary to be so angry? Then he opened the door, walked in directly, and locked the door casually. As for Deng Xian now, she was lying peacefully on the sofa, but after hearing the sound of Lin Feng locking the door, her mood instantly became very bad. Humph, Lin Feng, don't you know that I'm angry now? It's been such a long time and you didn't even come to comfort me. It seems like you really don't have me in your heart at all. After so long, you didn't even come over and say something nice to me. Whenever she thought of this, she would feel very aggrieved in her heart. After all, it was just a small conflict. Since it's just a minor conflict, can't a boy be more generous and comfort himself? But when I think about that guy all along, it seems that his EQ has always been relatively low. Therefore, it is quite normal to make some very fatal mistakes. Whenever he thought of this, his mood would be relieved a little. Otherwise, according to his thinking, he would have already gotten stuck in a dead end and would not have been able to get out. Goo 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 goo. After hearing the sound of his stomach growling, his face turned red instantly. After he returned home, he indeed hadn't eaten anything, not because he didn't want to eat. Ever since he ate the food made by Lin Feng, he couldn't eat anything else at all. After all, when he ate other things, he felt that they were too disgusting. It even felt difficult to swallow, so he had been waiting for Lin Feng to admit his mistake, so that he could ask him to cook a delicious meal for him. However, he found that he had no intention of admitting his mistake at all, which made him feel extremely unhappy instantly, and his face looked very depressed. In the end, she could only lower her head, move her little feet, and gently knock on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng was not in a good mood at first, and his mind was filled with Deng Xian's angry look. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening, which made him a little curious and wondered who would knock on the door at this time. However, when he opened the door, he saw that the person waiting outside was Deng Xian, which made him hurriedly open the door, and then stood there at a loss. This made Deng Xian, who was already in a bad mood, immediately cover her mouth and laugh after seeing Lin Feng's silly look. Then he suddenly remembered that he came here just to settle accounts with this guy, and he absolutely could not laugh. Yes, you absolutely cannot laugh. If you laugh, it means you don't have any gastritis at all, and then the other person won't be afraid of you anymore. Whenever he thought of this, he would put away his smile and wave his right fist. Hey, Lin Feng. Tell the truth now. What shameful things have you done? I was standing outside the door, but you kept me there, and you didn't even have the intention of inviting me in. Don't you really want me to come in? Do you have a mistress hidden in the house? After hearing these words, Lin Feng immediately shook his head. No. Absolutely nothing. Chapter 53 Lovely Deng Xian. Come on, what are you doing at the gate now? Why don't you go in now? I can't wait to invite you in. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily at the same time. Because he has finally cleared up the misunderstanding with Deng Zi, and the girl in front of him is finally no longer angry with him, which makes him feel extremely happy. After all, if the little girl is always angry, he has no idea how to comfort her, and he doesn't know what is the right way to comfort her, so he can only look a little stupid. But in this situation, it seems that he has absolutely no possibility of recovery, so every time he thinks of this, he feels a little depressed. The two of us sat on the sofa, and in an instant, you looked at me and I looked at you, both of us looking like we had done nothing wrong. After all, they all felt that the current situation was not a good thing for them. Finally, Deng Xian stared at Lin Feng with great dissatisfaction. Lin Feng. I'm still angry now, don't think I'm not angry anymore. I'm still angry now. Don't you know that girls usually feel better after eating jelly? If you don't give me something delicious, then I won't be able to get rid of this anger. Lin Feng in front of him finally understood why Deng Xian came to him for no reason. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was all because of some delicious food. If it weren't for the delicious food, such a scene would never have happened. This made him feel particularly speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would have started treatment and treated him to some good food a long time ago. He would have calmed down a long time ago. Why would he have waited until now? This made him unable to help but slap his forehead, and his face looked very speechless. Well, if I had known this would happen, no matter what I said, I would definitely treat you to a meal earlier. Your Highness, the princess, just order whatever you want to eat today. As long as it satisfies you, I will definitely make it for you. Deng Xian nodded, then stretched out her middle finger and put it into her mouth. The whole person showed a thoughtful look, as if he was thinking about what to eat next, and he wanted to know what would be more delicious to eat next. In the end, the whole person smiled, and he seemed to be in a pretty good mood at this time, without any great psychological pressure at all. Today I want to eat pickled fish. I also want to eat big plate chicken. I'll just eat these two today, but they have to taste better than what's sold outside, otherwise they won't count. He didn't know why today, but he wanted to eat both chicken and fish, and he really wanted to eat something sour. As for the big plate of chicken, it was because he felt that if there was only one fish it would not be enough, and as for chicken he seemed to only like to eat big plate of chicken. Lin Feng was stunned. He originally thought that he would be given a hard time this time, but he didn't expect that in the end he wouldn't be given a hard time. Ding! You must make a dish that satisfies Deng Zi 100%, and you will be rewarded with a 5-fold increase in your physical strength. Lin Feng was stunned. Although he was not short of money now, he would of course be happy to accept some money given to him for no reason. And he didn't expect that this time he could actually increase his physical strength? This was the first time he heard of such a strange reward. If it was before, he had never heard of it. But now he likes this kind of reward, and no matter where he goes, he feels that only with martial arts in his hands can he be safer. If martial arts are not in his hands, he always feels that this time his safety is not so appropriate. In the end, he smiled very considerately and ran out to buy food. After all, now that he had the cooking skills given to him by the system, how could he not be able to cook a dish that would satisfy him 100%? This kind of thing is really too simple, so whenever she thinks of it, she will feel happier. It didn't take long before both dishes were served and finally put on the table. Hee, our eldest princess should taste my food carefully to see how it tastes. Deng Xian was stunned. Although this kind of smooth talk seemed to be quite pleasant to the ear, he always preferred the heavy Lin Feng. Now that he is often flattered, it makes him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. But he still picked up the sauerkraut fish and started eating. However, he frowned after just 2 bites, and his eyes showed that he was a little uncomfortable. Although this pickled fish is quite delicious, to be honest, the taste can only be described as average, not perfect. If I had to give you a score, it would probably be only 8. I prefer something a little more sour, but the sourness of your pickled fish is not brought out at all. But I have to say that I am very satisfied with your taste. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He wondered if Deng Xian knew the task assigned to him by the system, so she was deliberately giving him a difficult task. Otherwise, how could this situation happen? It seemed that she had never gone against him in the past. But now that he was really finding fault with himself, he felt very speechless. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, what he said was all true. He felt that the system was completely cheating him this time. Everyone has different tastes. Although what he made now was indeed more delicious, it could only be said to be more delicious. If he really wanted to satisfy everyone, how could he possibly collect everyone's tastes? So in the end she will still suffer a loss, and she is very clear about this in her heart. That is why she feels helpless and has no way to resist. Chapter 54, 5 times physical strength increase. In the end, he can only say gloomily, "Forget it, whatever you say here is right anyway. Since it's not delicious, I'll cook you another good meal. By the way, what do you think of this big plate of chicken? You can give me a 10 for this big plate of chicken, right?" After saying this, he immediately looked at Deng Xian with an extremely pitiful expression. If it were in the past, he certainly would not care at all about the evaluation. However, now the reward given by the system is so outstanding that he certainly cares very much about this reward. Now, even if she has to act coquettishly and cutely, as long as she can get rewards from the system, she will do whatever it takes. This is a full 5-fold increase in physical strength, which means that he could only run 1 lap before, but now he may be able to run 5 laps around the playground. This kind of thing cannot be made up for under normal circumstances, so such an opportunity can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she doesn't want to let it go. Deng Xian now doesn't quite understand why Lin Feng cares so much about his evaluation of her. But the more this happened, the more he felt that he absolutely could not let Lin Feng down. Maybe he just wanted to use this method to test his own taste and see how to change his cooking skills. Then I should help her no matter what and never let her go astray. Finally, he took a bite of the big plate chicken, and then said sullenly, "This big plate chicken tastes just right, but I like spicy food when I eat chicken, so the chili in your big plate chicken is a little too little." Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Sure enough, this must be the traitor sent by the system. To put it bluntly, they were working together from inside and outside just to target me deliberately. If I were responsible, how could they cooperate so well? This made him want to die, and at the same time he seemed to be completely anxious at this moment. He could only enter the kitchen and start a fight again, and said sullenly, "Humph, Deng Xian, I should apologize to you this time anyway, so my cooking skills must continue this time. If you are not satisfied, then I will definitely keep doing it. I will definitely improve my cooking skills until you are satisfied." At this moment, Deng Xian also opened his mouth, but he found that no matter what he said, he couldn't say anything. In his heart, at this moment, there was only gratitude. Lin Feng, you were so good to me." After thinking about this, he had an urge to burst into tears. But at this time, Lin Feng directly brought out the food, and these 2 plates were also brand new chicken and pickled fish. "Come on, our beautiful lady, please come to the table again and taste my cooking skills to see if I can satisfy you this time." After saying this, she rolled her eyes at him, but this made Deng Xian shrink her neck instantly. At the same time, he took a bite very seriously, and finally replied in a serious tone, "I can say that this tastes absolutely delicious. I have eaten a lot since I was a child, but I have never eaten anything as delicious as today. If I were to give a score this time, I would definitely give it a perfect score." Lin Feng was stunned. He had never expected that the score this time would be so high. It seemed that it was not the case before. In the end, he was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would have pretended to be pitiful before. How could he have delayed it until now? However, at this moment, there is absolutely no regret medicine, so even if you want to regret now, it is too late. In the end, he could only laugh and cry gloomily, and then he could only slowly say, "Okay, now that you feel that the food I cook is quite delicious, then you must eat more in the future." Ding! The air host has completed the mission, and is rewarded with a doubling of 5 in physical strength. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his whole body was warm, and at the same time he felt streams of energy passing through his body. This instantly made him feel extremely unbelievable. After all, although he didn't know much, he always felt that this should be what the system meant by doubling the physical strength. It didn't take long for the feeling to disappear, and she no longer felt tired at all. She even felt her body was warm. However, he felt his physical strength. If he was really asked to fight someone, he could easily knock down an adult with 1 punch. This surprised him in his heart. After all, he had never thought that his strength could reach this level. "Oh my god, it seems like I'm a Superman now? Ha ha ha. It seems like I can finally solve everything with violence in the future. If I see someone I don't like, I can just use violence to solve the problem. Of course, Lin Feng would never do that. When he said this, he was just complaining. After all, he knew that everything he had gained this time was not easy. As for Deng Xian at this moment, she instantly felt that something was wrong in the current atmosphere, and she looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. As for the dishes and chopsticks, I'll trouble you. After saying that, he immediately ran towards his home on his little feet, which made Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my god. He really treats this place as his home. Do I have to provide him with food and accommodation? Although his words sounded as if he was extremely unhappy, one could easily sense how big the smile on his face was when he said this. After all, the more this happened, the more he felt that this was the real warmth inside, and only under the circumstance would he feel very comfortable. Early the next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the ringing of the phone in his hand, and he saw that the person calling him was actually his master. Hello? Master. You're here too early. It's only 5 o'clock now, and you've already come here. You're really too early for this. I think there's no need for us to come here so early. Chapter 55, Incredible Clients. Lin Shan, who was on the other end of the phone, also blushed. After all, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he thought about signing a contract with a big client today. So after waiting until 5 o'clock, he couldn't wait to call his apprentice, hoping that his apprentice could accompany him next time, but this guy is still being lazy. Humph, I don't care now. You get up right now and we have to go right over there. You don't even know that we have to queue up for this kind of signing. Don't you know how long we have to queue up? I didn't expect you to have the nerve to start sleeping in here. I don't know how you can sleep. At this moment, Lin Feng was already going crazy. Just a contract signing had made his master so excited, which made him feel extremely speechless for a moment. But he still got up in a daze, and finally could only follow his master to the agreed place. Master, you are really making a fuss out of nothing. It's just a contract with a big company. It's not a big deal. I don't think anyone can be as diligent as you are today. Lin Shan was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's attitude, and her tone became much colder. Humph, I've already told you in advance that no matter what you do, you must not be lazy, but why don't you listen? Do you think this is just a normal contract? Even if someone wants to sign a contract, they can't do it. And you have been so lazy all this time. This is not a good habit. Lin Feng opened his mouth, trying to think of what to say, but found that he couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, with a slight bitter smile on his face, but he was not at all entangled with this situation. Ahem. I'll follow you, master, please stop insulting me. Lin Shan also rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She had always felt very speechless towards this guy, and he had always been trying to get more than he wanted. If he is not taught a severe lesson, he will have no idea of his own limitations and will be just looking for trouble. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I think we should leave it like this for now." It didn't take long before they arrived at the place they were going to reach this time, and everyone's expression seemed to become serious. However, right after they arrived here, Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Now he even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Because he found that the place where he was now was not at all what he had imagined. Here, there is only one huge building, which looks like it has at least 20 floors. At the same time, in the center of the building, there are 4 huge characters Lingtian Group written on them, which makes the Lingtian Group look even more majestic. Lin Feng also discovered that behind the gate, there were already countless people, constantly crowding towards the Lingtian Group, and it looked like they had no image at all. Master Lin Shan, how do you think there are so many people here? Are they all employees here? Lin Shan smiled coldly for a moment, and then said slowly, Lin Feng, do you think this matter is really as simple as you imagined? In fact, this group of people, to put it bluntly, just want to sign a contract here. Do you know how competitive we are now? That's why I said it's almost impossible for us to sign a contract this time. There are too many companies that are better than us. Our small company is totally ignored by others, but the company hasn't had too much business recently, so I just want to bring you out to gain some experience. Lin Feng moved his mouth. Up to now, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, he didn't expect that this time his master would come here specifically to queue up for him, and judging from the current queue, if it really is their turn, it will be almost noon, and this is based on 1 minute per team. But at this moment, a big fat man was seen walking towards this side. Especially when he saw Lin Shan's appearance, his eyes lit up, as if he had found his prey, and he licked his lips directly. Hey, beautiful lady, if I'm not mistaken, you also want to continue signing the contract, right? But I think we should not waste our energy. After all, there are so many people queuing here. Even if it's our turn, it's almost impossible for us to succeed. But I don't understand that I still have a certain relationship with the young employee of Ling Tian Group. He is my brother. If you just say a few nice words, my status will be extremely high, and I will have an advantage over you. If you want your company to sign the contract, it's not impossible. I just need you to accompany me this afternoon. After he finished speaking, there was a lustful look in his eyes. Anyone who saw it could tell that this guy had bad intentions. This made Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, stunned. He didn't expect that this guy would die so early. And since he really doesn't take me seriously at all, why does he flirt with my master in front of me? I don't know why, but this made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Humph, I've seen brave people, but I've never seen someone as reckless as you. Don't you even know whose territory this is? How dare you come here to cause trouble? I think you are tired of living, right? Lin Shan originally wanted to refuse directly, but she didn't expect that Lin Feng would stand up at this moment. For some reason, this made him feel happy inside. However, the fat man in front of him sneered immediately after seeing Lin Feng's small physique. Humph, kid, I think you are just looking for death. Don't you know who I am? How dare you mess with me? Chapter 56 Fat C. If you dare to touch me today, I promise that you will never be able to get out of this encirclement. Lin Feng also laughed, and when he was about to show his power, he suddenly heard a broadcast coming from the entire dragon. Dear friends from the company, I'm afraid our company will not be able to sign contracts with you in the future. The father of our Ling Tian Group's young master Ling Yun is seriously ill in the hospital. He is a relatively filial person, so he is currently accompanying his father in the hospital. Moreover, the young master has already said that as long as you can help the old man, then we can consider signing a contract with you. After saying these words, he stopped talking for a moment. After all, he only said half of the words. But in many cases, just one sentence is enough, and there is no need to say too much. There are many things that only need to be said halfway to express a meaning, and everyone present can understand what it means. This made the fat man in front of him change his expression instantly, and then he stared at Lin Feng with an extremely vicious look. Boy, I'll remember you. Remember, my name is Pang Hai. If I meet you again, I will definitely make you pay for it. After saying this, he waved his hand and left quickly with his men. After all, he knew that they could not stay here for too long. It won't be long before many companies will bring medical staff to the hospital to start treating the old man. This is a good opportunity to sign a contract, and we absolutely cannot give it up for no reason. Once you sign the contract, it will be easy to achieve success, and your status will change dramatically. Lin Shan, who was originally very excited at this time, is now completely dejected, and her face looks extremely bad. Hey, Lin Feng, let's go. I originally wanted to let you go out and see what society is like. But now it seems that there is no such possibility at all. After all, in our company, it is generally impossible to send doctors to us. From their perspective, it was almost impossible to sign the contract, so it was impossible for them to send medical staff. We have almost no fate with this contract. Let's go home and recuperate now. While saying this, he seemed very helpless. After all, this was the second contract he had sent. However, he did not expect that the first of these two contracts would be completed by his apprentice. When it came to the second part, he still couldn't bring himself to finish it, which made him feel inferior. And is it possible that he is not even as good as his own apprentice? This made him secretly doubt his own ability. In the end, he shook his head decisively and said to himself, these two contracts are too difficult to sign. If it were other contracts, they might have been completed by now. Yes. That's definitely the case. The company is deliberately making things difficult for them. The more they do this, the less likely I am to complete the task. Humph. Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, was relatively close to his master, so he could naturally hear him talking to himself. However, after hearing these mumblings, he immediately shook his head helplessly. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that his master could have such a naughty side. But now, for some reason, he doesn't look very naughty at all, but rather very cute. As one looks at it, one's expression inevitably becomes a little fascinated, and at the same time, his eyes become much more serious. However, just when Lin Shan walked to the side of the car, he found that Lin Feng was still standing there in a daze, which made him feel confused. Could it be that this guy has been frightened silly? Otherwise, how could he stand there motionless? He is clearly frightened silly. Alas, if I had known this earlier, I would have rather not brought him here. Such a good talent would have been wasted in vain. However, at this moment Lin Feng instantly gave Lin Shan a blank look. After all, he could guess that his beloved master must be joking with him. However, the extent of this joke was indeed a bit too much, making his scalp tingle and his face look very strange. His master is really too naughty now, isn't he? He has never seen his master so naughty before, which makes him look a little speechless. Lin Feng, come here quickly. It's almost time for us to leave. We can't stay here any longer. If we wait at the door for a while, most people will leave. Why are we still here? It's almost time to leave now. Lin Feng could only shake his head and followed him, but just after he sat down. But he looked at Lin Shan in front of him with an extremely serious look. Master Lin Shan, I have never told you that my medical skills are also very powerful. So, maybe I can actually cure his father. Do you want to come with me next? If you don't go this time, then I feel like I'm going to go by myself, so think about it carefully. After saying this, he stared at Lin Shan without blinking. In fact, he didn't mean what he just said seriously at all, and he didn't mean it as a joke at all. He really hoped that he could go with her. Lin Shan also took a serious look at Lin Feng, but no matter how she looked at him, she felt that there was no way he could be a doctor. After all, this is simply not possible, so he has always felt it is incredible in his heart. I feel like you are kidding me now. Are you sure you are really a doctor? Lin Feng also nodded directly, his eyes fixed on Lin Shan in front of him. This made Lin Shan blush after seeing Lin Feng's eyes, because he always felt that the current situation made him very embarrassed. But after thinking about it, he could only shake his head. Chapter 57 Going to the Hospital. Forget it. Everything from now on is up to you. Even if you are not a doctor, I will at least take you to see the world. Only after you run into the world can you realize how big it is, and at the same time, how small you are. If you don't run around more in this world, you won't know where the danger is. But no matter what, the most important thing is to protect yourself first. Your own safety must come first. As for other things, there is no need to worry about them at all. Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment, but he had to admit that Lin Shan was really good to him. If another young man in his 20s said he knew medical skills, no one would believe it. Even if it weren't for the system, he wouldn't believe it at all. But now he had to believe such a reality, which also made him feel mixed emotions in his heart. As soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the hospital. It didn't take long before they arrived at the hospital and headed towards Ling Xiao's ward. Don't ask him how he found it. After all, he is not the only one heading towards the ward. There are too many people there, so he can find the ward and where it is just by following the crowd. But just when they reached the door, they suddenly saw that very hateful little fat man again. The fat man now patted his chest and looked at Yi Tian in front of him with a smug expression. Hey, young man, I didn't expect to see you here. Next, just watch our family doctor perform well. There are already many doctors in this hospital who are helpless. As long as we take over, there will definitely be no problems. But now all of them are waiting outside the door. After all, without getting the order, they don't dare to go in easily. At this moment, the door of the old man's ward suddenly opened, and a young man and a director were seen walking out of the ward. The young man looked at the director beside him, then looked at the people in front of him, his eyes full of fatigue. His voice sounded very hoarse, and he said slowly, "Director, please tell them about my father's condition. At the same time, I also hope that after you hear about the patient's condition, you can go in if you are sure. If you are not sure, don't go in and cause trouble. If we find that the disease cannot be cured after we go in, then we will no longer have any contact with you as a family. Of course, if you recover in the future, we can become best friends. At the same time, I owe you a favor. After all, you have all been very kind to me." The scene suddenly became extremely strange. After all, this was the first time they had heard of such a scene, but now they simply did not dare to accept it easily. The current attending physician couldn't help but smile bitterly and lowered his head. He looked completely listless and very dull. Alas, the old man is in a very bad condition now. After all, he is old, so now many of his organs are very blocked. It is precisely because of this that he always feels dizzy and may become addicted at any time. If you are discharged from the hospital easily, you may just collapse to the ground at any time. If you collapse to the ground, you may suffer a cerebral hemorrhage and die. At this moment, everyone else also opened their mouths instantly, and no one dared to continue speaking. After all, everyone knew very well what the hell was going on. And now no one dares to make guarantees, let alone step into the door easily. Peng Hai saw that the doctor beside him was always very hesitant, which made him feel a little nervous inside. Uncle Peng, is it possible that even you can't do anything this time? You are the best doctor in our family. The man who was only called Fat Uncle shook his head very honestly with a wry smile on his face. Well, if it's just an ordinary illness, I might be able to treat it, but you should know that this is the best hospital in the city center. Now even the director has come and said it's impossible. Do you think it's really possible to cure it with my current level of ability? You don't have to think about it to know that this possibility is extremely small, so you'd better not stand here and continue to deceive yourself. I really don't have any confidence in this regard. If you look at the expressions of others, you will understand what I mean. Now Peng Hai couldn't help but look at the other people, but he found that no one dared to speak at all. After all, no one knew what would happen next. Moreover, everyone kept their heads down and did not dare to accept the task at all. After all, this is a blood vessel blockage, unless he undergoes a comprehensive blood transfusion. But the old men are too old to withstand this kind of torture, and no one is sure whether they will die directly during the blood transfusion process. So now they all chose to remain silent very wisely and did not continue to dwell on this issue. At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shed tears, and deep disappointment appeared in his eyes. At the same time, deep sadness appeared in his eyes. After all, he knew that this time his father's life might only last this long. Alas, Dad. Could it be that God really wants you to die? At this moment, Lin Shan, who was beside him, couldn't help but feel a little anxious when she saw this. Lin Feng, didn't you say you were more confident? Now are you sure? If you are, go and help. If you are not, forget it. Lin Feng also patted his chest. He had been staying here just waiting for his master to say this. Master, actually what I have been waiting for is exactly what you said. As long as I have your consent, then there is nothing that I cannot be sure of. Don't worry, this is a piece of cake for me. I can easily solve this problem. Chapter 58, Being Questioned by Everyone. After saying that, he took a step forward and stared directly at Ling Xiao in front of him. I can cure your father's illness, but whether you trust me or not is entirely up to you. Think about it carefully. After saying this, he just stood there and looked quietly at Ling Xiao in front of him. Although his words were relatively short, they had a fatal effect. When the other people present saw that Lin Feng actually stood up, they felt very incredible for a moment. However, when he saw that the young man who stood up was only in his 20s, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. After all, such young guys have stood up, which makes them feel deeply hurt in their hearts. So at this time most people stood up directly, with deep dissatisfaction revealed in their eyes. Humph, I originally thought he was some impressive guy, but I didn't expect that he was just a mere young man. What? Do you really think you can withstand everyone's attack by yourself? Aren't you overestimating yourself? You are a young man in your 20s. Even if you really have medical skills, can you be stronger than the director? There was a lot of discussion around, but Lin Feng still didn't say anything, just stared at Ling Xiao in front of him. As long as this guy dared to question him, he would immediately turn around and leave without caring about the guy's identity at all. After all, if even I doubt him, it seems that such a person will never achieve anything great, so there is no need for any cooperation at all. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was also very curious as to why this young man just rushed out. He said this with great confidence, but after hearing the discussions around him, he couldn't help but frown. This group of guys are as timid as mice. No one dares to stand up at all, but now they are jumping so actively. So he walked straight to Lin Feng and patted Yi Tian's shoulder with his right hand. Little brother, as long as you can have this heart, I will almost feel very satisfied. If nothing else, based on your current attitude, we can work together well from now on, and you will be my little brother in the future. If you have any problems, just come to me directly. Just go for it this time. My father's fate is like that anyway. Everything depends on fate. Lin Feng was stunned, because it takes a lot of courage to say such words in front of so many people, and at the same time, saying this also carries a great responsibility. Lin Feng's attitude towards Ling Xiao has also changed greatly. He used to think that this guy has always been a disciple of Zhongguan. But now it seems that it is not the case at all, and it is very much in line with his taste. Lin Feng also looked at Ling Xiao in front of him, smiled and said, "Ling Xiao, you can rest assured this time. After all, I will never let you down. Since I dare to take this job this time, it means I have absolute confidence." Ling Xiao was stunned. After all, he had forgotten how long it had been since he had seen such a confident boy. But the more this happened, the more he appreciated Lin Feng. At this moment, the others standing by could no longer bear to watch. "Master Ling, you should at least consider the elderly. So many people are helpless, how could this little kid succeed? Yes, even if I had started learning medicine right after I jumped out of my mother's womb, I would definitely not have been able to succeed by now. Yes. This guy has always had designs on you. He wants to frame you. You must not let him succeed." Ling Xiao was also a little annoyed. After all, how could he not know what these guys were thinking in their hearts? He blamed everyone else for his own lack of ability, which made him even more speechless about this game. Moreover, his opinion of these guys became even worse. If he had known that they were this kind of people, he would definitely not have partnered with them no matter what. However, he had no intention of paying any attention to them at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng in front of him seriously, his eyes full of respect. "Lin Feng, just go ahead and do it. No matter what difficulties you encounter next, I am willing to help you unconditionally and will definitely make you do it perfectly." Lin Feng nodded. After all, this promise was quite important to him. Then he walked straight in, but as soon as he entered the door, he closed his hand. Even young Master Ling was not allowed to come in. "I'm sorry, this treatment is top secret, so I can't reveal it to anyone." Ling Xiao was stunned. After all, this was the first time he was rejected like this. In the past, everyone treated him with respect, but this was the first time he saw someone being so rude to him. But in the end, he still forced a smile, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. "Ahem, it's okay. As long as you have this confidence, that's enough. As for the other things, just leave them to me. You just need to carry out the treatment peacefully." After he finished speaking, he walked out instantly without any hesitation. However, at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned after seeing the old man lying on the bed. At the same time, I felt incredible in my heart. Oh my god, this world is really too small, isn't it? He still remembers the old man in front of him vividly. There is no way he would forget this old man. This old man was the one he helped on the roadside the first time, and because of this good deed, he was rewarded with a sports car. In the end, he could only smile bitterly with a look of speechlessness on his face. "Alas, old man, oh old man, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet each other. However, our fate is so great that I must help you no matter what." Now he has already made up his mind that he must help the old man through the difficulties no matter what. Afterwards, he carefully checked the old man's pulse and found that the situation was not too serious, and it was relatively appropriate considering the current situation. Chapter 59, Disappointed Ling Xiao. At least, everything in front of me is completely within the tolerable range, so no matter from which aspect, this is a good thing. In the end, he smiled very dully, and the smile on his face seemed to be quite common at this time. He took out the acupuncture needles that had been prepared long ago and began to use acupuncture on the old man's body repeatedly. As for the outside area now, the director was also standing next to Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. "Alas, Master Ling, actually, this time I didn't say anything bad. I can only say that there is really little hope. I didn't mean to look at the boy's age. I just wanted to say that you should know that our hospital is the most luxurious hospital in our city center. So now even we are helpless, do you think there will be others who can do it? The methods they mentioned are just perfunctory. How many of them are really practical?" Ling Xiao also paused for a moment. After all, he understood this principle better than anyone else. But it was precisely because he understood this that he felt extremely embarrassed. In the end, he gave a very forced smile, and his face seemed somewhat helpless at this time. "Hey, director, I understand your thoughts and ideas better than anyone else, and I also know that everything you do is for my own good. But, until the last moment, I really don't want to give up at all. After all, that's the person I love the most. You want me to give up, is that possible?" The director in front of him paused when he heard this. After all, if it were really him, he wouldn't be able to do that. And if it really was her, even he himself wasn't sure if he could take this step. However, Ling Xiao now had no intention of continuing to pay attention to the director. Instead, he looked at Lin Shan with curiosity. After all, he just saw that Lin Feng came with Lin Shan, so maybe he could learn something from Lin Shan. Then he walked straight to Lin Shan, with some curiosity in his eyes. "Hello, I want to ask who you are. What is your relationship with Lin Shan?" Lin Shan was stunned. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually greet him. If it were in the past, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But now he couldn't help rubbing his face and found that the scene in front of his eyes had not changed, which meant that what he saw was completely real. This made him feel very excited, and his speech became very unclear. The whole person smiled awkwardly, and finally hurriedly said, "Which one?" "My name is Lin Shan. I am Lin Feng's master, nice to meet you." At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that this person would be a master. He still feels that this possibility is not very high, but now that he has said it himself, it means it is true. "Ms. Lin Shan, I wonder if Lin Feng knows medical skills." Lin Shan's face turned pale. He didn't expect that this question would be asked this time. This made him feel torn. After all, if the answer is yes, it seems a little inappropriate, but if the answer is no, it is unlikely. If the answer is yes, it would be a betrayal, but if the answer is no, it would be a guilty conscience. So he simply chose not to continue answering, but all of this had already fallen into Ling Xiao's eyes. In the end, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and at the same time he realized that this time, his father was really doomed. However, his opinion of Lin Feng has not changed at all, and he still admires him very much. Ling Xiao felt that Lin Feng's courage was an excellent performance. After all, if it were anyone else, they would not have the courage to do such a thing. Just as he was thinking about all sorts of things in his mind, he suddenly discovered that the door that Jin Jing had closed had begun to open. At the same time, Lin Feng was seen walking out of the house slowly with an extremely tired figure. However, it could be seen from his eyes that he was not in good condition. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. You don't have much strength, but you insist on pretending. Now you know the consequences. You don't even know your own weight, but you still want to challenge your limits. I have to say it's completely unrealistic. Do you know the consequences now? Since this kind of thing happened to you, you have to start making compensation this time." Waves of gibberish came at me quickly, and everyone's voice became increasingly unpleasant. This made Ling Xiao walk directly to Lin Feng's side, but it could be seen in her eyes that there was no blame at all. "Lin Feng. Actually, there is no need for you to blame yourself. After all, it is normal for people to die. And even if the old man really passed away, it wasn't too painful, so there's absolutely no need for you to think too much about this kind of thing." At this time, other people couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open, feeling that this scene was really incredible. It was completely inconsistent with the development of the plot, and it even made them feel that the situation was a little too weird. Strange. Why didn't Master Ling blame Lin Feng at all? Could it be that these two are brothers? I think it's probably true. After all, now besides telling me that we are brothers, I really can't understand why you treat her so well. Others have also started talking nonsense crazily, and everyone has begun to doubt what the relationship between these two people is. Why would there be such a change out of the blue? In fact, this cannot be blamed on others. Even Lin Shan is now a little curious in her heart. What is the relationship between the two people? But just when everyone was thinking about their own things, they suddenly saw Lin Feng in front of them, looking at Ling Xiao with a very contemptuous look. "Master Ling, can you be a little bit filial? Everyone else is hoping that their dads can get better, or that their dads can live a better life. How come I can't see this at all when it comes to you now? I can even see that you hope your father dies soon?" Chapter 60, Slap in the Face. Since I have already started to take action myself, why can't you have more confidence in me? I have to tell you in advance that I have completely saved your father. It's nothing serious right now. It won't take long for it to fully recover. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very angry after hearing some of the previous words. He had never seen anyone curse him before. But after hearing the second half, he was stunned for a moment, and his eyes looked extremely incredible. "What? You said my dad has been saved? Is this true or not? I don't think you can lie to me." Now Lin Feng simply rolled his eyes at him, with no intention of continuing to speak. After all, silence is the real choice in many cases. There was absolutely no need to continue talking, so he felt that in many cases it was enough to just remain silent. As expected, Ling Xiao now walked directly to the front, completely ignoring what the people around him thought, and quickly rushed into the house. But he found that his father's breathing had become very smooth, and his face looked very rosy. In the past, his face would have looked extremely pale, and there would have been absolutely no hope of survival. But now huge changes have taken place. The current director also hurried over. After seeing this change, he immediately shook his head continuously, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Oh my God! Impossible! How could it be cured instantly? And looking at its current state, it doesn't look like it has any illness at all. Ling Xiao also glared at the director fiercely, as if he wanted to vent all his previous anger on him. Humph, according to what you said, my dad shouldn't be well? I didn't expect you to be such a director. Just wait to be fired. At this moment, the director's face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that a casual word he said would lead to such a situation. This instantly made him want to die. Finally, he kept shaking his head and his face looked very flustered. No, Mr. Ling, you completely misunderstood me. I didn't mean that at all. After all, I still hope that the old man can always be very healthy. I even hope that the old man can live to be 100 years old. I just felt that this was a miracle, so I said that. Now Ling Xiao snorted coldly, but he was still very excited in his heart. Okay, stop talking nonsense now and give my dad a thorough checkup. I need to take a good look at his current condition to see if he is really in a very healthy stage. But outside the other door, Lin Shan also hurriedly ran to Lin Feng, and without saying anything, she directly pulled Lin Feng and wanted to run out the door. But at this moment, Pang Hai, who had come before, did stop him in a hurry, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Lin Feng, you'd better not think about running away. After all, now that you have already lied and are still thinking about running away, how could such a good thing happen to you? I can tell you very clearly now that your idea is completely impossible and will never succeed. You're still thinking about running away now. I'm sure I won't let you do what you want. You're definitely going to be in trouble next. You dare to lie and say you know medical skills. I will keep a close eye on you and will never let you escape. When young Master Ling comes out and sees me catching you, it will be a great achievement. At that time, I believe that no one will stop me at all, and things will definitely develop to the best of their ability. Lin Feng was also speechless for a while. Now he finally understood why Lin Shan had been pulling him to run. It turned out that he was actually afraid of this matter, which made him speechless. After all, did he look like he was lying? Master Lin Shan, you are completely overthinking. After all, I do know medical skills, and the old man has almost recovered now. I believe he will be able to walk again in a short time. If I'm not mistaken, they should be conducting a comprehensive inspection of the old man in his room. When they are done, they will come out directly. Then we can sign a contract with them. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. After all, she felt that there was absolutely no possibility for such a thing to happen, and she always felt that such a thing was simply a blatant scam. Come on. I didn't expect that you would even try to fool me. You have to remember that I am your master. No matter what happens, I can help you bear the responsibility, but I hope you can always tell me the truth and not keep fooling me. While saying this, he was a little angry in his heart. After all, he felt that he had lost a lot of face. Almost everyone else looked at him with a look of ridicule, as if he had just been completely bragging. Therefore, everyone's eyes looking at him became somewhat unfriendly, which made him feel weird in his heart. But he had no intention of blaming Lin Feng at all. He even agreed with Lin Feng's approach. No matter what you encounter, whether successful or not, the first thing to do is to give it a try. Only after trying can you know whether it is successful or not. If there is not even a basic test, then everything else is just empty talk. But at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly rushed out quickly, which made everyone standing aside watching the show couldn't help but laugh happily. Ha ha! Did you see that? After Ling Xiao went in, he rushed out angrily. That means he is really angry now and will definitely settle the score with Lin Feng. TSK, even if he is found and the score is settled, he deserves it completely. After all, there are so many good people here, but he still likes to act cool. In my opinion, since this guy likes to do this, he must be punished accordingly, so I feel that the guy's behavior is actually entirely his own fault. The others also nodded quickly to express their agreement. After all, the more they watched, the more uncomfortable they felt. Chapter 61, Trouble. At this time, Pang Hai also held Lin Feng tightly, as if he was very afraid that this guy would run away. Ha ha. Mr. Ling, if I'm not mistaken, you want to cause trouble for Lin Feng, right? You don't have to think too much. I've already caught him for you. He can't get away. He had already started to prepare to escape moments ago, but luckily I caught him. Even if he wanted to escape now, it would be impossible. I will definitely keep a close eye on him. As he said this, a hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes, as if he had done something extremely remarkable this time. At the same time, some excitement appeared in his eyes. After all, this was a huge achievement. If he could really seize such an opportunity this time, then there would definitely be a leap worth taking, and he certainly didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Lin Shan was indeed a little nervous at this time, so her hands were clenched tightly together, and she looked at a loss. His face did look quite flustered at this moment. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. But now it is actually happening in front of them, so they have to say that now that things have been discovered, there is really no possibility of escape at all. However, Ling Xiao hurried over and slapped Pang Hai directly on the face with the last slap. Pa! Who the hell are you, you idiot? How dare you arrest my brother with so many people? Then he looked at Lin Feng with an extremely concerned look and asked hurriedly, Lin Feng, you are not injured, right? And this guy should not have made things difficult for you just now, right? Lin Feng shook his head, and his face looked relatively calm at this time, as if nothing in the world could catch his eye. And deep down in his heart, you have no idea what panic is. In his heart, he just wants to quickly finish the remaining things. But now young Master Ling was extremely excited and said, Ha! You are simply a miracle doctor. I never thought that my grandfather's terminal illness could actually be cured by you. And now, even if I say a few words, there is no problem at all. If it was before, they would not believe it at all, but now everyone is following me and asking what happened. At this time, the director, who was originally very arrogant, also hurriedly ran out of the ward. Finally, he nodded and bowed as he looked at Lin Feng in front of him, with a flattering look in his eyes. Ahem. Lin Feng, I think you should also know that there has never been any major conflict between us, so I feel that we should be able to cooperate well. Now tell me in detail how you did it. Can you teach me? After saying this, he looked at Yi Tian seriously, and if you look closely, you can see that there is a pleading look in his eyes. It was as if he really wanted to know what the reason was. If he couldn't even figure out the reason, then this matter would be particularly difficult. But this is the situation now, and they really don't have much hope of survival. Lin Feng glanced at the director. He had never had a very good impression of this director. After all, if I remembered correctly, this director never took him seriously from the beginning and never looked at him straight in the eye. Now that something slightly favorable to him has happened, he actually starts to flatter him? Moreover, when he looked at this guy, he always felt that this guy was very arrogant, so he felt very unhappy and hated the arrogance of this guy. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, Forget it, director, I just gave the old man a few injections. So those things are just basic operations. Since they are just basic operations, I believe that anyone can do it casually. The current director opened his mouth, but found that he seemed to be completely speechless at this moment. At the same time, he felt that he was completely shooting himself in the foot this time. Why did he provoke this guy for no reason? This is simply the skill of a miracle doctor, which made her look a little annoyed. Cough 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 cough. Now, after hearing the coughing sound, Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed Lin Shan's hand and rushed out of the ward. Afterwards, he kept patting the old man's back, and his tone was particularly gentle at this time. Old man, you should at least take good care of yourself, and you must eat porridge these few days. Don't eat on an empty stomach. Also, you must not eat greasy food in the next few days. We can talk about everything after you recover. At this time, the old man's condition had eased a little. As for the current director and Ling Xiao, they also walked in quickly. But at this moment, the old man's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, and at the same time, his hands were holding Lin Feng tightly. This time, it was as if the guy was extremely scared and suddenly ran away. The director standing next to him couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, I made you so arrogant before, now there will be something interesting to watch. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was a little confused as to why his father would look at Lin Feng with such a look this time. Could it be that there must be some conflict between them in the past? If that was the case, what should I do next? Which side should I stand on? But now Lin Shan's whole body trembled slightly, and then she patted Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, don't worry this time. No matter what happens, I will definitely stand in front of you and they can't hurt you. Lin Feng was also filled with gratitude. This time he had no idea what was going on, but Lin Shan still dared to stand in front of him. If it were any other woman, she might not be able to do such a thing, so this made her feel very grateful in her heart. Chapter 62, Feelings. But at this time, he still pulled Lin Shan behind him with one hand, and then looked at the old man with a smile. Old man, I didn't expect that even though you are old, your memory is still so good. You still haven't forgotten me until now. How have you been recently? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least from the conversation between the two people, it can be seen that the two should be friends, not enemies. As long as this is the case, you won't be too embarrassed, let alone friends, it would be better this way. Lin Feng. Dad. What are you two doing? Do you know each other? Until now, I still feel that this possibility is too low and almost negligible. How could the two of them know each other? If they really knew each other, then why didn't they let me call and ask for the miracle doctor directly before? Then he just shook his head. He was too lazy to think about the problem since he couldn't figure it out. After all, such thoughts would only give her more headaches. At the same time, his face looked extremely pale at this moment, and he seemed to be worried about something. Just looking at him would make people feel particularly uncomfortable all over. The old man now didn't give Lin Feng any chance to speak at all, and his health had recovered a lot now, so there was nothing much to worry about. Humph, Xiao Ling, the man in front of you is my savior. Didn't I tell you before? He was the one who saved my life. If it weren't for him, that rich second-generation guy might have been pushed over me, and you've been looking for him the whole time, haven't you? Now that you finally meet him, you actually told me you don't know? At this moment, Ling Xiao was also stunned. He did not expect that Lin Feng in front of him was the savior that the old man had been asking him to find. This was totally unlike her no matter how you looked at it, which made him feel completely speechless, but he had to admit that he was now appearing in front of her. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, and his face looked quite depressed at this moment. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Feng with fiery eyes, and his whole body was trembling. Lin Feng, from now on you are my brother. No matter what happens, just tell me directly. In this city, if I say I am second, then no one will dare to say I am first. Whether it's business or fighting, you can rest assured that I'm definitely very good at it, and I can be said to be the best at it. At this moment, Lin Feng was a little speechless. After all, it was just something he wanted, but now he became so excited. Ahem, Brother Ling. Actually, this is just a small matter. There is absolutely no need for you to be so fussy about it. After all, this kind of thing is just a piece of cake for me, so you can rest assured. No matter what happens next, I will definitely not let too many accidents happen. But, actually, I only have one thing to do, which is to sign a contract with you. As for the other things, there is nothing too big to worry about. Ling Xiao also waved his hand nonchalantly, and then said generously, Don't worry, what you are talking about is a trivial matter, isn't it just a contract? I will sign the contract for you right now, give me the things, and I will sign for you right now. After saying this, he stared at Lin Shan, trying to prove everything with this look. After all, he didn't have any other intentions at all. He just wanted to see the contract signed right now. Lin Shan was a little confused now. This plot was completely beyond his expectations. At the same time, he still didn't understand what had just happened. And why did he inexplicably bring it up directly with the signing of the contract? Could it be that signing a contract is really that easy? Wouldn't it be like living like a pig for the rest of my life? But he didn't know why he agreed to it for some unknown reason and even took out the contract directly. However, this time, Ling Xiao in front of him did not even look at the contract for the eyes. He just signed his name directly and threw it away, showing no concern at all. And no one cared about what was written on it. It made people feel very strange when they saw it. After all, no one had expected that this event would be so magical. Ling Xiao smiled, and after checking the names, he directly returned the things to Lin Shan. He didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Lin Shan swallowed her saliva, and then said incredulously, Mr. Ling. Could it be that you don't even want to take a good look at the contract? At least, you should read the contract carefully, and you can only talk about it after you have read the contract. Ling Xiao instantly waved his hand nonchalantly, with a hint of helplessness on his face, as if he didn't care at all. Don't worry, to be frank, all of this is just a small matter. Besides, you are my brother's master, so of course I trust you unconditionally. At this moment, after hearing these words, Lin Shan felt an instant sweetness in her heart. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, the biggest credit goes to Lin Feng. However, after the contract is signed, I am afraid that when they return they will just raise their heads and do their work without having to consider other people's faces at all. This kind of thing is a qualitative leap for them, and of course they are very happy to see this, so whenever they think of this, they feel very comfortable in their hearts. Finally, he smiled and said quickly, "Okay, I think we should just leave it at that for now. There's no point in saying anything more." As for Lin Feng now, his expression also looked a little strange at this moment, and it seemed as if he had something on his mind. "Okay, from now on you just need to take good care of your health. I will leave first. After all, the old man is in very good health now, and there is no chance of any other accidents happening to him, so we just need to take good care of him from now on, and that will be enough." Chapter 63, Settling Trouble. Now Ling Xiao hurriedly exchanged his mobile phone number with Lin Feng's. "Ahem, Lin Feng, when you get back, if you run into any trouble, you can just call me. No matter what problem you encounter, or what happens, I can solve it for you directly." Lin Feng was stunned. This was definitely a trump card. Of course, he didn't care about this kind of thing. He just nodded and took it. Since all this is out of my brother's good intentions, how could I possibly refuse? After saying this, he took Lin Shan away, and finally gave a very mysterious smile. "Master, where are you going next? No matter where you want to go, I can take you there quickly. After all, my driving skills are top-notch." Lin Shan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, but until now, he still felt that this matter was a bit dreamy. After all, how could the contract be signed successfully out of the blue? Oh, forget it. This time, I think it's better to be cautious because the future may be complicated. Let's go back to the company right away. After all, the most important thing is to return to the company within the prescribed time. I haven't seen Xinzhong for a long time. I'm really afraid that he might do something in the company. So I suggest you go back and report all your contributions. Only by reporting your contributions can good things happen. Lin Feng now expresses great disdain for the company's rewards and does not care about them at all. But now that it has come to this, how could he refuse? So he just nodded. "Forget it. Now that you've said that, I should definitely stand on your side no matter what. Then just do as you say. I believe you will definitely not let me down. Let's go. I think this matter will be left at that for now. Let's go back to the company." Then they went towards the company, and not long after, they returned to the door of the company. However, I found that the front of the company was already crowded with people, and roses were placed in front of the door. This made Lin Feng a little curious, so he stretched out his little head and looked at Lin Shan. "Master Lin Shan, is there a couple in our company? This is an on-site proposal." Lin Shan also shook her head. She didn't quite understand, and there weren't many people in the company. It shouldn't be like this. Such a large-scale event has completely affected the company. If it weren't for my extraordinary status, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do this. However, now Lin Feng looked at Lin Shan, thought about it, and was a little confused for a moment, because he suddenly thought of a very bad situation. But now he had no way to continue speaking. After all, no one knew whether his thoughts were true or not. If they were true, it would be really fun. In the end, he looked at Lin Shan in front of him with an awkward look. "Ahem. Master Lin Shan, do you think the scene could have been caused by Xinzhong? After all, he has made financial contributions to the company, and he just took away my credit recently, so it is very likely that he will come up with a new trick for you at this time." At this moment, Lin Shan was also stunned, as if he couldn't imagine this at all. If this was really the case, then he would be in real trouble next. So he shook his head very decisively, and his eyes showed determination. "Don't worry, what you said is totally impossible, and that guy shouldn't be able to do such a thing. After all, he himself has absolutely no romantic instincts, so it's impossible for her to even think of that." Although he said this, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, if this was really the case, she felt that no matter what she said today, she would definitely not go back. If I were to go back to the company in this situation, it would be tantamount to seeking death. So he is not that stupid, and he still has some sense of propriety when doing things. When Lin Feng saw Lin Shan's nervous look, he found it very cute and couldn't help but smile. However, it can still be seen that he really has his own worries in his heart. Okay, Master Lin Shan, if it was really that guy who did it this time, I will definitely make the decision for you. And I will definitely teach that guy a lesson and let him know that there are some people he cannot afford to offend. Lin Shan nodded, but her hands were tightly grasping her skirt, and her eyes were flickering left and right. It was obvious at a glance that although she wanted to remain calm, she simply couldn't. The fear in his eyes was still there, and his whole face looked very bad, as if he had had a nightmare. At this moment, they slowly got out of the car and headed forward, but at this time, for some reason everyone saw Lin Shan's beautiful appearance. They would involuntarily make way for her. After all, they were not stupid. When they met such a beauty, they would definitely not continue to fight for her way. Unless they have a problem with their brains, they all know what they should do. However, after seeing this scene, Lin Shan did have something strange in her eyes. Just when he was halfway there, he found that a lot of people were pointing at him and talking about him, as if some story was going on. This made Lin Shan feel nervous. Could it be that something really happened this time that she had no way of making up for? Otherwise, how could so many people look at me? The looks in their eyes revealed something strange, and such a look was not a good thing. Whenever he thought of this, he would feel very uneasy in his heart, and always felt that the current situation was completely out of control. Hey, look at me, why do I feel like this girl in front of me is the protagonist of this proposal? Really? I originally thought it was just my illusion, but now it seems that it is not an illusion at all. Yes. Actually, I have always had the same feeling as you, but I have never been sure, so I dare not speak at all. Chapter 64, Evil Plot. Lin Feng heard all these voices, which made him smile coldly. I have known for a long time that the group of people in front of me must have ulterior motives. It seems that I was not wrong this time. Sure enough, this group of guys are not up to good things, and they even have certain desires. But now, he was not nervous at all. He didn't even know what nervousness was, let alone what it meant to be nervous. However, he found that his master seemed very nervous, which made him feel helpless. Finally, he patted Lin Shan's shoulder gently with his hand and showed a very confident smile. Master Lin Shan, don't be afraid. Actually, there is nothing much to worry about this time. Don't be anxious or nervous. After all, no matter what happens, it can be solved. As long as you can stay calm, it's enough. Lin Shan in front of him also forced a smile, but in his heart he felt very uncomfortable. But at this moment, Lin Feng, who had already prepared everything, showed a genuine smile on his face, and this time he was completely sincere. As for the man in the center, it was Xinzhong, who wanted to give a surprise this time. When he found out that Lin Shan had just gone out today, he knew that today would almost certainly be the day for him to come back, so he had been standing aside waiting for him to come back. And he even made such a big fuss just to see if he could satisfy her this time. In fact, he was the one who prepared this surprise, which took him a long time and a lot of thought. Everyone, don't be anxious. After all, the heroine hasn't arrived yet. When she arrives, you will know who she is. And it will definitely surprise you. You will definitely not be able to guess who it is. I have to leave you with a sense of mystery this time. As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing. After all, he felt that his preparations this time were absolutely perfect. Even he himself felt proud of his preparations this time, which is why his face looked so happy at this moment. However, no matter who it is, one can discover that there are actually some strange phenomena involved in this incident. But at this moment, she suddenly discovered Lin Shan's arrival, which made her feel at a loss. Finally, he just gave everyone a look and then ran over hurriedly. At the same time, his eyes seemed to become extremely flustered, as if he had encountered something that made him very nervous. He quickly ran to Lin Shan and took out the roses that he had prepared long ago. He immediately put it to his mouth, then handed it over and smiled very genuinely. Hey, Miss Lin Shan, I didn't expect you to come back this time. I've been waiting for you outside the door for a long time. It seems that my wait this time was not in vain, and my wait is definitely worth it. Miss Lin Shan, I don't know if you are satisfied with my confession this time. If you are not satisfied, then I can come up with a more interesting confession plan, and I will definitely continue until you are satisfied. He is absolutely confident in this aspect, so he feels that his approach this time will definitely satisfy the other party, and they will definitely praise him highly at that time. However, Lin Shan glanced at him indifferently, and then went straight into the company, with no intention of staying at all. This made Xinzhong quite excited at the moment, and he even thought of countless love words. But now, it was precisely because of this roll of the eyes that disrupted all the rhythms, and he felt as if he could hear the sound of a broken heart in his heart. Finally, his face looked very pale at this time, and he felt like he didn't know what to say next. However, Lin Feng did show a smile when he passed by her, but it was this smile that completely stimulated her. "You are such a jinx, Lin Feng. You are such a jinx, you will definitely ruin my good deeds wherever you go. No matter what I say this time, you can't stay in the company any longer. If this guy stays in the company, then my plan to pick up girls in the future will be completely impossible. No, this time I have to get him out of the company no matter what." After saying that, he immediately made a phone call. "Hello? Uncle G, I found an employee who has made absolutely no contribution to the company. Do you think it's appropriate to fire such a person?" "Yes, I can be sure that this guy really has no contribution to the company at all. Keeping him is like raising a waste." Okay, his name is Lin Feng, so I'll leave this matter to you. I know that if this kind of thing is handed over to you, there should be absolutely no problem." After hanging up the phone, he smiled and looked very confident. After all, in this regard, he actually feels that he has always been the most invincible. Since he is the most invincible existence, there is nothing that he cannot accomplish. As for Lin Feng now, after he returned, he gave a bitter smile for an instant. "Master Lin Shan, let me see. We should not give this contract away yet. After all, it is like a talisman. It would be inappropriate if we gave it away so easily." Lin Shan in front of him was also a little confused for a moment. She didn't quite understand why they didn't give it away for no reason. Wouldn't it be better if they gave it away? After all, this kind of thing is really not good at being left here all the time. If it is left here all the time, then in the end nothing good will happen. He was well aware of this in his heart, so whenever he thought of this, he couldn't help feeling conflicted. Finally, he looked at Lin Feng with a very curious look, because he knew this guy's character. If there was nothing wrong, he would generally not say such words. Chapter 65, Expulsion. "Just tell me what happened. If something hadn't happened, I don't think you would say such a thing." Lin Feng gave a bitter smile for a moment, and finally could only shake his head helplessly. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, that guy will definitely deal with me next. He saw you and I walking together at the gate, so I feel that he will definitely find a way to fire me next. This girl must have some power, so she must be very powerful here. If that's the case, we must not give her such an opportunity. Even if he fires me, his best excuse is that I have not contributed anything to the company. If he brings this up later, wouldn't it be a nice slap in his face?" After he finished speaking, he smiled. As for Lin Shan beside him, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, with deep admiration in her eyes. "You are a guy who always likes to come up with bad ideas. But with this contract, I believe that no one can shake your position in the company. Although Xinzhong's father did contribute a lot, it's still not worth this contract. Especially those guys, knowing that young Master Ling only signed a contract with you, I'm afraid they will really turn against each other because of this. At that time, they will really be finished." After saying this, he smiled and his expression looked very relaxed at this time. But at this moment, Lin Shan's phone suddenly rang, and he found that the person who called this time was actually the chairman. This made Lin Shan's eyes look very strange. After all, they had just discussed a countermeasure, and this time the chairman actually called directly. That means the chairman definitely had bad intentions in calling this time, and it is even very likely that he was going to fire him. I have never seen what Lin Feng is thinking. He is so smart and can think of everything out of the blue. Whenever he thought of this, he would feel a little weird in his heart. Such a thought was really too bizarre. However, he still answered the phone directly. After a while of narration, Lin Shan looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. "Lin Feng, the chairman seems to have made it clear just now, so you should go to the finance department immediately. And, go to the finance department to collect your salary, saying that your internship period has expired, but I didn't tell you about your contract." After saying that, he stuck out his tongue, making him look very quirky. Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After all, the current situation was really smart. If you practice all your trump cards so quickly, it will become very boring in the end. But now, I only talked halfway and then stopped suddenly. The look in the other person's eyes would definitely be completely different. It has to be said that this decision was a wise one. Apart from the name, he had no idea what second excuse to come up with. "Okay, I'm going to the finance department to collect my salary. I'll just wait for your call." Afterwards, Lin Feng received his salary, returned home quickly, and lay down on the bed to rest peacefully. If it weren't for Master, this beautiful lady would be in the company. Even if I wasn't fired, I wouldn't be able to stay in a place like that for too long. Alas, Master Lin Shan, it seems that you have no idea how much of my youth I have sacrificed for you, my youth. After she was done, she looked extremely naughty. After all, she felt that all this was completely within his expectations, so it was impossible for her to say anything more. As for Lin Shan now, after Lin Feng had been gone for almost half a day, she also felt that the time was almost up. Chairman, you have always been very domineering and always blamed me for everything. This time, I will show you what it means to be powerful. After saying that, he directly knocked on the door of the Kyoto Group's CEO's office. Enter. The current CEO of Kyoto Group, upon hearing someone knocking on the door, immediately put down what he was doing and said, "Come in." After all, he felt that it should be impossible for anyone to come in this matter, but now that someone has come, of course he should be invited in. However, when she saw that the person who came was Lin Shan, her originally very serious face began to show some relaxation. After all, if it was just Lin Shan, he certainly wouldn't feel too much pressure, and would naturally feel that all these things would appear to be very unimportant. "Lin Shan, it's you. I wonder why you came to me. Don't you know that if you have any problems, you can just report them over the phone?" Now he couldn't help but start complaining. After all, he was a chairman after all. Could he just knock on the chairman's door? Since I don't even understand this, I am really disappointed. After saying this, he shook his head helplessly, and the frosty expression on his face was indeed revealed without any concealment at all. But now, after seeing such a face, Lin Shan just smiled and didn't care too much at all. Instead, he placed a contract directly on his desk. "Chairman, this matter is so important that I have to come in person. This is the content of the contract you ordered." "Sign a contract? What contract?" The chairman was completely confused. After all, he had no interest in the affairs between his subordinates, and no matter what happened, there would definitely be someone else to take care of it. But now he is saying that it was his order. How is that possible? However, when he saw that it was a contract with Ling Xiao's company, he couldn't help but want to jump up from the table. Moreover, he discovered that not only was the contract signed successfully, but their salary was actually 4:6 with the other company. Don't underestimate 46 points, but this is already a huge discount. If someone else signed the contract, they could only occupy 2 points at most, but they occupied 40%. Chapter 66 Lin Shan's Praise. What on earth was going on? He was completely confused. But in a blink of an eye he figured it out. This was a huge profit for the company. He then looked at Lin Shan with great excitement. "Ah, good, Lin Shan, you have made a huge contribution to this signing. You will definitely get this month's bonus, and you are definitely number 1 this month. Don't worry, I will definitely pay good attention to you in the future." If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to confirm this. Only you have the ability to do this. However, Lin Shan shook her head helplessly, her face filled with deep sadness. "Alas, Chairman, originally this contract should have been valid, but I'm afraid that starting today, this contract is almost invalid, and we in Ling Xiao's group will become enemies. From then on, I'm afraid there will be endless blows, directly floating on your head. I can't say whether the healing company can be saved." When the chairman heard this, he felt a chill in his head for an instant. After all, he was the one who founded this company, and he didn't have much background at all. Now that he was told that the company he had founded was going to be gone soon? If someone else had said this, he would not believe it at all and would even start cursing. But now that this question was actually raised by Lin Shan, he certainly still believed very much in the truth of this matter, which made her look very uneasy. "Lin Shan, please don't joke with me about this kind of thing. Tell me what's going on. If the share of the contract is too high for us, we can reduce it to 3 or even 2 tiers." Lin Shan shook her head, feeling that her chairman really had no confidence at all. He was so scared by just a few words she said. In fact, he had no idea what the name Ling Xiao represented in the entire business circle. Just a word from him could very likely determine the life or death of your company. Therefore, everyone wants to cling to his thighs, and only by clinging to his thighs can they prove that their business circle is invincible. Otherwise, they would most likely disappear from this city one day. That is why they always have a sense of sadness in their hearts. Alas, this incident was entirely caused by us. I was not the one who signed the contract. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. This contract was actually signed successfully by Lin Feng. And they even recognized each other as brothers. You may not believe this kind of thing, but it really happened in front of us. Now that you've fired him, if he makes a random phone call, it's very likely that our company will be directly attacked. The chairman of the Kyoto Group in front of him couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing these words, and still felt that it was a little unbelievable. No way, everything you just said is false, right? After all, that little guy is just a poor guy, how could he possibly be related to such a big shot? Don't say I don't believe this kind of thing. Even if you randomly find someone, I don't think anyone would believe this reality. This is a very unscientific thing in itself. Lin Shan smiled and pointed to the phone number under the contract. You can actually call and ask about this kind of thing yourself. Once you ask, I believe anyone who understands can explain it to you. The chairman hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to make a phone call. After all, he couldn't just make a definite judgment based on such a casual statement. If he really accepted Lin Feng, he would be offending Xinzhong. If he accepted Xinzhong, he would be offending Ling Xiao. Of course, he knew very well what was more important, but he had to at least figure out what the relationship between the two of them was. Only then would he have some confidence. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and finally he dialed Ling Xiao's number. Hello, is this Mr. Ling? I'm the chairman of Lin Feng. I just want to ask, what is the relationship between you two? Is it your brother? Oh, I see. It's okay. I just want to give him value for promotion. After he finished speaking, just a few words, his forehead was already covered with sweat. Others didn't know, but he himself knew it very well. Although it was just a few words, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to say it. Moreover, just these few short sentences had already filled his heart with intense pressure, and even his expression looked particularly ugly at this time. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, Okay, I now almost know what's going on, so don't worry. Leave Lin Feng's matter to me. I'll call him right now and ask him to come to work tomorrow. After saying that, he called Lin Feng directly. Ahem, Lin Feng, can you come to work tomorrow? Lin Feng was originally resting at home, but he didn't expect that the chairman would actually call him. But he had to admit that it was a little earlier than he had predicted, which made him laugh, because he knew that it was a year earlier. It was obvious that his master had gone there in person, and had gone a little early. But at this time his temper had already risen. Could he still be treated as a casual person? Chairman, to be honest, even if I don't do anything every day, the rent I collect can definitely equal your current value. Do you think I would be short of that little money? So there is no need for me to go to work for you. If I go to work for you, I will be bullied every day and won't get much money. It seems not worth it. So from now on, I will not go to work. By the way, I have to tell you about the contract. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. You can go find whoever you want. The chairman opened his mouth, and his expression looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He had never eaten shit before, and he felt so held back like this. Chapter 67, Polite. But he also knew that he was in the wrong this time, so he just lowered his head, and his tone sounded more polite. Lin Feng, if you really don't want to go to work, then you can just take a job here. At least this will be beneficial to you, right? And in the future, you can go to work if you want to, and you cannot go to work if you don't want to. You will still get paid, and it will be doubled. As for Xinzhong's problem, you can rest assured. He will never harass your master again from now on, and he won't dare to cause trouble for you either. When he said the last sentence, his own heart had actually stopped beating. After all, this is Xinzhong. If I really dare to offend him, I will almost certainly die in the future. But now that he thought that his money was already relying on Ling Xiao, it didn't matter if he offended this guy. After all, there were so many people in the world that could be offended. Anyway, when the time comes, I can put all the responsibility on Ling Xiao. I believe that he will not blame me at all and may even praise me. Therefore, every time he thought of this, he would start laughing foolishly, and he seemed to be particularly excited. Finally, Lin Feng nodded, because she also knew that one should know when to stop in many things. And one cannot be too anxious, otherwise there will be no consequences in the end. He understands this better than anyone else. Therefore, whenever I think of this, my mood will become comfortable and my complexion will look better at this time, and I won't have too much sadness at all. Finally, he said gloomily, Okay, Chairman, I will forgive you this time for the sake of my master. But if there is a next time, you still have to watch me with your dog eyes. Don't blame me for being rude then. After all, I have already given you face once. I believe you should be very clear that I can give you face, but I can't give you too much face all the time. The chairman nodded rapidly. If others saw this at this moment, they would definitely be very surprised. After all, their famous chairman had now become a fawning man. But at this moment, Lin Shan said coldly, "Lin Feng, you bastard, hurry up and come to work now." The chairman was stunned, because he was the one who was on the phone all the time, and he really couldn't believe that this ringtone in one sentence could be more effective than himself. He would never believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death, so he was more or less a little disdainful in his heart and did not take such words to heart at all. But at this moment, Lin Feng on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Master has taught me that I will go to work immediately and will not delay here for too long. Then he hurriedly started packing his luggage and then got ready to go to work. In fact, all this was completely within his expectations, and he had already prepared for it. He actually did this just to give face to his master. He believed that by that time, no one else would cause trouble for his master again. In fact, all this was completely within his expectations, so whenever he thought of this, his mood would become very happy, and he would not feel too much pressure at all. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in an unusually dull voice, "Okay, now that this matter has been decided, let's do it according to this time." Afterwards, Lin Shan also walked out slowly, but came back at this time and gave the chairman a very mysterious smile. "Chairman, fortunately you did the right thing this time, otherwise our company would have collapsed." The chairman rolled his eyes at Lin Shan. After all, he did offend some people, but he was not stupid. He knew very well that there were some people who should not be offended. If he couldn't even tell this most basic thing, he wouldn't have been able to stay until now. However, this kind of scene does look quite interesting, and it also makes them feel a little anxious inside. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said hurriedly, "Okay, don't waste your time here anymore. You should take care of your apprentice first. From now on, even if there is a new big boss in our company, it is better not to look for such a person easily. If he is unhappy at any time, our company will be completely ruined." After saying this, he felt particularly tired. After all, he felt that it was not a good thing if there were many people in the company who were stronger than him. Even in the end, the feeling of being controlled by others made him feel very uncomfortable, so he was very disgusted with this in his heart. But it must be said that with this thing, his company can start attacking at the fastest speed. Just when Lin Shan returned to her office, Lin Feng had also returned to the company again. However, this time, when he just arrived at the company door, someone suddenly stopped him. "Hey, don't you know you've been fired? If you've already been fired, why are you still shamelessly staying here? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. From now on, this company has nothing to do with you. You'd better get out of here." Lin Feng smiled coldly. The person who had just mocked him was naturally Xinzhong. It must be said that this guy has always been a lingering ghost. "Humph, it seems that this has always been my business and has nothing to do with you. I come as I please and leave as I please. But I'm sorry, I don't think I was fired this time. The chairman of the company even came to greet me personally. Is he angry?" After saying this, he walked straight into the house with a swagger. As for the other people around him, he didn't even look at them. As for Xinzhong, he was thrown directly to the spot. Some people didn't quite understand why it was like this. That's not right. Didn't the chairman already promise me? Why is it happening now? Then he immediately called G1. Chapter 68, Call for Help. "Uncle, didn't you already say you were going to fire him? Why hasn't the chairman fired him yet? What's going on? Why do I feel like this is all a bit exaggerated? And I also saw him walking back in a swagger. There seems to be something wrong with this. Why is this?" Ji-won was also confused at this time. He had no idea what was going on. In fact, he himself was not very clear about this. After all, although he was in the company, his position was neither high nor low, and he never had any other options. It is even more impossible for him to take into account everything here, but now it seems completely different, which makes him feel completely confused in his heart. "I'm not sure about this either. I'll call the chairman right now to find out what's going on. If I know, I'll tell you right away." However, not long after this period, the phone rang again, and the final tone sounded rather dull at this time. "Hoo hoo. Xinzhong, don't say I didn't help you. This time, things were a little beyond my expectations. I can tell you very seriously now that the current situation is extremely terrifying. I advise you to give up resistance this time. The chairman did not have any other explanation this time, and what he said was indeed very straightforward. He just said that this guy is someone we can't afford to offend. As for the rest, he didn't say anything more. So you must be careful. If the relationship between you two is not too bad, I think you should not dwell on it too much. Otherwise, there will be no good results in the end. Xinzhong was stunned at this moment. After hanging up the phone, he clenched his hands tightly together and his face turned pale. You are so good, Lin Feng. Do you really think that I have never investigated you all this time? It's just an ordinary story, and his family doesn't have much property. It's completely innocent, and now he dares to deceive others. I have never met a person as shameless as you, but even if you can deceive others, you can never deceive me. I want to see what else you have to say this time. I must teach you a lesson no matter what. After saying this, his expression looked even uglier, and his tone seemed to become much more serious. After all, he had invested a lot of money this time, and his expression had never been as serious as it was now. Then he immediately made a phone call and said through gritted teeth, Hey Laowu, don't you always say that you are very powerful? In that case, now let me see how powerful you are. Today I want to see your ability. There is a guy named Lin Feng in our company. Kill it for me. I believe you can do it. As long as you can do this, I can give you whatever you want. Okay, then when you're done, just ask me for the money. I can give you 200,000 directly. Hee, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, this time I want to see how you will die. You actually have to provoke me for no reason. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will have no idea what cruelty is. As for the current Lin Feng, after arriving at the office, he was looking at Lin Shan in front of him with great pride. Hey, Master Lin Shan, now you don't feel that I'm very smart. Are you proud to have such a smart disciple like me? Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, Forget it. I've never seen a guy as shameless as you, but I have to say that you are indeed quite smart. Just what are you going to do next? At least you should have some opinions on this aspect, otherwise you can't be unprepared, right? Although the boss did say that you can be casual and come to work whenever you want, and it doesn't matter if you don't want to come to work, but I feel that you are not the kind of person who gives up easily. Lin Feng discovered that when Lin Shan was talking to him, she could clearly feel that he was very nervous, which made him speechless. After all, this is my master. Is my master afraid that I will run away? This is totally impossible. After all, there is no way he can run away no matter what. This kind of thinking now is completely unnecessary. But now he is too lazy to explain so much. After all, explanations are completely unnecessary in many cases. Hey, master, it turns out you still really don't want to leave me. But don't worry, I will definitely come to work on time tomorrow. But since I do have a lot of things to do, I can't stay in the company all the time. Beautiful master, then I believe he has left. After saying that, he went straight to the underground garage, drove his sports car Poison, and got out very quickly. However, just when his car drove to a snack street, he suddenly felt that he was indeed hungry, so he parked the car aside and prepared to start eating. But he didn't notice at all that when he was about to eat, there were a lot of gangsters around him, and everyone looked at each other. Brother, hey, this guy is obviously very rich, and now that he's driving a sports car, do we really dare to beat him up? We can't afford to offend this kind of person, right? Brother Hay also looked around, and a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Although we do feel sorry for this kind of person, if we really beat him up, we can have money. Do you really have a problem with money? Besides, let's just beat this guy. Maybe after we beat him, he will become even weaker. Don't you know that many rich second generations are weaklings? At this moment, the other gangsters also nodded quickly, feeling that what they did this time might be really correct. Chapter 69, Turning Back. Perhaps more conflicts will occur in the future. If it really reaches that point, they will have no way back at all. So in the end he couldn't help but nodded, and his expression did look rather gloomy at this time. He said gloomily, Okay, let's go, so I must teach him a lesson. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know what it means to be powerful. This is 200,000 yuan. After we complete this job, we won't have to worry about it anymore. Then we won't have anything to be afraid of. After saying this, everyone's expression seemed to become much more serious, and they secretly swore in their hearts that they must teach the other side a lesson no matter what. You must never let the opponent be too powerful, otherwise they will feel very uncomfortable inside. A group of hooligans rushed out with their cell phones and wooden sticks in their hands. Lin Feng, who was originally preparing to eat peacefully, was instantly confused when he saw a group of thugs rushing in with wooden sticks. I secretly thought in my heart, who is this idiot going to be beaten? But it's good this way, at least I can watch a good show while eating. After thinking about this, he just shook his head helplessly, with a look in his eyes that showed he wanted to continue watching the show. But at this moment, a group of gangsters surrounded Lin Feng. As for the others at the moment, no one dared to get close. After all, no one knew if they continued to get closer, they would be hit directly next. But at this moment, a woman rushed in hurriedly, and then protected Lin Feng behind her. Lin Feng, why do people beat you up wherever you go? I noticed that you really like fighting, so that's why it happens? This delicate and tender girl was Deng Yuyan. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After all, he did not expect things to develop to this point. But it has to be said that the current situation itself is very unpleasant for them, and they are all very uneasy. So in many cases, they should stay calm. Only in this way can they feel more comfortable in their hearts. Otherwise, no one knows what will happen next. Lin Feng also didn't expect that Deng Yuyan, who had always been rather delicate, would dare to fight in front of him. Wasn't she afraid of being beaten? Of course, he was very clear in his mind that it was impossible for him not to be afraid of being beaten. He only did this because he didn't want to get hurt, which made him feel a little grateful in his heart. At the same time, he really felt a little touched in his heart, and his expression looked better at this time. Finally, he kept saying, "Okay, you better hide behind me. After all, you are still a girl, and I can't just watch you get hurt." At this moment, Deng Xian couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, but at this time, she still stood up directly and did not hide behind him because of this kind of thing. Why do you guys have to beat Lin Feng for no reason? He has always had a very good character and he is a good person. At this moment, the other gangsters looked at each other, their eyes showing helplessness. After all, they didn't really want to fight this time. However, this was an order that could no longer be passed down from above, which made them unsure of what to do, so the six gods became somewhat helpless. Finally, the gangster in front of him gritted his teeth, and his expression looked quite determined. Xiao He said coldly, "Humph, do we need an excuse to beat someone up? If that's really the case, then you think too highly of yourself. Little girl, get out of the way now, or I'll hurt you by mistake. I'll feel bad about that. After all, this is a war between adults. You, a little girl, should not get involved. Otherwise, it will not be a good thing for you to reach the end." However, when Deng Xian heard these words, she had no intention of backing down. Instead, she leaned towards Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng also smiled, and there was indeed a sense of happiness in his heart. After all, he didn't expect that a girl would be willing to be beaten with him. This was indeed something he had never thought of, but now it was actually happening in front of him, which made him excited inside. Finally, he smiled, put Deng Xian on the stool, then dusted himself off and sat up. Ahem. I have to say that you guys are really arrogant. There really haven't been many people who dare to be so arrogant to me. It looks like there are at most 20 of you here. 20 people should share the burden. There won't be much money left. But it's not worth risking your life for such a small amount of money. I'm too lazy to deal with you little guys this time. Do you want to fight us together or one by one? Xiao He couldn't help but stare, then looked at the people around him. Forget it, brothers, don't waste your time. Since this guy dares to be so arrogant, let's go together, beat him down, and then collect the bonus immediately. The others also nodded. After all, they felt that if 20 people with weapons in their hands were unable to defeat one person, they might as well die. Then everyone waved their weapons and rushed forward, but they were about to rush to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng smiled coldly, waved his fist, and then snatched his weapon at an angle that seemed incredible in people's eyes. Each man with a stick, directly knocked down most of the people. In just a blink of an eye, most of the people were knocked to the ground. It has to be said that such a method is simply a magical skill. Even Xiao He beside him couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He looked at everyone around him and found that they were already lying on the ground. Finally, his eyeballs rolled left and right twice, and then he knelt on the ground. Brother, I already know I was wrong, please forgive me. Chapter 70, Scared to Death. Xiao He now almost hates Xinzhong to death. If it weren't for Xinzhong, he would never be in this situation. Before, he said it was just a little guy. Is this a little guy? He is so powerful that so many people can't beat him alone. Xiao Hei is actually not a small figure. At least in this street, almost everyone knows his reputation. Even Shinzhong would be scared to death when he saw Xiao Hei. It is precisely because of this that he thought of Xiao Hei in advance when encountering such a thing. However, even he himself certainly did not expect that such an accident would happen. As for Lin Feng now, he has no intention of letting him go. After all, his strength is already strong, so it is impossible for him to give the opponent a chance. If it was me, it would be fine. This time, Deng Ziyan was by my side. Seeing Deng Ziyan's frightened expression, I protected her. He said coldly, "Humph, I'm already in a bad mood today, and you guys actually ran into the gun muzzle. I have to say, your courage is really strong. But you scared the girls around me. Tell me, how are you going to solve this problem?" The men in front of them looked at each other and could see some fear in each other's eyes. However, Deng Ziyan, who was beside her, also felt empty inside after hearing the word girl. It turns out she's just a girl, not even my girlfriend. It seems like I'm really not worthy of Lin Feng. It turns out she just treats me as a friend. After thinking about this, I don't know why, but I felt a pain in my heart. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was always looking at the expression on the opposite side. So he didn't notice at all that Deng Ziyan's face beside him had become very ugly, and he was only concerned about how to deal with the situation at hand. This made Xiao Hei feel a little embarrassed for a moment, and he swore that he would never do such a thing again. Thump. There was only a crisp sound, and then Xiao Hei knelt down in front of Lin Feng, kowtowed continuously, and a trickle of blood flowed from his head. This made Lin Feng frown, and he looked at Xiao Hei with admiration. He was indeed a guy who had made a name for himself. This time he was treated so cruelly that he even bled directly, and it was not just a pretense. This made him speechless. However, he felt more of a kind of admiration in his heart. He liked this kind of character, and besides, this Xiao Hei didn't seem to be too bad. Still having some blood in his veins, Lin Feng rolled his eyes, then squinted at Xiao Hei in front of him. "Oh? Of course I can let you go, but why should I let you go? Or rather, what good will it do me to let you go?" Xiao Hei's face, which was originally somewhat happy, turned dark in an instant, because he knew that he really seemed to have no bargaining chips. "It's because I don't have much ability. If I had a little ability, this wouldn't have happened." However, when he saw Deng Ziyan beside Lin Feng, his eyes lit up and a plan appeared on his face. He crawled to Lin Feng's front on both knees, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Brother Lin Feng, from now on you are my big brother, but aren't you usually quite busy? So, you have me here. As long as I am here, I promise to protect my sister-in-law's safety. At the same time, I will be there at your beck and call, and I guarantee that I will be in front of you within 5 minutes. There are many things that are inconvenient for you to do, but it is convenient for me. I like to do the dirty and tiring work, and I feel very happy to serve the boss." This made Lin Feng look at Xiao Hei in surprise. He had to say that this guy's brain reaction was quite quick. Especially the call of sister-in-law, which really touched his heart. He liked this kind of title. Especially when he saw Deng Ziyan's face flushed, he felt very comfortable instantly. At this moment, Deng Ziyan also wanted to stand up and say that she was not his sister-in-law. However, this was outside after all, so she should give Lin Feng some face. Regardless of whether it was true or not, now was not the moment to talk about this. He still had this self-awareness, so he did not speak, but kept his head down, his hands constantly playing with his sleeves. Lin Feng also looked at Xiao Hei, and some appreciation appeared on his face, which made Xiao Hei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Especially when he saw Lin Feng's admiring expression, he already knew that fortunately he was able to escape today, otherwise he would definitely suffer the consequences. But before he could be happy, Lin Feng also had a gloomy face and asked very unhappily, Why are you so unconscious this time? Do you want me to violently interrogate the person behind you? Who asked you to deal with me? You should at least tell me a name now, otherwise you should know the consequences of offending me. When I lose my temper, no one can stop me." Xiao Hei's face also turned black for a moment, because he almost forgot such an important thing just now. If he hadn't been reminded this time, he might have really forgotten it. Finally, he kept saying, "Brother, the one who is against you is Shinzhong. I don't know why he wants to deal with you. You know, brothers don't make money, and they don't charge protection fees, so they have to survive. But we don't have much money, so it's really not our fault. We don't want to fight, but there's nothing we can do about it. We brothers have to eat too. Xiao Hei was very afraid that Lin Feng would blame him, so he chose this way to ask for help. Only in this way could he get some chance of survival. Xinzhong? Xinzhong, this fellow, I really didn't take you seriously. I didn't expect you to come and disturb me again and again. This time Lin Feng was really angry, but after thinking about it, he decided that now was not the time to deal with this guy. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? Besides, don't I have some office buildings somewhere? Moreover, they are still empty, and I have never had time to go and see them, so why not let Xiao Hei go? But at this moment, a series of phone calls rang, which made Lin Feng curious because it was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 71, Office Building Visit. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Hello, I'm Wei Wei, I wonder if you are free? Just say what you want to say. It's like this, you are the major shareholder of the office building, so we hope you can come over. After all, we can make ourselves familiar with you and sign a contract at the same time. This way most people will know you, and at least it will save you some unnecessary trouble in the future. Do you think this is okay? Lin Feng thought about it and realized that this unnecessary trouble was actually caused by someone trying to find out who bought the office building, so he wanted to curry favor with them, right? However, he just happened to have a group of younger brothers here, so couldn't he find some suitable jobs for them in a fair and open manner? This seemed to be the best option, so I started responding right away. If you have time, let's do it tomorrow. See you at 10 a.m. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then he looked at Xiao Hei in front of him and found that this guy had been smiling at him in an obscene way. She was not afraid of him at all, which made him speechless. Could it be that his charm had decreased in such a short period of time? This guy wasn't even afraid anymore? This change was too fast, and he really couldn't stand it. But now he was too lazy to think so much and just looked at Xiao Hei. You guys want to follow me, don't you? I can't let you brothers go empty-handed. Let's gather near May 4th Square tomorrow. By then, I will find a suitable job for you. Don't worry, this isn't a regular job, but I'll definitely provide you with food and clothing, with a monthly salary of 10,000. Xiao Hei, who was originally feeling a little uncomfortable, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. After all, this was a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Even if one broke the sky, it would be difficult to find such a good job. Boss, you are so mighty, boss, you are so awesome. Farewell, boss. Lin Feng is now extremely speechless about Xiao Hei, but he still has a pretty good impression of Xiao Hei. He doesn't seem like a bad person, so it doesn't hurt to lend a hand if he can. Anyway, in his eyes, everyone is a friend, and it is normal for friends to help each other. However, on the way home, Deng Ziyan couldn't help pouting her lips, and some dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Deng, in order to promote the relationship between the host and Deng Ziyan, please pat her on the head within 3 minutes. The reward is unknown. Lin Feng was stunned. Patting the head to kill? Such a stomach-warming gesture? In addition, Deng Ziyan looked at him as if she was still angry. Is it because of that word sister-in-law that he is still angry until now? If that is the case, what should he do if he is killed by being patted on the head? Moreover, the reward is unknown. Even if it is just a pat on the head in exchange for a reward, it shouldn't be considered a loss, right? In fact, all this was entirely because Lin Feng was extremely excited in his heart, especially the move of patting the head to kill. He himself actually wished he could do it twice. So at this moment, he smiled awkwardly and said sullenly, Ahem, Deng Ziyan, why did you suddenly come to my place today? Deng Ziyan's face also turned red. After all, she had not yet recovered from the previous atmosphere and still felt a little shy. Now she was actually asking this topic, which made him completely at a loss as to how to answer. In the end, he could only stammer, actually, it's all because of something. I usually don't have anything to do, so I like to come to this snack stand. I didn't expect you to be here, and seeing so many guys trying to hack you, of course I had to hurry over, because they also thought that they would show some sympathy to a beautiful woman like me. After saying this, she pouted her little mouth, trying to express her dissatisfaction in this way. After all, this was a complete misunderstanding of his charm, and it was also an overestimation of his charm, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly held his stomach and laughed. He felt that Deng Ziyan was so cute now. He never thought that Deng Ziyan would have such a cute side. Not bad, Deng Ziyan, it's good that you have this awareness. In fact, you are very beautiful and charming. However, I really want to be more handsome, so I charmed the other side. Don't worry, maybe you can do it next time. but thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I might not have the courage to fight against him." While speaking, he was looking at Deng Xian in front of him with deep eyes. His eyes were full of deep seriousness, and his hand couldn't help but reach towards Deng Xian's forehead. When Deng Xian saw Lin Feng's eyes, she instantly became flustered and her heart started beating wildly. "Why is my heart beating so fast? Is this the feeling of a heartbeat? It's such a strange feeling. However, it seems to be very comfortable." Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't know what Deng Xian was thinking. If he knew what Deng Xian was thinking, he would definitely feel speechless. However, taking advantage of the moment when Deng Xian was not paying attention, he put his hand on Deng Xian's forehead and rubbed it, and then he was stunned for a moment. After all, it was my first time to touch a girl's hair, and I have to say, the feeling seemed to be really comfortable. As for Deng Xian, after being touched on the head again, she just stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Feng in front of her with incredible eyes. It was as if he had never expected Lin Feng to dare to behave like this. It must be said that this made him completely speechless for a moment. "I didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that if I said something inappropriate, it would cause trouble, and the result would be more trouble than gain." So now he also expressed silence, as if he had tacitly agreed to such an action, which made Lin Feng happy, but fortunately he was not angry. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. As a reward, you will receive 100% of the shares of Luban Hotel." Lin Feng touched his head instantly, looking curious. He knew something about this Luban Hotel, which was also a 5-star hotel among them. Generally, few people can afford to go there. He has never been there even once. Every time he goes there, at most he just stands at the door and sighs. "Wow, if I could go to a hotel like this once, it would be the perfect perfection in my life." However, I'm afraid no one would have thought that such a hotel would belong to them. But now Lin Feng also feels a little melancholy. Chapter 72 Observation. Although there is such a good hotel, he simply cannot spare any time to visit the hotel, let alone go and observe it. That is even more impossible. After all, the fact that such a thing happened in front of them made them feel speechless. However, there are indeed a lot of things happening recently, let alone visiting hotels, so we can only put such a good hotel here. As for Deng Xian now, she saw that Lin Feng was originally touching her head, but suddenly he let it go and even touched his own head. The romantic atmosphere he originally felt disappeared in an instant, and it also made him feel particularly angry. His face looked very gloomy at this moment, and he said coldly, "Humph, I'm home now, everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. I originally thought you had something to do tomorrow so I could accompany you, but I didn't expect you to be this Lin Feng. The unfaithful man is gone." Bang! With a loud bang, the door closed directly, and Lin Feng, who was standing outside the door, finally came to his senses. At the same time, he felt very speechless. After all, he really didn't mean it at all just now. It was just because he was too fascinated. After all, he didn't know what the system reward was, so he was naturally a little fascinated by it. Especially when he was rewarded with a big hotel, it was inevitable that he would be curious and easily distracted. "I couldn't help but put my hand down. I didn't expect that you were wrong. Girls really are very strange animals." This made Lin Feng shake his head, and then he walked out directly, too lazy to stay here any longer. After all, he had more important things to do. After returning to his bedroom, he called Lin Shan directly. "Hey, master, I'm going to take a half day off tomorrow. I have something to do in the morning and need to go out for a while. I'll be working as usual in the afternoon." "Ah, no leave." However, before Lin Shan could finish her words, she found that Lin Feng had actually hung up the phone, which made him jump around on the bed. "You are so bold, Lin Feng. It seems that signing a contract has really made you active. You don't even take me seriously? How dare you hang up on me? Wait and see how I deal with you next time. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Humph, I'll give you half a day off. It can be considered as a little compensation for you. After all, I'm not a conscience boss. Duo should also be more considerate of his subordinates." Later, Lin Shan began to hum one tune after another, and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. May 4th Square was originally crowded with people, but at this moment it looked very orderly, and no one dared to make trouble here. There was no way out. There were more than 30 people in front of them, and each of them was holding an iron stick in his hand. People passing by were quite scared. They were afraid that the iron sticks of this group of people would accidentally hit them, and then even if they wanted to cry, they would not have anywhere to cry. These guys were none other than Xiao Hei and his gang. Each of them looked extremely panicked, and they couldn't wait to look at the watches in their hands. Brother Shohei, it's already 10:30, why hasn't Lin Feng come yet? Did he forget about us? One person said very dissatisfiedly, but before he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Hei's iron stick directly hitting the guy's forehead lightly. Although the blow was relatively light, it still made the guy dizzy and he almost fainted. Xiao Hei's face was filled with some murderous intent, and he said very coldly, "Watch your words, and don't let me hear what you just said, otherwise, I will kill you in a minute. I will definitely make you regret living in this world. Believe me, I can definitely do it." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and pointed the iron rod at everyone in front of him. "You guys, you must remember this. From now on, you can only call me Brother Shohei, and you can't call me the boss. There is only one boss, and that is Lin Feng. If I hear you say that again next time, you don't have to follow me anymore." The others couldn't help but nodded quickly. After all, they all admired Xiao Hei very much in their hearts. Of course, since last night. Most of them admire Lin Feng even more, so they would love to have such a boss leading them, who has a good temper, never gets angry, and can even find them jobs with huge salaries. Pa! Just when Xiao Hei was speaking very passionately, suddenly, a hand slapped him on the shoulder, which made Xiao Hei's face full of anger. "Who is it? Who is the idiot who dares to pat my shoulder?" As he said that, he turned around, but when he saw a familiar face, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Gurgle. "Ahem, boss, it turns out you're here. I didn't know you were here." Lin Feng also rolled his eyes at him. Now he was too lazy to bother with this Xiao Hei. In fact, he was still very touched in his heart. After all, no one noticed his arrival. But the fact that Xiao Hei could say such words really touched him. He hadn't seen such a loyal guy for a long time. This made him feel very relieved, so he didn't take the offense to heart. Instead, he waved his hand nonchalantly and patted Xiao Hei's shoulder gently. Not bad, Xiao Hei, I found that you are still very promising. I was right about you, and you didn't let me down. I was too absorbed in playing King of Glory last night, so I went to bed a little late. I'm sorry, brothers." A group of people hurriedly shook their heads. After all, this was their boss, and their boss actually bowed his head and apologized to them? This was something they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives, but now it was happening right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? Lin Feng waved his hand and said directly, "Okay, follow me. At the same time, throw away the steel rods in your hands. We are now living in a legal society. What are you doing now? We are all civilized people. Don't fight and kill at every turn." Chapter 73, Returning Empty-Handed. At this moment, Xiao Hei didn't dare to hesitate at all and quickly threw the steel rod out. Then he emptied his hands to show that he had nothing in his hands. Ahem. Boss, you are right. This is a serious society. We should win people over with virtue, and we absolutely cannot make such a mistake. From now on, we will definitely not do such violent things. I will not offend others unless they offend me. But if others bully us, we will definitely give them a smile and let them know why the flowers are so red. Lin Feng also rolled his eyes at him, feeling that this guy was really naughty, as there was a weird tone in his words. But now he is too lazy to care about so much. After all, he has more serious things to do. Then he led the group of guys in front of him towards the building. It didn't take long before they arrived at the office building. However, when seeing such a large office building in front of him, Xiao Hei couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his face looked extremely panicked at this time. Brother Lin Feng, we are all uneducated people. If you bring us here, we probably won't be able to do anything well. Besides, the brothers have always been fighting outside. Now you put them in the office. I feel that they can't stand this atmosphere. Lin Feng just rolled her eyes at them. After all, she knew Xiao Hei's character and knew that he would never be able to do such a thing. So this time he had no intention of letting this guy do such a thing. In fact, this is all just a fantasy of this guy. He just thought of this aspect on his own. So at this time he also smiled very awkwardly, and said sullenly, "You are really too naive. After all, even if I put you in my office, you won't be able to do it at all. Actually, I have a more important task for you to do, but you will understand when the time comes." After saying this, he led a group of masters and quickly headed towards gate number 1. After all, gate number 1 is the closest, so it likes this close distance and will naturally choose this place. However, just as he walked into the gate, he suddenly saw 4 or 5 security guards rushing out quickly. You guys can't go in. Do you really think this office building is something? Can anyone enter? Humph, don't you see what this place is? Such a noble place, but you guys can actually weave and dye it. Lin Feng laughed. He didn't expect that as a chairman, he couldn't even enter his own office. Moreover, he found that these security guards were just bullying others by taking advantage of their power. He had never heard that one needed some kind of identity to enter an office building. At this time, Lin Feng did not make any significant moves, and his tone and expression still seemed relatively friendly. Ahem. Big brother, I think you must have misunderstood. We don't have any ill will towards you at all. We are just going in to look for someone. See if you can be kind enough to let us in. If that's not possible, I'll go in by myself. The security guard shook his head instantly, and the disdain on his face became even more intense. Roll. It's best not to step into this place. At the same time, I advise you to stay away from here, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Xiao He stood behind him, clenching his fists tightly, and now he wished he could smash the opponent's head with one punch. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, brother Lin Feng was still ahead. His eldest brother didn't say a word, so how could he, as a younger brother, dare to overstep his authority? In the end, he could only stare at Lin Feng with one eye, hoping that his elder brother would give the order quickly at this time. Let him destroy the arrogance of these guys on the opposite side. After all, seeing the arrogant look of these guys makes him feel very unbearable. Lin Feng smiled coldly, because he had already seen that Xiao He behind him could no longer bear it and wanted to use violence. But he certainly didn't want him to take action, and then he said lightly, Xiao He, this time it's not that I don't let you take action, but I am teaching you a fact. No matter what happens, you must remember to stay calm first and maximize your advantage. Don't let any problems bother you. Besides, we are now living in a legal society, and problems cannot be solved by just fighting and killing. Fighting and killing are outdated. You must learn to use the power in your hands to get things done. Then you won't even need to lift a finger to make the other side kneel down in front of you. Xiao He was completely confused. He had no idea what this meant. How could he be able to use the power in his hands for no apparent reason? And what rights do they have now? It seems that they have always had nothing at all, let alone power. This really made him speechless, but deep down he still believed in what his boss said. Therefore, he did not continue to speak on this aspect, but always remained firm in his true inner beliefs. Boss, you are right, but I really can't understand your level now. However, the security chief was too lazy to care about this and just waved his hand. His expression looked very rude at this time. Get out of here now. Of course, if you guys want to go in, I can indeed let you in if you pay a small fee. Lin Feng was also speechless for a while. After all, this was his office building. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen in his office building. It was really full of chaos. And since there really are all kinds of people involved, now the protection money has been received, it's on the head of him, the boss. This made Lin Feng feel very unhappy. After all, if a good office building was destroyed in his hands, even if he didn't care much, he would become a little concerned. I have to say that it's time to replace your group of security guards. We can't let you keep showing off like this, otherwise you guys will inevitably become even more arrogant. Chapter 74, A Beating. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of security guards in front of him showed no remorse. Instead, they all stood there and started laughing wildly. Oh my, you really think you're a big shot? I thought you were so great, but I didn't expect you're just a piece of trash. Yeah, I thought it was amazing before, but now it seems just so, nothing special at all. Xiao He was standing nearby, and when he heard a group of security guards constantly mocking Lin Feng, he wanted to rush up and beat them up immediately. However, the group of hooligans behind Xiao He had no such intention at all, and everyone even lowered their heads. After all, before, they could only show off in front of a group of little guys, but now this is an office building, and those who come here are all big shots. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to show off in front of this group of people, so it is inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Lin Feng looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time. He didn't expect that no one came out to greet him. He directly called Wei Wei and said calmly, Wei Wei? I'm already at the door, but what's wrong with the security here? How could they be so uneducated? Now even if I want to go in, I can't. These guys are too arrogant, so they have been blocking me and won't let me in. After saying this, he didn't give the other party any chance to resist and just hung up the phone, because he knew in his heart that this group of guys would definitely conduct a carpet search on their own. At the same time, they had just arrived at my own territory, but I was turned away. If I give them some good treatment, won't they be so arrogant in the future? As for the other gate, there were already more than a dozen people standing there. If someone arrived, they would find that each of them was a big boss among big bosses. Almost everyone wants to get close to this group of guys. After all, these are opportunities between them, and they definitely don't want to waste them. A man wearing a suit and looking relatively powerful was looking at Weiwei and answering the phone. Weiwei, we are waiting for the major shareholder. Don't answer the phone at this time. The person might be here soon. It will have a bad impact if they see you answering the phone then. Don't say I didn't remind you then. I've reminded you more than once. If you don't listen, you can't blame me. By this time, Weiwei had already hung up the phone, and there was a hint of anxiety on her face. This time they were waiting at gate number 3. After all, gate number 3 is actually the main entrance, and it is also the place with the heaviest customer traffic, so they naturally thought of waiting here. Everyone, please stop discussing party affairs here. You may not be aware that our chairman has already arrived and has been turned away. I don't know what those security guards are doing. They dare to stop anyone. If our chairman is unhappy, we will all be in trouble. Cold sweat instantly appeared on the faces of the others. They had never expected that this time, their chairman would not play by the rules at all. However, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to blame their chairman at all. Otherwise, their rent would most likely increase tenfold. As for renting somewhere else? Do you really think it's that easy to rent a place like this? Even if many people want to rent it, it's still impossible to rent it. So this resulted in some differential treatment, which made everyone present look a lot weird. Then the group of people quickly headed towards gate number 1. After all, they had already investigated it carefully before, and gate number 1 was the most likely choice. Now at gate number 1, Xiaohei looked at Lin Feng with confusion, not quite understanding what Lin Feng meant by his words. There has always been only one piece of information in my mind. How can I do what Boss Lin Feng said and use power to attack the enemy? However, the group of security guards in front of them didn't care about their thoughts at all. They just walked out with gloomy looks on their faces. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, don't blame me for using violence to deal with you. Then a group of security guards took a step forward in unison. Their meaning was very clear: if you don't leave, don't blame them for using violence. Oh? I want to see who gave you security guards the courage. Then, after this ethereal voice sounded, Weiwei was seen wearing high heels and a black short skirt, walking towards the side step by step. When the security chief saw that someone dared to talk back to him, he could no longer tolerate his violent temper and instantly wanted to start getting angry. However, when he saw that the person he was talking to was Weiwei, he immediately lowered his head and did not dare to complain at all. After all, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to do this unless he wanted to die. They all knew that Weiwei was the chairman's secretary. If you offend such a person, you can just pack up and leave with just one word from him. How could he give you any chance? However, at this time, Weiwei hurriedly walked to Lin Feng, and seeing Lin Feng's gloomy face, she instantly thought to herself that it was bad. Director Lin, I'm sorry to have scared you this time. This kind of thing has always been a confidential matter, so the security guards definitely don't know your identity. Please don't be angry. After hearing this, Lin Feng did not stop being angry just because of this incident. There are many things that he cannot just stop being angry about. Oh? Do you really think so? I have to tell you, it's probably difficult for me not to be angry. I have a very bad temper. Besides, this security guard seems to like to use his power to bully others. You should know that this is the kind of person I hate the most in my life, right? And these brothers behind me are just feeling unemployed, so I'll leave this matter to you, okay? Weiwei instantly understood what her chairman meant, but she didn't dare to do any party business, so she nodded immediately. Chapter 75: Luxurious Office Building. Xiaoli, I'll leave this matter to you. You must do it beautifully for me and don't let me down. Then he hurriedly led the way forward, and then said with great respect, Chairman, please. Afterwards, the two of them came to the elevator entrance, and the elevator entrance was now directly open. Chairman, there are a total of 20 floors here, but this is only announced to the public. In fact, there are 26 floors, but you need a separate gold card to go up, and the 26th floor is also guarded by a special person. After saying that, he took out a gold card from his arms, placed it directly next to the elevator and swiped it. The 26th floor was automatically displayed on the display board. It looks very high-end, and even Lin Feng feels secretly amazed. However, he did not show any hesitation because of this incident. In fact, he seemed to be particularly stuck in his situation. This made Wei Wei look at Lin Feng with even higher regard. Bite. A crisp sound was heard, and then two people reached the top floor. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw two security guards standing at the elevator door. It must be said that the protection was indeed very good. This made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Although it was nice to have a private office, there was no need to waste an entire floor. This is all money. If he rents it out, how much will he get in return? Just like that, this amount of money just passes over his head? This made him feel heartbroken, but he didn't show it yet. I feel that after this incident is over, I must have a thorough discussion with Wei Wei and let her know the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, he would probably agree with his own opinion, and then everything would be much easier. This is money, and there is certainly no need for him to feel bad about so much money. However, Wei Wei had no idea what Lin Feng was thinking. She just smiled, walked to the house in front, and opened the door. Chairman, from now on this room will be your personal property and also your office. You can take a look around and see if you are satisfied. After Lin Feng entered the room, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. He had never seen such a beautiful scene before. He couldn't help but stare at it intently. After all, the scenery here was so beautiful. Not only is there a huge living room, there is even a hot spring and a huge swimming pool. Here, there is nothing that cannot be done as long as you can think of it. It seems very unscientific to people, but it actually happens in front of everyone, as if they can't believe it at all. Finally, Lin Feng in front of him couldn't help but take a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he had another idea in his heart. Only a fool would be willing to sell it. Such a good thing has been built. We can't tear it down no matter what. As for Wei Wei, she stood aside but didn't dare to say anything. After all, no one knew if she didn't say anything or didn't say it correctly, she would be seeking death. Ding ling ling. The phone rang repeatedly, and it was Lin Feng's phone. Lin Feng discovered that the person calling him was his good friend Cheng Tianyi. Hey, you bastard, have you almost forgotten? Our high school reunion is going to start tomorrow. Are you going or not? Lin Feng was stunned, because he had not been notified so far. And this was a high school reunion. How many people could he contact in high school? They hardly contact each other, let alone talk much, and it is precisely because of this that they always feel helpless in their hearts. In the end, he could only shake his head, smile bitterly and said, "Forget it, since they didn't inform me, I'll just pretend I don't know. This way I won't offend anyone, and no one will know I'm not going." Isn't that convenient? Don't drag me into this on purpose. Cheng Tianyi is different from Zhuge Tianming. He met Zhuge Tianming after college, but Cheng Tianyi is his childhood friend. That's why this high school reunion specifically sent out this invitation, hoping that I could go directly. Cheng Tianyi seemed to know that Lin Feng would refuse, and he just laughed. If you really don't want to go, don't regret it later. I can tell you now that your dream girl from high school, Lu Yanran, is here too. Are you sure you don't want to go? Of course, if you still insist on not going this time, there will definitely be no one to support you. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. When Lin Feng was in high school, he was a nerd. Moreover, there was a rich and powerful guy who bullied him every day. So this kind of situation will naturally arise. It is a very normal thing in itself. Of course, no accidents will happen because of this kind of thing. Finally, Lin Feng laughed and cried, and said, "Okay, I can go. To be honest, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. I really want to see what the little girl looks like now and where she is." Hee, boy, I knew you couldn't escape Lu Yanran. Sooner or later, you'll die in a woman's arms. Okay, I won't waste my words with you. Remember to come, Luban Hotel. Just say you're having a high school reunion and they'll take you in. Okay, that's it. I'll hang up. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp. Lin Feng looked at the beeping sound coming from the other end of the phone and was speechless. After all, he didn't expect that the call would be hung up so quickly this time. This was something they had never thought of. If they had known this would happen, they would have changed themselves no matter what. Hey, I haven't even started to refuse yet, and he hung up. This guy is really impatient. But I like the way you are in such a hurry. After saying this, he laughed in a very obscene way, his face full of joy, and he didn't care about so many things at all. Well, it seems that I will be busy tomorrow. Then I tidied my clothes and went downstairs. After all, I couldn't stay here for too long. Chapter 76, Solving All Problems. Otherwise, no one knows what will happen next. The most basic thing they need to do is to be rational. Only rationality can solve everything. As soon as I arrived downstairs, I saw Xiao Hei wearing a security uniform, running towards me quickly with a flattering smile on his face. Hey, boss, you finally came down. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. This made Lin Feng a little confused. He didn't quite understand what these guys meant by waiting for him here. What's wrong? Now that you're wearing a security uniform, you should be braver in everything you do, and don't let me down. The others now nodded quickly, feeling that what he said really made sense. In the end, they couldn't help but laugh happily, their faces filled with joy. After all, this was the scene they liked to see the most, and only in this way could they feel at ease. However, before Lin Feng had the time to teach them a lesson, he suddenly discovered that the phone was ringing. And when he looked, it turned out to be Lin Shan. At the same time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which made Lin Feng's face pale. However, he still answered the phone in a hurry. After all, he didn't know how he would die if he didn't answer the call, so it was better to answer it. Lin Feng. Do you really think that you can get away with it just by signing a contract with a bold guy? I think you are looking for death, right? Fuck you, I give you 5 minutes to come back. If you don't come back within 5 minutes, you know the consequences. Afterwards, without giving Lin Feng any chance to speak, he hung up the phone directly, which seemed particularly decisive. Lin Feng felt his scalp tingling when he saw it, and his face looked particularly gloomy at this time. After all, what he least wanted to see was seen. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face looked particularly ugly at this time. You guys just stay here. I'll leave first. After all, I think you all have heard me calling for me. I don't dare to stay here any longer. Xiao Hei, you have to remember that the profession of security guard is your secondary profession. I want you to use your abilities to give me some underground intelligence. From now on, I will look for you when I need to find someone. Can you do it? As for money, you can start collecting rent the day after tomorrow. When you collect the rent, you can use it as you wish. You don't have to give it to me. Just give me complete intelligence. Can you do that? Xiao Hei was also stunned, his eyes were filled with tears, these were tears of gratitude. After all, from childhood to adulthood, he had never met anyone who would treat him so friendly. Even if he did, the people would be particularly rude to him. Its previous life did not make it feel any glory. At the same time, it also felt that life would be particularly boring and there would be some pressure, but now it does not feel that at all. They may even feel a strong sense of fun, which is what they want to see most, so whenever they think of this, they will feel a lot more comfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but look very strange, and his tone became a lot more dull at this time, as if he had something on his mind. Boss, don't worry. I promise to complete the task you assign me, and I will definitely give you the most complete intelligence station. I will definitely finish it for you within 3 days. I happen to have a friend who is good at this. Lin Feng nodded, feeling very relieved. As expected, as long as there is money, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. This was the kind of efficiency he wanted, and then he waved his hand. Okay, you don't have to see me off. I'm going to work. By the way, your current identity is just a cover. If there is something important, you still have to take care of your own business. Xiao Hei, you should realize this yourself. I won't explain it too clearly. If I explain it too clearly, it will make this matter boring. Then he waved his hand and disappeared in front of everyone, causing the group of younger brothers standing behind him to swallow their saliva. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense curiosity, as if they still hadn't figured out what had just happened. Xiao Hei, brother, why does our boss, who is so capable, still have to go to work? Originally, this little brother used to call Xiao Hei boss out of habit, but after seeing Xiao Hei's eyes, he quickly changed his words and didn't even dare to finish calling him that. This made Xiao Hei look at him with extremely admiring eyes. He felt that this guy was quite sensible and smart enough to change the way he called him in time. Pa! However, the slap was still delivered directly to his forehead, and his face was full of hostility, as if some things had caused him great unhappiness. Hee, don't question any of our boss's actions. Did the boss just say everything to you in vain? Haven't you heard our boss explain it in detail? No matter what you do, the most important thing is to hide your identity. This is called hiding in plain sight. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, would you dare to believe that our boss did this? The others also lowered their heads in shame, feeling that this statement was very right, and nodded quickly, swearing in their hearts that they would never be suspicious again next time. As for the time when they were discussing, Lin Feng had already returned to the office, but when he just arrived at the office, he appeared very low-key. He also looked directly at Lin Shan, smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, Master Lin Shan, I really have something to do this time, so I went to the party affairs. You see, when you called me, I came back immediately." Lin Shan rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. He was quite satisfied with the speed at which Lin Feng came back this time, so he certainly wouldn't keep holding on to him. He smiled and said directly, "Okay, Lin Feng, I came back this time mainly to tell you a good news. I don't know what's wrong with that Xinzhong. He actually doesn't bother you anymore. Hee, as long as I don't bother you, I think you should know that this is a good thing. We must not let any problems arise because of this incident." Chapter 77 Rewards Xiangyang Street. You just completed a good contract, and you're taking such a long leave. Do you really not want to go to work? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, then touched his head, with some embarrassment on his face. Master, I would like to ask for a day off tomorrow. How about that? Maybe just one day. Lin Feng originally didn't want to say it. After all, he had just asked for leave today, and he wanted to ask for leave again tomorrow. It seemed a little inappropriate. But he had no choice. There was a class reunion tomorrow, so he had to go with them. At this time, Lin Shan was in a relatively good temper and had forgiven Lin Feng, but she did not expect that Lin Feng would go even further at this time. I have forgiven him, but he still wants to take a leave? Is he really not going to work anymore? Thinking of this, tears of grievance welled up in my eyes. Do you feel that I am unworthy of being your master? So you deliberately ask for leave? Lin Feng's scalp suddenly went numb, because he hated to see girls crying the most. If a girl cried, he would feel at a loss and didn't know what to do. In the end, he couldn't help but waving his hands continuously. A look of anxiety appeared on his face, and his face was full of speechlessness. Well, don't cry. If you start crying, I won't be able to help you. I really have something to do tomorrow. Woo. What could possibly happen to you? You have so much free time every day. Are you busier than me? Woo. You just keep making excuses every day. I don't care. I won't approve your leave. Lin Feng had no idea what to do, because the current situation itself was not very good for them, so they should be more cautious. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a look of seriousness appeared on his face. Okay, I'm going to attend a class reunion tomorrow. I really have time. If you don't believe me, you can go with me. To put it bluntly, this sentence was said completely unintentionally. After all, I have been wronged all along, and this feeling of being wronged is really unpleasant. However, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, Okay, I must check today to see if you are going to the class reunion. Anyway, my business here is not too busy, so it's okay for me to go with you. It's not a big deal. Then, as if he realized that his request was a bit abrupt, he couldn't help blushing. After all, he knew that his request was indeed a bit excessive. This made Lin Feng's eyes widen. He didn't expect that his master actually agreed to what he just said casually. How could there be such a bloody plot? But now that I have agreed to it, it is impossible to go back on my word. In the end, I could only smile awkwardly. Then we will gather at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and arrive at 10 o'clock. Lin Shan nodded shyly, and at this moment Lin Feng felt as if he had seen a ghost. After all, in his heart, Lin Shan seemed to have always been the type of person who belonged to the domineering CEO. Why was she so shy now? I remember that when I first met him, he always gave me a cold feeling. In the end, I could only shake my head helplessly. I was too lazy to think about it anymore. I felt that if they wanted to go with me, then just go. Anyway, there was nothing to worry about, so of course he didn't care about these things. They were just some trivial matters. At this moment, Lin Shan in front of him suddenly thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, Since you are going to the party tomorrow, have you prepared your clothes? After all, it's your class reunion, you should at least send some decent clothes, otherwise it will affect your image. Lin Feng scratched his head, because he really had never thought about this, and he didn't care about it that much, so it was even more impossible for him to think about it. Ding, the mission is triggered. Go shopping for clothes with Lin Shan and you will be rewarded with equity in all the shops in Shangyang Street. Lin Feng was still a little hesitant at first, but he didn't expect that all the shops would be given to him. Wouldn't that make him the largest shareholder? If he really calculated it this way, he really couldn't tell how much money he had. After all, he now felt that he could count money until his hands were tired. Then let's go buy some clothes. This is perfect. After all, I work every day and I really don't have time to buy clothes. Lin Shan nodded shyly. She had never accompanied a boy to buy clothes before. This is also the first time I've accompanied a boy to buy clothes, so it's inevitable that I'll feel a little uncomfortable and a little upset. After the two men had discussed it, they headed directly towards Shangyang Street. This street is also the most prosperous street, and there are a lot of people here every day. At this time, Lin Feng patted his chest directly, and a strong sense of confidence appeared on his face. Hey, this time I'll buy you whatever you want. I promise it'll be enough. Just buy whatever you like. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly, although you have a building, you won't get much money from rent. All the stores on Shangyang Street are generally expensive, and you still want me to buy anything I want? Do you think it's possible? Any piece of clothing could make you bleed. However, the two of them were talking and laughing as they took Lin Feng's poison, and went straight to Shangyang Street, but they didn't notice that a security guard saw this scene and quickly called Xinzhong. He himself usually received a lot of bribes from Xinzhong, and he also knew that it was good enough for him to be a security guard here. If I can hold on to someone powerful, I won't have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Wouldn't it be much more convenient then? Hey, brother Xinzhong, let me tell you, I just overheard that Lin Shan and Lin Feng were going to Shangyang Street to shop for clothes. Yes, they just left. On the other side, Xinzhong was already enjoying a peaceful bath in his small villa, with two beauties serving him on both sides. Finally, he couldn't help but smile and said happily, hee hee, it feels really good to have two beauties. However, he suddenly received a call from the security guard and found out that his goddess had gone out alone with Lin Feng. This made the anger in his heart instantly rush to his head. The quilt that was holding the red wine fell directly to the ground, scaring the two women around him. Chapter 78 Heavy Action. The two women looked at each other and could see a hint of timidity in each other's eyes. Which? Master Xinzhong, I don't know who has offended you. Is there anything we can do to help? Although they said that, the two women did not move at all. Anyone who moved now would be a fool. After all, they don't want to seek death. Since they dare to provoke Xinzhong, it means that he must be a rich and powerful person. How can they afford to offend him? Xinzhong also waved his hand and said coldly, "Get lost." Now Xinzhong looked at the two women beside him. Originally, they were very sweet, but now, they looked very disgusting. Especially when he thought about his goddess being taken away by that brat Lin Feng, he couldn't help but feel filled with anger. This guy who is looking for death actually dares to set his sights on my goddess. I must let you know what it means to be powerful. Then he hurried forward, and his speed seemed to be exceptionally fast at this time. After all, he now had to rush to Shangyang Street immediately to finish all the things in front of him. Only in this way could he feel better. As for the current Shangyang Street, after Lin Feng stopped his poison, a group of people surrounded him instantly and kept taking pictures of the sports car. Wow, this is poison. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful sports car. The lines and appearance are simply perfection within perfection. TSK, you uneducated person, this sports car, even if you just scratch it, you can't afford to pay for it even if you lose everything, this thing is really too expensive. As for Lin Feng, the owner of the sports car, he had already entered a store. The place they were heading to this time was also a V-shaped store. All items here, as long as they have a V, are of the highest quality, and the people who can come here are extremely rare. Lin Shan couldn't help but pull on Lin Feng's sleeve, because he didn't want to get involved. He originally wanted to buy some clothes casually, which would be enough, and there was no need to buy two good ones. But now it seems that I had thought everything was too simple. Lin Feng actually pulled me directly to the V-shaped shopping mall. Those who can come here to buy things are almost all the richest among the rich, and they are definitely very rare. Lin Feng, the clothes here are too expensive. We can't afford them with our salary. You are attending a class reunion. I think we should be low-key. Don't buy such expensive items. Lin Feng also looked at Lin Shan with strange eyes. He didn't understand why she wanted to buy some cheap things this time. Shouldn't you buy something expensive? Besides, this was the first time he went shopping with Lin Shan, so he definitely wanted to buy something expensive. However, he soon realized that Lin Shan's salary was only a little over 10,000 yuan a month at most. Buying clothes here would be a huge expense, which made Lin Feng a little amused. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, and touched Lin Shan's little nose with his little hand, with a cute expression on his face. Okay, don't worry. Have you forgotten what I do? I collect rent. So you can rest assured, I have plenty of money. Master, you work so hard every day, and this time you risked your life to accompany me to the class reunion. I will definitely dress you up beautifully. Lin Feng thought to himself, I am collecting rent, but I think it's too simple. I am not just collecting some buildings. At the same time, I also have an office building, and even these shops on Shangyang Street all have to pay rent. If anyone dares to make me unhappy, I can make them lose everything with just one word. But of course he would not say these words. After all, he has always been a very low-key person, and it is even more impossible for him to make himself too high profile because of such a small matter. Lin Shan's heart also trembled slightly, because he could hear the implied meaning of these words. However, if this is really the case, why does he feel like it is a date now? This made him feel a little uncomfortable inside, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly, and his face looked very depressed at this time. Okay, but you have to listen to me when the time comes. This time, he had already made up his mind that if he saw anything good-looking, he would say no and just find a cheaper one when the time came. After making the decision, the two of them walked straight in. However, as soon as they walked into the room, they found that the surrounding situation looked completely different. As soon as I walked through the door, I was shocked by the facilities inside. It can be said that the things here are the most luxurious of all. I have never encountered anything more luxurious than this. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a look of calmness appeared on his face, as if he was the boss of everything in the world. However, they did not waste any time this time and went straight to the men's clothing they had prepared. It didn't take long before they arrived at the men's clothing area. The waitress at this time was also a beautiful woman, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Feng. Because he hasn't seen a handsome guy for a long time, and now he finally sees a handsome guy, he is very pleasing to the eyes. He immediately said, "Hello, handsome guy. I don't know what you want. I'll prepare it for you." Lin Feng also nodded, looked at the clothes around him, then found 2 pieces of clothing and took them down directly. "These 2, I'll try them." The waiter nodded quickly, and they did allow trial fittings. At this time, Lin Shan was also quite fond of the clothes that Lin Feng had just found. Although there were relatively few of them, it could be seen that they were definitely very beautiful clothes. However, when Lin Feng went to the fitting room to try on clothes, he suddenly heard an extremely harsh voice around him. "Hey, isn't this our little princess Lin Shan? How come you have time to come to V Mall today? Is this also a place you can come to?" Then I saw a seductive-looking woman with a face full of heavy makeup, which made people feel very irritated. His hand was still on the man's arm, but the man in front of him was looking straight at Lin Shan. Even he was already amazed by Lin Shan. Chapter 79 Su Xiaoxiao. However, he has not taken any action yet. After all, he feels that even if he wants to show his help, he should extend his helping hand when the woman needs it most. Lin Shan also turned his head. After all, although this voice made him feel very disgusted, he could still hear that it was an extremely familiar voice. I thought it should be someone I knew, so I looked in the direction of the sound and found out it was my high school classmate Su Xiaoxiao. This guy had been very competitive since high school and had always been his arch-enemy. However, when Su Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Shan didn't dare to speak, she became even more arrogant and felt that she was completely crushing Lin Shan. He immediately sneered and said, "Oh my, I knew that your future achievements would be limited. It seems that I was right. You are a woman, and it's fine that you don't have any achievements now. When you were in school, there were so many boys chasing you, but you pretended to be noble. Now you are even running around to serve men in men's clothes? Are you trying to catch a rich man?" Even though Lin Shan has always had a good temper, she couldn't help but feel a little angry after hearing these words. She had never seen anyone speak to her like this before. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Su Xiaoxiao in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. Su Xiaoxiao, Su Xiaoxiao, please be careful with your words." When Su Xiaoxiao saw the cold light in Lin Shan's eyes, she couldn't help but shrink her head, feeling a little scared. However, when he thought that the person next to him was Yang Tian, the son of the president of Sunshine Group, he instantly mustered up a lot of courage and held his head high. Why, are you going to kill someone just to silence them when I say something that hurts you? That's about the best you can do. Come on, you can't afford to buy clothes, but you still come to this store, you poor bastard. Then he picked up a famous brand suit, looked at the price of 28,888, and handed it directly to Yang Tian in front of him. Xiao Tian, I feel that this dress suits your temperament best. Look, why don't you buy this dress? Yang Tian nodded directly and said indifferently, okay, buy whatever you say. I don't have that many particulars about clothes. Besides, it's only about 30,000 yuan, so it doesn't matter if I just buy one for fun. Su Xiaoxiao also raised her head instantly and looked at Lin Shan with an extremely proud look, as if she was showing off something. This made Lin Shan couldn't help but shrink his head, but the pride in his heart made him look even colder. Although he didn't say anything, the cold light in his eyes made others tremble all over. However, because Su Xiaoxiao was pretending to be cool, she didn't notice that the waiter was looking at them in a strange way, as if with some amusement in his eyes. Click. At this moment, Lin Feng changed his clothes and walked out. Then he looked at the surrounding scene and felt that some conflict seemed to have occurred. However, he still walked directly to Lin Shan, smiled and asked, how about it, what do you think of my clothes? Lin Shan was not in a good mood at first, but after seeing Lin Feng's clothes, her eyes lit up instantly. After all, this was a luxurious dress. Moreover, when worn on Lin Feng, he looked particularly elegant, and he looked even more handsome. He even began to smile happily. Finally, he kept saying, looks great, looks great. After you put on this outfit, you look even more handsome. Lin Feng walked directly to the waiter, then took out a bank card and handed it over. How much is it in total? Don't give me a discount, just pay by credit card. The waiter was also stunned, but his face lit up with joy. After all, if this was true, the commission he would get would be a considerable sum of money. This was more than enough for him to spend for a long time, and he nodded quickly, his eyes filled with joy. Well, sir, your total expenditure this time is 125,008. Ding, payment successful. The waiter looked at Lin Feng with a different look in his eyes. After all, he was a real rich man. If you can have such a rich boyfriend, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. But at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, felt jealous. She didn't expect to meet such a rich man at this time. This made him feel very unconvinced in his heart. After all, his boyfriend was also a rich man. Who doesn't have a rich boyfriend? Hey, these hundreds of thousands of dollars should have used up at least half of your wealth, right? Is this just to show off? I have to say, wouldn't it be nice to buy food with this money? My husband is the best. He knows how to save money and spend it where it should be spent. He is a good man in the world. Yang Tian, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but hold his head high and chest puffed out, with a look of deep pride on his face. Even he felt that he was very great. Moreover, even if this guy in front of him is really rich, what does it matter? He has the support of Sunshine Group behind him, so there is nothing that cannot be solved. Therefore, the pride on his face became even more intense, but this time he did not choose to take the initiative to provoke. After all, since the opponent did not come to cause trouble, he would not go over and step on the opponent for no reason. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shan beside him and finally understood. The reason why Lin Shan was unhappy just now was most likely because of the guy in front of him, right? This made him smile bitterly, then he shook his head helplessly and said directly, is your relationship very bad? Lin Shan nodded, and her tone was still somewhat cold. That's right. Our relationship has never been very good since we were in high school, and it's definitely not going to be that good now. Now Lin Feng finally understood, but he had a plan. Many things could not be solved by violence. Moreover, wouldn't it be more comfortable to hit the opponent in the face from the point where he is most confident? So after thinking about this, he smiled coldly, and some confidence appeared on his face. He said lightly, hey, some people, although they have money, are reluctant to spend it on women. What's the use of this money? Chapter 80 Venting. Come on, I'll go buy you some new clothes now. After all, it's about time you change your clothes. Then he pulled Lin Shan towards the direction of women's clothing, with a look of pride on his face. Because he understood that, to put it bluntly, Su Xiaoxiao must have always been a very arrogant person. Such people are likely to have some problems in the end, so it is better to be careful in many cases and never be careless, otherwise some accidents are inevitable. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly hugged Yang Tian tightly with her hands, while her chest rubbed Yang Tian's arm intentionally or unintentionally. There was a strong charm on her face, which made people want to pounce on her and take a bite. "Oh, husband, look at this useless man who actually bought clothes for Lin Shan. Why don't you buy me 2 pieces? I don't care. I absolutely cannot be inferior to the other party. I don't want to be looked down upon by the other party." At this time, Yang Tian was also feeling uncomfortable from being rubbed all over. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao with fiery eyes, and now he wished he could kill Su Xiaoxiao right there. "Of course you can buy it, but tonight? Oh, everything is up to you tonight, but you can't let me down, or I will disappoint you tonight too, hum." When Yang Tian heard this, his inner desire had already been aroused. He then laughed out loud and directly pulled Su Xiaoxiao to follow Lin Feng towards the direction of women's clothing. "Don't worry. After all, I have the Sunshine Group behind me. No matter who they are, they will definitely give me some face. You don't have to worry about this. This time, I want to see who can still not give me face. Then I will definitely teach the other party a lesson. Hee, this Lin Feng really doesn't know how to live or die. He even dares to offend me and compete with me for money? I can use the money to crush him to death." Lin Feng had no idea that he was inexplicably hated by a young master, and he had to act cool in front of him. Lin Shan already knew what was happening behind them, so she lowered her head and whispered, "Lin Feng, they are following us." Lin Feng also smiled very mysteriously. "It's okay. What I want this time is for them to catch up. If they don't, won't all my efforts be in vain? They like to show off, and I like to slap people in the face, so I'm going to give them a slap in the face." Lin Shan also rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, but her heart was filled with emotion, because she knew that all this was actually entirely because of her. It was very likely that he did it for revenge, which touched his heart deeply. "Thanks." However, the voice was so small that Lin Feng couldn't hear it clearly. He could only turn around and look at Lin Shan curiously, and asked with a depressed look, "Ah, what did you say?" Lin Shan's little head instantly shook rapidly from side to side like a ping-pong drum. "Ahem, nothing. Finally, his face looked a little depressed at this time, as if he had something on his mind. He said gloomily, "If I had known it would be like this, I would have changed my current plan no matter what." At this time, they had all arrived at the women's clothing store. After Lin Feng arrived here, he looked directly at the store manager in front of him. Show me your treasure." The store manager in front of him couldn't help but brighten his eyes. After all, those who could afford the tranquilizer were generally wealthy customers. He nodded quickly and finally took out a princess dress. This princess dress looked like a skirt. However, this skirt is indeed made of colorful colors, and it makes people feel very noble when looking at it. If you wear the skirt, it can easily bring out your noble aura. I have to say, it is definitely a very eye-catching skirt. Almost the moment she saw the skirt, Lin Shan couldn't take her eyes off it. After all, this skirt gives everyone a feeling of being so beautiful and spectacular. However, before Lin Feng could even open his mouth to speak, Yang Tian, who was standing behind him, walked towards him arrogantly. "Hey, how much is this skirt? I want to buy it right now. Wrap it up for me." The female manager also showed some embarrassment on her face. After all, she also knew what first come, first served meant. But at this time he still gritted his teeth and said, "This skirt is very difficult to make. And the picture on this skirt was painted by a famous painter, so the price of this skirt is very expensive. Now the price is about 15 million. He didn't say anything after that. After all, he wanted to quote the price directly and then see what the two people's reactions would be. Lin Feng's expression looked very calm, as if such a price was just a drop in the bucket in his mind. However, Yang Tian on the other side had a completely different expression, and even some regret appeared in his eyes. Now he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After all, the price was too expensive and it was totally beyond his ability to afford. I originally thought that it would be just a few 100,000 at most, but I didn't expect it to be more than 10 million. Even though he is a rich man, the pocket money his father gives him every month is only 500,000. If he had to spend 15 million to buy a dress, he would definitely not be willing to do so. And she bought it for Su Xiaoxiao, the girl next to her. Her looks really don't match up with this skirt. If he was buying it for Lin Shan, maybe he would ask his father for advice and buy it directly despite the pain, but now he was very unwilling to do so no matter what he said. In the end, he couldn't help but hold Su Xiaoxiao's hands, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I suddenly realized that this skirt doesn't look good, and it doesn't suit your temperament at all. I also think we should buy a brand name bag. I think you should like the bag more than the skirt, right? Even though Su Xiaoxiao was extremely unhappy in his heart, he didn't dare to say any words of resistance. Chapter 81 Buy all the bags. Because he knew that he had no right to say any words of resistance. If he fails to handle one of them well, he will end up provoking young Tian, and then he will lose both his money and his life. He is not that stupid. So he could only nod, his eyes filled with reluctance, but comparing clothes to bags, he liked bags more. Okay, let's go buy a bag then. Then the two men went straight towards the bag without even looking back. Because they know that now is not the time to look back. What's the difference between looking back now and being slapped in the face? However, at this moment, after seeing the appearance of the two people, Lin Feng instantly sneered with disdain. He simply took out a card and handed it to the store manager in front of him. Swipe the card. The store manager in front of him was also stunned for a moment, because he saw that since the guy just now had left, this person should also leave for the sake of face. But I didn't expect that he actually bought it. But then he quickly took the bank card. Ding, payment successful. The female store manager instantly felt very excited. After all, if she sold the treasure of the store, it would be a very good commission for her. I'll wrap it up for you right now. Lin Shan, who was beside him, still hadn't realized that this beautiful dress had actually been bought by him. But afterwards, there was no joy on his face, and even a strong sense of blame appeared in his eyes. Why did you buy me such an expensive thing? Can't you save this money for food and clothes? Why did you have to buy something useless like this? Although this skirt does look pretty, its durability is definitely very low. However, Lin Feng waved his hand with a bitter smile on his face. I don't really want to do this, but there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm so poor now that I only have money left. After hearing these words, Lin Shan felt even more speechless. After all, he had never heard of anyone being so low-key. He is so poor that he only has money left. This would be unbelievable at any other time. However, at this time, the female store manager did walk over directly with the skirt in her hand. Then he handed it to Lin Shan in front of him and blinked his cute little eyes. Lin Shan, this is a good opportunity, you must seize it. After all, such an opportunity is extremely rare. For girls like us, even if we want boys to spend money on us, few boys are willing to do so. This boy is really good to you, you must hold on to him, otherwise he might slip away from you one day. Lin Shan's face turned red. After all, he didn't expect that the store manager would actually start making fun of him. However, he still took the skirt in his hand. After all, he had already paid for it, and it would be inappropriate if he didn't take it. Lin Shan also had a depressed look on her face. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. Let's go, it's almost time for us to leave. We've already bought the clothes, but I didn't expect it to be such a big fuss. Lin Feng shook his head, and some determination appeared in his eyes. After all, not everything can be solved so easily. Even though I bought the clothes, your hatred has not been avenged yet. I'll avenge you first before you leave. After saying that, he stepped to the front and pulled Lin Shan towards the bag store. However, Lin Shan's mind was completely blank now, and she couldn't even think. There was only one thought in my mind, Lin Feng was actually holding my little hand? I was actually being dragged by Lin Feng to run? Ah, so shy. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already pulled Lin Shan into the bag store. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she was looking at the white bag in front of her, which was priced at 11,200. The price was not too expensive. Su Xiaoxiao held Yang Tian's hand, her eyes full of pleading. Xiao Tian, just buy me one of these bags. I like them so much. Yang Tian nodded. More than 10,000 was nothing in his eyes, so naturally he didn't care much about it. Okay, waiter, pack this for me. I want to take it away now. The waiter's expression didn't change much. He originally thought that the person who came was a big customer, but he didn't expect that the person who came was just a small shrimp. Even if a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan is actually sold, the commission is actually not that much. Wait. Which bag do I want? A voice was heard, and then they discovered that Lin Feng had inexplicably appeared in front of them. This made Yang Tian unable to help but clench his fists, his face full of viciousness. Lin Feng. Do you understand what first come first served means? Since I came here first, this thing must be mine. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, as if this guy was just a clown, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He said nonchalantly, "Okay, waiter, pack up all the bags here for me right now. I want them all. Calculate the total price." The scene instantly became petrified. No one had expected such a scene. They have seen rich people, but they have never seen someone so rich. Isn't this really too generous? The waiter couldn't help swallowing, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. No. No way. Sir, are you kidding me? At this time, Lin Shan also hurriedly pulled Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng, I think we should just forget it. You can't waste money like this. Besides, all these bags are really expensive. We have money, but we can't waste it like this. We've wasted too much money. Lin Feng was also a little speechless at this time, because he was indeed spending money like water and had no concept of money. It's okay. These are just small things. I do have a lot of money. I want to make this guy regret it to death. At the same time, I want to let him know what fear is. Then we'll see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Lin Shan opened his mouth and found that even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't say anything. Because the current situation is indeed beyond his control, he must be more cautious. Chapter 82 Support. Finally, Lin Shan also knew that Lin Feng's attitude was quite resolute, so she should do as he said no matter what. Forget it, no matter what you do next, I will support you. Lin Feng also smiled. After all, this kind of support was what he needed most. However, Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, really couldn't stand it anymore. After all, she had just pretended to be cool, so how could she be slapped in the face now? I saw him pointing his finger at the waiter in front of him with extreme anger. Don't be fooled by him, he just wanted to say this kind of nonsense on purpose. Don't be fooled, otherwise you will regret it later because he won't be able to pay that much money. When the waiter heard this, he didn't question it at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with deep disdain. After all, he had seen with his own eyes what this big customer had just done. Not only did I buy some brand name clothes here, I also gave them to my girlfriend as gifts. Now I want to buy some brand name bags. Isn't that a small thing? Therefore, the waiter's eyes became unusually straight and he looked directly at Yang Tian. Hello sir, please take care of your girlfriend now and don't frame our client here. Otherwise, don't blame us for kicking you out. Yang Tian in front of him gritted his teeth after hearing these words, and his face revealed some unwillingness at this time. He didn't expect that he would be so disrespectful this time. After all, he was just a customer. However, he also had some self-awareness in his heart that there was absolutely no comparison between himself and Lin Feng. So in the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He directly pulled Su Xiaoxiao to his side, with a somewhat frustrated smile on his face. No, we won't do it next time. Then he whispered, Xiaoxiao, don't get excited now. After all, we are next to each other. Let's see if this guy can buy a position with so much money. There are many second-generation rich people who deliberately want to show off. Now they are specifically saying this, but once they go out, he would return all the bags, so this kind of person is very despised. This guy is actually able to sell so many bags now. Maybe he will ask for returns later. So let's just stand by and wait and see. Su Xiaoxiao thought about it and it seemed to make sense. After all, no matter who had so much money, it was impossible for him to spend it like this. So, at this time they couldn't help but reveal some confident smiles on their faces. She said quietly, Ha, I suddenly realized that you were so smart, husband. Once we catch him, we must teach him a lesson. As he said this, a strong sense of confidence instantly appeared on his face. After all, he felt that under such circumstances, it was too easy to catch someone's handle. However, Yang Chen now has no idea what they are thinking. If he knew, he would definitely feel even more disdainful. At this moment, the waiter in front of him couldn't help but look at Yang Chen with curiosity. Sir, you did buy quite a lot of babies. Would you like to send us an address so we can send them to you right away? In fact, the waiter had good intentions this time. After all, there were at least 200 or 300 bags here. Therefore, if he is not specially escorted, it seems that he cannot get it, and their business does allow this. Lin Feng in front of him shook his head slightly, and finally looked at the various bags in front of him. Give me one of the colorful bags here, and one of the pure white, red, green, blue, and purple ones. As for the rest, leave 50 for me. These 50 will be delivered to Luban Hotel at 1 p.m. tomorrow. As for the other 100 bags, the waiters in your mall can give one away each, and the rest can be given away for free on the street. I really don't care much about these babies. Just think of it as a contribution I made. After all, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to make some contributions. The waiter in front of him instantly opened his eyes wide, feeling a little sci-fi. Could it be that there really are such rich people who don't care about money at all? These bags look very valuable. Now he was going to give it away in the blink of an eye? I had seen bold people before, but I had never seen anyone this bold. Sir, are you sure? After all, the total price of these bags is not enough. Lin Feng frowned. After all, he didn't like to repeat a sentence for the second time. But what was wrong with these people now? Why did they force him to repeat it for the second time? Why, wasn't what I just said clear enough? I don't care about this little money at all. After hearing these words, the people in front of him nodded immediately and said yes, not daring to have any intention of refusing at all. After all, they are not fools, so they can naturally understand what was just said, and they are all true. When looking at Lin Feng, they knew that he completely exuded the aura of a nouveau riche, so if this kind of person really got angry, they would not be able to bear it. The waiter nodded immediately and took out a loudspeaker. Sisters, Mr. Lin has decided to distribute all the 100 bags of other people here. Everyone can take one, and the rest can be given away on the street. Almost in an instant, everyone quickly crowded towards this side. After all, they are not fools. When they see such a rich and handsome guy, they must be running here in a hurry. So the speed was naturally much faster. They ran over almost in the blink of an eye and quickly stretched out their hands to take the bag. However, no one present dared to be too greedy. At most, they took a bag and quickly walked in front of Lin Feng. He bowed 90 degrees and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You will be our adopted parent from now on. I have seen rich people before, but I have never seen someone as rich as you." Chapter 83, Exaggerated Statement. Lin Feng frowned because the tone of the group of guys' speech was too exaggerated. This kind of exaggerated taste made him feel particularly uncomfortable, but he had to admit that this was the character of this group of people. Okay, there's actually no need for you to be so polite to me. After all, I'm not as good as you say. After some persuasion, everyone finally returned to their own place and started working. However, everyone was still pointing and talking at Lin Feng, and their tone revealed a strong admiration, which was almost equivalent to saying that if they could have such a good boyfriend, that would be enough. As for Su Xiaoxiao now, she had already sneaked out with Yang Tian beside her, and did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, it was too embarrassing to be here, and he couldn't afford to lose face, so he was eager to leave here quickly. At this time, most of the people around had left, and Lin Shan just rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. How about it? Now that you've come to Shangyang Street, are you really happy? After all, you've finally let off some steam. And judging from your current appearance, you must be almost overjoyed. After all, so many people are guarding you. This is such an honor. And there were quite a few beauties just now, all of whom kept bowing to you. This is a blessing that only comes once in 1,000 years. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver all over. After all, he didn't know why. I always feel that Lin Shan is jealous. After all, there were so many beautiful women around me just now, so this is actually quite normal. This made him a little speechless, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to dwell so much on this issue. To put it bluntly, this matter itself is just a small matter, neither big nor small. So this made him smile awkwardly, and he pointed to the colorful bags behind him and the solid color bags that had been packed before. Ahem. Actually, these bags are all gifts for you, but I was afraid that others would grab them all, so I specially collected them in advance. So that you can start choosing at the right time, and you will definitely be able to choose the one you like best. When Lin Shan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. After all, he had never thought about it in this direction before. Now he understood that all those bags were given to him, which made him feel warm inside. Her face flushed with shame at this moment, and her voice became very stuttering. Which one? Lin Feng, thank you. I almost misunderstood you just now. I thought you almost forgot about me. After all, I worked so hard to accompany you shopping here. If I don't get even a little bit of compensation, I will definitely feel bad. Lin Feng also touched her little head and felt that this girl was very cute to look at. Okay, stop throwing tantrums here. Since we have nothing to do now, I'll treat you to some milk tea. Lin Shan's eyes lit up. After all, he had wasted so much time here that he was actually thirsty. It would be great if he could have a cup of milk tea now. Okay. This time I want bubble tea. I heard that bubble tea is really delicious. I've always wanted to try it, but I never had the chance. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He felt that Lin Shan now looked just like a little child. She was very cute. It didn't take long before they arrived at the milk tea shop. They ordered a cup of milk tea and stayed there quietly. The atmosphere at this time made people feel very warm. At the same time, Lin Shan now also liked this feeling very much, which made him feel very comfortable in his heart. So every time I think of this, I start to smile happily. Wow! I still feel that the atmosphere here is good, and I can do whatever I want here. But I have to say that today is also a rare day of relaxation. I still feel quite happy after spending a whole day shopping with you. When Lin Feng heard Lin Shan's words, he smiled gently. Although they didn't talk much, he could still hear the sincerity of the other party. He also knew that what Lin Shan said was absolutely true. This woman must have been a workaholic from the beginning and had been working non-stop. Now he finally has the opportunity to relax, so it is just an opportunity for him to relax and he will feel particularly comfortable in his heart. This made him shake his head and laugh and cry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the current situation was like this. However, just when they were relaxing here, they didn't notice that Xinzhong walked upstairs with a gloomy face. At the same time, without any hesitation, he quickly knocked on the owner's room. Then he said in a daze, "I think you should know me. I'm Xinzhong. If I didn't run your store, my father would have invested a lot of money in it. And I believe you yourself don't want me to withdraw this money quickly, so the paths before you are relatively few. It all depends on your choice." The milk tea shop manager in front of him couldn't help but tremble all over. After all, he also knew that what the other party said this time was indeed correct, and they did have some connection with the other party. Moreover, Xinzhong's father did invest a sum of money in their milk tea shop. This amount of money is indeed not a small amount, although their store name looks quite impressive. But behind the scenes, they are actually just working for Xinzhong's father's company, which is also a huge income for their company. But she never thought that one day Xinzhong would come here. But now that everyone has arrived, he certainly didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and stood up hurriedly. Chapter 84, Drive Out. His face was filled with a trace of panic, and he hurriedly said, "Master Xinzhong. We had no idea this time. If we had known you were coming, we would have definitely used a sedan chair with 8 bearers to welcome you." Xinzhong also waved his hands in annoyance. After all, he had no idea how many times he had heard this group of people's excuses. He had already felt very annoyed. Yet they were actually using this trick in front of him. Okay, now there is absolutely no need for you to do this in front of me. I only have one request. On the first floor of your store, sitting next to the window, probably window number 2, there is a man and a woman. The man's name is Lin Feng. I don't care what means you use, you must kick this person out. He is not welcome here at all. If you can't even handle such a simple matter, I think there is no need for you to come see me again. Of course, if you can handle this matter well, then there may be some possibility for us to discuss business. Maybe I'll ask my dad to speed up the investment. By then, it should be a good source of income for you. I believe no one would think of how to refuse it. At this moment, the store manager's eyes lit up instantly after hearing these words. After all, he was not a fool and naturally knew what was more important. So, after hearing the heavy words, it immediately expressed its loyalty without any hesitation. Don't worry, master. You can leave this matter to me. I can easily solve your request immediately and will definitely make you very satisfied. Xinzhong nodded with great satisfaction, and at the same time, he sat on the chair and tapped his crossed legs. There was a very confident smile on his face, as if this battle was already completely won. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, if I really kick you out this time, I believe you will be very embarrassed. If I really kick you out, I wonder how you will handle the consequences. You actually dared to provoke me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'd be a fool. Although his face was full of confidence now, he could not help but feel a little panicked inside. After all, if things were not handled well this time, the trouble would get bigger. He is not a fool, so he naturally knows that some things can be solved, but some things are definitely not that troublesome to solve. Afterwards, their faces looked very determined at this time. I have already made a secret decision in my heart that I must get rid of this matter at all costs. Otherwise, no one knows what problems will arise next. As for Lin Feng at this time, he was talking happily with Lin Shan, but suddenly he found a woman walking down slowly from the stage. This woman looked very charming, but Lin Feng's sixth sense was indeed very strong. He always felt that this guy was here to cause trouble for him. This made Lin Feng a little confused, because he was absolutely sure that this woman was seeing it for the first time. However, just when he was feeling confused, Lin Shan in front of him suddenly leaned towards him. Lin Feng. I don't know why, but I always feel like this woman came here just for you. Although this is only the first time I've seen him, I always feel like he has some connection with us, and his purpose this time is so clear. Lin Feng was still a little uncertain at first, but now, through Lin Shan's words, he was 100% sure in his heart. She was definitely here to cause trouble for him. It was impossible for a woman to come down from upstairs to see him for no reason. He believed that he simply did not have that much charm. Now that she has come to him for no apparent reason, it means that there must be something wrong here, otherwise this would never have happened. Finally, Lin Shan in front of him couldn't help but take a deep breath, and clasped her hands tightly together. Then he said gloomily, Lin Feng, don't worry, if you encounter any problems, I will definitely stand by your side. And if he really wants to threaten your safety, don't worry, I will definitely stand in front of you. Lin Feng in front of him couldn't help but feel slightly touched after hearing what Lin Shan said. Because it can hear that there seems to be some sincerity in this language. This sincere feeling made her feel particularly comfortable in her heart, and at the same time she couldn't help but want to protect it well. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and finally laughed and cried, and said, okay, Lin Shan, you don't need to worry about this problem at all, it will be fine as long as I am here. But just when the two of them had secretly made up their minds, the shop owner suddenly twisted his body and walked down slowly. The other people present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, such an attractive figure made them want more and have some weird thoughts when they heard about it. But the store manager immediately walked up to Lin Feng and smiled gently. Hello, if I am not mistaken, you should be Mr. Lin Feng. I have to say that you are a lucky customer of our store. So the milk tea you drank today is completely free, and you can take the noodles away now. You are not welcome in our store at all. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the person on the other side would suddenly say such words. To put it bluntly, didn't he just want to laugh at him? But this also made him feel very interesting. If he was kicked out normally, he wouldn't mind leaving. So in the end, I couldn't help but smile and said, hee, it's quite comfortable to have a free milk tea, but I didn't expect you to know me. If you don't know me, I'll just leave. It's also a way to give your store some face. But now that you know me, there are more things here. If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be you who chased me away this time, right? Is there someone behind you? Otherwise you wouldn't come out to target me. Who is it? Chapter 85 Security arrives. After all, this Xiangyang Street belongs entirely to him, so there is no way that anyone would drive him out. This is all my territory and I have the final say in everything. How could anyone possibly drive me out? So after thinking about this, I chose to start a conversation with the store manager in front of me. The store manager was also stunned for a moment. From these brief words, he could feel that the guy in front of him might not be easy to deal with. Moreover, he has always been very experienced in identifying people, and he always feels that he has met a tough guy this time. But thinking that all this was ordered by the young master, if she didn't complete it, his old man would definitely not let her go. So now, he just gritted his teeth and shook his head quickly. No one instructed me to do this. I just feel really bad for you, so leave now. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Feng smiled. After all, what he was least afraid of here was the security guards. Ever since he took over Xianyang Street, these security guards should have seen his photos. At that time, it would be good enough if they don't kneel down when they see me. Otherwise, they might drive me away wherever I go. Therefore, it was impossible for him to keep all this in his heart, and his expression seemed to be very calm at this time. Finally, he said slowly, forget it, now that you have made up your mind, everything that follows will become more interesting. Then I'll sit and wait for you to call the security guards. I don't believe the people behind you can be patient. But at this moment, I suddenly heard the sound of someone coming down the stairs, tap-de-de-de. Long time no see. I didn't expect that our Lin Feng has become more and more handsome. Now he even knows to come here for a cup of milk tea? Then they saw Shin Zhong appear in front of them in an extremely arrogant manner, with a thick sneer on his face, as if he didn't care about anything at all. However, this made Lin Feng in front of him feel even more speechless. He didn't expect that these guys are getting more and more powerful. And he finally understood why they were targeting him. To put it bluntly, it was just jealousy. But he didn't quite understand. Did Xiao He never warn Xinzhong? Moreover, Xiao He's attack had already failed. Could it be that Xinzhong had not discovered it all this time? If that was really the case, then he was really too stupid. However, Lin Shan, who was standing aside, couldn't stand this at all and looked at Xinzhong with anger. Xinzhong, what on earth do you mean? Why are you so obsessed with it? Although you do have a high position in the company now and I can't fire you, I am the woman you will never get. You're only going to make me hate you more and more if you do this, so from now on, it's all up to you. Lin Feng was a little speechless for a moment. He knew that he had to be firmer. At this moment, Xinzhong, who was standing in front of him, suddenly looked at the store manager beside him in a nonchalant manner. Manager, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and call the security guard to kick this guy out. After all, we cannot keep such scum in our store. I feel very upset just looking at such people. As soon as he finished saying this, he looked at Lin Feng with an unusual sneer again. I'm sorry, I think you must be very confused now. Why do I have such great power? I can tell you very clearly now that it is because we own the majority of the shares in this store, so many of them have to listen to me. To put it bluntly, this is just you courting death. If it were any other time, I might have let you go. But now that you want to die, I should help you no matter what, right? If you go to another store, I might have to do some extra work to make you suffer some insults, but here I don't need to do anything at all. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, call me grandpa 3 times, and I will help you leave for free. Otherwise, when the security guards come, they will break your legs and make you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times, and then I will kick you out. It's your choice. After saying this, he smiled coldly. Then he sat on a stool, crossed his legs, with a look of mockery on his face. At this time, the store manager directly made a phone call, and then it was unknown what he said. After a while, he hurriedly stood in front of Xinzhong. Master, I have already given you all the instructions. I believe they will be here in less than 20 seconds. After all, the security capabilities of Xiangyang Street have always been particularly strong, so you can rest assured. Shen nodded. At this moment he really felt relieved in his heart. After all, in this situation, he felt that his whole body was trembling with joy. Because he could feel that it wouldn't be long before Lin Feng would kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. By then, Lin Shan will definitely look down on Lin Feng. If it really comes to that, won't Lin Shan throw herself into his arms? Whenever he thought of this, he would feel extremely excited. After all, this was what she was looking forward to most. However, just when he felt very excited, a group of security guards rushed in quickly. After all, there were security guards in every store here. In fact, they have all been given a considerable sum of money. That is why, once they encounter problems, they will run away very quickly. The moment the security guards entered the room, they found that nothing seemed to be happening at the scene, which made them a little depressed and they didn't understand what was going on. In the end, he could only look at the store manager in front of him, with a look of curiosity on his face. Manager, what happened here just now? Do you need our help? If you need help, just tell us directly. After all, we are a team, and we have spirit, so we should help your stores no matter what. This is what we security guards should do. If you encounter any trouble, just tell us directly. The store manager nodded quickly, then pointed at Lin Feng in front of him. This guy is causing trouble in our store. She refused to leave even when we asked her to. So we hope you guys can kick her out. Chapter 86, Arrogant Security Guard. The security guard originally thought that asking him to come this time was a big deal, but he didn't expect that it was just such a simple little thing. He just patted his chest, with a look of pride on his face. Don't worry. I originally thought that what you asked me to do was difficult, but I didn't expect that it was just to punish a little guy. Just leave it to me. Then he walked straight in front of Lin Feng, his face full of arrogance, as if he really didn't want to look at him at all. Hey, kid, do you want to get out of here by yourself, or do you want us to kick you out? At this time, Xinzhong spoke. No, I want him to kowtow to me before he leaves. I've already given him the chance, but he didn't take it. The security guard looked at the store manager with curiosity, because he didn't know this guy, but now he could speak, which meant that he had a very high status. The store manager also nodded, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Ahem, this guy is my boss, so he must be more powerful. Don't mess with him. His orders are my orders, and with him here, you can rest assured that you will get the money. After hearing this, the security guard felt relieved instantly, but he still waved his hands quickly. Hey, manager, you are being polite. After all, we are old friends. I don't trust others, but do I trust you? Then he looked at the brothers around him and waved his hand. Brothers, it's time for us to show off. Get this guy out of here and don't let him get in the way. Otherwise, the boss will be unhappy and your bonus will really be gone. A group of people nodded quickly and wanted to rush forward, but Lin Feng's expression became strange. You guys? Don't you know me? The group of security guards in front of him immediately waved their hands with disdain, and there was more sarcasm in their eyes. Who do you think you are? Do we even need to get to know you? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, because he understood that given the current situation, what they should deal with next would probably not be simple. But at this moment, all the security guards rushed up and wanted to attack Lin Feng directly. At this moment, Lin Feng immediately pulled Lin Shan behind him and gave him a reassuring look. Seeing 3 fists coming towards him, Lin Feng kicked them directly in the chest out of habit. The nearest security guard was kicked away directly, and the distance was very far, and she was kicked against the wall of the service desk. Some spider patterns instantly appeared on the wall. As for the current condition of the security guard, it made people feel terrified just by looking at it. Lin Feng patted the dust off his legs with his hands. He didn't expect that he would need to take action this time. He originally thought that he just needed to watch this time. Xin Zhong was also stunned, especially when he saw a group of security guards who didn't dare to take action, as if they were completely frightened. He felt even more disdainful in his heart. Stupid, you are outnumbered, can't you find some more people? Money is not a problem, I have some money, go get things done. We must teach this guy a lesson today no matter what. The security guard couldn't help but shrink his head, with a bit of fear on his face. He didn't expect this heavy aura to be so strong, but he had to admit that he was quite a character. The security guard quickly called the security captain and said hurriedly, Captain Liu, there is a disturbance on our street, Shangyang Street. Please come quickly, our team members have been beaten. What? There are still people who dare to fight me? Don't worry, I'll be there right away. The moment Captain Liu received the news, he rushed over here immediately because his superiors had already given him specific instructions. The shareholders have just been exchanged recently, so there will definitely be some problems in the future. Their boss may come down to investigate at any time. So in the past few days, we must do our best to protect the scene, and especially protect the safety of the scene. They must do what they should do. At this moment, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with fear. Now he really wanted to put Lin Feng behind him and protect him well. But he also understood that even if he had this idea, he didn't have the ability to do it. So he could only remain silent, as if he had something on his mind. This made Lin Feng shake his head helplessly and touch Lin Shan's little head. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me here, nothing will happen at all. Xinzhong happened to see the scene, and instantly he couldn't help but look extremely ugly, because he didn't expect the scene to become so ugly, which left them completely helpless. Okay, Lin Feng, you are really getting more and more arrogant, and you really don't take my words to heart at all. I must teach you a lesson. Not much time had passed before Captain Liu came hurriedly over. Behind him stood 20 or 30 security guards. It was obvious how much they cared about the matter. This made Xinzhong feel very proud. After all, he had just appeared and so many people came to support him from the opposite side. This was not something that ordinary people could encounter. But in the end, he still smiled, with a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't take what was happening in front of him too seriously. Finally, he waved his hand, smiled and said, Captain Liu, please ask the young man in my store to leave immediately. He is not welcome here. Captain Liu nodded quickly, then led his men to Lin Feng. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Feng's face. This made him unable to help but shrink his head, with some fear in his eyes. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Feng? Captain Liu had seen Lin Feng's photo, so he had a bad feeling the moment he saw it, so he still wanted to confirm it again and again. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly, and at the same time felt that things might become even more interesting this time. Yes, it's me. It seems you have some sense, unlike some security guards who have no sense at all. At this time, Shinjong already felt that the situation was a little different, which made his heart slightly pound. Chapter 87 Throw It Out. He always felt that something had changed, which he absolutely would not allow, so he stood up immediately. Captain Liu, you should know that you have already received our protection fee. What are you still doing here? Throw it out now. Captain Liu now felt more confident. After all, he knew that Lin Feng was a major shareholder. How could he be kicked out? This is their base, so they walked straight to Shinjong with contempt in their eyes. Pa! Suddenly, the scene was completely silent. No one had expected that this security guard would dare to attack Shinjong. Were they dazzled? Especially the security guards before, they were not fools. At this time, they had already realized that something seemed to be wrong. Everyone couldn't help swallowing, and Shinjong's face was red and swollen. You actually dared to hit me? I'm going to file a complaint against you. How dare you hit me here? I must teach you a lesson. At this moment, Captain Liu looked at Shinjong in front of him with the eyes of a fool. After all, he still didn't realize that something was wrong. Could he really be a fool? However, he still walked up to Lin Feng very respectfully and bent down. Chairman, what should we do next? Should we get rid of it? The scene instantly became petrified. No one could have imagined that the guy in front of them would be the chairman. Moreover, this security guard of Shangyang Street is called the young chairman in front of him? No matter how you look at it, he has just graduated. Could he be the chairman of Shangyang Street? Doesn't that mean all the shops on Shangyang Street belong to him? Is this possible? This is totally impossible, right? However, everyone now can see that the security captain of Shangyang Street is not joking, so this news is probably true. Lin Feng waved his hand and said slowly, first, call the person who will be in charge of Shangyang Street for me while I'm away. I have something to tell her. The security captain also shrank his neck, hurriedly made a phone call and reported what happened here, but his eyes still looked a little evasive. I feel like I've gotten myself into big trouble this time. Otherwise, how could I have encountered such a thing? Isn't this a bit too arrogant? On the other side, at an office building on Shangyang Street, a woman wearing a black long skirt and with a very pure face was seen working. But suddenly he received a call from the security department, which made Wanting frown involuntarily. After all, he felt that the security department couldn't even handle the issues, and they needed to trouble himself. My chairman is a complete hands-off boss who leaves everything to me, but I still have to do it. Now he can't even handle the security issue? However, when she received the call, the person on the other end said that the chairman was in the milk tea shop and had a huge conflict with someone else, which made her body tremble slightly. After all, although she had never met their chairman, she knew without guessing that he was someone they could not afford to offend. Now someone actually dared to offend their own chairman? This made Wanting quickly take out her cell phone and call the owners of all the stores. She had been saying the same thing all along, the chairman had appeared, and if she didn't want to offend him in the future, it would be best to meet him now and leave some impression. Then she ran outside immediately. In just over 10 minutes, she arrived at the milk tea shop, panting heavily. At this time, the manager of the milk tea shop shrank his head after seeing Wanting. After all, who on this sunny street didn't know Wanting? With the security captain's eye signal, Wanting knew that the Lin Feng in front of her might be the boss, but she still didn't quite believe it. After all, this is the boss? Isn't he a little too young? I have never seen a boss so young, could he have such a huge fortune? However, she did not dare to have any doubts at all and could only lower her head. Chairman, I was working in my office and didn't know you were coming. What do you think we should do with this exciting matter? Lin Feng waved his hand. After all, he was a little ashamed. He had always been hanging around outside. Since the system gave it to him, he had never paid any attention to Shangyang Street. So all of this was managed by Wanting. Unexpectedly, she managed it so well now. This made him admire this woman in his heart. How could he blame her? However, Lin Feng did not notice that Lin Shan beside him looked even more dissatisfied. At the same time, I was even more curious. After all, I still didn't understand what this guy was. Why did he become the boss of Shangyang Street again? Isn't he a rent collector? However, this is not the right time to ask questions. Even if I really asked, I'm afraid I wouldn't get anything out of it. Lin Feng looked at Wanting and said slowly, you performed very well. At least when I was away, you still managed Shangyang Street in an orderly manner. Let's continue. Notify them that this milk tea shop can move out immediately. We don't need such a shop on Shangyang Street. Just give him the penalty. We don't mind this little money. The store manager turned pale instantly, because he knew that he was in big trouble this time. However, Shinjong immediately stood up at this time, his face still showing great pride. After all, he felt that he had a background. Could there be anyone more powerful than him? My beautiful lady, you should know Tianyuan Group, right? That is my family's business. Are you sure you want to go against us? Wanting paused for a moment, because he also knew about the Tianyuan Group. However, it seemed that the Tianyuan Group was nothing big, right? Compared with their Shangyang Street, it doesn't seem to be anything special. She had already investigated Tianyuan Group before, and it only had assets of more than 2 billion at most. In their eyes, all these are just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, on this sunny street, almost every industry is trying their best to get here. They just wanted to get a share of the profits. After all, they all knew that Shangyang Street was the most prosperous street. Chapter 88, Wanting, the manager of Shangyang Street. As long as you run a store here, the annual income will definitely be more than 30 million, which is a considerable sum of money for Tianyuan Group. Moreover, through previous investigations, Wanting also discovered that the Tianyuan Group had just invested in a milk tea shop, and the investment was at least more than 200 million. It hadn't been long since it started, and it was killed? This was such a ridiculous thing, so it was inevitable that everyone's contempt became even greater. Wanting also looked at Shinjong with great sympathy, smiled nonchalantly and said, "You should think about how to explain to your father next. It's good enough that you have one leg intact when you go back." Then he looked directly at Lin Feng, and suddenly felt that although Lin Feng had never appeared, he had always been paying attention to Shangyang Street. Moreover, now that it has finally appeared, won't the burden on me be a lot lighter in the future? I don't know why, but the more I look at Lin Feng, the more I like him. How could anyone not like such a young and handsome boss? Before, I thought their boss was just an old man, but when I saw Lin Feng's handsome face, I couldn't help but be attracted to him. However, such a blazing gaze made Lin Feng a little bit unbearable, and his eyes were a little evasive. Which one? Don't think too much today. I'm just passing by. Go do whatever you want to do next. Everything in the company is left to you. Just do whatever you want. I don't care at all. I will continue to be a hands-off manager, and you continue to do your job. I will give you a bonus at the end of the year. Wanting looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After all, if it were any other boss, shouldn't he have performed well when he just appeared? How come now, in the blink of an eye, everything is pushed onto me again? Wouldn't her life be the same as before? Would she still have to keep struggling? This made her want to vomit blood instantly. There were some happy looks at first, but in an instant they were no longer happy, and there was no trace of happiness at all. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face looked relatively determined. No one knew what was in this guy's mind at the moment. However, Lin Feng looked at Lin Shan curiously. "Master, where do you want to go next? I'll continue to take you there." Lin Shan rolled his eyes at Lin Feng and walked out directly. After all, he just saw the clerk next to him taking pictures crazily. He doesn't want to be an internet celebrity here, and he doesn't want to be famous, but he knows that if he stays here, it will be difficult even if he doesn't want to be famous. Go home. Afterwards, he went straight to the underground parking lot. Lin Feng touched his head, feeling a little puzzled, not understanding how he had offended him just now. But he still hurriedly followed. On the way back, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you want to go somewhere else?" Lin Shan instantly stared at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. He didn't quite understand what was going on. In the end, he smiled awkwardly, with a hint of helplessness on his face. After all, he didn't want to go through this incident, but now it seems that it is impossible not to go through it. What are you hiding from me? Didn't you say you were collecting rent? How did you become a big boss? And a big boss on Shangyang Street? Lin Shan felt very uncomfortable about Lin Feng hiding the truth from him. After all, she felt inexplicably deceived. Lin Feng also smiled bitterly and said depressedly, "I actually told you before that I am a rent collector. This Shangyang Street also collects rent. You didn't ask clearly." When Lin Shan saw Lin Feng's aggrieved look, she also felt a surge of anger, but now her anger has obviously subsided a lot. After thinking about it, it seems that it is really her own problem. After all, this seems to be quite right. This is also part of collecting rent. This made him even more speechless, and he didn't know what to say. Lin Shan also smiled and said, "Okay, I'm almost there, you can go back first." Then he got off the car and left. However, Lin Feng took a look at the community in front of him. It didn't look too high-end. It could only be said to be a medium-sized community, Eason community. Hearing this name makes people feel very comfortable. However, after knowing the place, they just smiled and drove directly home. However, when he returned home, he found that the door of Deng Xian's house opposite was still tightly locked. This made him really miss this little girl a little bit. It felt like he hadn't seen her for a long time, even though he had just met her not long ago. However, the degree of longing is still very high, and I even wish we could see each other every day. The next day, when it was still dim, Lin Feng went to Eason community to pick up Lin Shan. At this time, Lin Shan was still yawning. Lin Feng, are you a devil? You woke me up so early. It's only 9 o'clock. Lunch shouldn't start at least at 12 o'clock, right? Lin Feng was also extremely speechless. After all, he did not expect the attitudes of many parties to be like this. He was also very speechless. Wasn't all this the work of that guy Cheng Tianyi? It was just a class reunion, and they woke me up so early. They said everyone had arrived at 9 o'clock, but this time, they haven't even arrived yet. However, he still hurriedly took Lin Shan to the Luban Hotel this time. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were always on Lin Shan beside him. And there was a strong light in her eyes. After all, Lin Shan was wearing stockings and a short skirt today. Even if you don't want to pay attention to it, you can't help it. The top is also a white shirt, which makes people's eyes light up and always feel very comfortable. It was inevitable to take a few more glances, which made Lin Shan a little curious. However, when she saw that Lin Feng's eyes were actually fixed on her thighs, this made her face turn red instantly, and she hurriedly tried to pull her skirt down, but found that the skirt was too short and could not be pulled down at all. This made him feel a sense of dignity, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could not help but look at Lin Feng angrily. Chapter 89, Outstanding Temperament. Don't look. Lin Feng could only turn his back unwillingly, but he accidentally saw the colorful bag. Wasn't it bought yesterday? Now it looks even more elegant. After thinking about this, I feel that today will be very face-saving, and going out like this will definitely be a great deal. Therefore, at this time, Lin Feng didn't care too much about everything in front of him. After all, these things were just trivial matters. It didn't take them long before they arrived at their destination, but their condition was not good, so they had to take good care of their physical condition. Lin Feng arrived at the parking lot, parked the car, and walked to the entrance of Luban Hotel, only to find that Cheng Tian had been waiting anxiously at the gate since early morning. This made him unable to resist being curious, but just as he approached, Cheng Tianyi hurriedly pulled Lin Feng. "Hey, you guy, can you please not be so slow? Don't you know that everyone is waiting for you? Everyone is already here." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Shan beside Lin Feng, and couldn't help swallowing. Lin Feng, the person next to you isn't your girlfriend, is she?" Lin Feng shook his head, smiled and said, "No, it was my master. He knew I was going to attend the party today, so he insisted on coming with me. I had no choice but to let him come with me." Cheng Tianyi's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it be perfect if he could pursue such a beautiful girl? However, he could only think about such things at most. After all, he knew that such a beautiful girl was not someone he could pursue and was not his type at all. All right, let's go in quickly. The campus leader Lu Chang has already arrived, and even the campus goddess Li Meili has already arrived. Moreover, the two of them are actually hooking up together. That Li Meili used to follow you all the time, and she pursued you every day. Now, she has actually thrown herself into Lu Chang's arms. This must be a blow to you. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Feng nodded. If it were usual, he might really care about this issue, but now his identity is different, so his mood is naturally different. He was too lazy to bother with this group of people. After all, to put it bluntly, these things were just external things. Why should I bother with them about this issue? In the end, won't they just be asking for my own death? Besides, he was rich and powerful now, so what kind of girl could he not get? Moreover, the campus goddess was just a joke in high school. Even if she was pretty, could she be as pretty as Deng Xian? However, he did not dwell on this problem afterwards, but simply kept up with the pace, and his speed seemed to be a lot faster at this time. people who saw this would involuntarily tremble slightly in their hearts. This time, Cheng Tianyi and the others only went to the ordinary room number 2. After all, the food here is relatively expensive. Even if Lu Chang is rich, he certainly can't afford too much, so it's already good enough to be able to choose such a standard room. However, just as he entered the room, he found that there were 3 tables in the room at this time, 1 table for men and 1 table for women, and every seat was already full of people. This made Lu Chang smile coldly instantly. After all, the reason he came here this time was just to target Lin Feng. Isn't this a good opportunity to take it out on this guy? So he really doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. He just smiled and said, "Oh, our big boss Lin Feng is really busy. You can come at 10 o'clock even though we agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. It's because you came late that you don't have any chance now. It's impossible for all of us to wait for you here. But, you see that 2 tables are full, and there is still 1 table that is empty. Just go and sit there. Don't worry, I have money, and I can still afford 3 tables." Lin Feng was stunned, because he didn't expect that the other party would target him like this, and the eyes of others looking at her were full of sneers. This made him feel very speechless, but in fact he was already very happy in his heart, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. There is absolutely no point in continuing to stay here, so it is better to leave quickly, which will be better. He was very clear about this in his heart, so whenever he thought of this, he would instantly smile, with his face filled with joy. Finally, he pulled Lin Shan beside him and sat directly at the 3rd table. At this moment, Cheng Tianyi looked around and went straight outside. They arrived at the place in the blink of an eye, but everyone sat where they were, looking a little restrained. Lin Feng did not say anything, because he knew that based on the personalities of these guys, they would definitely not stop humiliating him so easily. There will definitely be more topics to come, but he would like to hear what these guys have to say. When the time comes, he will teach them a lesson and give them a slap in the face. He is very good at this. But at this moment, an old man with a sly face walked in with 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, his face full of flattering intent. When he saw Lin Feng, his eyes obviously lit up, but before he could come over, Lin Feng looked at him with an extremely sharp look. This made the shifty old man dare not approach at all. He could only smile very awkwardly and then put the drinks on Lu Chang's table. "I hope you have fun here and have a good time drinking. Consider these 2 bottles of wine as gifts from me. I hope you have a good time here." This made the other people present instantly look at Lu Chang with extremely admiring eyes, as if they wanted to look at the big boss. Especially the classmates around me, their voices were heard one by one, and everyone's voice was full of admiration. "Wow, brother Lu Chang, you are so awesome. I didn't expect someone would send you drinks. This drink must be worth a lot of money, right? TSK, what do you know? This is 1982 Lafite, worth at least several million. It's a huge price. I didn't expect that they would give it to us for free. Although it's 2 bottles, it's more than enough for us to taste." Chapter 90 Class Reunion begins. Brother Lu Chang is so powerful? He was the best in school, but I didn't expect that he is also so powerful in society. A hint of embarrassment also appeared on Lu Chang's face. After all, even he himself didn't quite understand what was going on. I looked at the old man in front of me, but I felt a little strange. It seemed that I had no idea why he was giving me drinks for no reason. However, he seemed to have seen this guy's photo before, and he seemed to be the owner of this hotel. This made her face full of pride. After all, she knew the store owner. From this point of view, no matter where you go in the future, it will definitely be a special sight. Even the way everyone looked at him was different. He really enjoyed this kind of life, so his face looked much better at this time. Finally, he smiled, waved his hand and said, "Don't be polite, after all, he is just trying to give me face. There's absolutely no need for you to make a fuss with me. After all, I know so many people that they naturally wouldn't care about this. There are exactly 2 bottles of wine here, and our 2 tables have the most people, so you can share it equally. As for Lin Feng, I'm really sorry. Even if I want to give you some, I can't. After all, these things are entirely dependent on the 2 of us. It seems that you can only drink mineral water." Lin Feng also smiled at this moment. He really didn't care too much about this at all. After all, it's just some wine, and it's just 1982 Lafite. Naturally, he wouldn't care about any of them, and he really didn't like drinking. It doesn't matter. I'll just give you some of these things. After all, this 1982 Lafite is something I usually just use to rinse my mouth, but you guys treat it like a treasure. Cheng Tianyi, who was beside him, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. After all, apart from anything else, just based on that boastful look, he actually almost believed it. So this made his heart filled with joy, and his whole expression looked a lot happier. This is the level he likes the most now. This will make them feel very happy, and now they like this kind of playing and fighting. But outside the store at this moment, the old man couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. In fact, he was originally in his office, but he saw the arrival of Lin Feng through the camera. Others may not know, but she is very clear about it. She received a photo for no apparent reason, and was also informed that this was their new boss. Moreover, he holds 100% of the shares. No one would dare to provoke him in such a matter. So the moment he saw him, he quickly took himself away, having hidden himself for a long time. He just didn't expect that he would be scared back by his eyes just when he reached the door, which made him feel a little confused. Could it be that because I didn't treat him well enough, he suddenly glared at me like that? But later I felt that this possibility was extremely small, and it was very likely that he was targeted by his classmates. The shop owner who thought of this instantly smiled coldly. After all, he couldn't sleep well on Sunday and had to provoke their chairman. If this continues, they will regret it sooner or later, and when they regret it, they won't know whether their faces are crying or smiling. At this moment, the waiter came up slowly and handed over a menu. Lu Chang was in a very good mood at the moment, so he didn't care at all. Brothers, today is my treat. Just order whatever you want. Order whatever you want. I'll make sure you're full today. The other two tables also started ordering food directly, but it didn't take long before the menu was handed to them. Lin Feng in front of him looked at the menu in front of him, and his expression looked very strange at this time. After all, now that I see this guy in front of me likes to show off so much, I should cooperate with him no matter what. So at this moment he smiled instantly and stared at Lu Chang in front of him. Lu Chang, since you have always been so respectable, I think you will let me be more casual, right? Lu Chang smiled coldly for a moment. After all, in his opinion, Lin Feng was, to put it bluntly, a complete country bumpkin. And you must have never eaten such delicious dishes. The reason I say this now is definitely because I want to have a good meal. Of course he wouldn't care about this, so the sneer on his face became even stronger. Finally, he waved his hand and said slowly, "Humph, it's up to you guys. I don't really care about these things anyway. Just order whatever you want. After all, it's only for one day, so I'll definitely treat you to a good meal." At this time, Lin Feng was relieved. After all, he had been waiting for this guy to speak. Now, as long as he opened his mouth, everything would be easy. Waiter, I think you don't just have this ordinary menu, right? After all, this is your 5-star hotel, so the dishes shouldn't be so ordinary. The waiter showed some embarrassment on his face, but he still ran downstairs and brought up another high-end menu. This made Lu Chang in front of him couldn't help but change his expression slightly. After all, he didn't expect to fall into a deep pit this time. He had already greeted the waiter in advance when he arrived, so he just had to take the ordinary menu anyway. This ordinary menu generally has relatively few dishes, and the prices are not too expensive, so he can afford it. That's why he gave a heads up in advance, but he didn't expect that this time he would order an expensive menu. But at this time, Lin Feng was not polite at all. Stir-fried lobster, giant turtle soup, dragon and phoenix heads, stir-fried clams. Some of the names have never even been heard of, and people like you feel your scalp tingling just looking at them. Finally, he smiled and waved his hand, saying slowly, "Okay, let's just order these for now, but give me 2 bottles of red wine from your collection. Remember, they must be the best." Chapter 91 Menu. The waiter's face looked a little embarrassed at this time. However, he still showed the menu to Lu Chang, and Lu Chang looked at the menu in front of him. He couldn't help but look extremely ugly at that moment, because he had seen that everything here was almost extremely expensive. Originally, he thought that today's food would cost at most 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, which would be enough. But now, it would cost at least 4 or 500,000. However, with so many people around him, he was embarrassed to say anything more. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and said, "Okay, that's all." After all, the goddess is still in his arms until now. It would be so embarrassing if he suddenly denied it at this time. At this time, Li Meili's face looked very strange. But at this time he still looked at Lu Chang with admiration. "Brother Lu Chang, I have to say you are really impressive. You can even afford such a high price. Unlike some country bumpkins who can't afford to eat luxurious food every day, and now they can't help but want to rip you off after finally having a chance to eat." After hearing these words, Lu Chang felt much better, otherwise his mood would have become even worse. Now, suddenly hearing these two words of comfort, his mood became much calmer, without the ups and downs he had before. Finally, he couldn't help but raise his head and said sullenly, "It's okay, it's just some small dishes, I don't care. After this gathering, I will go sing with everyone." "Hey, Lin Feng, Li Meili pursued you in the past. But you are such a poor fellow. Even if someone pursues you, you can't afford to pay them. In the end, you will still end up in someone else's arms." At this time, Li Meili couldn't help but shyly punched Lu Chang on the chest with her little fist. "Hey, brother Chang, wasn't that because I didn't know better before? Now I've discovered that you have so many advantages that I specifically looked for you." This made Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the most important purpose of his gathering this time, to slap Lin Feng in the face. Judging from the current situation, it at least meets his requirements very well. Moreover, the look in the eyes of everyone at the scene who looked at Lin Feng seemed to be filled with mockery. From this, he knew that he had succeeded this time. Alright. After all, Lin Feng still has to give some face. But I don't know what you are doing now? At this time, Lin Feng also took a sip of tea. Oh. I don't do anything normally. I just work in a company with this beautiful lady next to me. And usually the most I can do is pay the rent, but I can still get by. The expressions on other people's faces looked even weirder at this moment, especially Lu Chang. After seeing Lin Shan, he instantly lost interest in Li Meili who was beside him. After all, these two people are not at the same level at all, so at this time, he would be a little speechless. Now he wants to get the attention of this beauty. After all, there is no one who doesn't want to show off in front of a beautiful woman. His idea is to suppress Lin Feng in front of the beautiful woman. If you say this, you may be able to win the admiration of the beautiful woman, and then everything will be easy. So whenever I think of this, my mood will become very happy and my face will look very good at this time. Finally, he smiled and said directly, "Alas, I have to say that your current situation is not very good. But I can invite you to work as a security guard in our company. The monthly salary for a security guard is more than 5,000 yuan. It's much better than working 2 jobs now. You won't make much money even if you work so hard." Now Lin Feng, of course, understood what this guy in front of him meant. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to suppress him. Li Meili also stretched her head to the opposite side, her eyes were filled with deep light, and her complexion looked much better at this time. "Hee, Lin Feng, I really don't know how I was so blind to fall in love with you. But now my vision is very clear. Fortunately, the brother Chang I like is amazing. He now has an annual income of at least 500,000 yuan. You are nothing but scum in his eyes. There is absolutely no comparison between the two of you. Yes, brother Chang is really amazing. He is worthy of being our leader back then. His status is different now." Praises came one after another. After all, as the saying goes, it's good to be merciful when you receive favors from others. Since they are eating here for free, you should praise them no matter what. Otherwise, why would they treat you to a meal for nothing? So at this time they still have some self-awareness in their hearts, and naturally know that they still need praise in many cases. Every event has a certain importance, and they are well aware of this in their hearts. At this time, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to these sounds, and before long, they saw one dish after another coming up. However, all these dishes were from Lu Chang's 2 tables, which made Lu Chang laugh. He. After all, noble people must cook faster, while those who are not looked down upon must cook slower. You slowly get used to this kind of treatment, but it's quite normal. After all, I'm sitting here. Lin Feng smiled coldly, because he knew very well that since all the dishes he ordered were luxurious and expensive, they would definitely take longer to steam and cook. But now that the opponent likes to show off, he has no intention of disturbing him at all. By the time the other party understands what a painful price has to pay, they won't even be able to cry. So he just waved his hand, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Alas, I originally thought you really understood, but now it seems that you were just so-so." About 10 minutes later, the door opened again, but the plate this time was obviously much larger than before. Chapter 92, The Trick Begins. Dishes were served one after another, and after seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At the same time, after seeing the dishes in front of me, I suddenly realized that the dishes on my table didn't taste good at all. Because the shrimp here is as big as a plate. Is this a giant shrimp? Otherwise, how could it be so big? There are also super king crabs. Each dish costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. This is really too expensive. So they were eager to run over and have a bite right away, but their face was also playing a role and they didn't dare to get up at all. Now Lu Chang feels that the dishes on his table are no longer delicious. However, due to his face, he was too embarrassed to stand up, and he didn't dare to invite 2 more tables. Because he knew that the more such dishes were, the more expensive they were, and he might have almost finished all the food on that table, let alone ordering 2 more tables. At this time, Lin Feng picked up some food for Lin Shan and kept laughing. Lin Shan, this shrimp has the effect of nourishing and whitening your skin. You must eat more of it. After all, it is so rare. If you don't eat more this time, you don't know when you'll be able to eat next time, so you must thank them a lot. Lin Shan in front of him also rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. After all, even if others didn't know, how could he not know? To put it bluntly, everything here was pretended, and the degree of pretense was so great that he felt very speechless, and now even he almost believed it. But the current situation is right in front of them, so even if they don't believe it, it is indeed impossible. As for Chang Tianyi now, it is even more impossible for him to say anything. After all, there are food and drinks in front of him, so how could he be polite? He just kept picking up the dishes and kept saying, "Wow, delicious, delicious, this is delicious." The others looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but rush over to taste them. But now, even if they gave her courage, she didn't dare to take any action and could only stand there and watch. "TSK, I thought there was something delicious, but it turned out to be just ordinary food. I wouldn't eat these things even if they were free. Yeah, I definitely won't eat it either. After all, I really don't like this kind of thing. I even feel disgusted just by looking at it, let alone eating it." At this moment, the eyes of the others were also filled with strong sarcasm. After all, they felt that these things must be very unpalatable. However, Lin Feng in front of him looked at Lin Shan beside him and found that he was almost full now. "If you don't want to eat, forget it. After all, I thought you wanted to eat. If you want to eat, you can just come and eat. You don't want to eat it now? If you really don't want to eat it, then forget it. Anyway, I really don't care much about this kind of thing." At this moment, the others looked at each other and quickly did it without caring about the last thing. As for Lu Chang now, he is completely a leader and he was the first to sit there. "Humph, this is my treat after all, there's no way I'd refuse to eat this kind of thing. After all, there is something delicious, so I definitely want to eat more. I'll taste it carefully now to see how it tastes. Maybe it's not that good." After Lu Chang finished speaking, he shook his head with disdain, with no concern at all in his eyes, because he felt that he was actually invincible now. So as he spoke, the disdain in his eyes became even stronger, and he didn't take what was happening in front of him seriously at all. However, at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly when he saw the way this guy ate. It must be said that this guy really likes to pretend to be rich. Things have come to this point, but he is still unwilling to tell the truth and is still like this. This made him shake his head helplessly. But now it is indeed embarrassed for talking too much to this group of guys. After all, it knows in its heart that talking too much to such people is just complete nonsense. In the end, he just smiled helplessly, and finally said gloomily, "Okay, I think I'll stop here for this matter. There's no point in continuing. Many things happen slowly." Lin Feng in front of him also didn't say a word. After all, the current situation in the central government was very unsettling for them. But at this moment, suddenly a group of people walked in. Moreover, this group of people are all wearing uniforms, making them look like beauties among beauties. This made the other people present look at Lu Chang directly. Could this be the girl Lu Chang found to accompany him? Isn't this really too kind? If there is a group of women like this accompanying them, it will definitely play a huge role, and they really like this feeling. So the other people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their eyes were filled with smiles at this time. "Oh, brother Lu Chang, you are so polite. After all, you just need to treat everyone to a meal. Why do you have to invite a bunch of beauties?" "Yes, brother Lu Chang, we all understand your intentions, but now that you have called us, we really can't refuse." "Yes, brother Lu Chang, we already understand your intentions. Don't worry, we will remember your kindness and stay with you." At this moment, Lu Chang couldn't help but burst into tears, because this situation was really not what she wanted. And it was indeed not called beauties. God knows where this group of girls came from. Even she herself didn't know. But now he didn't dare to say it at all, because after saying it, he felt it would become even more embarrassing. So I could only nod, smiled awkwardly, and said, ahem. It's okay, don't get me wrong, this is completely from my heart. Chapter 93 Female Companion? But at this moment, the woman leading the group suddenly sneered with disdain. Bah, what do you mean by companion, girl? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what kind of person you are? You actually say that we are here to accompany you. I think you have been dreaming too much. Hee hee, that's right. We are the sales staff in the store. You can't find us even if you want to. If we didn't have something to do today, we would have to teach you a lesson today. The others couldn't help but nodded quickly. They certainly understood this very well, but the more they understood, the more they felt that something was not right. At this time, the woman with a beetle also hurriedly walked in front of Lin Foam, her face full of a flattering smile. Ahem, Mr. Lin Foam, we have arrived at the agreed time this time, and we have brought all the bags you ordered. What do you think we should do with these bags? And you tell us how to deal with them. Even if we have to throw them away, we will do as you say right now. Lin Foam just smiled and then looked at the classmates in the class. Okay, brothers, you guys report a number, and then go directly to the bag. Each of their hands belongs to a number. As for how much you can get next, it all depends on your luck. If you are lucky, then you can tell me naturally. Of course, if your luck is bad next, there is nothing we can do. I'm afraid even gods can't save you. At this time, the others couldn't help but look at each other with some doubt. Especially Li Mei, she was now filled with disdain in her heart. After all, she would never believe that the poor guy in front of her could be rich. Moreover, he did not believe this result. If this was really the case, then he would be blind. The situation at that time would be completely out of control, so she was unwilling to admit this result. In the end, he just kept shaking his head, and his eyes looked quite determined, as if he knew that such a situation was very bad for them. Lin Foam, Lin Foam, don't think that you can fool people just by finding a group of people and holding these bags. After all, I know that these bags of yours are completely rubbish. Maybe they are just some low-quality products. They are just some low-quality products. Since you can use them to fool people, you are really going too far. Lin Foam smiled coldly, but he had no intention of paying any attention to them. Instead, he looked at Cheng Tianyi beside him. Brother, you can also choose a bag now. Maybe you will get a girlfriend just because of a bag? Cheng Tianyi thought for a moment. He still trusted Lin Foam very much, and he felt that even if everyone deceived him, Lin Foam would never deceive him. So at this time he just nodded, smiled, and said, Brother, since you told me to choose, I will definitely choose it. And now that I have thought about it, I will definitely choose number 8. After all, I feel that this number has always been my lucky star, so it is definitely the right choice. At this time, Lin Foam looked at the girl in front of him and realized that they had already discussed it, so he naturally knew what bag should be given to number 8. Sure enough, a woman was seen holding a blind box in her hand and handed it directly to Cheng Tianyi. What kind of bag was inside? In fact, they didn't know. Because they were in a hurry when they left, they just packed up casually. But what is certain is that the things here are absolutely very good, and there is no possibility of any problems. He can guarantee this with his life. But the more this happened, the more mysterious it became, making other people at the moment unable to help but stare with their eyes wide open, feeling extremely strange. Cheng Tianyi opened the bag directly and looked at it curiously. He found a big V in the upper left corner of the bag. Li Mei's eyes widened instantly, as if she couldn't believe her eyes at all, and even her whole body was shaking. No. No way. It's actually a V-neck bag? And I know this bag is a new model among new models. If it were put on the market, it would be able to sell at least 200,000. 200,000 for a bag? This is really too expensive. I have never seen such an expensive bag before. Li Mei is now feeling really jealous. After all, the most expensive bag she has ever seen is absolutely impossible to have such a price. Moreover, he had seen many babies, but he had never seen a bag like this one, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and it all looked particularly strange at this time. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even if he had seen bags bought by others, the price was only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan at most, or 40,000 yuan at most. But now, in the blink of an eye, a bag worth 200,000 yuan was given away? And he didn't even look at it. Is this thing so unbearable now? This made him completely unable to accept this result, but the situation was like this, so his face looked particularly gloomy at this moment. Now he didn't look at anyone's face and walked quickly to the front. I want number 1. Finally, the woman took out a blind box in her hand. Still, no one knew the price of this thing, but after opening it, Li Meili in front of him suddenly looked as ugly as if she had eaten shit. Although this bag is indeed a new model and the price is indeed 20,000, it is still compared to the 200,000 on the other side. There is absolutely no comparison, so their faces look particularly depressed at this time, as if they have something on their minds. It is completely impossible to figure out what this guy is thinking. After all, if one cannot tell the truth, the trouble that will be caused will be even greater. Now the other women didn't dare to continue disrupting the situation and just rushed to the front. Chapter 94 Blind Box Bag. Wow, this bag of mine is worth 150,000 yuan. It seems like I made a fortune this time. Hee, actually I thought so this time too. My bag is worth 80,000 yuan. It didn't take long before all the bags were given away. At this time, all the beauties in front of them retreated. After all, their mission this time was just to deliver bags. They didn't dare to think too much because they knew their own worth. So they didn't dare to think too much. Otherwise, wouldn't they end up in a dead end? They still have some self-awareness in their hearts and naturally know what kind of people they are. But just when they had all left, the waiter suddenly walked in with a smile and came in and looked at Lu Chang with curious eyes. After all, he has seen that everyone here seems to be revolving around him, so it is possible that he will be the one to pay the bill this time. Sir, I see you've almost finished eating. Could you please pay the bill first? Your spending this time is not that high indeed. It adds up to about 625,000 yuan, and our store does not offer any discounts at all. Lu Chang in front of him was originally speechless, but after hearing the price, he couldn't help but drooling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No way? So expensive? After all, he only had 500,000 on him at most, so wouldn't that mean he was still more than 120,000 short of the menu? Now even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to ask. His family wants it. If others knew that he bought such an expensive thing at such a low price, they would probably want to beat him to death. After all, he knew very well in his heart that his father had always been very cruel to him. If he knew that I spent so much money to treat him, he would probably kill me. In the end, I could only smile awkwardly and look at the classmates around me. Classmates, you know I don't have much money with me today, so there's nothing I can do about it. I only have 500,000 yuan on me right now. Can you guys come together this time to make up the 120,000 yuan? Well, the others also kept shaking their heads. After all, none of their classmates were rich, so it was impossible for them to have so much money. Brother Chang, I only have a little over 1,000 yuan on me. After all, I'm really poor recently, so I don't have that much money. Brother Chang, me too, but my situation is a little better, but it's still only 2 or 3,000 at most. Brother Chang, I rode a bicycle when I went out today. I have no money at all, not even enough for a bus ride. Brother Chang, I walked here today. If you don't believe me, I can take off my shoes and show you that my feet are all red from being rubbed. One statement after another directly attacked his ears, and the more they said, the more outrageous and exaggerated they became, leaving her forehead filled with dark lines. At the same time, I felt that this group of my friends were completely unreliable, and they encountered so many troubles in the final critical moment. But at this time, his eyes were also secretly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. This is all your fault. After all, if it weren't for you, I would never have paid so much money. I don't care. You ate a lot this time. So I'll leave the remaining 120,000 for you to pay. Lin Feng in front of him also smiled coldly. If the other party spoke in a friendly manner, then of course he would pay it. After all, he didn't care about this small amount of money, but now the other party's tone was so impolite, and he was yelling at him, which made him feel very unhappy. You asked me to pay, so I paid? I didn't eat much of the food here. It seems that it has been reduced a lot since you came here. If you are talking, you should have eaten the most. Besides, I already said that this time it's your treat. Why are you going back on your word so soon? Lu Chang's face turned red instantly, and his face was filled with shyness. Because he knew that this time it seemed to be his problem, and he himself could not afford such a high price. In the end, he even had to say such words. Wasn't it just an opportunity for her to slap him in the face? But now that he had already said it, what else could he do? So his face looked particularly depressed at this moment. The waiter's attitude towards Lu Chang has become very bad now, because he knows that if he should be responsible for the school opposite bit by bit this time, wouldn't this guy become very arrogant? What's more, the guy in front of him was actually yelling at his boss. That's right, when he was outside, the shop owner had actually told him secretly. This Lin Feng is her boss. At the same time, in the following period of time, she must treat her well no matter what, and there must not be any mistakes. When he first heard this sentence, his first feeling was that he didn't believe it at all, but later he had to believe this reality, so his expression naturally became affected and it became very embarrassing. In the end, he couldn't help but raised his head, and his face looked a little depressed at this time. Sir, we booked the table here under your name, so naturally you need to pay, but you should also know that if you can't pay, you will have to be arrested. I think there are some things that I don't need to tell you at all. You should also be able to understand that there are many things that have legal issues in themselves. You are now evading the bill, which is already a very bad behavior. I have the right to cause trouble for you. This made Lu Chang's face look even uglier. After all, he didn't expect that he would not be given any face this time, which made him feel very speechless. He had never encountered such a problem before. But now he has to say that he really encountered such disrespectful behavior, which made him feel a little conflicted. Chapter 95, The Miserable Lu Chang. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face looked particularly ugly at this time. After all, he didn't expect that even the hotel would start targeting him, and in the end he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He also called his father, and his voice was filled with deep sorrow. Dad, can you transfer me 125,000 yuan? I had some problems treating someone to a meal, so I need some money. Bah, good for nothing. I know without a doubt that you are being tricked by someone. I don't even want to bother with you now. You deserve it. What to do next is entirely your problem, and you should figure it out by yourself. Anyway, I won't care about you anymore. Then she hung up the phone without giving him any room at all. At this moment, Lu Chang took a deep breath, and he really had no other choice. After all, the problem of money really cannot be solved at all now, so he is completely at a loss and doesn't even know what to say next. Plop. In the end, he suddenly knelt on the ground, his face filled with deep sorrow. After all, he didn't want to do this, but there was really nothing he could do now. And now he really is a front desk who can't come up with a single point. Isn't this really difficult for him? So now he can only look depressed. Miss, I really can't take out much money right now. Can I leave it here? I can come here and wash dishes to make some money later. That look made people feel as if he was in great pain. No matter who saw this look, they would not be able to help but feel heartbroken. However, Lin Feng in front of him also had an urge to laugh wildly. Because he didn't expect that this guy would be so cute now. He was so cute that he didn't know how to describe him. In the end, he just waved his hand, with a look of relief on his face, as if he didn't care about what was happening at all. Alright, this guy is a little poor, but his overall character is not bad, so just let him go. As for the 125,000 yuan, just give it to him. After all, this guy does look quite pitiful, so I feel sorry for him. The waiter in front of him nodded instantly, and then said respectfully, Yes, Chairman. Sir, we will pay the 500,000 as quickly as possible, and you must not evade the bill, otherwise we will definitely hold you accountable. However, the others at this moment couldn't help but widen their eyes in an instant, totally unable to believe what they had just heard. After all, from just now until now, they still felt that they might have just heard some hallucinations, otherwise how could they have heard the topic just now inexplicably? This is totally impossible. How could he become the chairman of the board out of nowhere? Is he really the chairman of the board? As soon as this thought came to their mind, they kept shaking their heads, totally unable to believe it. After all, if it was really the chairman, then how serious would this matter be? Therefore, whenever they thought of this, they would immediately smile bitterly and look very depressed. Especially Li Meili, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes, because she knew that she definitely didn't hear wrong just now. And the person just mentioned was indeed the chairman. This shouldn't be the case at all. After all, according to normal circumstances, how could it be the chairman? Which? Lin Feng. Could it be that this Luban hotel belongs to you? There was a cold smile on Lin Feng's lips at this time, because he always felt that the current situation itself was very bad for them, so if one of them did not say it well, the problems that would arise at that time would become even bigger. However, he really disliked Li Meili's behavior. After knowing that he was rich, she would definitely have some thoughts about him, so he looked down on this. But at this time he really wanted to see what this guy's behavior was, so at this time, a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. Yes, all the shares here are mine, so this place is indeed my territory. I just don't know why you suddenly ask this question. What do you want to do? Li Mei couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart for a moment. After all, this is a 5-star hotel, and it is a very powerful one. If she could really control such a hotel in her hands, how much wealth would she have? So every time he thought of this, he would feel his heart trembling constantly. He even saw countless money waving towards him. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said hurriedly, Ahem. I feel that this situation may be very bad for us, so we must be cautious next time. This wealth is indeed a lot, but it should be used appropriately in many cases, otherwise some small problems will inevitably arise, right? Lin Feng, I have always had feelings for you, but I just didn't know how to express it, so I could only keep it in my heart. Do you believe me? I absolutely have 100% feelings for you now. Can we continue to be together? At this moment, after hearing these words, Lin Feng instantly felt extremely disgusted, because he had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as him. And what exactly are these words? It's as if everything is his problem, which makes him feel disgusted in his heart. In the end, he just waved his hand, and his face looked very gloomy at this time. You may still not understand one thing. I never seemed to accept you when we were in school, let alone now. Chapter 96, A Pauper Becomes Chairman in Seconds. Also, what's going on in your head? I know it better than you do. Do you really think everyone is a fool? I advise you not to provoke me for no reason, otherwise I will inevitably teach you a lesson, and then you will know how cruel things are. After saying that, he just flicked his sleeves and went outside. His speed seemed to be abnormally fast at this time, which made people feel speechless. Li Mei, who was standing behind him, felt disheartened instantly because she couldn't stand this scene at all. Therefore, their faces inevitably look particularly gloomy at this time, and they have completely lost the confidence they had before. In the end, the whole person couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face looked very speechless at this time, and he didn't even know what to say. Lin Feng also shook his head helplessly, knowing that he had to make a choice this time no matter what, and absolutely could not delay too much on this issue. However, when they came out, they drove away with poison, which made the shop owner in front of them take a deep breath and look very depressed at this time. It's not bad. It's really good that the boss came here this time. We didn't disturb him. He should be in a relatively good mood now. Everything from now on will be easy. As long as our boss is not angry, then everything else will be a small matter. He's so young and he's driving a poison. His background must be very powerful, so I must follow him closely in the future. At this moment, Lin Feng had no idea that it was because he drove a luxury car that other people couldn't help but look at him with admiration. He had never thought of this at all. This made them all look very depressed, and there was really nothing they could do. Besides, it's just a luxury car after all, and they really don't care too much about it. However, after paying the money, Lu Chang lowered his head and walked out very depressed. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Lin Feng became the president here. Just when he was feeling very depressed, he suddenly saw a sports car passing by them, and this sports car turned out to be filled with poison. This made each of them swallow a mouthful of water. Oh my god, this is Lin Feng? How rich is this guy? Why has he always been so awesome? Who knows? But there is no need to speculate. We know that this guy must have a lot of money, otherwise the current situation would not be possible. Maybe he's being kept by a rich woman. Humph, don't tell me, this possibility is definitely very strong. Otherwise, how do you explain the beauty next to him? Get lost. Can you be supported by such a beautiful rich woman? And it's obvious at first glance that woman is not too rich, so there's absolutely no need for you to talk nonsense here. The other people present immediately understood what was going on and began to analyze the situation frantically, as if their own analysis would be correct. It made them feel very speechless. After all, this was their own situation, so no one knew who was right next. Although their deep voices were relatively small, they were still heard by them. This made Lin Shan, who was sitting in the car, burst into laughter instantly, because he felt that this matter was really interesting. Lin Feng, you must remember that I will be your sponsor from now on. Haha, you guys are really interesting. It really was right for me to follow you to this party. Lin Feng was also extremely speechless. After all, until now, he really didn't know what was right. This is clearly just a small matter, but now it has caused so much trouble. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of voices were heard, which made Lin Feng pick up his phone directly, and found that it was Ling Xiao calling. This made him a little curious. After all, they seemed to have not contacted each other since they left, so why were they suddenly contacting him now? Could it be that the old man's illness has recurred? This is totally impossible. After all, he is still very confident in his medical skills. So now if you ask him to say what he is most confident about, it would definitely be his medical skills. Hey, brother Ling, did something happen to you? Otherwise, you wouldn't call me for no reason. Ling Xiao on the other side did not expect that he could hear these words after receiving the call just now. He shook his head helplessly instantly. After all, to put it bluntly, I was just worried about this brat, and now he could actually say such things to me. This made him just shake his head with tears and laughter, and finally said very depressedly, "Actually, it's not me who is looking for you this time, but my grandfather who is looking for you. After all, he just found out that it was you who saved him. He has always had special feelings for you in his heart, so he has been looking for an opportunity to thank you, but he just couldn't find you. I think I should be able to find you now. Do you have time tomorrow? If you do, please come over. After all, I still have things to discuss with you sometimes." At this moment, Lin Feng was speechless. After all, he had just attended a class reunion today, and there would be new things happening to him tomorrow. This suddenly made him feel as if he had always been very busy, and at the same time it seemed as if he was busy for nothing. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. After all, the person on the other end had already called him. If he still didn't agree, it would seem a little unreasonable. I still have time tomorrow. After all, I'm not a very busy person, so you can rest assured. Besides, you are the one who asked me to come. Even if I don't have time, I will definitely make some time. I will never let you down, right? Ling Xiao on the opposite side was instantly amused by such words, because he had never thought that his little brother could be so naughty. Chapter 97 Ling Xiao's Invitation. However, what he said was indeed true, so he couldn't help but laugh, and his face was full of seriousness. Okay, now that you've said all this, I'll leave everything to you. I'll wait for you tomorrow. After saying this, he burst into laughter happily. After all, this was exactly the result he wanted, which would make her feel very relaxed. Lin Shan on the other side had a dark face and her tone seemed to become very unfriendly at this time. If I'm not mistaken, you want to take another day off tomorrow, right? You don't have to tell me now. After all, even if you tell me, I will definitely not agree. Lin Feng smiled instantly, because he was absolutely confident this time that this guy would definitely agree. Ahem, master, no matter what decision you make, don't be too careless and don't be so reckless. After all, everything can be discussed, right? Take a look at the situation first, and then tell us after it's decided whether you agree or not. If you don't agree then, we can negotiate. Lin Shan was stunned, and at the same time, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, because he always felt that there seemed to be a routine this time. This feeling of being trapped made her very uncomfortable. After all, what she hated most was routine. Being trapped made her feel a little uncomfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face looked quite determined at this time. Okay, now that you said so, I'll give you this chance. Tell me, what exactly do you want? I think now that you have made this decision, you must have your reasons. I would like to listen to them now. Lin Feng leaned directly into her ear and whispered a few words to her, which made him unable to help but widen his eyes. But her face was a little blushing. After all, the distance just now was too close. Such a close distance made her feel a little awkward. After hearing these words, he hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away. However, there was still some curiosity in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it at all. What you just said is true. The young master of Ling Tian Group would contact you for no reason? Although you did save the old man, judging from the situation of their group, everyone in it seems to be very arrogant. If you really can be respected by them, I don't believe it. At this moment, after hearing these words, Lin Feng felt extremely speechless. After all, these words really seemed to show that he looked down upon him completely. Could he really be so despicable that he would look down upon himself so much? This made him completely unsure of what to say, because he felt that no matter what he said next, all the topics would be redundant. So in the end he couldn't help but frowning, and his eyes did look quite determined at this time. Hovu, I think there is no need for you to use this trick on me now. After all, even if I don't understand others, how can I not understand you? Humph, I don't care. If you really want to go tomorrow, you have to take me with you. Forget it, you should go by yourself. After all, they only invited you this time and didn't invite me. Lin Feng could tell that Lin Shan really wanted to go, but because of the face issue in his heart, he never said it out loud. This moment also made him feel an urge to laugh wildly. After all, he had never seen such a cute look before, which made him feel at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, and his face looked quite depressed at this moment. Ahem, there's absolutely no need for you to be so angry. After all, even though you weren't invited, I will definitely mention your name when the time comes. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, then realized that she seemed to have already arrived at the destination, so she got out of the car directly. Because he knew that if he couldn't stay here with this guy and go crazy for such a long time, then he would be asking for death. So there are some things that he actually understands better than anyone else. That is why, although he feels very speechless, it seems that no matter what he encounters next, it is not really right. Finally, Lin Feng in front of him couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face looked rather gloomy at this moment, as if he really had something on his mind. This time, he didn't even know how he got home. But I do feel like I haven't seen this little girl Deng Xian for a long time. Under normal circumstances, this is totally inappropriate. After all, how could a little girl like Deng Xian not stay here for such a long time? Suddenly he thought of his master. Maybe he had been looking for his master recently, so he almost forgot about him. This made him pout. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. After all, the current situation itself made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Forget it, let's go there tomorrow and see where Deng Xian went. Now, for Lin Feng, even if he doesn't care about the safety of any woman, he is more concerned about Deng Xian. In his heart, this girl is the woman who belongs to him, so he should pay close attention to her no matter what. Only in this way can he feel at peace. Otherwise, he would always feel particularly uncomfortable in his heart, as if he had been worrying about something. But to be on the safe side, he called Deng Xian directly. Hee, Ziyan, have you forgotten me now that you have a master? You disappeared for such a long time without even calling me to let me know you were safe? Sorry, this is mainly because my master doesn't allow me to make phone calls in order to make me study well, and we have been doing calligraphy exhibitions outside recently. And following my master has indeed taught me a lot. There are many things I didn't understand before, but now I understand them all. Chapter 98 Accident. Lin Feng just said a few words to Lin Shan casually and then stopped talking. Because he knew that there was absolutely no need to talk too much about this issue. After all, although the conversation time was relatively short, he could still hear that he seemed to be very happy now. Moreover, in his impression, as long as Lin Shan was happy, that was enough. He didn't care what he did next. The reason why I chose to go find Deng Xian was after I had dealt with the things around me. It was also because he was worried that if Deng Xian was out for too long something might happen, so he had to deal with many things in advance. I chatted with Deng Xian for a few words and then hung up the phone. After all, we were separated by the phone screen. And he very much hoped that if something really happened, it would be more convenient to go see him directly. And no matter what the matter is, it can only be explained more clearly after meeting in person. The next day, early in the morning, he headed directly towards the Ling family. That's right, this time he did not go anywhere else, but went directly to the Ling family. Just when he arrived, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao waiting at the gate. However, when I saw the surrounding facilities again, I instantly felt amazed in my heart. The rich are worthy of being rich, they are different. The house they live in is obviously luxurious. There were countless vehicles at the gate, but he didn't want to think too much about it now, so he just walked in. Ling Xiao, who was standing beside him, saw that Lin Feng did not make any comments about his home, and even just took a quick look. This changed his opinion of Lin Feng a lot. He thought that not only was Lin Feng a great doctor, he was also an outstanding person. Moreover, he rarely saw anyone looking at his manner and not showing any excitement. Let's go, brother Lin. My dad has been waiting for you at home for a long time. He has been waiting for you to come over quickly. Just give him some face. After all, the old man has always wanted to repay you for saving his life. Lin Feng shook his head. If he really wanted to repay the favor of saving his life, then forget it. After all, he didn't care much about this kind of thing. And I'm really not that interested in this, but I can go and observe the old man again and see how he is doing now. See if there is any root of disease left in the body. If there is no root of disease left, everything will be fine. If there really is a root of the disease left, I will naturally lend a helping hand to help him then. Ling Xiao patted Lin Feng's shoulder instantly, and it could be seen in his eyes at this moment that he was filled with deep relief. Okay, I really didn't misjudge you this time. I feel very relieved to have you as a brother. Lin Feng shook his head. At the same time, he didn't know why, but he always felt that coming here this time might not be as simple as he had imagined. And there must be something else going on, this has always been his intuition. However, precisely because there was no evidence for his perception, he was too embarrassed to say anything more and could only hide this thought in his heart. Afterwards, the two of them walked into the hall and saw the old man sitting quietly in a chair in the middle of the living room. After seeing Lin Feng coming, he smiled instantly, with a bright light in his eyes. Lin Feng, I finally sent you here this time. I don't know how long I have been waiting for you here. Lin Feng frowned, because he found that this old man's behavior revealed that he was not simple. Besides, why are they looking forward to my coming for no reason? It seems like I have never shown up until now. So an awkward smile appeared on her face. She didn't dwell too much on this issue. Instead, she smiled very considerately. Mr. Ling, based on the relationship between Mr. Ling and I, this is something I should do, so it is part of my job. Let's get straight to the point this time. After all, I feel that it's not easy for Mr. Lin to come to me. If there is anything, just tell me directly. I can definitely help you if I can. Old Master Lin was stunned, as if he didn't expect that he would be so decisive this time, and his tone of voice was still so firm. But this made him smile. This was the scene he liked to see the most. Harmony was the most beautiful thing. Pa pa pa. Not bad, young man. I was right about you. I originally thought that his future achievements would not be very high, but after meeting you, I found that his future achievements would definitely be very high. The fact that he can become friends with you should be a very powerful gain for her. After all, I still believe in my judgment. I feel that you will definitely be very powerful in the future. You may even reach the top of the world. Don't doubt my vision. And my predictions have never been wrong, and I trust my intuition very much. Little guy, I am optimistic about you. Lin Feng was completely speechless. He didn't expect that this time he was asked to come for just such a simple conversation. The simplicity of this conversation was completely beyond his expectations. Old man, this time, you're not just going to let me know about the situation, are you? Is there nothing else? The old man immediately glanced at Ling Xiao beside him. He obviously didn't want to talk about this topic directly himself, but wanted the guy in front of him to speak directly. This made Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly, and finally he looked at Lin Feng beside him in silence. Lin Feng, actually I did come to you for something this time. It's all because of the old man's matter. After all, he feels that you saved him, but now he has nothing to repay you. So in order to repay you, he found a group of people to hold a party for you. This time, you can be absolutely sure that it is held for you alone, and you will definitely not be disappointed. Everyone at this gathering is very powerful, and everyone is powerful and influential, definitely not bad. When the time comes, as long as you build a good relationship with them, I think this group of guys will not dare to embarrass you at all. This group of people are all second-generation rich people. Chapter 99 The party begins. And we have already set the time, which is noon today. After hearing these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, one can tell from their conversation that it seems like everything has been arranged for them. And I don't allow myself to refuse, otherwise I wouldn't have set it for noon today, and it's almost noon now. Who are these people? I don't even seem to know them. They might even directly underestimate me when the time comes. Forget it, now that you've made up your mind, I'll go with you. Anyway, there's nothing big to do normally, and today's just my free time. The old man also nodded with great satisfaction. After all, as long as this operation was successful, Lin Feng's status would definitely rise rapidly. Lin Feng, you don't have to be nervous when the time comes. After all, Xiao Ling is here to take care of everything. This guy still has some prestige, so many people will definitely give him some face. Besides, most of you will be of the same age, so there will be endless topics to talk about, and you don't have to be nervous. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. After all, he had no idea what was going on. These guys are really getting more and more confident in what they say, and they are even still speaking politically. It seems like I have never been nervous from the beginning until now, but this group of guys keeps saying that they are nervous. He really didn't quite understand. Why was he so nervous? It wasn't a big deal. So after learning about this, he was too lazy to start answering it. After all, answering this question would be completely idiotic. Okay, Brother Ling, when are we going to set off? Then we'll go together. Ling Xiao thought about it, then looked at the watch in his hand, and finally seemed to be sure. Let's go now. After all, they should be waiting in the hotel now. We really can't delay too much. Then he started the car and wanted to drive there. At this time, Lin Feng also hurriedly got into the car. Because he was feeling lazy this time, his car didn't come today. It didn't take long before he arrived at the booked hotel, but when he arrived, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. I felt a very incredible smell, and at the same time there was a hint of helplessness in my eyes. Because he found out that the hotel he stayed at this time was actually the Luban Hotel. He had come here once yesterday and again today. He was actually a little afraid that his frequent visits would scare the waiters and managers here. Which? Brother Ling, are you sure we want to eat here? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lin Feng felt that the prices here were relatively expensive. So at this time he just waved his hand, and his whole body looked very generous. Yes, we are treating you to a meal, so we have to choose a noble place, so don't worry, as long as I am here, you won't have to pay. Brother, I have plenty of money, and this is already the best and most expensive restaurant here. Can you really take those noble disciples to eat at a street stall? After saying that, he just rolled his eyes at him, which made Lin Feng extremely speechless. After all, this was his territory. So he doesn't care where he eats. After all, he feels he can make some money no matter where he eats. It's okay. Since you've chosen to eat here, then let's eat here. It doesn't matter where we eat anyway. Finally they all entered the room, but just as Lin Feng entered the door. After seeing Lin Feng, the waiter rushed into the manager's office in a panic. After all, he was not a fool and he had seen the face of their chairman last time. Now I see the chairman coming again. He just came yesterday, and he came again today. I thought he was here to inspect. He immediately ran to the manager and told him everything that had happened. The manager's face also changed, and his expression became slightly bitter at this time, because he didn't expect that he would really need to run back and forth again and again this time. But just as he was about to lead people down, he suddenly thought of something. Did he come here alone this time or with someone else? And which room is he in now? The waitress in front of her was already lost in thought, and then she said awkwardly, "There is indeed a man beside him this time, and he seems to be our member Ling Xiao." And this time they entered VIP room number 2, which is very expensive, so I don't really know who was coming over there. The manager's expression instantly became speechless, because he knew without any guessing that this time a group of big shots must have come. If it weren't for a group of big shots coming this time, he felt that the boss would never come in person. The manager also waved his hand, and the sweat on his clothes, which was originally caused by fear, had disappeared a little. I was scared to death. I thought our boss was not satisfied with us and wanted to observe us again. Now it seems that they are not the bosses at all. They must be particularly optimistic about our management ability, so they let these rich people eat at our restaurant. This is just a trivial matter. Just wait for a while and I will go down myself. Because he knew that his boss had just arrived, it was indeed a bit impolite for him to go downstairs immediately. He should have waited until the food was served and then brought 2 bottles of wine upstairs. However, this really made him feel a little distressed in his heart. After all, each bottle of wine was very expensive. Moreover, those things were all collected by him for a long time, and now it seems that he has to spit them all out at once. This made him feel a little tired, but there was really nothing he could do. On the other side, in VIP room number 2, Ling Xiao came into the room with Lin Feng. The originally noisy noise suddenly fell into silence. I don't know who it was, but after this quiet moment, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 100, Return to Luban Hotel. Mr. Ling, you have gathered all of us together. Please don't tell us that you want to introduce this young man to us. You should know what his background is. Our current circle is completely an aristocratic circle, but not everyone can be brought in. Lin Feng, who was standing beside him, immediately looked at the man in front of him, because he found that he was the only one who could speak here. Then they must all belong to the Big Brother, and as far as he knows, Ling Tian Group is the most powerful group in Lingnan City. But since the guy in front of him dared to speak like this, it meant that his status must be higher. Ling Xiao also smiled awkwardly, and finally pointed at the man who had just spoken. Ahem, Lin Feng, please don't mind it. After all, this is indeed a circle of nobles, so there are indeed many powerful people here. Although I am indeed the best in our Lingnan city, and I am indeed very powerful, but if I were put outside, I would really be a rookie. This guy in front of us is Qin Bing, the top guy in City B. Others should give him some respect. If you don't give him some face, you won't know how you will die. So I have to say, no matter what kind of person he is, you can't ignore him. Lin Feng is not stupid either. From the fact that so many people were silent but he was the only one who stood up to speak, it can be seen that he is definitely the one with the highest status. There should be no one whose status is higher than his, so he is naturally more aware of this, which makes him feel very speechless in his heart. But he also knew that the people in City B must be much stronger than those in their small place now, and this was indeed normal. Then Ling Xiao in front of him couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and a very majestic feeling emerged in his eyes. Qin Bing, don't forget whose territory this is. I advise you to be humble and don't be too arrogant. You should at least give them a little face. If you don't even give them this little bit of face, then we can just leave the table right now. There's no need to continue talking. Qin Bing also pouted, but he didn't dare to continue talking because he knew what his current status was. Although he was indeed a member of the Qin family, he still did not dare to be too arrogant, because he was just a member of a village. Therefore, he was not favored by the family at all, precisely because he had always had close dealings with Ling Tian Group and had always had a sky-high contract. Therefore, he still has a certain status in the family, but he is still looked down upon by others. If this contract is broken, he will become a scary person and will not be very powerful at all. Of course, if the news of the signing of the contract between Ling Tian Group and the Qin family were to spread, no matter who heard it, they would definitely respect Ling Tian Group more. So we have to say that such a method actually achieves a win-win situation, and there is no question of who suffers a loss and who does not. Therefore, their current situation, no matter from which aspect, is normal. But Qin Bing still had to give a little face, because he knew in his heart that if he didn't even give this little bit of face, he would be in trouble next. Okay, I'll give you, young Master Ling, a favor this time. Humph, I'll just let him sit at the same table with us with some difficulty. Ling Xiao also smiled awkwardly. After all, he had never thought that this situation would happen out of nowhere. This was not what he wanted to see at all. But now it is actually happening right in front of them, and there is really no way to slander it. So in the end, he could only quietly look at Lin Feng in front of him. Brother, this guy is the most difficult one to deal with, so I can only plead to this extent. In terms of status, his status is a little higher than mine. It's just because of some minor contract issues that he listens to me now. However, once you touch his bottom line, he can do anything. Lin Feng opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly, because he knew that all this was done out of kindness. But if he really wants to tell the truth, he really doesn't need anyone's help right now. After all, in his eyes, any help from anyone is completely unnecessary. But after all, you have already opened up this circle, maybe you can use it to threaten some people, which would be great. So he just smiled, leaned over to Ling Xiao's ear, and whispered, "Forget it, I didn't intend to pay attention to this group of guys. But now that you have already pleaded for me, I certainly can't let you down too much. So don't worry, these guys in front of you are just a group of simple little guys after all. Just leave it to me. I can definitely convince them. They might even recognize me as their big brother." Ling Xiao in front of him also pursed his lips. He now felt that this guy was particularly unreliable, but since he had already said so, what else could he say? So, in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and said gloomily, "Well, since you have already made the decision, then I can only leave it to you from now on." Lin Feng nodded, and finally found a chair and sat down. However, Qin Bing couldn't help but smile strangely. When Lin Feng saw this smile, he already knew that this guy was probably going to carry out some conspiracy next. Because he already knew the character of Qin Bing on the opposite side, if he didn't hit him, he would definitely feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Bing also took a sip of tea, savored it slowly, and then said with disdain, "Hee, Lin Feng, this is the tea of a 5-star hotel. It can be said to be very delicious. You should drink more. After all, you can also fight for a share of honor here. If you miss this village, you will miss this restaurant. And this is your first time eating here, don't worry, it's worth eating. I'll take care of it. By the way, what job do you do now? Since you know Master Ling, I can ask you for a security job this time for his sake."